He possessed unparalleled talent, ranking first in the school 6 times, destined to be a future war god, but due to his father's traitorous identity, he was rejected by every university. Passing teachers cast peculiar glances, while classmates sneered. A traitor's son is a traitor's son even if you're the best in the universe, no university dares to take you. When he was on the verge of despair and about to give up his training, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Glossary system activated, obtained a 1-star entry, golden eyes. He knew that the blocked path ahead of him was about to be forcefully opened by these eyes. My name is Jiang Lin, the top student in the entire school, but my future was hopeless because of my father's status. Even though I scored first in the school for the 6th time this year in the mock exam, no one would be happy for me. Because the son of a traitor is still a traitor, and no university would dare accept me. My father was once a top-tier genius ranked among the top 10 in the Genesis era, revered by the world as Jang the war god. 100 years ago, the great secret of Mars was uncovered, triggering the explosion of annihilation elements, giving birth to source warriors and spectral beasts on Blue Star. The conflict between humans and ghost beasts erupted and lasted for 80 years. During a crucial battle defending Yuching, my father's tactical error resulted in the tragic deaths of 100,000 source warriors and 1 million civilians. And my mother, Lu Ruyue, also went missing. The father narrowly survived, was judged as a traitor by the National Source Martial Bureau, and had all his source energy purged, becoming an ordinary man incapable of cultivation. Considering my young age, the Source Martial Bureau allowed me to complete my basic education, but to prevent me from repeating the same mistakes, restricted me from entering the elite martial arts academy. My path to ascendancy has been blocked, destined to be merely a talented ordinary person in this lifetime. With a heavy heart, I returned home to find my father, Zhang Feng, waiting for me in his wheelchair. His legs were crushed when he encountered a mine collapse while digging for ore at Nanshan mine some time ago to support his family. However, the mining bureau promised compensation of 100 source crystals. With this money, not only could his father's leg injury be treated, but he could also secretly undergo an awakening, becoming a source warrior, to help his father uncover the truth of that incident years ago. I firmly believe my father is no traitor. When asked about the compensation, his father hesitantly took out a completely purple source crystal. The promised 100 turned out to be just 1. The beautiful fantasy shattered in an instant. I forced a smile and decided to sell this source crystal to buy good medicine for my father's leg treatment. Though my father anxiously shouted that this source crystal was for your awakening, I knew his leg injury could never truly heal. I took Yuanjing to the street, hoping to find a reliable shop to exchange herbs, but was met with rejection everywhere. Finally, I arrived at a roadside stall and saw a black origin stone. To my surprise, I could see through it and spotted a purple fire crystal inside, worth 1,000 gene of origin crystals. Today's rolled entry is, golden eyes. A faint, ethereal voice echoed in my mind, and I instantly realized I had obtained a system, becoming its host. The system explained that I could receive 1 free entry every day, which would automatically refresh. These entries are ranked from 1 to 3 stars, with higher stars offering better effects. After brushing 1,000 times, you can obtain a god-tier guaranteed affix. 1-star affix, golden eye. It can see through the internal structure of ordinary rocks and ores, accurately locate source crystals and spirit ores, and intensely sense fluctuations of source energy. Overjoyed, I immediately sprang into action. I pointed at the ore containing the violet-red source crystal and asked for the price. The stall owner quoted 30 source crystals with a 2% discount. I indicated that I only had 1 source crystal and, after some hesitation, finally used it to purchase that black cracked stone. Upon returning home, I proudly showed my father the black cracked stone I bought with 1 source crystal. Jiang Feng frowned and was about to lecture me, when he saw me slice open the black cracked stone with a carving knife. It's a purple fire crystal. Jiang Feng exclaimed in amazement, as purple fire crystals are worth 1,000 source crystals. He was astonished at how I knew this black cracked stone could yield the rare purple fire crystal. I told my father about obtaining the golden eyes, but I was restricted from mentioning the system. Jiang Feng looked serious and urged me to keep it absolutely confidential. I rushed out the door. The golden eyes could only last for 1 day, so I had to make the most of them. After a quick disguise, I sold the purple fire crystal for a price of 1,200 gene of source crystals. With his golden pupil rapidly locking onto several ore pieces harboring source crystals, he purchased them at minimal cost. Obtained the originium ring that stores originium. Moving forward, I purchased numerous source stones from various stalls and shops, ultimately extracting 3,000 gene of pure source crystals. This was unimaginable wealth, enough to help father recover from his leg injury. In the largest Wanbao origin stone shop downtown, I was drawn to a piece referred to as the store's treasure. Under the piercing gaze of golden eyes, the mist inside the origin stone gradually dissipated, and my pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 3, Zhang Zhanshen is might unabated. Within the source stone, a spear engraved with ancient runes gradually materialized. Its shaft was entirely purple, entwined with crimson lightning. Sealed within this source stone was a peerless divine weapon. I heard this prized treasure was originally unearthed by the Jiang war god himself. He turned it over to the Provincial Mineral Bureau, only for it to be bought back by the owner of Wanbao Source Stone Shop. What war god Jiang? He's nothing but an arrogant traitor who betrayed millions of his compatriots. Besides, he's lost all his source power. Now what kind of war god is he anyway? Beside Jiang Lin, several source warriors stared at the prized treasure, their words dripping with contempt. It was dug up by my father. Jiang Lin listened with a bitter taste in his mouth. Yet, powerless to do anything, he could only clench his fists tightly and slowly retreat from Wanbao Stone Shop. This prized treasure was valued at 5 million gene of source crystals, far beyond his means. Someday, he would claim this prized treasure. Can't keep buying source stones in the city anymore. Time to move elsewhere. If someone notices me, it'll be trouble. Jiang Lin boarded a bus bound for the provincial capital, traveling all the way until he arrived before nightfall. The provincial capital was far more bustling, with countless shops selling source stones. No one could possibly notice a minor figure like Jiang Lin. After purchasing several hundred more source stones, the clock struck midnight. Jiang Lin, who had just moments ago been able to see through the source stones, now saw them as indistinguishable from ordinary stones, nothing more than rocks. The golden pupil's special effect had vanished. Entry refreshed. Today's entry is 2-star entry, tough as nails. Tough as nails, reduces pain from normal punches and kicks by 80%. The system's mechanical voice chimed in. Pretty tough? Ha, this entry feels like a joke. Jiang Lin gave a wry smile, never expecting to refresh such a crappy entry. He didn't fight, so what use was being tough? But there was no time to re-roll now. As an ordinary person carrying hundreds of source stones and thousands of pounds of source crystals, he felt something was off. He had to get back quickly. After taking a car back to town, Jiang Lin immediately rushed toward his home. 3 in the morning. Darkness blanketed the sky. The town consisted mostly of single-family homes, quiet and still. Jiang Lin's footsteps were light, yet a faint tremor crept into his heart. The further he walked, the more uneasy he felt, as if someone were following him. Something's wrong. Jiang Lin had never studied any magical arts. But his instincts told him, combined with today's events, that he was definitely being watched. Buzz. Just as Jiang Lin prepared to quicken his pace, he froze in place. 10 meters ahead on the street, 2 imposing figures stood motionless. Their piercing gazes seemed capable of stripping away a person's courage as they coldly stared at Jiang Lin. Jiang family brat, you've made quite the haul today. Both men bore dragon tattoos on their arms as they slowly approached Jiang Lin. What's it to you? Jiang Lin knew full well these were source warriors far beyond his current strength. Without hesitation, he spun and sprinted down the street behind him. Oomph. The 2 men sneered coldly. Their feet moved with blinding speed, instantly closing the distance. A fist slammed into Jiang Lin's chest, sending him reeling backward. The shockwave of source energy surged through his body, freezing him solid like he'd fallen into an ice cave, utterly immobilized. Such a blow would have killed an ordinary person outright. Only his toughness trait had mitigated most of the damage. So you're not only skilled at identifying source stones, but you can take a beating too. Hand over all the source stones you bought today. I'll let you off for your father's sake. One of the burly, dark-skinned men closed in on Jiang Lin, his voice cold. But before he could finish, his words abruptly halted. His pupils contracted slightly, and his feet came to an abrupt stop. You're all martial artists of considerable rank, yet you dare bully my son? Don't push your luck, get lost. A thunderous voice boomed from behind Jiang Lin. The sound reverberated, making heads spin. It was Jiang Feng arriving. Seated in his wheelchair, his back was ramrod straight. His usually cloudy eyes now flashed with a piercing intensity, radiating a murderous aura that sent a chill down one's spine. Such a killing aura could only be possessed by someone who had slain countless lives. Father! Jiang Lin clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Jiang. The burly, dark-skinned man hastily corrected himself, snapping coldly, Jiang Feng, what are you playing at here? If you were still at the war god realm, we might fear you a little. But now you're just an ordinary man, how dare you try to show off in front of us? Who would have thought that old bastard Jiang Feng would show up? Though Jiang Feng was no longer what he once was, his imposing aura remained as formidable as ever. An ordinary man? Then come and try it yourselves. Jiang Feng's expression turned stern. Pushing off with his legs and bracing himself with his arms on the wheelchair, he slowly stood up. You! The dark-skinned burly man sucked in a sharp breath, stumbling backward again. His companion felt a chill run down his spine as well. His voice turned icy. Impossible. How could your legs be healed? Jiang Feng, you really did hide a national treasure behind the government's back. This is none of your business. Get out of here. Jiang Feng's voice rang out coldly, echoing through the street and causing the 2 burly men to tremble uncontrollably. Let's go. The 2 men exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of terror in the other's eyes. Had Jiang Feng truly recovered? This couldn't be. This was a restriction personally set upon Jiang Feng by the higher-ups. Could Jiang Feng have broken the restriction by harnessing the power of a secret treasure? But panic had already seized both men. They couldn't stay any longer. If Jiang Feng truly had recovered, this matter must be reported immediately. Watching the two gradually retreat, Jiang Feng felt a slight easing of tension. Yet he remained standing firm in place. Only after another moment passed did he suddenly collapse. Father! Jiang Lin hurriedly caught him, pushing the wheelchair swiftly back home. Inside the house. Liner, don't waste your effort. Jiang Feng's voice was low and devoid of his earlier authority. I bought a miraculous medicine to treat your leg injury. Jiang Lin produced the healing herbs and applied them to stop the bleeding on Jiang Feng's legs. But Jiang Lin discovered the healing herbs were utterly useless. Jiang Feng's legs seemed utterly beyond recovery. Stop wasting the herbs. Jiang Feng endured the excruciating pain, took a deep breath, and said. Had he not arrived in time, Jiang Lin's gains today would have been lost. But forcing himself to stand through sheer willpower had also left him severely injured. These legs, he probably wouldn't be able to save them. Fortunately, by gritting his teeth through the agony, he'd managed to stem the bleeding for now. Otherwise, his very life might have been endangered. Father, once I master my cultivation, I will avenge you. Jiang Lin sat helplessly nearby. Though he had purchased medicine to treat his leg injury, it proved utterly useless. Heh, it's all right. You've actually gained quite a lot today. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, his expression softening slightly. Well, today's haul is 5,000 gene of source crystals. Plus 300 unopened source stones. All told, a conservative estimate puts it at 8,000 gene of source crystals. Jiang Lin pulled out his source stone ring and excitedly displayed several exceptionally valuable source crystals. Dragon scale crystals, divine firewood crystals, clear water crystals. Any one of these could fetch over 1,000 gene at auction. Excellent. Excellent. Jiang Feng paused for a moment before breaking into a broad smile. He truly hadn't expected Jiang Lin to have such a huge haul. And there's more. Jiang Lin cheerfully pulled out some peculiar trinkets extracted from the source stones, presenting them for the experienced Jiang Feng to identify one by one. Laughter filled the room, but more than anything, it was filled with Jiang Feng's deep satisfaction. Night deepened. After tending to his father until he fell asleep, Jiang Lin made his way to the backyard. He summoned the system. He hoped it would refresh a healing skill. Refresh. Refresh my entries. Current skill, 1-star skill, pretty tough. Consume 1 gene of source crystals to refresh the current skill. 1-star entry, light body. Light body temporarily reduces weight by 30%, enhancing agility. Refresh again. Consume 2 pounds of source crystals to refresh the current entry. 1-star entry, tracker. Tracker can detect subtle traces on the ground to track a target's movements. Refresh again. Consume 4 pounds of source crystals to refresh the current entry. 1-star entry, deft hands. 1-star trait, eagle eyes. 1-star entry, hunger resistance. 2-star entry, explosive power, physical function surge, increasing strength 5-fold. This burst power entry is pretty good, but I can't use it right now. Keep refreshing. Jiang Lin shook his head and continued consuming source crystals to refresh. 1-star entry, climb. 1-star trait, silence. 1-star trait, cleverness. Intelligence, increases intelligence by 10%. Useful, but not much. Jiang Lin swiped right through it. 3-star entry, Supreme Intelligence Einstein. Chapter 4, Supreme Intelligence Einstein. Supreme Intelligence Einstein, brain processes rapidly. Under specific instruction or explanation, can swiftly grasp knowledge. Can also quickly calculate others' movement trajectories, martial arts techniques, vulnerabilities, environmental risks, predict near future events, and various other possibilities. Stop, this is the one. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. This entry was excellent. He immediately wanted to test its effects. He retrieved the spellbook his father had left in the library and began studying it intensely, soon immersing himself in a sea of knowledge. This spellbook was titled Heavenly Lion Fist. Upon mastering it, one could summon the Heavenly Lion to possess their body, unleashing peerless power. So that's how it is. This seems pretty straightforward. Jiang Lin quickly grasped the core principles of the Heavenly Lion Fist. However, lacking any source energy within him, he was utterly unable to channel the fist's chi force. Yet Jiang Lin had an intuition: if he possessed source energy, he might be able to summon the celestial lion directly. A bit arrogant, but that's exactly what Jiang Lin thought. Let's try something else. After pondering, Jiang Lin picked up a volume on venomous beasts. He skimmed through it briefly, quickly memorizing countermeasures for various venomous creatures and their respective weaknesses. Keep in mind, the book documented nearly 10,000 types of venomous beasts. Memorizing all that was utterly unrealistic, nearly impossible. Yet Jiang Lin accomplished it in mere minutes. This effect is incredible. Truly worthy of a 3-star entry, this effect is practically unbeatable. Unfortunately, without source energy to sustain it, he couldn't activate the skill. What a pity. Without source energy, awakening. Jiang Lin sighed helplessly. Without awakening, he couldn't channel source energy. Without source energy, one cannot learn martial arts techniques. And the awakening stones required for awakening are all controlled by the state and major corporations and factions. Even if an ordinary person possesses sufficient talent, they can only awaken smoothly by joining a faction. Jiang Lin's treatment at school spoke volumes. Moreover, if the academy wouldn't admit him, they certainly wouldn't help him awaken. Joining a faction was out of the question. No one would accept him due to his background. Unless he joined some shady underworld group, but that was simply not worth it. Thus, he found himself trapped in a vicious cycle. Of course, leveraging his father's influence and greasing the palms of various school departments might secure him an awakening during the major exams. But why not try awakening on my own? Jiang Lin's eyes flashed with determination. He quickly closed them, recalling the scenes of awakening he'd witnessed at school. In his mind, he began to visualize the process of awakening. Begin. Pure source crystals lay arranged beside Jiang Lin. As his fingers lightly pressed against them to catalyze the process, he felt a tingling sensation spread through his fingertips like an electric shock. Milky white halos appeared, circulating up and down his body. Something's wrong. Jiang Lin quickly realized the source energy couldn't enter his body. This was the most crucial step. Even Einstein's entry couldn't help him evolve it. Boom! The halos shattered. All his efforts were in vain. Again! With Einstein's entry, my consciousness is at its peak. As long as I keep deducing, I'll find a breakthrough. Otherwise, once Einstein's entry expires, I'll never get another chance at solo awakening. Jiang Lin intensified his source crystal consumption. He had just catalyzed 100 source crystals. This time, he catalyzed 300 source crystals. The milky white halo reappeared, once more igniting his body's awakening. But it failed again. Back and forth, Jiang Lin failed 5 times. In the process, he consumed nearly 1,000 gene of source crystals. This staggering figure made Jiang Lin dare not squander anymore. With that much money, he could have sought assistance from minor factions to aid his awakening. One last attempt. Jiang Lin resolved firmly. If this attempt failed, he would seek other methods. Transform. Jiang Lin commanded in a low voice. Boom! 300 source crystals gradually dissolved into concentric milky white rings of light. This time, Jiang Lin forcibly channeled the catalyzed source energy rings into his body. Put! Jiang Lin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The rings exploded violently. Jiang Lin gasped for breath, his body nearly bursting from the strain. It still didn't work. Does that mean I can only awaken through the awakening stone? Jiang Lin wiped the blood from his lips, his head spinning. You think awakening is about brute force? Your breathing sounds like a gust of wind. No wonder your source energy can't flow smoothly through your meridians. When you breathe, sink your breath down. Try again. Jiang Feng had appeared in his wheelchair at some point, his expression stern. Alright. Jiang Lin had been ready to give up, but now he had no choice but to persevere. He sat up immediately, placed both hands back on the source crystal, and adjusted his breathing as his father had instructed. Try to synchronize your heartbeat with the fluctuations of the source energy. Remember, true awakening is the merging of soul and source energy. Jiang Feng's voice echoed in Jiang Lin's ears once more. Jiang Lin himself couldn't complete the sequence, but a strange stream of thought kept intruding into his mind. Einstein's entry was taking effect. Even more astonishingly, a blurred figure appeared before his eyes, demonstrating the technique for Jiang Lin. Good. Jiang Lin proceeded step by step, but as the source energy surged in, his throat instantly tightened. It felt like a chunk of ice had been shoved down his throat, making breathing difficult. Exhale gently, don't force it out. Release some, but let some enter your body. Seeing this, Jiang Feng immediately called out to guide Jiang Lin. Ah! As the last remnants of source energy entered his body, Jiang Lin felt excruciating pain. Sweat instantly drenched his entire body, the agony nearly causing him to faint. Step 2. Circulate the trace of source energy retained within your body. Step 3. Once it passes the Dazui acupoint, press the energy toward your heart. Step 4. Step 5. Disperse the source energy throughout your body, merging it with your blood. Jiang Lin's consciousness was fading, yet Jiang Feng's hoarse voice echoed once more. Jiang Lin mustered his last ounce of strength, channeling the source energy into his bloodstream. In an instant, the light cocoon ignited. The source crystals placed beside Jiang Lin erupted violently. Boom! Strands of pure, milky white source energy surged into Jiang Lin's body like a starry river. Wave after wave of miraculous power, carried by the source energy, swiftly coursed through every part of Jiang Lin's body. At this moment, Jiang Lin officially became a source warrior. Phew! When Jiang Lin awoke, Jiang Feng had already returned to rest. This is a source warrior. Jiang Lin extended his hand, his body trembling slightly, overwhelmed by disbelief. His strength had increased several-fold. It felt like he'd become a superhero. The source warrior ranks were extremely straightforward. Warrior, War General, War King, War Emperor, War God. Each tier is further divided into 10 sublevels. Beyond War God, it was rumored that an even higher tier existed. Father Jiang Feng was once a top-tier god of war-level martial artist, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, due to a strategic misstep in a war, he became the pitiful figure he is today. Warriors and war generals can advance by consuming and refining source crystals, but reaching the War King tier requires both opportunity and resources to break through. Moreover, each tier advancement enhances physical capabilities tenfold. Jiang Lin had learned all this knowledge back in school. And now he possessed thousands of gene of source crystals. He must advance his cultivation immediately. Whoosh, 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 strands of pure source energy shot forth, landing in Jiang Lin's hands. By dawn, Jiang Lin had advanced to the 5th tier of warrior level. At the same time, the 5,000 gene of source crystals were completely depleted. Jiang Lin smiled bitterly. Source crystals could indeed accelerate cultivation breakthroughs. But the rate of consumption was downright insane. Didn't sleep all night? Zhang Feng approached in his wheelchair. Through his own awakening, his son had actually achieved it. And overnight, he had advanced to the 5th layer of warrior. Indeed, his son had inherited his cultivation talent. Yeah, I'm not the least bit tired now. I just feel incredibly refreshed. Jiang Lin clenched his fists and demonstrated a set of heavenly lion fist right before Zhang Feng. Boom! 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 As the fist techniques unfolded, the illusory form of a mighty lion gradually materialized. When mastered to perfection, the heavenly lion fist could summon a celestial lion to possess the practitioner, unleashing peerless power. However, due to Jiang Lin's low cultivation level, he could only barely manifest the illusory form. Heavenly lion fist? Zhang Feng froze at the sight, asking, isn't the heavenly lion fist a martial art only War King level practitioners can master? How did you learn it? Talent. It's pure talent. Jiang Lin clenched his fist tightly as his strength surged rapidly. With this full power punch, defeating an opponent of equal rank would be no problem at all. Zhang Feng gave a wry smile. This wasn't bragging, it truly was talent. Off to school. Glancing at the time, Jiang Lin hurried toward the school. But halfway there, he abruptly stopped. Wait, I'm already a source warrior. Why the hell am I going to school? Chapter 5, The Ghost Beast Escaping the Lab. Now that Jiang Lin had advanced to martial artist, going to school like this would only draw the teacher's attention. After all, most of the school's teachers were former source warrior combatants. Even if he didn't reveal his aura easily, he would still be observed, inevitably causing unnecessary trouble. Just as Jiang Lin turned to head home, a distant roar like that of a beast, a thunderous, rumbling sound that echoed far and wide suddenly erupted. What's happening? The sound made Jiang Lin's head spin. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the source. Run! Run fast! Someone shouted nearby. Boom! A creature resembling a mosquito, long-bodied with broad, translucent wings, swooped in from the distance. Its wings gleamed a sinister black, radiating an eerie aura. Especially its mouthparts sharp as spears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This was a ghost beast corrupted by the element of annihilation. Ghost beasts. Ghost beasts are coming. The truce ended 10 years ago. How could ghost beasts still be entering the city? Countless people scattered in panic, daring not to pause for even a moment. Yet this ghost mosquito beast, seemingly devoid of intelligence, charged toward the crowd. Its sharp proboscis, like a blade reaping souls, pierced the body of a middle-aged man. Buzz. The man's face instantly drained of color as blood rushed from his body, collapsing to the ground. Ghost beasts. How could ghost beasts appear here? Jiang Lin watched the scene, his scalp prickling with horror. Unable to look directly, he immediately quickened his pace. Once the ghost mosquito beast's mouthparts pierced a human body, it would suck the life force into itself, instantly turning the victim into a desiccated corpse. Moreover, Jiang Lin sensed that this ghost mosquito beast possessed combat strength at least on par with a top-tier war general. However, its body seemed weakened, its energy depleted, allowing it to manifest only the strength of a first-tier war general, still terrifying enough. Damn it, you stinking mosquito, don't chase me! Jiang Lin suddenly realized the ghost mosquito beast was flying straight toward him. Perhaps the fluctuations of his source energy had drawn the ghost mosquito beast's attention. A martial artist's blood was far more enticing than that of an ordinary person, especially that of a low-tier martial artist. Get out of the way! Bang bang bang! A squad of martial artists armed with specialized elemental guns arrived from the distance, firing relentlessly at the ghost mosquito beast. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lin sprinted toward the corner. Zzzzz. The ghost mosquito beast roared in fury, but dared not confront the martial artist squad head-on. Instead, it flew off into the distance, intent on draining Jiang Lin's blood. Stop it! The martial artist squad intensified their fire, yet still failed to stop the ghost mosquito beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ghost mosquito beast closed in on Jiang Lin. Whoosh! Streams of black light shot from the ghost mosquito beast's mouthparts. The black beams rained down like a mist, moving at incredible speed, piercing straight toward Jiang Lin. If struck by these beams, the ghost mosquito beast would instantly drain the victim's blood, leaving nothing but a desiccated corpse. What? Seeing no escape, Jiang Lin's source energy surged. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he instantly activated the Wisdom Einstein entry. Precisely calculating the trajectory of the black beams, he dodged one after another, evading the ghost mosquito beast's attack. ZZZZT. The ghost mosquito beast emitted a shrill chirp, its wings fluttering violently. Clearly, it hadn't anticipated this warrior-level martial artist could evade its charge repeatedly. This kid, he's no ordinary fighter. The pursuing martial artist squad witnessed the exchange, their gazes toward Jiang Lin now tinged with unexpected admiration. The frustrated ghost mosquito beast wouldn't give up on Jiang Lin. It lunged forward once more. "Get out of the way!" someone in the warrior squad shouted. "Damn mosquito!" Jiang Lin gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, determined to meet it head-on. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through. A colossal surge of source energy erupted from the distance, hurtling toward them and materializing into a man clad in a Zhongshan suit. It was none other than Wei Yuhua, director of the Martial Arts Bureau of Linjiang City. Wei Yuhua, a martial king-level martial artist. Who dares to keep a ghost beast and release it? Wei Yuhua barked coldly, condensing source energy in his palm as he charged headlong into the ghost mosquito beast. The single punch sent the ghost mosquito beast flying. The ghost mosquito beast, which had been so ferocious moments ago, was instantly suppressed by Wei Yuhua. War King? Jiang Lin gazed skyward, his heart trembling with awe. A mere War King level warrior was already terrifying. How powerful must his father have been back then? "You imprisoned me in this lab for a decade, yet you still dare to speak." The ghost mosquito beast roared in human speech, though it knew it was no match for Wei Yuhua. It spewed a thick cloud of poisonous mist from its mouthparts and fled into the distance. If it didn't leave now, it would never escape. Years ago, he had been captured by human forces overseas. They sought to study his flight abilities, subjecting him to daily bloodletting and flesh-cutting agony that seared deep into his bones. Now, having finally seized an opportunity, it was determined to escape the dreadful laboratory. This mosquito must not escape. If the Ghost Beast clan learns of this research, it will surely stir up trouble again. Wei Yuhua leapt in pursuit, his voice cold. "Don't even think about running. I will uncover who imprisoned you, but until that is done, you are not leaving. You're all cut from the same cloth. You'll drag me back to that lab." The ghost mosquito beast uttered these words just as Wei Yuhua caught up, igniting another fierce battle. "If you want me dead, you'll take someone with you." The ghost mosquito beast, gradually losing ground, charged directly at Jiang Lin in its final moments, intent on dragging him down with it. The ghost mosquito beast's speed was so blindingly fast that even Wei Yuhua couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, the creature vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a faint scent. Far away, Jiang Lin believed he had run far enough. What? It's coming again? Seeing the suicidal ghost mosquito beast pursuing him, Jiang Lin had no time to evade. "Bring it on! I'm not afraid of you." Jiang Lin's hands flashed as source energy surged wildly through his body, erupting into a thunderous lion's roar. A colossal lion's phantom materialized before him in an instant, the heavenly lion fist. This fist strike, like a lion king descending the mountain, carried a ferocious aura. Though only a level 5 warrior, Jiang Lin now radiated the aura of a level 10 warrior. Boom! Terrifying waves of source energy radiated out, sending Jiang Lin staggering back several steps. The ghost mosquito beast paused only briefly before charging toward Jiang Lin once more. "Come again!" Jiang Lin showed no sign of retreat. He had nowhere left to go. He summoned the celestial lion's phantom once more and unleashed a thunderous punch. Source energy surged wildly, scattering fallen leaves. The ghost mosquito beast attempted another assault, yet it could barely flap its wings. The lab technicians had drained its blood, and Wei Yuhua had already dealt it severe wounds. It was already at the end of its strength. Now, after exchanging several blows with Jiang Lin, its body could no longer bear the strain. Thud! The ghost mosquito beast let out a wail and collapsed with a crash. "Playing dead." Jiang Lin barked coldly, charging forward to deliver another punch. Only when he was certain the ghost mosquito beast was truly dead did Jiang Lin finally breathe a sigh of relief. Whoosh! A faint blue speck of light shot out from the corpse of the ghost mosquito beast. This pale blue speck contained pure source energy fluctuations. As it flew, it landed precisely on Jiang Lin's forehead, where it was absorbed and refined by him. "This is the essence of a ghost beast? My luck's pretty good." Jiang Lin's lips curved upward in surprise. This was an unexpected windfall. Ghost beast essence was the crystallized energy of ghost beasts, containing fragments of their abilities. Absorbing and refining it granted access to the ghost beast's innate talents. Moreover, the price of ghost beast essence was astronomically high. "I need to get out of here fast." Jiang Lin dared not linger, swiftly dashing off in another direction. This ghost beast essence was a priceless treasure. Even Wei Yuhua would be tempted by it. Not long after Jiang Lin departed, Wei Yuhua flew in from the distance. The martial artist squad followed closely behind, staring in horror at the corpse of the ghost mosquito beast on the ground. Chapter 6, Survivors. Ha! That ghost mosquito beast was actually killed. Wei Yuhua was slightly surprised. He scanned the area but found no other traces of people. However, with his War King level perception, he could sense Jiang Lin's aura. However, with so many martial artists residing in the city, it was impossible to discern who had slain the ghost mosquito beast based on aura alone. Perhaps it was just some passerby who happened to lend a hand. Director Wei, new discovery. As Wei Yuhua stared blankly at the corpse, the martial arts squad leader hurried over and whispered in his ear, "We've traced it. This ghost mosquito beast escaped from a laboratory under the Xinyu Technology Group. Currently, Xinyu Tech has already." "Xinyu Tech? Oomph, looks like we'll be milking them dry." Wei Yuhua chuckled softly, flicking his finger to seal the corpse into his storage ring before setting off toward Xinyu Tech Group. In the distance, Jiang Lin came to a halt, panting heavily. Before he could catch his breath, a figure materialized strangely. Strange, because the arrival was utterly silent. "Jiang Lin? Are you heading to school?" A crisp voice rang out beside him, making Jiang Lin's entire body tremble. "Teacher 1? Jiang Lin spun around abruptly, meeting the gaze of a woman in her 30s. She stood with graceful poise, her figure accentuated by a form-fitting skirt that traced her curves, her legs long and straight. Looking up, her long hair was gathered into a low ponytail, with a few stray strands gently falling. She smiled warmly at Jiang Lin. "What are you up to, sneaking around like that?" "And nothing. I was just walking too fast." Jiang Lin glanced at her legs and gave an embarrassed smile. Wen Lan, one of the teachers at Linjiang Middle School. She was one of the few people willing to treat Jiang Lin like an ordinary person. Jiang Lin was exceptionally gifted at school, but due to his father Jiang Feng's reputation, he was generally disliked by the teachers. Hardly any teacher was willing to help him succeed further, but Wen Lan was an exception. She had secured several learning opportunities for him. Jiang Lin once asked Wen Lan why she helped him. At the time, Wen Lan had only smiled without answering. Moreover, Jiang Lin's admission to Linjiang Middle School was not only due to Jiang Feng leveraging an old friend's connections but also thanks to Wen Lan's efforts. Otherwise, Jiang Lin would have ended up at one of the worst public schools. After all, Linjiang Middle School was one of the top secondary schools in the entire city. "You're such a weirdo, kid. Come on, let's head to school together." Wen Lan gave a faint smile, paying no mind to Jiang Lin's unusual behavior. She understood all too well that this boy, Jiang Lin, had endured years of rejection from both the school and his peers. Though he appeared indifferent on the surface, deep down, it had taken a heavy toll on him. Unfortunately, there was little she could do for him. Ensuring he graduated successfully would already be a blessing from heaven. After that, she hoped he could live a peaceful life. As for Jiang Zhanshan, that was beyond her reach. "Teacher 1, I'm not going back to school. I won't get into college anyway, so continuing my studies is pointless. Even if I went, I'd just have to listen to all those people nagging me." Jiang Lin wore a bitter smile, but he genuinely didn't want to go. He was a source warrior now, why waste his time playing games with a bunch of kids? Of course, it wasn't impossible that some students at school had already awakened early through some method, becoming martial artists like him. But what did that matter to him? Wen Lan's eyes widened in utter astonishment, but she immediately refused Jiang Lin. "No, you mustn't worry about this. Just focus on your studies. Leave matters of your awakening and university admissions to me. All you need to do is unleash your full potential during the major exams. The rest is none of your concern." Listening to Wen Lan's stern, almost lecturing tone, Jiang Lin felt a strange sensation well up inside him. Hesitating, he repeated his earlier question, "Teacher 1, why are you helping me like this? Or rather, why are you helping my dad? Could it be that teacher Wen Lan and my father? Stop imagining things, you brat." Wen Lan seemed to know exactly what Jiang Lin was thinking. Her fair face flushed slightly as she calmed herself and said, "Since you're so curious, I suppose I can tell you." Jiang Lin nodded, listening quietly as Wen Lan spoke. Her brows furrowed deeply, a hint of pain visible in her eyes as she murmured, "Truthfully, I'm a survivor of the battle at Haichang back then." "A survivor of the battle of Haichang?" Jiang Lin's body stiffened. 20 years ago, as one of the crucial strongholds defending against the Ghost Beast invasion, Father Jiang Feng had led 100,000 source warriors to defend Haichang. Ultimately, a critical error led to the deaths of all 100,000 source warriors and the slaughter of Haichang's million citizens. Rumor had it only Father had survived. He never imagined that Teacher 1 was from Haichang and had survived. "Yes. It was the war god Jiang who risked his life to rescue me from the demon beast's encirclement. That's why I'm helping you now. I refuse to see you abandon the path of martial arts so easily. I don't expect you to reach the heights your father once climbed." Wen Lan gazed intently at Jiang Lin, her eyes suddenly filling with unwavering resolve. "But you can't let this minor setback defeat you. At the very least, you must uncover the truth behind that battle. Even if it can't change the past, it might restore Jiang Zhanshan's image in your heart. Your father was a truly great man. He wasn't what the world made him out to be." Wen Lan finished, offering a soft smile. "Come on, let's go to school." Watching Wen Lan's retreating figure, Jiang Lin was momentarily unable to recover. Hearing her words, he realized his father had truly been wronged. He would uncover the truth about this matter. "Hey, what are you still standing there for? You really aren't going to school?" You're going to waste my good intentions? Wen Lan's crisp voice rang out as she saw Jiang Lin still frozen in place. Fine. After a moment's thought, Jiang Lin followed her. Lingjiang Middle School. This school had produced countless prodigies. In fact, the renowned 1,000-ton battle emperor of the Great Xia Empire was a graduate of Lingjiang Middle School. Hey, little traitor, you look in fine spirits today, even sporting a smirk. His father's crippled, and he still has the nerve to smile. Traitors really have no conscience. Haha, he's resilient, isn't he? No university would take him, yet he still shows his face here. If I were him, I'd have gone home to work long ago. Unsurprisingly, the moment Jiang Lin stepped through the school gates, he became the subject of open gossip. However, a few students stared at Jiang Lin blankly, as if they had noticed something unusual. The major exams are in a month. Your mental and physical stamina are already impressive for your age. Now you just need to maintain this level. If you can rank in the top 3 province-wide on the exams, I'll secure you a spot in university. Wen Lan shot a fierce glance at the students who had insulted Jiang Lin before explaining to him. Chapter 7, Settling a Small Score. Top 3 in the province? Jiang Lin nodded slightly. The major exam consisted of 2 parts, the academic test and the martial arts test. Before the main exam, candidates undergo an awakening. Those who failed awakening could only take the cultural examination and become scholars later. Those who succeed in awakening can proceed directly to the martial arts examination. The martial arts examination consists of 3 parts, mental aptitude testing, physical fitness testing, and innate talent assessment. Typically, students from influential families awaken early using their own awakening stones, allowing them to skip directly to the martial arts exam. However, to enter the academy, no one can skip any of the 3 warrior exam tests. The tests assess one's actual strength, placing newly awakened and preliminarily awakened individuals on equal footing. I know this is extremely difficult, but with so many variables at play, only those ranking in the top 3 will have the opportunity to receive superior education and become elite martial artists sooner. Wen Lan smiled bitterly, a deep ache welling up inside her. Just securing a top 3 spot in Linjiang City alone was incredibly difficult. As for the top 3 in Yunjiang Province? The difficulty was beyond imagination. Despite Jiang Lin currently holding the top spot at Linjiang High, numerous students trained by major factions were enrolled under the school's banner. When the actual exams arrived, true talent would gather. Jiang Lin would be fortunate to secure a top 10 ranking. And I have some good news to share with you. Wen Lan smiled mysteriously. What good news? Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. This time, Yunjiang Province has prepared generous rewards for the top scholar of the grand examination. Among them is a prize called the Yuling Divine Wood. This Yuling Divine Wood is a treasure-grade spiritual object. It can aid cultivation, enhance one's absorption of source energy, and even regenerate severed limbs. It can repair injuries. Wen Lan smiled. She didn't elaborate, but Jiang Lin understood the importance of this divine wood. Regenerate severed limbs? Jiang Lin froze in shock. A treasure-grade spiritual object could heal almost any injury. If he could obtain this Yuling Divine Wood, his father's leg injury would surely be healed. Alright, I'll do my best. Jiang Lin nodded firmly. Whether it was for the spirit-nurturing divine wood or to avoid disappointing Wen Lan, he had to give his all in this exam. After Wen Lan left, Jiang Lin didn't attend class. Classes held little meaning for him, and the teachers wouldn't bother to teach him properly anyway. Besides, he no longer belonged among the unawakened students. Taking advantage of the class time, Jiang Lin went alone to the library. The library housed a vast collection of knowledge on ghost beasts and cultivation practices. Jiang Lin selected several essential textbooks for cultural studies and began studying using the Einstein method. During this time, people kept noticing Jiang Lin. Still studying? Even if he scores high on the cultural exams, what good will it do? But you gotta admit, this guy's got some serious talent. Maybe he'll even snatch the top spot in our school during the big exams. Impossible. Our school's Wang Lifeng is the son of the chairman of Wang Tech. He successfully awakened over a year ago and is probably at the 7th or 8th warrior tier by now. And then there's Yuching, daughter of the CEO of Divine Fish Tech. She's a prodigy though not yet awakened, her physical strength already rivals that of a warrior. They're all exceptional talents. Hearing others' assessments of himself, Jiang Lin's footsteps faltered slightly. Wang Lifeng, Yuching, Zhao Lining, these names weren't new to Jiang Lin. They were indeed formidable rivals of extraordinary talent. But I, Jiang Lin, am no ordinary talent either. Jiang Lin chuckled softly before immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge. In just 1 hour, he consolidated all the knowledge he had acquired over the past 3 years. From this day forward, he too was a scholar even qualified to teach. Without pausing to rest, Jiang Lin turned and headed for the school's cultivation room. The training room housed all manner of cultivation equipment. The equipment primarily focused on virtual simulations centered around killing, evading, and searching for ghost beasts. Only in rare cases would real-world scenarios be set up for testing. At the very center hung a ranking board. Mental test first place, Jiang Lin, 78 points. Physical test first place, Jiang Lin. 69 points. Talent test first place, Jiang Lin. 81 points. Though only one category surpassed 80 points, such scores were enough to tower above the competition. For most students, scoring 50 or 60 points was already the absolute ceiling. This time, using the Einstein entry, I'll break through again. Jiang Lin clicked to begin the test. Ding. Please confirm information. Name, Jiang Lin. Gender, male. Mental score, 69 points. Grade, 3rd grade, class 1. Confirm. Please put on the virtual testing helmet. Mental assessment commencing. Jiang Lin put on the test helmet placed beside him and slowly closed his eyes. Buzz, 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 the mental test commenced. In an instant, Jiang Lin's consciousness plunged into utter darkness. Countless data streams surged into his mind like a raging river. Within Jiang Lin's mind, a scene unfolded, a verdant wilderness deep in the mountains. Fierce-looking ghost beasts appeared, roared, and then gradually vanished back into the depths of the mountains. This test resembled a game of hide and seek. Guided by the beast's aura, one had to locate their hiding places within an hour. The more beasts discovered, the higher the score. But Jiang Lin had an entry to aid him, allowing him to push his mental power to its absolute limit. Soon, Jiang Lin surpassed his previous score, reaching 70 points. But that wasn't enough. 72. 73. 80. 90. 99. 100. When Jiang Lin discovered the 101st ghost beast. Ding. The scene in his mind vanished instantly. Jiang Lin's eyes regained their brightness. Meanwhile, a question mark appeared on the testing device's screen. Ha? Program error? Jiang Lin froze in shock. The school teachers probably never imagined anyone could score over 100 when they wrote the program. Before anyone noticed, Jiang Lin hurriedly shut down the virtual instrument and slipped out. No sooner had he left than Teacher Zhou, in charge of the training room, arrived. Which little brat is causing trouble here? Teacher Zhou inspected the equipment thoroughly, discovering severe damage. He cursed under his breath, but soon identified the primary cause of the malfunction. Something's not right. Outside the school. Useless equipment. I'll just find a training room outside. Jiang Lin slipped out of the school gates and made his way to a training facility owned by a certain corporation. However, the moment he entered the training room, Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes. In the distance, he spotted the two burly men who had ambushed him on the road the previous night. He couldn't be mistaken, both had dragon tattoos inked on their arms. Right now, the two were grinning ear to ear, arm in arm with beautiful women, bragging away. Bro Wang, I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. Don't worry, I'll take you on a big job soon. Got it, brother Wang. Too bad that cripple showed up yesterday, we could have snatched at least a few thousand gene of source crystals. Damn that cripple. The speaker was Sun Lu, and the brother Wang he referred to was Wang Qi. The very same guy who punched Jiang Lin yesterday. If not for his tough-as-nails constitution, Wang Qi's punch would have either killed or crippled Jiang Lin. Damn it, these two are living it up. Jiang Lin cursed under his breath, taking a step back to avoid their gaze. Based on Jiang Lin's estimation, this Wang Qi was likely around the 9th layer of warrior cultivation. As for Sun Lu, he was likely around the 5th layer of warrior. This can't just be left like this. But now wasn't the time to collect interest. He'd wait until nightfall to make his move. Jiang Lin took out a source crystal and rented a cultivation room. Rented cultivation rooms didn't require real name verification, so Jiang Lin could train freely. Physical strength test. Jiang Lin began the test. The endurance test measured stamina against ghost beasts. Virtual combat. Previously, Jiang Lin could only score 69 points. This time, Jiang Lin showed some improvement, scoring 75 points. It was a bit disappointing that the Einstein entry didn't boost stamina. Next up is the strength test. Jiang Lin began his virtual combat with the ghost beasts. Jiang Lin rarely underwent strength tests. Now, leveraging the heavenly lion fist he had cultivated earlier, he could take down a ghost beast of equal level with a single punch, going on a killing spree in the virtual combat. Upon slaying his 100th ghost beast, the virtual score tallied 100 points. Next came the talent assessment. With the Einstein entry boosting him, Jiang Lin's talent score skyrocketed from an initial 81 points to 120 points. Not bad at all. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction and continued refining his martial arts techniques. During this time, Jiang Lin refined the essence of the ghost mosquito beast. Simultaneously, he acquired one of the ghost mosquito beast's innate abilities, Swift Shadow. Swift Shadow increases one's speed by 50%. Not bad at all. Jiang Lin was naturally satisfied, a free gift of a talent. By 10 o'clock that night, exhausted from cultivation, Jiang Lin finally began to rest. By 11 o'clock, Wang Qi and Sun Lu finally prepared to leave. Sun Lu, you're first on the chopping block. Jiang Lin followed them stealthily. Chapter 8, Ambush. The night was as thick as ink. Enveloping the narrow alleyway, impenetrable. Dead silence reigned all around. Ah, this is how my life will be. Sun Lu staggered along, lamenting life's injustice. Why could others rise to high positions while he, Sun Lu, remained stuck in place? He couldn't even reach the rank of general, doomed to spend his life as someone else's lackey. Was this existence truly meant to accompany him for the rest of his days? Sun Lu halted abruptly. The wind had stopped, he didn't know when. A single wutong leaf fell to the ground, its soft thud almost audible. What? Half sobered, Sun Lu caught a glimpse of a gray shadow darting behind the tree shadows out of the corner of his eye. Looking closer, it was just a stinking stray dog. He'd scared himself. Sneaking around like that? Get out here! Sun Lu barked angrily, glancing at the security camera directly ahead before quickly turning to check the one behind him. Both were quite a distance away. Finding no movement around him, Sun Lu finally managed to swallow his breath. But the very instant he drew that breath, a whirlwind-like figure shot out from the corner, materializing into the phantom shadow of a lion. It charged towards Sun Lu with unstoppable force, moving fast, extremely fast. Bang! You lowly scum dare to ambush me! Sun Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he remained unflinching. His body erupted with surging source energy, instantly advancing him to the 6th layer of warrior. Sun Lu had been concealing his strength. Boom! Sun Lu struck out with a palm. Fist met palm, colliding head-on with brutal force. Boom! Source energy rippled outward, forcing both men to stumble back a step. Who are you? Sun Lu shook his numb hand and roared. I underestimated you. Jiang Lin offered no reply, instead unleashing another surge of source energy towards Sun Lu. Empowered by the ghost mosquito beast's swift shadow talent, his attack vanished before it could be seen. Looking for death? I'll grant you your wish. Sun Lu sneered coldly, drawing a battle blade with a flick of his wrist. Its gleaming edge radiated surging blade energy as he charged forward. Swish! 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 Sun Lu swung his blade repeatedly, only to discover his opponent possessed not only blinding speed but also astonishing predictive abilities, even anticipating the force and trajectory of his next strike. This unknown foe had completely read every one of his moves. To the enemy, his actions unfolded like slow motion. Run! Sun Lu knew instantly he was facing a formidable opponent. But that very thought gave Jiang Lin the opening for a surprise attack. Fueled by source energy, a fist slammed into Sun Lu's chest. The tremendous force ripped through his clothes, sending him flying and slamming him hard into the Paulownia tree. Die! Jiang Lin snarled coldly. Gathering more source energy into his fist, he plunged downward, slamming it into Sun Lu's chest once more. The impact thundered like a clap of thunder, blood spattering everywhere. You're Jang! Blood trickled from Sun Lu's lips as excruciating pain silenced him. Goodbye! A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes. He condensed a ball of source energy in his hand, manipulating Sun Lu's battle blade to thrust straight toward Sun Lu's chest. Put! Blood spattered once more. Sun Lu's pupils widened in disbelief, slowly losing their light. Hoof! Jiang Lin's body shook violently, but he quickly regained his composure. He kicked the corpse into a roadside flower bed, glanced at the distant surveillance camera, and vanished swiftly. When ambushing Sun Lu, Jiang Lin had calculated everything. This spot was perfectly positioned in the camera's blind spot. Unless witnessed by someone, it was impossible to be detected. The Einstein entry had played a crucial role in eliminating Sun Lu. The Einstein entry not only allowed him to rapidly master various knowledge but also calculate opponents' movement trajectories and attack vulnerabilities. It was nothing short of a god-tier skill. Unfortunately, it was almost midnight. After sneaking and hiding his way back home, Jiang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this day and age, the death of one person wouldn't normally be a big deal. Even the supervisory bureau wouldn't investigate it too deeply. But Sun Lu's status was different. Both Sun Lu and Wang Qi were employees of Yuelong Technology in Linjiang City. Yuelong Technology had its roots in organized crime. Though Sun Lu held a low-level position, he was still one of their subordinates. His death would inevitably draw some attention, but none of that concerned Jiang Lin anymore. He had just returned home. Zhang Feng glanced at him with slight surprise and asked, "You killed someone?" "Ah, Dad, how did you know?" Jiang Lin was even more astonished. He had thoroughly washed away the blood scent from his body. "Heh, your old man here has killed at least tens of thousands, not to mention countless ghost beasts. The killing intent and blood aura on you can't hide that." Zhang Feng didn't ask who Jiang Lin had killed because he already guessed. "Heh, those two jerks yesterday were way too much. Just taught them a little lesson." Jiang Lin scratched his head sheepishly before turning to go rest in his room. Watching Jiang Lin disappear into the house, Zhang Feng slowly rolled his wheelchair into the living room. His gaze fell upon a photo frame on the table, containing an image of 5 people. The 5 stood atop a mountain peak, each face radiating pride. The backdrop was not scenic beauty, but a terrifying colossal beast. Those with discerning eyes would recognize it as a war god-tier ghost beast. Among them, standing at the very center, was none other than Zhang Feng. "Linner, you have ultimately chosen the path of the martial artist. You seek to compete. Though I cannot protect you at your side, I will not let you fall behind others." Zhang Feng's eyes glowed red as he murmured to himself. He lifted the frame again, prying it open to reveal a slip of paper inside. Unfolding it revealed a string of numbers. Jiang Feng entered the numbers and composed a text message. Jingming, my son Jiang Lin possesses extraordinary talent. I humbly request your guidance. Jiang Feng. After sending the message, Jiang Feng slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was waiting for the entries to refresh. At 12 o'clock, new entries appeared and the refresh count reset. In that instant, Jiang Lin suddenly felt his consciousness growing hazy. The Einstein entry vanished, and with it, the boost it provided disappeared. Fortunately, everything he had learned before remained intact. Entry refresh. Today's entry is 2-star entry, breath concealment. Hide presence allows one to conceal their aura to a certain degree, evading detection. Nice, but not needed for now. Jiang Lin kept refreshing, but this time he couldn't be as carefree. His remaining source stones were dwindling. If he could refresh out the golden pupil, that would be ideal. If not, he'd have to sell the rare source stones he'd saved earlier. Refresh for a 3-star healing attribute. Jiang Lin kept selecting refresh. After the 30th refresh, he had no choice but to stop. His source stones were limited, and he couldn't continue refreshing. Current attribute, hardened armor. 2-star entry, hardened armor generates a layer of energy armor to block one lethal attack. Normally, this hardened armor entry would be quite good. But Jiang Lin didn't need it right now. One last try. Jiang Lin sighed in resignation and refreshed again. Refresh successful. Current slot, 3-star slot, Treasure Hunter. Chapter 9, Everyone Moves. Current entry, Treasure Hunter. Treasure Hunter can sense the direction of hidden treasures in the world, can foresee the arrival of treasures. When approaching a treasure, triggers a treasure-seeking mechanism, allowing temporary concealment of one's presence. Jiang Lin sucked in a sharp breath. This is great. Treasure Hunter, what an awesome entry. This is the one. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. If he found treasure, he wouldn't need to worry about passing the provincial exams. Treasure Hunter alert, located at 3 o'clock from your current position, 20 kilometers away. In 3 hours, a treasure will appear. Please retrieve it promptly. The system's plain, unadorned voice chimed in. Treasure? Awesome. It's already happening this fast. Who needs sleep? Let's go treasure hunting. Jiang Lin had been feeling sleepy, but now he was wide awake. After a quick pack, Jiang Lin set off. 3 o'clock direction, 20 kilometers, it's Sanglong Mountain. Pulling out his map, Jiang Lin confirmed the location and hailed a cab to head there. Sanglong Mountain was a wild, untamed forest. Rumor had it that wild bears and other large animals had once been spotted there. Of course, such creatures likely no longer existed there. Even if they did, they'd have been corrupted by the elements of oblivion into ghost beasts, joining the ranks of the ghost beast clan. In the cab, the driver was a young man. Young man, what brings you to Sanglong Mountain in the dead of night? There's nothing there, and it's pretty spooky this late, the driver asked with a chuckle. Just some business. Jiang Lin smiled. I'm warning you, don't go up that mountain at night. 2 people have died there recently. Nothing is more important than your life. The driver shook his head and said no more. 2 deaths in a row. Jiang Lin muttered to himself. It seemed this mission was getting dangerous. If things go wrong, abandon the treasure. Meanwhile, various factions across Linjiang City had also learned of the treasure's arrival through special channels. Yuching Technology Group's lobby. Nearly 100 people filled the lobby. Moreover, each of these individuals possessed formidable strength, all being warrior-level martial artists. You've been urgently summoned here for a major matter. According to the latest intelligence from above, a supreme treasure is about to manifest on Sanglong Mountain. This treasure is of utmost importance. The chairman has declared that whoever secures it will be rewarded with 10,000 gene of source crystals. From a high platform, a Yuching technology leader possessing strength at the 9th layer of the War General realm declared. In another corner of Linjiang City, Wangshe Technology Group. Here too, powerful figures gathered in abundance. Even Wang Jiyun, chairman of the Wine Group, had arrived. Wang Jiyun, a renowned figure throughout Linjiang City, possessed strength at the threshold of the War King tier. Father, I request to participate in this treasure contest. Wan Lifeng stepped forward and demanded coldly. This was a young man of extraordinary bearing, his eyes deep and abyssal like pools of water. Standing ramrod straight, he carried himself like a soldier hardened by battle. An innate pride radiated from his entire being, a quality deeply intertwined with his extraordinary talent. Had Jiang Lin been present, he would have recognized Wang Lifeng as one of Linjiang Middle School students and one of his fiercest rivals in the race for the province's top 3 spots. Fine. This time, I'll broaden your horizons. If we can get our hands on this treasure, even if it doesn't help me break through to the War King tier, it'll at least put those bastards at Divine Fish Tech in their place. Wang Jiyun smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. Xinyu Technology Group, Linjiang. In a similar scene, Xinyu Group Chairman Yu Mozhan led his team out. At the rear of the group, a girl with a high ponytail jogged to keep pace. Her eyes sparkled with moisture, her porcelain skin radiant, and traces of youthful innocence lingered. Though clad in loose athletic wear, her curvaceous figure couldn't be concealed. Compared to others, she seemed to exist on a different plane entirely, radiating the vibrant energy and beauty of youth. Amidst the bustling crowds of Linjiang City, people streamed toward Sanglong Mountain. Sanglong Mountain. Jiang Lin was among the earliest arrivals. Outside the small village at the foot of Sanglong Mountain, cars pulled up one after another. Holy, why are there suddenly so many cars here? Jiang Lin, who had been lying low outside the village, saw the cars pulling up and was so startled he immediately retreated a good distance to the other side of the mountain before stopping. Aren't those people from Yualong Technology Group? What are they doing at Sanglong Mountain in the middle of the night? Could they also know that a supreme treasure will descend tonight? Jiang Lin frowned deeply, then thought, I killed Sun Lu. Are these bastards here to arrest me? Surely not. If they really were here to arrest him, he was finished. This group was fierce and aggressive, with the weakest among them being at least second or third tier warriors. There was no escaping them. However, Jiang Lin's thoughts were quickly interrupted. On other streets in the village, more vehicles pulled up. Alright, case closed. These guys definitely know a treasure is descending on Sanglong Mountain. Yualong Tech, Xinyu Tech, Wangshu Tech, all top-tier corporations and major powers in Linjiang City, even Yunjiang Province. Plus, they've got War King-level martial artists stationed there. Jiang Lin was about to leave, but certain considerations held him back, like how in the novels he'd read, major factions would engage in deadly battles only for minor characters to snatch the treasures in the end. Thinking this way, he realized he was that minor player. Comparing himself to them, his odds of snagging the treasure skyrocketed. Various factions began ascending the mountain, scouting locations, and waiting quietly for the treasure to appear. Jiang Lin disguised himself slightly, donning a hat and mask, and quietly made his way up the mountain too. Hey, buddy, wearing a mask in the middle of the night? You're here to take advantage of the chaos too, huh? Just as Jiang Lin found a suitable spot to hide, a light, floating voice drifted over. It was incredibly close, only a few meters away. Holy, you're a ghost. Startled, Jiang Lin scrambled backward a few steps. Looking toward the voice, he saw a boy as thin as a stick. Against the darkness, he looked almost like a black person, save for his eyes, which were bright and shifty. What the hell? Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Those guys from Xinyu Tech don't blink an eye at killing people. If we get caught, we're done for. The skinny, dark-skinned youth hurriedly shushed him, glancing around furtively like a thief. Seeing no one approaching, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Lin sized up the dark-skinned youth. He looked about 17 or 18, a bit younger than Jiang Lin himself. No surprise, he was likely a martial artist too. The dark-skinned youth waved his hand slightly, displeased, and continued in a low voice, Hey, buddy, I've got a question. Do you know what type of treasure has descended this time? Chapter 10, The Treasure Appears. Jiang Lin shook his head slightly, unwilling to engage. Hey, give me 10 source crystals, and I'll tell you. The dark-skinned youth's eyes twinkled as he edged closer to Jiang Lin, grinning like a shrewd merchant. Jiang Lin took a step back, looking somewhat disgusted. What a bore. The dark-skinned youth shrugged listlessly, muttering to himself, I heard there's an astrologer in Jiangyun Province. This astrologer can divine past events and foretell the future, predicting when treasures will emerge. He's the one secretly spreading the news this time. An astrologer? Jiang Lin hadn't heard of such a formidable figure in the province. Hey, buddy, how about we team up? The dark-skinned youth asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let's face it, we're just ordinary people. Going it alone, we'll never stand a chance against these powerful factions and corporations. Why not team up? You don't seriously think they'll just let us slip through the cracks, do you? Cooperation? Not needed. Better spend that time figuring out how to snatch the treasure. Jiang Lin shot the skinny, dark-skinned youth a glance, then ignored him, turning to hide elsewhere. Sigh, another arrogant fool. Does he really think he's some novel protagonist who can take on major corporations and powerful factions single-handedly? Nothing in this world is that easy. Why won't anyone team up with me? The slender, dark-skinned youth sighed in frustration, crossing his arms and crouching down again. Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered with such nonsense. He had the treasure hunter skill to assist him. When approaching treasure, it triggered a treasure-seeking mechanism that temporarily concealed his presence. With this special ability, his chances of securing the treasure multiplied dozens of times over. Collaborating with others? Completely unnecessary. Quite a crowd gathered today. Within the territory of divine fish technology, Yumosen scanned the entire Sanglong Mountain and couldn't help but smile. As the chairman of divine fish technology, he was just one step away from reaching the War King tier, and the opportunity to do so lay within today's battle. That old codger, still dreaming of reaching the War King tier at 70 or 80. Yumashin's piercing gaze cut through the dense woodland, fixing on the direction of Wangshu technology. Yualong Tech, Tianlin Tech, Feiyang Tech. None of them were worth worrying about. Only that old codger Wang Jiyun from Wangshu Tech was a stubborn roadblock. In the distance, Wang Jiyun, chairman of Wangsher Technology, seemed to sense something as well. He glanced in Yu Mashin's direction, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Beside him, Wang Lifeng yawned, sounding weary. Dad, why hasn't this treasure appeared yet? Could that astrologer be tricking us? Oomph. What kind of person is an astrologer? His words have never been wrong. Just wait a bit longer. That old codger Yu Moshan is still waiting too. What's the rush? Wang Ziyun sneered coldly. In the distance, Jiang Lin finally found a prime spot for treasure hunting. It was perched on a corner of Tsanglong Mountain's summit. From here, one could overlook the entire Tsanglong Mountain. And it was also the designated sensing point where treasure hunters could detect the emergence of treasures. However, members of major factions and powerful individuals from all corners had also ascended the mountain. Everyone present was crouched at a specific spot, waiting for treasures to appear. This battle for the treasure is bound to be fierce. 3 hours 2.5 have already passed. The treasure should emerge shortly. Will it truly fall from the heavens, or appear through other means? Jiang Lin calculated the time while surveying his surroundings. Should the treasure hunt fail, how would he escape the chaos? And if he secured the treasure, how would he evade the ensuing danger? Time ticked away, second by second. Every person present felt an intense tension in their hearts. On the shadowy side of Tsanglong Mountain, on the trunk of a wild peach tree, the lean, dark-skinned youth who had spoken to Jiang Lin earlier lay sprawled with his legs dangling. Ugh, it's been over an hour already. Why hasn't this treasure appeared yet? I'm so sleepy. As the boy's legs swung, the peach tree trunk creaked and groaned. So sleepy. I'll just doze off for a bit. Sleepiness washed over the boy and his eyes slowly closed. Above his head, a single green-skinned peach hung silently. This wild peach tree bore only this one fruit. Woo woo woo. The slender, dark-skinned youth fell asleep, snoring softly as he rolled over. On the tree, the green-skinned peach suddenly rippled. From beneath its skin, thin crimson threads gradually seeped out, spreading rapidly like ripples. The peach's greenish-blue hue faded visibly, transforming into a deep, dull purple. It grew increasingly dense, oozing threads of golden-red liquid. Bathed in moonlight, the peach finally transformed into a translucent, blood-red fruit. The blood-gold fruit swayed slightly. Thud, and fell, striking the chest of the lean, dark-skinned youth. The slender, dark-skinned youth was fast asleep, mumbling groggily, "What the hell is this crap?" He raised his hand and flung the fruit away. Whoosh! The blood-gold fruit arced through the air, landing precisely between two branches. Instantly, a blinding golden light erupted, illuminating the entire mountain forest as bright as day. Holy, is it morning already? The dark-skinned youth was jolted awake by the blinding light. He immediately looked toward its source and instantly understood, his excitement boiling over. Holy crap, this is a blood-gold fruit. The blood-gold fruit, a supreme treasure. Legend had it that 50 years ago, an ordinary man had consumed one. His blood turned to gold, propelling him directly to the War King tier. His physique and spirit far surpassed those of peers at the same level. He later ascended to War Emperor, only to perish tragically in the Battle of Sea City. The skinny, dark-skinned youth leapt down from the peach tree and snatched the blood-gold fruit. It's the blood-gold fruit. Not far away, Jiang Lin was startled into action, ready to rush forward, but his foot froze mid-step. Damn it! Someone already grabbed the blood-gold fruit. What's there to fight over? The treasure just spawned right at someone's feet. Acting rashly now to seize it would only draw unwanted attention. It's the blood-gold fruit. Several war general-level martial artists charged from afar. Kid, hand over the blood-gold fruit, or we won't leave you a whole corpse. Elsewhere on Tsanglong Mountain, others were similarly alerted. A treasure has descended. Someone roared, immediately heading toward the shaded side of Tsanglong Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another soared into the sky, leaping over treetops as they charged forward. One was Yu Moshan of Divine Fish Technology Group. One was Wang Jiyun of Wangsher Technology Group. One was Zhou Yulin of Tianlin Technology Group. And one was Xue Feiyang of Feiyang Technology Group. 4 martial artists at the threshold of the War King realm. Damn it, they can't fly. In the distance, the CEO of Yuelong Technology roared in fury. Only those who reach the War King tier can achieve brief flight. Even though he was at the 9th layer of War General, that half-tier gap made a world of difference. Move! Hurry over! Shouts rang out from the mountain's base as wave after wave of people charged upward. Though 4 quasi-war kings were present, they weren't invincible. With enough numbers, chaos and opportunism could overwhelm even quasi-war kings. So many people. The skinny, dark-skinned youth had never seen such a scene before. Terrified, he immediately tossed the blood-gold fruit away. I don't want it. Don't kill me. A mere level 9 warrior risking his life against a horde of war generals? The moment the blood-gold fruit left the slender, dark-skinned youth's hand, the ground suddenly began to violently tremble. Chapter 11, Golden Cicada Larva. Crushed stones exploded outward with a bang. A dark shadow burst through the earth and shot skyward, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It was a cicada monkey commonly known as a cicada, horse cicada, or turtle cicada. It's the ghost beast guarding the fruit. The skinny, dark-skinned youth was so terrified his legs went weak. He scrambled backward in panic, afraid the cicada monkey might swallow him whole in one gulp. It's a golden cicada larva. Jiang Lin also retreated swiftly, daring not to confront it head-on. According to the Ghost Beast Compendium, this golden cicada larva possessed quasi-war king level power at birth. Upon evolving into a golden cicada, it could ascend to the war emperor tier, a truly terrifying ghost beast. After waiting 30 years for this opportunity, no one will take it from me. This cicada monkey was enormous, as fierce as a tiger. Its 6 spiked legs flailed wildly as its entire body leapt forward, pinning the golden blood fruit. Its sharp mouthparts were about to swallow it whole. Never expected such a ghostly creature lurking here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several air blades flew toward the cicada monkey. 4 quasi-war kings had arrived. Get out of the way. The cicada monkey roared in fury, but it was futile. Only a true war king could withstand the combined assault of 4. The cicada monkey had no choice but to leap backward. Blood gold fruit. Yumashin's lips curled upward as he immediately charged forward. It's mine. Wang Zhiyun and the others naturally wouldn't let Yumoshan snatch the blood gold fruit. Get lost. The cicada monkey roared from its mouth, its massive body charging toward the 4. 4 humans and 1 cicada monkey instantly erupted into battle. At that moment, someone quietly approached the blood gold fruit, only to be kicked flying by the cicada monkey. What a bunch of useless trash. 4 quasi-war kings can't even handle a golden cicada cub. Watching the evenly matched battle, Jiang Lin grew impatient. Just as everyone was strategizing how to seize the blood gold fruit, it vanished. Yes, it vanished without a trace. Someone stole it using invisibility magic. Someone exclaimed, grinding their teeth in frustration. Unbelievable, they'd actually developed an invisibility spell, a technique that defied the heavens. Among the Wang tech personnel, Wang Lifeng's eyes flashed crimson. His gaze darted around the area, catching a blurred figure clutching the blood gold fruit. He roared, the one using invisibility is over there. Quick! Quick! Stop him! Where? Where? I can't see him. Idiots! 50 meters away, at 4 o'clock. Wang Lifeng stomped his foot in frustration. If the stealth user weren't a war general level opponent, he would have already attacked. If this bunch of idiots kept messing around, the blood gold fruit would be lost for good. Yumoshan and the others were also frantic. Fortunately, at the critical moment, each displayed their unique abilities, temporarily evading the cicada monkey's attacks. Wang Zhiyun casually flicked out a powerful beam, striking the invisible figure. The invisibility effect vanished instantly, revealing the figure before everyone's eyes. Damn it! No one steals this. The cicada monkey roared furiously, its aura surging several-fold. A crimson aura rapidly expanded from its body, nearly enveloping the entire Tsanglong mountain. Every living thing within its reach was instantly cowed by the overwhelming pressure. In that instant, everyone present felt an icy chill permeate their bodies, their movements drastically slowed. It's the golden cicada's domain. This thing is truly enraged, even if it means draining its essence blood to activate its domain, it will trap us here. A chill crept into Yumosan's heart. This golden cicada was indeed troublesome, even in its juvenile stage. Seizing the opportunity, the cicada monkey darted forward with lightning speed, closing in on the blood gold fruit. Yet Yumoshan and his 3 companions weren't pushovers, each a quasi-war king in their own right. They unleashed their formidable powers, instantly slowing the cicada monkey's advance. Go! All of you, hold this beast back. The war general level martial artists present sprang into action, rushing forward to halt the cicada monkey's advance. All together now. Retrieve that blood gold fruit. Wang Lifeng and the group of warrior level fighters flashed a hint of excitement. Finally, their chance to prove themselves had arrived. Chaos erupted instantly. The air filled with the cicada monkey's frantic screeches and the clashes between rival factions, punctuated by crackling explosions. Amidst the pandemonium, a level 1 war general snatched the blood gold fruit. Die! Before the first-ranked general could celebrate, he was struck dead by a flying debris. Ultimately, Wang Lifeng secured the blood gold fruit and slowly retreated from the fray under the cover of his fellow generals. Yet the factions refused to let it go, igniting another fierce battle. Boom! The blood gold fruit was knocked flying. Perfect opportunity. Jiang Lin's figure flickered. Empowered by his innate skill Swift Shadow, he moved faster than ordinary generals despite being confined within the cicada monkey's domain. Who dares challenge me? Wang Lifeng roared, swiftly closing in on the blood gold fruit under cover. But a flash of wind streaked past his vision, and when he looked again, the fruit was gone. Even the figure that had flashed by vanished without a trace. Just moments ago, when Jiang Lin touched the blood gold fruit, the treasure seeker's treasure-seeking assistant device activated, briefly cloaking his form. Someone used invisibility to take the blood gold fruit. But that stealth user was already dead. How could another one appear? Has stealth magic become so commonplace now? Those present cursed in fury. Scorch the illusion. Wang Lifeng activated his secret technique, his pupils flashing crimson once more as he scanned the vicinity. Unfortunately, this time he failed to detect the hidden figure's trail. Damn it! Yuching and the others had exhausted every possible method. SSSSH. In the distance, the cicada monkey erupted once more. The golden blood fruit had been stolen. If he didn't give his all now, he would never have another chance to advance in this lifetime. The cicada monkey broke through the encirclement of the 4 quasi-war kings and raced toward the mountain's base. Follow that demon beast. That man's heading for the mountain's base. Yumozhan and the others barked coldly, following the cicada monkey down the mountain as they pursued Jiang Lin's trail. What kind of ability does this demon beast possess? It can actually track my movements. Before Jiang Lin could escape the mountain, his figure gradually reappeared. He couldn't help but curse, this treasure hunter's stealth mechanism is utterly useless. It lasted less than a minute. He'd expected the cloaking to last several minutes, yet it faded in mere seconds. A mere level 5 warrior dares to steal the blood gold fruit. Everyone present was furious. What kind of trash thinks it can take advantage of the chaos? SSSSH. The cicada monkey let out a furious howl, bloodlight streaming from its pupils. In that instant, the cicada monkey's power surged to near War King level. With no other choice, the 4 quasi-war kings had to intercept the enraged cicada monkey first. Even the generals present rushed over to help fend off the cicada monkey. This greatly eased the pressure on Jiang Lin. Yet, numerous low-level generals and warriors still attacked from all directions. Kid, hand over the blood gold fruit. A figure as swift as a ghost instantly caught up to Jiang Lin. This was Zhao Wu, a warrior-level martial artist from Yuelong Technology. Get lost! Jiang Lin roared, spinning to unleash the heavenly lion fist. Humph! Zhao Wu was slightly startled, but he swung a fist in return. The opponent was merely a level 5 warrior. Yet he unleashed such a devastating blow. Boom! Source energy ripples surged. Zhao Wu stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. But Jiang Lin stumbled backward several steps. You all want the blood gold fruit? Then I'll grant your wish. Seeing more and more pursuers closing in, Jiang Lin gritted his teeth. There was no time for hesitation. He split the blood gold fruit cleanly into 4 pieces and hurled them in different directions. How dare you destroy such a treasure, roared the present powerhouses. Yet they had no time to reprimand Jiang Lin further, turning instead to chase after the discarded blood gold fruits. You lot go grab the other 3 pieces of the blood gold fruit. I'll deal with this brat. Wang Lifeng waved his hand, signaling his group to seize the 3 pieces while he blocked Jiang Lin's path. The other groups complied. Ultimately, those left behind were Yuching from Divine Fish Tech, Zhouyu from Celestial Dragon Tech, Xueqingqing from Soaring Tech, and Zhaoing from Dragon Ascendant Tech. All present were young martial artists barely past 20 years of age. Ha! 2 level 6 warriors, 1 level 5, and 2 level 4s. Coming after my stuff with this lineup? You really think highly of me. Jiang Lin's flesh trembled violently. These 5 before him posed a grave threat to his very life. Chapter 12, Heavy Losses. Oomph. To dare come here and try to take advantage of the chaos, you've got some nerve. Wang Lifeng sneered coldly, his form shifting as he charged toward Jiang Lin. With just you? Jiang Lin sneered disdainfully. Source energy surged around him as the illusory form of a mighty lion materialized behind his back. He met the attack head-on with a single punch. Boom! A shockwave erupted, sending Wang Lifeng flying backward. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Lifeng's mouth. One punch had defeated Wang Lifeng. Evidently, the opponent's strength, stamina, and martial skills all surpassed Wang Lifeng's. Impressive. Zhouyu of Tianlin Tech and Xueqingqing of Feiyan Tech struck simultaneously, instantly locking Jiang Lin in combat. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Celestial Lion Fist. Jiang Lin moved with blinding speed, sending both opponents reeling back several steps with a single punch. With skills like that, don't even bother trying to take me on. Jiang Lin snorted coldly, turning and sprinting toward the mountain's base. Yet Yuching and the others failed to pursue. Think you can escape? You won't get away. The foot of the mountain is swarming with our men. Wang Lifeng seemed unfazed by the situation, instead letting out a cold laugh. One by one, figures emerged from vehicles at the mountain's base, encircling Sanglong Mountain so tightly there was barely room to breathe. The major corporations had anticipated opportunists trying to take advantage of the chaos and had prepared long ago. This is bad. Jiang Lin's brows furrowed tightly. This time, he had truly acted impulsively. One wrong choice, and his life was now in jeopardy. Is this a fight to the death? Jiang Lin clenched his fists tightly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. It was the cicada monkey. The gibbon had obtained a blood gold fruit and devoured it. The gibbon began its evolution. To obtain the remaining blood gold fruits, the lungor accelerated its evolution. Its entire body convulsed violently. Beneath its gray-black carapace, an eerie red glow flares. Crack! The cicada monkey's spine suddenly arches, emitting a crisp cracking sound as bones shift out of place. Snap! Golden liquid oozed out, solidifying in midair into translucent cicada wings. Whoosh, 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 more and more golden liquid flew out, falling into the cicada wings. As the last glimmer of gold vanished into the wings, the true form of the golden cicada manifested, a 30-foot-tall colossus crashing to the ground with a deafening screech. Its terrifying might snap trees clean in half wherever it passed. Its blood-red compound eyes scanned the surroundings, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. This cicada monkey had completed its evolution using only a quarter of the blood gold fruit. Retreat! Yumosen spun and fled, swiftly reaching his daughter Yuching. Grabbing her, he flew toward the mountain's base. Every second delayed meant mortal peril. Die, all of you, the golden cicada roared. Had he consumed an entire golden blood fruit, he might have evolved into a 6-winged golden cicada. Alas, having devoured only a fragment of the blood fruit, completing his evolution was already an extraordinary feat, yet the cost remained devastating. For now, he could only devour the flesh and blood of source martial artists to replenish his nutrients. Run! The hundreds on Sanglong Mountain scattered in panic. Forget the blood gold fruit, survival was all that mattered now. Being targeted by the golden cicada meant certain death. Put! A level 9 war general, slightly slower than the rest, had his entire body drained of blood by the golden cicada's sharp mouthparts, turning him into a withered, gray corpse. Help! Bodies lay strewn across the ground. Wang Jiyun, Zhou Yulin, and the others were terrified out of their wits. A golden cicada at the War King tier, even 100 quasi-war kings couldn't defeat it. Put! The CEO of Yuelong Group was a split second too slow. The golden cicada's wings sliced through him, severing him cleanly at the waist. His blood gushed like a torrent, pouring into the beast's body. The golden cicada's aura surged even higher. No one dared to stay behind. No one dared to challenge the golden cicada. Hiss! Don't even think about running. The golden cicada swiftly locked onto the 4 quasi-war kings Yumosen, Wang Jiyun, Zhou Yulin, and Xue Feiyang. With a flap of its wings, it caught up to Yumosen. Qingyue, go first. Yumosen, numb with fear, flung Yuching away, slamming her into a warrior's body to use as a buffer. Thud! This action gave the golden cicada an opening. Its wings flashed, nearly cleaving Yumosen in two, but Yumosen lost an arm in the exchange. Fortunately, Yumosen channeled his vital essence, activating the swift shadow secret art to flee. But Wang Jiyun and the others weren't so fortunate. After the chaotic battle, both Zhou Yulin and Xue Feiyang, 2 quasi-war kings, fell in combat. Wang Jiyun fared slightly better, escaping Sanglong Mountain at the cost of severe injuries. Squeak! The golden cicada erupted in a deafening, earth-shaking cry. Warriors deep within Sanglong Mountain felt excruciating headaches. Already confined by the golden cicada's domain, they were now tormented by its sonic waves. Their minds teetered on the brink of collapse as they collapsed to their knees, bodies utterly unresponsive. Helpless, they could only watch as the golden cicada descended upon them. Within a single minute, over 100 warriors perished at the golden cicada's jaws. The golden cicada's flight speed surpassed even that of ordinary war kings. No one could escape its pursuit. Golden cicada, slaughtering indiscriminately. Is this what a true war king is? How could it be this powerful? Jiang Lin received no special treatment either, lying motionless on the ground. Pure sound flute. At the critical moment, Yuching drew a flute from her bosom and blew softly. Instantly, those who heard the melody felt their spirits surge, their minds clearing. No longer affected by the golden cicada's sonic waves, they regained some strength to move. Wang Ziyun and the others rejoiced and immediately fled. Jiang Lin also regained some strength, rising to his feet and sprinting toward the mountain's base. Help me! Blood trickled from Yuching's lips. Clearly, using the flute had taken a heavy toll on her, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through the golden cicada's sonic barrier. Qingyue, wait for me. I'll find reinforcements at home and come back to rescue you. Wang Jiyun heard her plea and glanced back at Yuching with reluctance, but his pace down the mountain quickened. Qingyue, good luck. As for Xueqingqing, Zhaoying, and Zhouyu, they didn't even glance back. With a casual farewell, they vanished in a flash. Yuching gritted her teeth and turned her pleading gaze toward Jiang Lin. I'm sorry. Jiang Lin hesitated for half a second before walking away. Just as Yuching watched helplessly as the golden cicada charged toward her, a Xinyu Technologies executive collided with her, knocking her flying. The executive himself was severed by the cicada's blade. Thank! Yuching struggled to her feet and staggered down the mountain. Fortunately, her luck held out, and she narrowly escaped the golden cicada's deadly strike. As for the remaining martial artists on Sanglong Mountain, they were reduced to desiccated corpses. When nearly all were dead, a figure soared in from the distance. He stood with hands behind his back, surveying the entire Sanglong Mountain. If Jiang Lin were here, he would certainly recognize this man. It was none other than Wei Yuhua, the director of the Martial Arts Bureau of Linjian City. Chapter 13, Yuching. Sanglong Mountain lay strewn with corpses. A foul stench permeated the air, thick with decay. Even the sturdy, towering trees had withered away. Ah, excellent, excellent. This golden cicada has absorbed ample source energy and vital blood essence. Refining it into medicine yields remarkable results. Remarkable indeed. Wei Yuhua's lips curled upward, his amusement impossible to conceal. Glancing at the desiccated corpses, he remarked indifferently, a pity so many perished. Squeak! The golden cicada also sensed this sudden, formidable foe. The opponent's strength far surpassed that of the previous four. In fact, even all the people who had entered Sanglong Mountain combined were not worth a single hair on this man's body. Wretched beast! How dare you slaughter so many of my Linjiang citizens? If I fail to slay you, I'd be ashamed to hold the position of Martial Bureau Director. Surrender now! Wei Yuhua's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an icy glare. With a swift step, Wei Yuhua charged toward Golden Cicada. This battle roused those resting within miles. Word spread, a ferocious beast, the Golden Cicada, had appeared on Sanglong Mountain. In the hour of peril, Director Wei had stepped forward. In a corner of a village near Sanglong Mountain, Jiang Lin clutched his chest, staggering against the wall. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding wildly, his nerves stretched to the limit. Amidst the chaos, someone had launched a sneak attack, further weakening Jiang Lin's already frail body. Had it not been for his formidable willpower, he would have fainted. Jiang Lin recognized the assailants, Wang Lifeng and Xiaoxen from Yuelong Technology. He would remember this. One day, he would exact his revenge. But for now, his priority was restoring his body. Just as Jiang Lin drew out the source crystal to begin refining it, faint footsteps echoed nearby. This sent a wave of panic through his already frayed nerves. Summoning his last reserves of source energy, he fixed his gaze on the direction of the sound, steeled for a desperate fight. Cough cough. A faint cough echoed. A girl in athletic wear slowly approached, leaning against the wall for support. Covered in mud and bloodstains, her deathly pale face revealed her dire condition. It's her. Jiang Lin was slightly startled. This woman was none other than Yuching, who had just played the clear sound flute, saving everyone from disaster. Earlier, she had pleaded for Jiang Lin's help, but he had ignored her completely. Unexpectedly, this woman possessed such formidable skills that she could escape from Jin Chan's grasp even while gravely wounded. It's you! Yuching also noticed Jiang Lin in the corner. She took a step back, her gaze fixed on him with caution, fearing he might suddenly attack. Seeing Yuching's weakened state, Jiang Lin's heart stirred. As the daughter of Yu Mozhen, director of Divine Fish Technology, Yuching must possess invaluable treasures, perhaps even vast quantities of source crystals. Killing her would yield immense rewards. True, she had saved his life by playing the clear sound flute, but she had also joined forces with Wang Lifeng and the others to hunt him down. In a way, they were even. Moreover, if she died here, it would only be attributed to Jin Chan's doing. As if sensing the murderous intent in Jiang Lin's eyes, Yuching slowly straightened her posture. Summoning the last remnants of source energy within her, she locked eyes with Jiang Lin. If she guessed correctly, Jiang Lin still possessed a blood gold fruit. Though Jiang Lin was no pushover, she was confident she could slay him in a real fight. Even gravely wounded now, she still possessed offensive capabilities. The two locked eyes for a long moment before striking simultaneously the next second. A fist and a palm struck out with deadly precision. Boom! Jiang Lin stumbled back 3 steps. In contrast, Yuching only took 1 step back. Wearing a mask late at night, acting all mysterious like some sneaky rat. Let me see what you look like. Yuching chuckled lightly and launched another attack. With you? Jiang Lin sneered coldly, a lion's phantom emerging behind him as he met the attack with a fist. Yuching snorted lightly, her palm energy coalescing into a sphere. The two collided head-on. What overwhelming power! No wonder Wang Lifeng couldn't stand against you. Yuching's pupils narrowed slightly. Her arm ached from the shockwave. She surmised this martial technique was far beyond the level of a warrior. You're overestimating yourself. Jiang Lin's figure flickered, flipping behind Yuching. He slammed a heavy palm into her back, sending shockwaves rolling with a thunderous roar. Boom! The fabric on her back shattered, sending her crashing face first toward the ground. Spurt! Blood mixed with mud and wood splinters spilled from the corner of Yuching's mouth. Staring at Yuching's snow-white back, Jiang Lin paused only briefly before clenching his fist and charging forward again. His attack was devastatingly powerful, striking while she was vulnerable to finish her off. Wait! I'll give you everything I have, don't kill me! Without time to wipe the blood from her lips, Yuching frantically pulled out the clear sound flute and the source stone ring. Kill you? Then everything's mine. Jiang Lin's momentum remained unbroken. This punch would be fatal, even for a level 6 warrior like Yuching. In her panic, Yuching raised the clear sound flute to shield herself. Boom! Source energy surged. The clear sound flute was knocked flying by the punch. The source stone ring in Yuching's hand fell to the ground as she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Still alive? Just as Jiang Lin prepared to strike again, he suddenly found his legs refusing to obey him. What's happening? Jiang Lin panicked, only to find 3 silver needles had appeared on his legs. These 3 silver needles restricted his movement, paralyzing his legs. I'll remember this. Yuching shot Jiang Lin a fierce glare. Without pausing to retrieve the clear sound flute or the source stone ring, she limped toward the village entrance. The paralysis from the needles could wear off at any moment. She couldn't afford to delay even a second. The moment the needles lost their effect, Jiang Lin scooped up the clear sound flute and the source stone ring. He gave chase in the direction Yuching had fled, but she was already nowhere to be seen. Only reinforcements from various factions had arrived on the scene. Damn it, she got lucky. Jiang Lin wasted no time, disappearing down the path. As he departed, Jiang Lin faintly heard the agonized screams of the golden cicada echoing from within Sanglong Mountain. He jogged along until the area finally cleared of people. Jiang Lin sat down on the ground to recover his stamina. Not a bad haul this time. Though I didn't get the whole blood gold fruit, even a quarter of it is worth a fortune. Maybe it can help cure Dad's leg injury. Jiang Lin wrapped the blood gold fruit in his arms and tucked it into his pocket. As for this clear sound flute, it can resist sonic attacks and even affect one's mind. It's a pretty decent magical artifact. Jiang Lin wiped the flute's mouthpiece with his hand and sniffed it. Still detecting an odd smell, he decided to just stash it in his pocket for now. 1,000 gene of source crystals. For a woman who's supposedly the heiress of divine fish technology to carry so little source crystals is downright shameful for her status. Still, it's better than nothing. After resting for half an hour, Jiang Lin finally felt somewhat recovered. Best head back and rest properly. He waited a long time on the road. Until finally a taxi passed by. The moment he got in, he heard the taxi driver exclaim, "Young man, have you heard? A top-tier Battle King level ghost beast appeared at Sanglong Mountain, killing hundreds of people. It's causing quite a stir, absolutely terrifying. But guess what happened in the end?" Chapter 14, Reunion with Yuching. What happened in the end? Jiang Lin also wanted to know what happened to Jin Chan in the end. In the end, Director Wei of our Linjiang city made an appearance. Director Wei is our city's top-tier War King level martial artist. He stepped into the void and finished off that vicious ghost beast with just a few punches and kicks. Listening to the driver recount the tale with great enthusiasm, Jiang Lin sensed something was very off. But delving deeper into this matter would likely lead nowhere. It was pointless to dwell on it. Upon returning home, Jiang Lin saw the light on in Zhang Feng's room. But when he went to check again, it was already dark. Barely half an hour after settling in for rest, a new treasure location appeared. Treasure hunter alert, located 50 kilometers at 8 o'clock from your current position. Retrieve treasure promptly. The system's voice echoed in his ears, leaving Jiang Lin unable to rest properly. Got a job. Resignedly, Jiang Lin got up and headed for the treasure spot. He hailed a taxi along the way. The treasure spot was Jingxin Lake. This time, there was no obstruction, no danger whatsoever. Jiang Lin discovered a rare metal by the lakeside. This metal took the form of an irregular disc, radiating a crimson gold hue even more captivating than pure gold. It weighed about 3 gene and felt warm to the touch. According to ancient texts, this metal was known as Minghuang Crimson Gold, one of the materials used to forge imperial weapons. These weapons were exclusive to war emperors, and wielding one could at least double a warrior's combat power. They were exceedingly rare and precious. Across the entire Huagua, only 10 imperial weapons exist today. As for divine artifacts, there was only one and it had been destroyed during the battle at the Sea City. Next, Jiang Lin discovered several more items of immense value. The clock struck 8 in the evening. Jiang Lin had been on the move all day. His heart was already weary. But the system alerted him again a treasure site lay nearby. Xinhua bookstore? Jiang Lin followed the guidance and arrived at the bookstore entrance. The scent of fresh ink and new books wafted out from within. What could possibly be interesting in this Xinhua bookstore? Besides textbooks, science books, and novels, what treasures could it hold? Curious, Jiang Lin stepped inside and browsed the shelves, finding nothing remarkable. Just as Jiang Lin thought the location might be wrong, a store clerk emerged from the warehouse carrying a box of books. The books inside were covered in dust, some warped from being crushed, pages stuck together. Mold had grown on them from dampness, giving off a foul, musty stench. He could even see grains of mouse droppings slowly falling from the bottom of the box. When did the warehouse get so full of junk books? If we don't clean this up soon, it'll become the rat's private hideout, the clerk grumbled resentfully, dumping the damaged books out into the sunlight. Clearly, they didn't want them anymore. May I take a look at these books? Excuse me, may I take a look at these books? As Jiang Lin asked, another voice inquired. It was a girl's voice, soft and gentle. Hearing this inquiry, Jiang Lin's body jerked violently. He turned his head slightly toward the source of the voice and was startled to see Yuching, the girl he had met several times before at dawn. Beside Yuching stood 2 other girls, both exceptionally beautiful. Yuching also turned her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. For some reason, this stranger before her seemed strangely familiar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man she had fought yesterday. But it was only a resemblance. Yuching dared not jump to conclusions. Seeing that Yuching hadn't recognized him, Jiang Lin took a deep breath, his heart finally settling. Thankfully, he changed his clothes this morning, otherwise, he would have been in trouble. There was no time for further thought. Jiang Lin had a premonition that the treasure hunt referred to was likely one of the books inside this box. Seizing the initiative, he quickly picked up the books one by one and began inspecting them. If it was a treasure, it must be different from ordinary books. Strangely, Yuching also began examining each volume one by one, as if she too knew that one of the books in this chest was the treasure. When only 3 books remained in the crate, Jiang Lin and Yuching both grabbed hold of a book simultaneously. Sorry, but I got to this one first. Yuching's voice was soft yet carried a hint of dominance. Jiang Lin didn't respond, afraid to speak. Earlier, they'd spoken at a distance, but now face to face, if Yuching recognized him, it would be disastrous, inevitable entanglement awaited. Facing Yuching's commanding gaze, Jiang Lin shook his head slightly. With a sudden tug, he pulled the old book free. Glancing through it casually, he walked to the front counter, purchased the book, and hurriedly left. He quickly disappeared into an alley, vanishing without a trace. What kind of person is this? Stealing without a word. Must be mentally ill, who knows, maybe he's mute. No manners whatsoever. Clearly from the slums. Several girls beside Yuching looked down on Jiang Lin's behavior, muttering complaints under their breath. It's fine. He took it, so he took it. It's not like it was anything special. Yuching smiled and shook her head. She had always enjoyed collecting old books and was curious to see what was inside them. She hadn't expected the incident that just happened. But why did she feel increasingly familiar with that man? Something's off. Yuching's beautiful eyes flickered. A kilometer away from the bookstore, Jiang Lin finally exhaled a hot breath. Living on edge like this was making him feel like he was aging prematurely. Fortunately, this trip proved quite fruitful. This old book was titled The Wave Stacking Force. It was a cultivation technique suited for warriors and generals. It was a unique physical cultivation technique that grew stronger through combat, becoming mightier with each battle. Once activated, each time the practitioner suffers damage from an enemy attack or deals damage to an enemy through an active strike, their next attack's damage increases proportionally. This boost can reach up to 10 times the original damage. The core principle of this technique lies in gradually igniting the latent source energy and power within the body through the intense stimulation of battle, granting explosive power surges in a short span. Similar to igniting vital essence for combat, but with far less physical toll on the body. Its defining feature is growing stronger with every strike. Excellent. Combined with the heavenly lion fist, it's absolutely perfect. Though this technique is quite difficult to cultivate. I'll wait until I roll the wisdom attribute before practicing it. Jiang Lin abandoned his treasure hunt and hailed a cab home. A day rich in gains, time to take stock. Qingyang Town, Jang family residence. Father, look at this. Jiang Lin beamed as he pulled out the small piece of blood gold fruit. Half a day had passed, yet the blood gold fruit showed no signs of withering. Instead, it continued to radiate powerful energy fluctuations. Merely inhaling its scent brought an immediate sense of profound comfort to the body. That scent, is it the blood gold fruit? Jiang Feng, a seasoned war god, recognized it instantly. Jiang Lin's face flushed with pride as he eagerly exclaimed, "That's right, father. Eat this blood gold fruit now. It might just heal your leg injury. Try it." Chapter 15, The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Eat it? Jiang Feng's face twisted into a bitter smile. Yes? Jiang Lin looked puzzled, not quite grasping the meaning. This blood gold fruit is a treasure with potent medicinal properties. Swallowing it whole would likely cause my body to explode given my current constitution. Jiang Feng chuckled and added, only the formidable physical and spiritual strength of a ghost beast could withstand the energy surge from this fruit. Oh? I completely forgot about that. Jiang Lin gave an embarrassed chuckle. A treasure of this caliber must be taken with milder herbs to be ingested safely. Yet to suppress the blood gold fruit's violent potency, one requires treasures of equal rank. Liner, this blood gold fruit isn't particularly effective for healing injuries. Its primary function remains enhancing strength and breaking through cultivation barriers. Rather than refining it into a healing medicine, combine it with other herbs to create a blood gold pill. Not only will it help you break through to the war general realm, but advancing to the war king realm will become significantly easier. Jiang Feng placed the blood gold fruit into a special wooden box and handed it to Jiang Lin. The blood gold fruit was indeed exceptional, a rare treasure. But rather than squander it on himself, it would be better to let his son advance further. He couldn't offer his son much substantial help. But he absolutely refused to hold him back. All right. Jiang Lin accepted the wooden box, but he wasn't about to give up so easily. After all, it was merely a combination of medicinal herbs, nothing unheard of in the world. With Jiang Lin's current wealth, while he couldn't afford top-tier treasures, ordinary ones were well within his reach. The rare source crystals extracted from the source stone using his golden pupil, along with several treasures recently discovered through his treasure hunter skill, were his confidence. You won't be attending school for a while. Get some rest early. Jiang Feng said no more, nor did he urge Jiang Lin to practice cultivation. Cultivation was inherently a path against the heavens, rushing it would only backfire. Got it. Jiang Lin nodded and turned to go back to his room to rest. 3 days had passed without a proper rest. This time, he was going to lie down properly. Early morning. Jiang Lin woke up. At this moment, the system had already refreshed with a new entry. Current entry, disguise. 2-star entry, disguise, allows you to freely alter your current appearance, but voice, strength, and spirit cannot be changed. Disguise? Jiang Lin smiled. This entry was perfect, no need to refresh at all. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Lin headed out. He headed straight for the provincial capital, Linchuan City. Only the provincial capital could possibly sell top-tier treasure medicines. Upon arriving in Linchuan City, Jiang Lin altered his appearance. After much deliberation, he chose a disguise resembling the top-tier celebrity Kuan Kuan. He also quickly styled his hair to match. Wow, it really looks like him. Tianji Treasure Pavilion. A place specializing in rare treasures. Rumor has it that the owner is just an ordinary person, but behind the scenes, a martial emperor-level warrior holds sway. Thus, no one dares cause trouble here regardless of appearance or status, all must behave with utmost respect. Just as Jiang Lin was about to enter, he sensed an invisible barrier blocking the doorway. Just then, the receptionist at the entrance stopped Jiang Lin. Hello, welcome to the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion. May I ask if you have a membership card for the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion? We operate on a membership system, and only members are permitted to enter the Treasure Pavilion for transactions. Membership system? Jiang Lin was taken aback. Yes. If you'd like to apply, I can escort you to the registration office. In the end, Jiang Lin spent 10 source crystals to become a member. Damn it, I haven't even done anything yet and already spent 10 source crystals. Upon entering the main hall, Jiang Lin realized the Tianji Treasure Pavilion was vastly larger than the one Beiwen Stone Shop in Linjiang City. The soaring ceiling revealed a total of 5 floors. The treasures displayed on the first floor alone were worth thousands of source crystals. Jiang Lin approached the front desk of the treasure pavilion, presenting a portion of the rare source crystals he had extracted from source stones. He explained, I wish to sell these source crystals. Might I speak with someone here about that? The receptionist, an exquisitely beautiful young woman, grew visibly excited upon seeing the source crystals in Jiang Lin's hand and his striking resemblance to Kuan Kuan. She promptly escorted him to the VIP lounge on the first floor, assuring him the manager would arrive shortly to handle the transaction. Moments later, the door opened. A young man wearing glasses entered, giving Jiang Lin a once-over. Was this the manager of Treasure Pavilion the receptionist mentioned? The young man appeared refined and scholarly, dressed in a well-fitted suit that made him look slightly slender. Yet he was so young that Jiang Lin couldn't help but wonder if he might even be a few years younger than himself. By normal logic, whenever Jiang Lin read about shops or pavilions in novels, the owners, managers, or proprietors were always old men or pot-bellied middle-aged guys. The young man stepped forward, extending his right hand. Hello, I'm Ji Yulong, manager of the first floor at Tianji Treasure Pavilion. You're here to sell source crystals, correct? Yes. Jiang Lin extended his hand, cutting straight to business. He retrieved several rare source crystals from his ring and laid them on the table. Scarlet Flame Crystal, Frost Soul Crystal, Purple Sky Crystal, Netherworld Crystal, Star Crystal. 5 source crystals in total, all extremely rare varieties. Excellent, excellent. What price are you looking to sell them for? Ji Yulong's eyes lit up as he examined the crystals on the table. He ran his fingers over each one, verifying their authenticity. After thorough inspection, he confirmed these 5 crystals were exceptionally pure absolute rarities commanding far higher value than ordinary specimens of their type. You name your price. I'm not familiar with the market value. Jiang Lin smiled. In truth, he had already inquired about the market value before arriving. Each of these 5 source crystals could fetch 1,500 to 2,000 source crystals individually. Selling them together should command at least a slight premium. Otherwise, it would be better to sell them individually. Alright. Ji Yulong didn't seem annoyed. After pondering for a moment, he held up one finger and chuckled lightly. 10,000 gene of source crystals. I'll take all 5. 10,000? Jiang Lin was slightly startled, though the price was within his expectations. Still, he'd hoped to push the price higher after all, it was 5 pieces. Seeing Jiang Lin stop after naming 10,000, Ji Yulong chuckled. The market value for a single piece of these 5 is only about 1,700 source crystals. Since it's 5 pieces, I'm offering you 2,000 source crystals per piece. That's already a significant increase. Noticing Jiang Lin remained unmoved, Ji Yulong frowned slightly but maintained his smile. You may name your price. We can discuss it further. 13,000. But I don't want source crystals. I need to purchase some rare medicinal herbs from you. Jiang Lin paused for a few seconds before finally stating his demand. 13,000. Ji Yulong nearly backed out upon hearing the figure, but his interest immediately reignited at the latter part of the request. That's certainly possible. May I ask what specific rare medicines you wish to purchase? Chapter 16, Wave Stacking Force. Century-old jade marrow ginseng, 9-leaf dew condensing grass, spirit nurturing vine, nurturing essence fruit, and so on. I'll take any mildly potent herbs. Jiang Lin listed a few offhand. We don't carry top-tier treasures like jade marrow ginseng at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, but we do have dew condensing grass, spirit nurturing vine, and nurturing essence fruit. If you're free, why not come with me to the 3rd floor and take a look? Ji Yulong smiled. This kind of barter trade was the best kind. Agreed. Jiang Lin nodded and followed Ji Yulong upstairs. Each of these herbs was valued at 3,000 gene of source crystals. The century-old jade marrow ginseng, second only to the golden blood fruit, was a treasure of rare and elusive value. Even if the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion possessed it, they wouldn't put it up for sale. Such items were reserved for contributions to the higher-ups. The items sold on the 1st floor are primarily for warrior-level martial artists. The 2nd floor caters to general-level practitioners, while the 3rd floor holds treasures for king-level warriors to test. Seeing that Jiang Lin was visiting for the first time, Ji Yulong explained each floor to him. So the 4th floor is for war emperor-level practitioners? And the 5th floor is reserved for war gods? Jiang Lin asked curiously. The Heavenly Mechanics Treasure Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the premier establishment in the provincial capital. Its hierarchy was remarkably strict. Well, you're joking. While our Tianji Treasure Pavilion ranks among the top in the provincial capital, we don't have many treasures exclusively for the war emperor tier. They wouldn't occupy an entire floor, let alone have treasures reserved solely for the war god tier. Ji Yulong explained with a smile. The 4th floor is for cultivation rooms, and the 5th floor is the tea lounge. The 3rd floor is actually the highest tier we offer at the Tianji Treasure Pavilion. As they spoke, the two arrived at the 3rd floor. The moment they stepped onto the 3rd floor, it felt like entering a national treasury. Pure source energy washed over them. The air was filled with exotic fragrances. A single breath made one's body feel refreshed. What's that? Jiang Lin gazed at a cloud of white mist in the center of the hall. Within the mist, patches of multicolored light shimmered, swirling like coiling serpents. This mist is condensed from the fragrances of countless rare medicinal herbs. It's called the 10,000 Medicinal Mist. Currently, throughout the entire provincial capital, only our Tianji Treasure Pavilion possesses it. Adding a trace of this mist during pill refinement enhances the efficacy of the resulting elixirs. Ji Yulong explained with pride. That sounds remarkable. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. Please cultivate here while I fetch the herbs you require. Ji Yulong poured Jiang Lin a cup of tea before departing to gather the medicinal ingredients. Fine tea. Jiang Lin took a small sip. A surge of spiritual energy flowed from his mouth into his body, instantly refreshing his mind and body, elevating his entire being. Before long, Ji Yulong returned carrying 3 boxes. These are 9-leaf dew condensing grass, spirit nurturing vine, and nurturing essence fruit. Ji Yulong flicked his wrist, opening the 3 boxes. He then retrieved a transparent vial, swept it through the mist of myriad herbs, filling it to the brim. Placing it on the table, he smiled. 3 herbs and 1 mist. Their value far exceeds 10,000 source crystals. If you wish to exchange for anything else, you'll need to offer some rare source crystals. Agreed. Jiang Lin said no more, waving his hand to collect the 3 boxes and bottle. He inquired, what about the medicinal cauldron? Won't you gift one? You jest. Even an ordinary alchemy cauldron is exceedingly rare. One capable of refining precious herbs is worth a fortune, impossible to purchase for less than 10,000 source crystals. Ji Yulong shook his head with a smile, then added, while alchemy cauldrons are precious, if you trust our Tianji Treasure Pavilion, you may entrust us with your required medicinal formulas and ingredients. We'll assign our most skilled alchemists to prepare them for you, no shortcuts taken. I shan't trouble the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Lin shook his head slightly. The formula involved the blood gold fruit, and if the pavilion coveted it, he feared he might never get it back. Very well. Should you have any future needs, feel free to come to the 1st floor of the Tianji Treasure Pavilion and seek me out. Ji Yulong chuckled lightly, showing no anger at the refusal. After all, who would readily entrust treasures worth 10,000 gold pieces to others? Ji Yulong escorted Jiang Lin downstairs, presenting him with some of the tea leaves he had just consumed. Alongside them, he handed over a crimson gold card engraved with the inscription, Tianji Treasure Pavilion Platinum Member. Future purchases would be honored at a 10% discount. Thank you. Ji Yulong nodded and quickly departed. Once Jiang Lin was out of sight, a middle-aged man descended from the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion and addressed Ji Yulong respectfully. Young master, this man's identity remains unknown. However, judging by his route here, he appears to be from Linjiang City. Should I continue investigating? No need. If fate brings us together again, it will happen. Pursuing this further is pointless. Ji Yulong waved his hand dismissively, then added, prepare the resources for my promotion to War General. I aim to secure 1st place in Yunjiang Province during the grand examination. Leaving Linjiang City, Jiang Lin made his way home. Upon arriving home, Jiang Lin took out all the medicinal herbs he had purchased. The herbs are all gathered. Next comes the alchemy process. But I haven't mastered alchemy yet, so I'll just have to wait a while longer. Jiang Lin smiled wryly. The preparatory work was complete, but the most crucial skill remained beyond his grasp. He could only wait for the next refresh of entries like Einstein or alchemy techniques. Take your time. Your top priority now is to improve yourself. As for me, there's no need to worry too much. Zhang Feng felt deeply gratified that his son cared so much for him. While it brought him joy, it also brought a heavy ache to his heart. Had he remained in his position as war god, how could his child have been running around for a few herbs? How could he have been timid and hesitant, afraid to show himself, all because of alchemy? It's fine. I've been progressing well lately. Once I refine some more source crystals in the next few days, I'll break through to a level 6 warrior. Jiang Lin shrugged it off with a carefree smile. Breakthroughs are important, but a solid foundation is paramount. Those major powers control tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of source crystals, yet their offspring often remain low-ranked. That's precisely because they dedicate the finest resources to forging their physical foundations. The stronger the physical foundation, the more stable future advancements become, and the longer the path ahead can be traveled. Zhang Feng nodded gently, recounting numerous examples of how great warriors had emerged. After noon, Jiang Lin began cultivating the wave-layering force. However, even after consuming 100 source crystals, Jiang Lin failed to grasp this technique. The wave-layering force belonged to the upper intermediate difficulty tier. Currently only a level 5 warrior, Jiang Lin was far from meeting the requirements to cultivate it. Looks like without the Einstein entry, cultivation is practically impossible. With no other choice, Jiang Lin decided to make a small in-app purchase, hoping to roll a useful entry. Entry successfully obtained. Current entry, Insightful Eye. Swift Wind Step. Iron Shirt. Affinity with plants. Focus and concentration. 2-star entry, Focus and concentration. Enhances focus and observational skills during cultivation, accelerating source energy recovery by 20%. Alright. Focus and concentration isn't too shabby. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. This skill was essentially a low-tier version of Einstein's theory, barely usable. And so, Jiang Lin began his deep contemplation. Late into the night, surging source energy fluctuations erupted from within the room. Ripple-like blue halos spread outward. Boom! An explosion erupted. Gradually, a deep blue flower blossomed at the center of Jiang Lin's forehead. This blue flower was peculiar, it possessed only a single petal. Chapter 17, PK Arena. The cultivation succeeded. Jiang Lin gathered his source energy, his breathing gradually steadying. Wave-layered flower? Jiang Lin realized belatedly. The deep blue flower blooming at the center of his forehead was called the wave-layering flower, the manifesting mark of the wave-layering force cultivation technique. Once the technique began circulating, each time he suffered damage from an attack or dealt damage to an enemy through an active strike, the wave-layering flower would sprout an additional petal. When it reached 10 petals, he would gain an ultimate amplification. The ultimate amplification doubled the damage beyond the base 10-fold increase. 20 times the damage. However, after using the ultimate amplification, the wave-layered flower will reset its stacking. If the ultimate amplification is not used, the stack will persist indefinitely. Ultimate amplification, this punch has a 20-fold boost. Jiang Lin was extremely satisfied with this wave force technique. While this technique appears suited for warrior and general tiers, Jiang Lin's intuition told him it wouldn't be outdated even when used by war emperors or war gods. Liner, are you practicing martial arts? Zhang Feng's voice drifted in from outside the door. Yes, father. What is it? Jiang Lin hurriedly opened the door to find Zhang Feng holding several books. I've got a few newly written manuals, martial arts techniques, and cultivation insights here. You can take them to look through. If you manage to cultivate them, consider yourself lucky. If not, at least you'll have gained some experience. Zhang Feng placed the books on the table with a cheerful smile. After turning his back and stepping out the door, his face was filled with a complex expression. I've been agonizing over whether to pass my entire legacy to Liner. If I do, his strength will undoubtedly double. But if Liner uses my martial arts and secret techniques, he'll be forever branded as Jiang Feng's son, branded by others as the heir to a criminal legacy. I don't want Liner to face the same persecution I did, to walk my path again. Yet seeing Liner's relentless daily training, my heart softened. Very well. If he seeks the path, let him pursue it without restraint. Zhang Feng closed the door, his thoughts silent as he picked up his brush once more to begin writing. As a god-tier warrior, he possessed countless martial arts and secret techniques. Even casually revealing a single martial art would allow others to recognize it as his legacy. Yet his reputation was far from favorable. Inside the room, Jiang Lin opened the book left behind by his father. The ink was barely dry, a light touch could smudge the characters evidently written only recently. The text contained numerous pauses, revealing the writer's hesitation. The book stated, the foundation of cultivation lies in two things, source energy and breathing. Ordinary people breathe air like shallow streams flowing over stones. But for cultivators, breathing in source energy should be like water gathering in a deep pool. The rhythm of breathing must align with the cultivation technique. For instance, if you practice thunder-based arts, inhaling source energy should thunder like a clap of lightning, while exhaling should press down like dark clouds over a city. For water-based cultivation, breathing must be gentle as spring water, flowing endlessly. Finally, the greatest taboo in cultivation is greed for quantity and haste, the relentless pursuit of power. After reading these, Jiang Lin continued to study the martial arts techniques in manuals. The book documented numerous martial arts techniques: aggressive attacks, defensive maneuvers, and power amplifications. The manuals were even more astonishing once mastered. They enabled feats like crossing realms in combat, facing 100 foes alone, or even standing against 10,000 enemies, all considered minor achievements. Only now did Jiang Lin fully grasp the immense power his father possessed. What a formidable man he must have been, yet met with such injustice. If one day, his cultivation reached its peak. That night, Jiang Lin did not sleep. Simultaneously, he ascended to a level 6 warrior. Dawn. Jiang Lin stepped outside. He headed once more for the provincial capital, Linchuan City. Jiang Lin intended to test the fruits of his cultivation. Lincheng City. Penguin Technology Group's simulated PK arena. The simulated combat arena represents Penguin Tech Group's latest technological breakthrough, a sacred testing ground for martial artists. Utilizing cutting-edge technology, it replicates thousands of battle scenarios, sandy deserts, steel jungles, cloud-topped peaks, coastal landscapes, and more. Moreover, the combat arena incorporates the latest version of the MDCC intelligence system. Not only does it precisely match opponents of comparable strength, but it also generates detailed combat data to provide martial artists with assessment and improvement opportunities. Jiang Lin's previous simulated battles at school were mere child's play. Penguin's simulated battle arena is where true simulated combat unfolds. The mere fact that it featured real-person PK already surpassed many simulated battles. Jiang Lin first purchased a VIP membership costing 20 source crystals, then upgraded to a SVIP membership priced at 300 source crystals to activate privacy protection. Privacy protection not only concealed his membership name and identity but also allowed subtle adjustments to his facial appearance. Finally, he topped up another 300 source crystals to obtain his simulation combat entry ticket. Stepping into the simulation combat unit, after a lengthy wait, the matchmaking finally began. Your opponent, Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo, 21 years old, level 6 warrior. Specializes in brute force assaults. Freshman at Linchuan University, ranked #200,001 on the warrior tier list. Ranked 200,000 first? Jiang Lin was genuinely surprised by this ranking. Random map, Dark Forest. Map buff, vision reduced by 30% for both sides. Movement speed reduced by 30%. A flash of darkness enveloped Jiang Lin's vision, and he found himself engulfed by a gloomy forest. The wind howled like ghostly wails. Across the clearing, a blurred figure materialized, none other than his matched opponent, Zhao Bo. This man was powerfully built, standing a full 1.9 meters tall. His body was a mass of bulging muscles, radiating overwhelming raw power. Kid, you've got some real bad luck running into me. You'll be my stepping stone to the 200,000th rank. Zhao Bo sneered with utter contempt. His muscles twitched slightly as his figure darted forward, charging toward Jiang Lin in a single swift stride. Talent, swift shadow. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, took a deep breath, and transformed into a dark shadow. He retreated like lightning, his speed so swift it left a trail of afterimages. What? That speed? But this is the Dark Forest, there's a speed-reducing debuff here. Zhao Bo's fist struck nothing but air. He froze in place, momentarily unable to recover. His own speed was already considerable, yet he never imagined Jiang Lin could outpace him. At your level, you'd better keep practicing. Jiang Lin's voice echoed as he materialized behind Zhao Bo like a ghostly apparition. Jiang Lin's right hand gathered source energy, forming a sharp blade. With a fierce swing, it stabbed straight toward Zhao Bo's back of the head. However, Zhao Bo was clearly no ordinary martial artist. He forced his body to twist, dodging the fatal strike. Yet, the blade still pierced his shoulder, causing his momentum to plummet dramatically. Sneaking around like that? One punch will finish you. Zhao Bo's anger flared. He channeled all his source energy into his fist, a roar erupting from his throat as his momentum and power surged to new heights. With the strength of a level 6 warrior, Zhao Bo unleashed the terrifying power typically reserved for a level 8 fighter. Wave-stacking force, Heavenly Lion Fist. Jiang Lin's spirit sharpened instantly. He met the opponent head-on, unleashing his most formidable techniques. This punch far exceeded the strength of a level 6 warrior. In fact, it was even slightly more powerful than Zhao Bo's own strike. Boom! The two fists collided like stones, unleashing a terrifying wave of source energy that shattered surrounding trees, sending splinters flying into the air. Impossible! Zhao Bo's eyes widened as he murmured these words, his figure gradually fading into the darkness of the forest. PK winner, Jiang Lin. Congratulations on winning the match. You have earned 1 point. Your ranking has risen. Current position, 200,000 first. Chapter 18, PK Encounter. Dear member, after system verification, you defeated your opponent within 1 minute, demonstrating strength far surpassing other warriors of your level. Consequently, the system will automatically ignore warriors below level 5 and match you with warriors at level 6 or above for PK battles. If you feel uncomfortable with this adjustment, please click the bottom right corner to contact customer service Fox for feedback. We look forward to witnessing your heroic prowess in the PK arena. Got the hidden points right off the bat. Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised, yet it made sense. After all, a formidable player like him would obliterate lower-level opponents with a single punch. Matching opponents for you. Opponent matched, Sunfeng. Sunfeng, 22 years old, level 7 warrior. Specializes in speed combos. Freshman at Linjiang University, ranked number 190001 on the warrior tier list. Random map, Wilderness Wind Valley. Map buff, both sides movement speed reduced by 30%. This Sunfeng must be cheating. Jiang Lin was speechless. This Wilderness Wind Valley map seemed tailor-made for Sunfeng. Whoosh! 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 The wind roared past his ears. Jiang Lin had reached the valley's center, where gales howled relentlessly. Thick stone walls flanked the path, and the swirling whirlwinds swept in with formidable force. One careless step could leave him injured by the vortex. This map was undeniably high difficulty. Not only did he have to guard against opponents, but also against the whirlwind attacks. Across the valley, a lean, muscular youth appeared. It was Sunfeng. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you're out of luck facing me. I've cultivated wind attribute techniques and martial arts. With the wind valley's gusts boosting me now, you won't even touch my hem. Sunfeng's grin was unstoppable. With the map buff, he could handle even an 8th level warrior with ease, let alone Jiang Lin, who had just reached 6th level warrior. The map is nice, but you? Still lacking. Jiang Lin did feel a hint of pressure, but that was all. You won't be saying that once you lose the match. Sunfeng was supremely confident, yet he knew reaching the top 200,000 wouldn't be easy. He had to take this seriously. Taking a step forward, his figure moved like a ghost in the wind, striking toward Jiang Lin. Ha, lose? Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, swiftly sidestepping the attack. His strike missed. Sunfeng was slightly surprised. Ha? Your speed is decent, but it's still nowhere near mine. Sunfeng spun nimbly in midair, his hands whirling as several air currents hissed like roaring serpents, coiling toward Jiang Lin. He does have some skill. Jiang Lin unleashed the heavenly lion fist, intercepting each gust of wind. Yet the technique's sluggish speed proved utterly ineffective against Sunfeng's evasive maneuvers. The map's constraints were too severe. Useless. Sunfeng sneered coldly, launching another fierce assault. Your attacks are indeed powerful, comparable to a 7th level warrior. But if you can't land them, they're completely useless. Jiang Lin's source energy surged, activating his wave-crashing force technique. Boom! Sunfeng launched a surprise attack from behind, kicking Jiang Lin back. Simultaneously, the azure wave layering flower at the center of Jiang Lin's forehead suddenly flickered. The light and shadow of a second petal abruptly materialized, signifying that wave layering power had reached its second layer. Now, each of Jiang Lin's punches would deal double damage. Sunfeng sensed Jiang Lin's surging momentum. If he didn't end this fight quickly, his advantageous position might be lost this time. He could be the one to fall. But his attacks were too weak. He intended to wear Jiang Lin down gradually, but Jiang Lin's aura only grew stronger. If Jiang Lin got close, defeat was all but certain. Divine Eagle Technique. Sunfeng channeled his cultivation, leaping backward several meters while chanting incantations. Instantly, his speed and power surged to new heights. Come on! Jiang Lin didn't back down either. Seizing the opportunity, the two collided head-on. Source energy erupted, and the surrounding trees crashed down with a thunderous roar from the shockwave. After several exchanges, Jiang Lin gradually deciphered Sunfeng's offensive rhythm while his own power steadily built up, nearing its peak. You bastard, your defense is solid enough, but can you take this punch? Sunfeng roared, unable to continue the stalemate any longer. Seizing the moment as the whirlwind approached, he charged into its vortex, carrying the swirling storm with him as he slammed toward Jiang Lin. This punch clearly reached the peak of the 8th warrior tier. But Jiang Lin's wave stacking force had also reached a critical point. Come on! Wave layering force, 7th layer. Jiang Lin channeled all his source energy into his fist, launching it like a cannonball toward the dark figure. This punch carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Boom! The terrifying force twisted Sunfeng's face, gradually dissolving him into a cloud of data that dispersed in the air. All that remained was Sunfeng's incredulous whisper. Impossible. How can a level 6 warrior be this strong? PK winner, Jiang Lin. Congratulations on winning the match. You have earned 2 points. Your ranking has risen. Current position, 190,000 first. I'm just too strong. Jiang Lin chuckled softly and clicked next match. Matching opponents for you. Opponent matched, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, 21 years old, level 7 warrior. Specializes in defense. Freshman at Linjiang University, ranked 180,221st on the Warrior Tier leaderboard. PK winner, Jiang Lin. PK winner, Jiang Lin. This PK's winner, Jiang Lin. Congratulations on achieving 9 consecutive victories. If you win the 10th match, the virtual PK arena will gift you a mysterious little present. An hour had passed and Jiang Lin was on a killing spree. With wave stacking power activated in Lion Heaven Fist unleashed, level 6 warriors were instantly obliterated, while level 7 warriors fell within 3 minutes. It was like he was cheating. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin's ranking had climbed to 120,001. A little gift? I'll go for 10 straight wins before heading back. Gathering his resolve, Jiang Lin clicked to start the next match. Matching opponents. This time, the system took an unusually long time to match. Opponent matched for you. 19 years old, level 7 warrior. All-around player. From ranked number 100001 on the warrior tier list. Huh, another secret account? Jiang Lin perked up. Anyone who could get a confidential account wasn't someone to mess with. At that moment, within the Divine Fish Technology Group, the girl was connecting to the virtual PK arena with special privileges. One more win and I'll break into the top 100,000 nationally. I have to play my best in this promotion match. The girl eagerly tapped to start the matchmaking. Matching opponents. This time, the system took an unusually long time to match her. Opponent matched for you. 19 years old, level 6 warrior. Specializes in strength, speed, defense, and burst damage. From ranked number 120001 on the warrior tier list. Chapter 19, Leaping Through the Dragon Gate, Ascending Dragon Poem. Huh, this is interesting. The promotion tournament actually matched me with someone ranked 120,000 first? Lower than me? Also 19 years old? Also a confidential account? Could it be some genius cultivated by a major corporation? The girl was puzzled, but not intimidated. She'd seen all kinds of prodigies. What was this? She was none other than Yuching, the heiress of the Divine Fish Technology Group. Random map, King's Canyon. Map buff, both sides gain a 20% strength boost. When enraged, all attributes drop by 30%. The system alert sounded. Jiang Lin and Yuching were plunged into darkness before being instantly teleported to the canyon. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the narrow valley. A suffocating atmosphere permeated the entire valley, weighing heavily on their senses. Since both had activated privacy protection, their faces and voices were slightly altered, preventing them from recognizing each other immediately. Yuching scanned Jiang Lin up and down, finding nothing unusual. She chuckled lightly. Little guy, a level 6 like you facing off against a level 7 like me? You're dead meat. Sis, you're joking. Just because you're level 7 doesn't mean you're necessarily skilled. Jiang Lin frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the woman's voice. Come on. Yuching hissed, launching her attack first. Her form was light and agile, darting toward Jiang Lin like a nimble serpent. Afraid of you? Jiang Lin stood his ground, his fist and her palm colliding with a thunderous crash. Boom! Both were sent reeling back several steps. You're only a level 6, yet you can match my strength blow for blow. Yuching was astonished. After all, a single level difference meant a several-fold disparity in power. For her opponent to exchange blows without losing ground clearly indicated they had cultivated exceptionally powerful techniques. You're not bad either. Among 7th level practitioners, you're definitely among the elite. An ordinary 7th level would have lost long ago. Jiang Lin wasn't exaggerating. This woman was undoubtedly a formidable opponent among 7th levels. Thank you for your kind words. Yuching gave a soft chuckle. In that instant, her melodious voice carried a strange sonic force that surged into Jiang Lin's ears. A sonic attack? Jiang Lin's pupils contracted sharply. Startled, his ears began to ring, his eyes grew dry, and the world before him started to blur. Even worse, Yuching's figure started to double. No, wait, not a double image. Yuching was attacking him. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, urgently steadying his mind. But Yuching's shadow shifted multiple times. Closing in on Jiang Lin, she struck out with a palm strike, sending the still reeling Jiang Lin flying with a single blow. Thud! Jiang Lin slammed hard into the solid rock face of the gorge. Simultaneously, the second petal of the layered wave flower appeared on Jiang Lin's forehead. Admit defeat. Yuching's eerie voice resounded once more, booming into Jiang Lin's ears. However, Jiang Lin could clearly sense that this sonic attack was draining the opponent's source energy. She could only use it 3 times at most. Surrender? Impossible. Jiang Lin roared, his aura surging as he unleashed a thunderous punch. The fist wind howled like a roaring celestial lion, carrying colossal source energy toward Yuching in a desperate attempt to break through the sonic interference. Forcing your way through the interference? Then let's see how you fare next. Yuching's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as she formed seals with both hands, unleashing a blinding burst of light. It's weakening. Jiang Lin paled in shock. Power seemed to drain from his body, his movements growing sluggish. 2 petals of his wave layering flower vanished in that instant, and the attack he just built up was instantly diminished. This woman, she practices a weakening technique. Let's see if your weakening is faster than my strengthening. Jiang Lin activated his cultivation technique, radiating brilliant light as he charged toward Yuching once more. Fists rained down like a torrential storm. Yuching dodged relentlessly, searching for an opening to strike back. Dodge? Is your speed faster than mine? Jiang Lin sneered coldly, instantly tracking Yuching movement patterns. After another brutal clash, Jiang Lin caught a glimpse of subtle movements in her defense. A familiar feeling surged within him once more. Staring at her exquisite cheekbones, he realized they bore a striking resemblance to Yuching. Have we met somewhere before? Jiang Lin murmured to himself. What did you say? We know each other? Yuching movements paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. In her mind, she swiftly ran through everyone she knew. Young, level 6 warrior, male. In his memory, there were only a handful of such people. Moreover, those individuals all ranked slightly higher than her. If he were someone she knew well, she would have recognized him immediately. Stop playing games here, trying to unsettle me. It won't be that easy. Yuching quickly caught on the opponent was deliberately trying to disrupt her thoughts. Dragon Gate Leap, Ascending Dragon Palm. She launched another attack, this time even more fierce. Before her, a golden gate materialized as a phantom. Yuching figure flickered as she passed through the golden gate. In that instant, a gilded battle armor materialized upon her form, transforming her into a formidable female war goddess. The palm strike she unleashed carried terrifying power. Cascading wave force, heavenly lion fist. Jiang Lin dared not relax for a moment. The 9 petals atop the wave layering flower instantly fused together, unleashing their combined might in that instant. A lion's roar echoed through the canyon, making Yuching's ears ring. Jiang Lin transformed into a golden streak of light, hurtling toward Yuching like a meteor. Still a fist against a palm, yet the sheer force and momentum were infinitely more overwhelming than Zhao Bo's earlier attack. As if I fear you? Yuching gritted her teeth, channeling every ounce of her strength into this palm strike. Terrifying source energies collided. A thunderous explosion echoed. The two collided head-on. Useless. Jiang Lin roared furiously, charging forward with unstoppable momentum that shattered all resistance. Yuching was struck by the fist, her body sent flying backward to crash against the massive boulders lining the canyon. I know who you are now. You are. Yuching spat blood from the corner of her mouth as her form gradually faded into a haze. Through her movements, fist techniques, and speed, he recognized her identity. The Heavenly Lion Fist, the very technique used by the one who defeated Wang Lifeng. The same one who had snatched her Qingyin flute while she was injured. And the one who stole the blood gold fruit. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity, so that was it. What do you mean? Jiang Lin demanded immediately. But before Yuching could answer, he vanished. PK winner, Jiang Lin. Congratulations on winning the match and earning 1 point. Your ranking has risen to 120,000 first place. Congratulations on your victory. Claim your small gift from the simulated PK arena. Wishing you smooth sailing in your upcoming battles. Chapter 20, Investigation. That woman, barring any surprises, it must be Yuching without a doubt. Jiang Lin exited the simulated PK arena, yet his mind was clouded with confusion. He had only thought she looked familiar before, but never imagined it was actually her. The crucial part was that she had recognized him too. Whatever. Overthinking it won't help. Whatever. Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered to think about it further and directly opened a small gift presented by the PK arena. Congratulations! You have obtained a spirit artifact fragment. Collect 100 spirit artifact fragments to exchange for a spirit artifact. Speechless, Jiang Lin shut down the simulation system. Time to go home. Lingjiang City. Xinyu Technology Group. Damn it! Yuching's chest heaved violently with rage. How could this guy be so strong? He's grown exponentially stronger since I saw him a few days ago. That single punch alone reached warrior level 9. Yuching felt utterly dejected. She had lost to Jiang Lin last time, and now she had lost again. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she roared in fury. Did that bastard actually refine the blood gold fruit? What a waste! What a waste! What a waste! The blood gold fruit was a top-tier treasure, specifically meant for breakthroughs, especially for breaking through to the Battle King tier. Yet that brat Jiang Lin had actually consumed it himself. A mere warrior-level cultivator consuming a blood gold fruit? It was nothing short of defying the heavens. Oof. This gives us the perfect chance to investigate that guy's identity. Last time, he wore a mask and hat, so we couldn't recognize him. This time, even if he's a member using the simulation to alter his appearance, we'll track him down. Yuching immediately summoned her father Yumashin's secretary. The secretary began the investigation immediately, first contacting Penguin Tech. However, Penguin Tech stated that member data regarding the simulated PK arena was confidential and they lacked the necessary permissions. If you truly wish to access membership data, you'll need to inquire with the Simulated PK Arena's director. Miss, the head of the Simulated PK Arena is His Excellency the Provincial Governor. The secretary replied with a wry smile. The Provincial Governor? Yuching sighed in resignation. The Provincial Governor held immense power and influence, and was also a war emperor-level martial artist. He was far beyond the reach of a small force like Xinyu technology. This meant they truly couldn't uncover Jiang Lin's identity. Miss, what do you suggest? The secretary asked cautiously. Forget it. Yuching waved her hand dismissively, then added, oh, and that little thief who stole the blood gold fruit earlier, have you tracked him down yet? Since they had already identified him as the night thief who stole the blood gold fruit, her father's side was surely already investigating the matter. Why bother inquiring at the PK Arena? Miss, due to certain circumstances, we haven't located that individual yet, the secretary replied immediately, a wry smile on his face. Certain reasons? What reasons? Just tell me. Yuching asked in confusion. Some reason? Is this matter so difficult to investigate? We've been ordered to halt the investigation. That person must possess. The secretary pointed toward the ceiling and whispered. Connections that reach the heavens? Yuching gasped in shock. Never mind. You may go. Receiving this response, Yuching had nothing more to ask. The secretary nodded and turned to leave. They won't let us investigate. What kind of background does this guy have? Besides, someone this powerful shouldn't be a nobody. I'll ask around. Yuching immediately launched her own private investigation, starting by questioning her closest confidant. A genius like Jiang Lin must have some connections. After dialing her friend Su Yaoyao's number, Yuching immediately asked, Yaoyao, do you know anyone around our age with high-level connections? Their strength is between a level 5 and level 6 warrior, specializing in powerful attacks but with incredible speed. The response came swiftly, plenty. Take the mayor's youngest son in our city, he's incredibly strong, with speed and power as his greatest strengths. Upon hearing this, Yuching retorted irritably, I know that jerk from the mayor's family. He's ugly as sin, just seeing him annoys me. Is there anyone at least decent looking? Someone I haven't met yet? Based on Jiang Lin's previous appearance and build, he probably wasn't ugly. Oh. Handsome. Powerful. With connections too. Nope, none that I know of. The ones I know, we all know. Su Yaoyao pondered for a long time on the other end of the line but couldn't name many people. Finally, Yuching asked a few close friends, but none of them knew anything about Jiang Lin's whereabouts. All that effort for nothing. Yuching was furious. Damn it, what a jerk. If I ever find out who you are, I'll punch you so hard your face explodes. Jiang residence. Jiang Lin resumed his arduous training. After a night passed, Jiang Lin had fallen asleep. The entry system had long since refreshed. Today's refreshed entry, 3-star entry, Heavenly Being Sudden Enlightenment. Heavenly Being Sudden Enlightenment? Jiang Lin's interest was instantly piqued. 3-star entry, Heavenly Being's Enlightenment. When encountering cultivation techniques or martial arts, cultivation speed increases tenfold. Additionally, one can comprehend the true essence of skills. The true essence of skills? Jiang Lin didn't quite grasp this concept. Still, he could test it out with the wave stacking force cultivation technique first. Jiang Lin acted immediately. Rings of deep blue light slowly rose and fell around Jiang Lin. With each new ring, Jiang Lin's aura grew stronger. The wave layering force was a relatively simple technique. Jiang Lin had mastered it without much effort. What profound truths could he possibly grasp now? Just as Jiang Lin was carefully exploring it, the light rings formed by the wave layering force suddenly changed. The halos gradually shifted, beginning to dance and leap like a disco. Darkness flooded Jiang Lin's vision, and two figures appeared in his mind's eye. One was himself, and the other was none other than Yuching, whom he had just battled. The figures began to clash. Jiang Lin's form unleashed the wave layering technique, his aura growing ever more powerful, while Yuching's strength visibly waned. After a prolonged evolution of the two figures, the wave layering force had evolved. Wave stacking force transformed Qi wave stacking force. An upgrade? Is this the true essence of martial arts? Has it gained a function to weaken the opponent and channel that energy back to me? Jiang Lin felt a surge of excitement. This divine enlightenment truly held something profound. This was essentially creating a new martial art from scratch. After all, creating one's own martial art required at least the strength of a battle king. And he was only at the warrior level. Soon, Jiang Lin began cultivating his most proficient technique, the Heavenly Lion Fist. After prolonged practice, the Heavenly Lion Fist evolved into the Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. After evolving, the martial art not only retained its ability to summon a lion's phantom at peak mastery but also gained a new function called Lion Soul Resonance. When unleashed, the Heavenly Lion Fist not only delivered devastating attacks but also erupted with a thunderous lion's roar. This roar could massively disrupt enemy minds, inflicting hard control for 1 second. Hard control for 1 second? Jiang Lin chuckled. This is a god-tier skill. Chapter 21, When did he become number 1? Tenfold cultivation speed, can't let that go to waste. Jiang Lin pulled out some martial arts techniques his father had given him earlier. These martial arts techniques had all been custom tailored for Jiang Lin by Jiang Feng. They were fundamentally well suited for cultivation at the warrior and war general tiers. In fact, some techniques suitable for war king and war emperor levels were even mixed in. Dad really thinks highly of me, giving me emperor level martial arts. Jiang Lin chuckled wryly, setting aside the war emperor tier techniques. War emperor level martial arts were definitely beyond his reach, but war king level techniques were within his grasp. After all, the heavenly lion fist belonged to the war king tier. Jiang Lin pulled out a martial art manual titled Diamond Demon Body. Unfortunately, despite practicing for a long time, he still hadn't mastered it. Sigh, the effect of this 3-star epiphany skill is nowhere near that of the 3-star skill wisdom, Einstein. In that case, I'll just have to cultivate a war general level martial skill for now. Jiang Lin sighed, feeling helpless. Next, Jiang Lin began cultivating a war general tier defensive martial skill. Stone armor, steel arms. Stone armor, steel fists, catalyzes a phantom stone armor using source energy, reducing movement speed by 40%. Withstands 80% of physical attacks within 1 second, but is ineffective against spell-based martial arts. Sacrificing speed for defense. But it only applies to physical defense. If the opponent uses a technique-based martial skill, it has no effect whatsoever. Let's see if I can evolve this martial skill further and grasp its true essence. Jiang Lin eagerly began his research. Before long, Stone Armor Steel Fist had completed its evolution. Stone Armor evolved into Massive Stone Armor. Giant Stone Armor catalyzes a phantom stone armor using source energy, capable of withstanding 80% of physical and magical attacks for 3 seconds. This is perfect. Jiang Lin nodded with satisfaction. Now, his speed was boosted by the Ghost Mosquito Beast's innate Swift Shadow talent, granting a 50% speed increase. For strength, the cultivation technique Wave Stacking Chi Force boosts power tenfold. Ultimate amplification could even multiply damage by 20-fold. Then there was the Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist, the epitome of raw power. After evolving, it could now also use sonic waves to stun opponents for 1 second. Defense is covered by Giant Stone Armor. Speed, strength, control, defense, it covers all major aspects. The only missing piece is mental defense. For instance, during the previous battle against Yuching, it was affected by the opponent's sonic attacks. Facing another opponent skilled in this area could spell disaster. Among the martial arts techniques left behind by my father, Jiang Feng, there was one called the 10,000 Lives Decision, a spirit attribute defensive technique. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Lives Decision requires at least the rank of War General to cultivate. Even with the assistance of the entries, I'm still far from reaching that level. Time to rest. This high-intensity training is really taking its toll. Jiang Lin lay down and slept straight through until evening. Liner, time to eat. Jiang Feng's voice echoed outside the door. Thanks to the wealth Jiang Lin had acquired earlier with his golden pupil, the household was now quite affluent. For meals, they simply had food delivered from outside establishments. Of course, any restaurant that heard they were delivering to the Jiang Feng household flat out refused. But Jiang Lin offered the shops a great deal of money, and no one turns down money. After waking up and finishing breakfast, Jiang Lin checked his phone and found a message from teacher Wenlan. Wenlan, our Linjiang Middle School is holding a friendly competition with Linchuan Middle School in neighboring Linchuan City. If you're free tomorrow, you're welcome to come observe. After all, you haven't graduated yet, and your continued absence from school isn't looking good. Jiang Lin, got it, teacher 1. I'll be there on time tomorrow. Cultivation is important, but you must progress step by step. Don't rush. Jiang Feng imparted further insights on cultivation to Jiang Lin. The night passed. Jiang Lin tidied up and headed to school. Upon arriving at school, he headed straight for Wenlan's office. You've been absent these past few days, and quite a lot has happened at school. Most of the geniuses cultivated by major corporations have made their appearances. That's precisely why the school is holding this friendly competition with Linchuan Middle School. Wenlan sat in her chair, her long legs clad in black stockings crossed, cheerfully recounting recent events to Jiang Lin. In this era, learning conventional knowledge is outdated. Martial artists now dominate the scene. So in this friendly match, you might encounter opponents stronger than you. But don't lose heart, the path of a martial artist is never smooth. Wenlan harbored concerns. She feared that if Jiang Lin encountered someone stronger than himself during the friendly match, he might lose confidence and the courage to continue on the path of a martial artist. After all, Jiang Lin had always held the title of top student at Linjiang Middle School. Now, facing true geniuses of his own age would undoubtedly put immense pressure on him. Yet if she didn't invite Jiang Lin, Wenlan felt it would be wrong. These were experiences every martial artist should undergo. Don't worry, teacher 1. Jiang Lin smiled indifferently. Wenlan was only at the war general level herself. Unless he actively released his source energy, she wouldn't be able to tell that he had already entered the ranks of martial artists and had even reached level 6. Alright, you won't need to go to your class later. Just stay upstairs and watch the matches. Lan fully considered Jiang Lin's unique status. Understood, Teacher 1. Jiang Lin nodded. Truthfully, he no longer cared about others' taunts or scornful glances. But since Teacher 1 had instructed him thus, he would comply. Half an hour later, the Linchuan Middle School bus pulled up at the school entrance. First to step out was Director Du Liping of Linsuan Middle School, a quasi-war king. Next came several teachers, each at least a 5th-level war general. It must be said that Linsuan Middle School possessed exceptionally formidable teaching resources. Finally, 10 students dressed in Linsuan Middle School uniforms stepped out. 6 boys and 4 girls. The principal and teachers from Linjiang Middle School immediately stepped forward to greet them. The teachers from both sides exchanged pleasantries for a while and arranged a dinner gathering. Soon, preparations for the competition commenced. The veteran principal of Linjiang Middle School took the stage to deliver his opening remarks. As major exams approach, our Linjiang and Linchuan schools jointly host this friendly competition. This contest is for no other purpose than mutual exchange and victory. This veteran principal, himself a quasi-war king, was now over 90 years old. Yet his voice carried with such vigor it could easily be mistaken for that of a man in his 60s or 70s. A martial artists competition is fought to win. Principal Du of Lichuan Middle School smiled broadly. Alright, the students from both sides can take the stage now. The first contest tests mental strength. The second match tests strength. The third match tests speed. After several rounds, both sides had their wins and losses. Next up is the match everyone's been waiting for, the one-on-one comprehensive showdown, announced the veteran principal of Linjiang Middle School with a cheerful smile. As soon as he finished speaking, from the spectator stands, a student from Linjiang Middle School stepped forward. His face radiated arrogance as he slowly ascended the stage, his voice cold as ice. Linjiang Middle School's top student, Sun Ruxian, at your service. On the balcony of the academic building, Jiang Lin looked puzzled. He had topped the rankings in recent exams. When had Sun Ruxian become worthy of the top spot? Sun Ruxian had decent talent, but he'd always been the perpetual runner-up. Chapter 22, a billion times stronger than Jiang Lin. Ahem, while you were away, the school conducted another round of assessments. Since you weren't present, Sun Ruxian has risen from perpetual second place to become the new top student. Lan gave a strange little laugh, surprised that Jiang Lin actually cared about the top spot. Jiang Lin gave a wry smile. Sun Ruxian had clearly benefited from his absence. When Lan opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Teacher 1, if you have something to say, please speak freely. Jiang Lin asked curiously. Lan smiled softly, no longer holding back. She decided to be straightforward. Actually, Sun Ruxian has been training exceptionally hard lately. He's now entered the ranks of martial artists. Oh? Sun Ruxian successfully awakened? This news came as quite a surprise to Jiang Lin. As far as he knew, Sun Ruxian came from an ordinary family that couldn't possibly afford the vast amount of source crystals required for awakening. Yes, that's correct. Sun Ruxian joined Xinyu Technology early and was granted early awakening by them. He's riding high now. Lan smiled softly. Xinyu Technology was a major power in the region, and being recognized by them meant boundless prospects. Not bad. Jiang Lin nodded. Sun Ruxian had indeed been quite fortunate. Oh? Lan asked with a hint of surprise. You don't seem at all surprised or flustered by Sun Ruxian's successful awakening? She could sense a hint of surprise in Jiang Lin's reaction to Sun Ruxian's awakening, but he was far from shocked. What's there to be surprised about? Jiang Lin shrugged with a smile, appearing utterly relaxed. Seeing his demeanor, a bold thought suddenly surfaced in Lan's mind. Could it be, you've awakened too? Lan's face was etched with astonishment. Of course. It's hardly unusual. Don't forget who my father is. A proud smile curved Jiang Lin's lips. Impressive, truly impressive. Lan nodded with a hint of wistfulness. Jiang Lin had actually awakened successfully. It must have happened just these past couple of days. Truly the son of Jiang Feng, even if he doesn't shine like those top geniuses, he's still far beyond ordinary people. It seemed Jiang Lin was destined to walk the path of a martial artist. But for Jiang Lin, this path would be nothing short of hellish difficulty. If the school authorities find out about this, who knows what kind of situation it will create. Moreover, the upcoming major exams will surely trigger even greater upheaval. All that could be said was to let nature take its course. Among those 10 from Linchuan Middle School, there should be some who've successfully awakened, Jiang Lin observed, glancing at the group of students from Linchuan Middle School. On the surface, all 10 appeared remarkably low-key, showing no discernible signs of their abilities. But Jiang Lin sensed that more than half of them were martial artists. Because they were far too composed. We've heard that Sun Ruxian has awakened and entered the ranks of level 1 martial artists. Our Linchuan Middle School certainly can't fall behind. The principal of Linsuan Middle School smiled warmly, gesturing to a female student with twin ponytails seated beside him to come forward. Got it. The girl, with 2 long pigtails, stood up. Her ponytail swayed in the breeze. Wearing a short skirt, her slender white legs were visible, giving her a distant look of a girl next door. Linchuan Middle School, Mo Miao Miao. The girl walked onto the stage and stood opposite Sun Ruxian. No need for pleasantries. Sun Ruxian launched his attack without any mercy or chivalry. For him, winning this battle was the only thing that mattered. No need for courtesy. Bring everything you've got. Mo Miao Miao snorted coldly, showing no sign of fear. Boom! Palm strikes from both collided, whipping up a powerful whirlwind. The impact sent Mo Miao Miao flying backward. Thud! Mo Miao Miao slammed hard onto the stone platform, her adorable twin ponytails now disheveled, leaving her looking utterly bedraggled. With just one strike, Sun Ruxian had effortlessly defeated Mo Miao Miao. This strike held no suspense, no hesitation, swift and ruthless. Wow, this Sun Ruxian is something else. She ended the fight with a single strike. No wonder she's the top student in our academy. Her strength is just too overwhelming. The students present were stunned, all giving Sun Ruxian a thumbs up. The teachers from Linjiang Middle School wore expressions of pure delight and pride. Excellent, excellent. Very good indeed. The old principal nodded slightly in approval. This kid's got it. Director Du scratched his head, his expression twisting. On stage, Mo Miao Miao slowly stood up. You? How is this possible? How could your power be this strong? Mo Miao Miao stared at Sun Ruxian in utter disbelief. She considered herself quite skilled, even among her peers. Yet now, facing Sun Ruxian, she couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. How could this be? They were both level 1 warriors. How could the gap be so vast? It was utterly unreasonable. Little sister, nothing is impossible. Step down. Go back and train some more. Sun Ruxian smiled, shaking his head slightly. Standing there, he exuded the aura of a true master. Fine, I lost. Mo Miao Miao, however unwilling, knew she simply couldn't match him and had no right to challenge Sun Ruxian. Without another word, Mo Miao Miao slunk off the stage. On the balcony of the teaching building. Whoa, this Sun Ruxian is something else. The power behind that palm strike was almost on par with a third-level warrior. Jiang Lin whistled in astonishment, his brow slightly furrowed. This Sun Ruxian must have mastered some extraordinary martial art. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Mo Miao Miao so decisively at the same level. This divine fish technology is something else. Don't underestimate Sun Ruxian. Anyone who catches the eye of a major power isn't someone to be taken lightly, even if he was once consistently outmatched by you. Wen Lan's expression was serious. She treated every classmate equally, never underestimating or looking down on anyone. Indeed. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement with Wen Lan's words, adding, but from here on out, Sun Ruxian won't have it so easy if he wants to win. Amidst the crowd's cheers, a male student over 1.9 meters tall rose from Linsuan Middle School. He strode slowly toward the stage, radiating equally formidable source energy fluctuations, clearly a level 1 warrior himself. This student is truly formidable. Linchuan Middle School's Gao Qingshan is here to exchange skills. Gao Qingshan was lean and towering. Standing before Sun Ruxian, he looked like an adult reprimanding a child. Bring it on! Sun Ruxian chuckled lightly, his confidence and composure unwavering. Like arrows shot from a bow, the two charged forward, their palms colliding with brutal force. Boom! Gao Qingshan flew backward, while Sun Ruxian stood utterly unmoved. The crowd erupted in shock. Had Sun Ruxian defeated another opponent with a single strike? Is this the top fighter of Linjiang Middle School? He's 100 times, 10,000 times no, 100 million times stronger than that Jiang Lin fellow before. Chapter 23, Is there anyone left? That scum Jiang Lin is nothing but a coward. He probably heard about the match against Linchuan Middle School and voluntarily withdrew from school. I haven't seen him in days. Exactly. That Jiang Lin only dared show off in front of us. Now that he faces real competition, he's hiding behind others. He's just like his father. Like father, like son. A rat's offspring knows how to burrow. Just a heads up. I ran into Jang this morning. The entire spectators section was buzzing with excitement, mostly mocking Jiang Lin as a coward. Even the occasional attempt to defend him was drowned out by the barrage of insults. Jiang Lin listened to the insults flying around him, utterly speechless. Seriously, if you want to praise Sun Ruxian, go ahead and praise him. Why drag me into this? I'm standing right here, barely a glance away, yet you're screaming that I'm a cowardly rat? It's utterly unjust. Does anyone else in my class at Linchuan Middle School dare challenge me? Sun Ruxian smiled, having defeated 2 opponents with a single strike. After this match, his name would resound throughout the school, firmly suppressing that lowly scum Jiang Lin who wasn't even a martial artist. Oomph. Utterly arrogant. Another youth leapt onto the stage at Linsuan Middle School. Yet the moment he stepped onto the stage, Sun Ruxian sent him flying with a single palm strike. The crowd erupted in shock. Sun Ruxian had sent 3 opponents flying with just 3 strikes. Taking on 3 opponents single-handedly, and without expending much source energy. It was astonishing. Lingjiang Middle School had produced such a prodigy. Given time and the accumulation of source crystals, Sun Ruxian would surely ascend to the rank of war general. Even reaching the level of a war king wouldn't be difficult for him. Truly, he was a genius comparable to those from the capital. Ha! Any other students from Linjiang High wish to challenge me? If not, I'll be heading back to rest. This match seems rather dull. Sun Ruxian's words instantly stirred a wave of murmurs, with many calling him arrogant. I'll take him on. Behind Principal Du, another muscular youth stepped forward. His physique alone ripped with sinewy muscles was something Gao Qingshan and his crew couldn't hope to match. Come on. Sun Ruxian wasn't afraid. He charged forward and started fighting. The muscular youth gave a cold laugh and simultaneously unleashed a palm strike with Sun Ruxian. The sheer force of the blow sent Sun Ruxian crashing off the platform. Thud. Fortunately, a teacher caught Sun Ruxian just in time. Otherwise, given Sun Ruxian's build, he'd likely be bedridden for months. My name is Lu Tai. Anyone who dares challenge me, step forward. The burly youth swept his contemptuous gaze across the assembled students. His tone and manner were even more arrogant than Sun Ruxian's, making everyone's teeth itch. Immediately, one of the teachers responsible for Sun Ruxian's instruction spoke up in displeasure. Young man, you're a level 2 warrior. Challenging a level 1 warrior like that is hardly reasonable. Heh, you could send a level 2 warrior to challenge him instead. Lu Tai chuckled lightly, his words dripping with sarcasm. Lu Tai, show some respect to your teacher. Director Du reprimanded him immediately. Yet his expression held no trace of anger, only a hint of amusement. The Linjiang Middle School students present exchanged glances, some sighing in admiration. Those who awaken before the major exams possess extraordinary talent and backgrounds. As ordinary students, they were all waiting for their free awakening. Now, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Tai, who had awakened early, showed off. What's he showing off for? I'll do it. Amidst the students' murmurs, a frail youth stepped onto the stage. Standing before Lu Tai, he looked like an elementary schooler. Wen Lu Liang, the frail youth stated calmly. The moment those words left his lips, the entire student body erupted. Wen Lu Liang. I heard he's teacher Wen Lan's nephew. He dropped out in freshman year, supposedly due to poor health. Who knew he'd awaken successfully and even advance to a level 2 warrior? Upstairs in the teaching building, Wen Lan frowned slightly. Why did that kid Wen Lu Liang go up there? He just advanced to level 2, he definitely can't beat Lu Tai. Teacher Wen, no need to panic. If he dared to go up, he must have something up his sleeve. Jiang Lin smiled, signaling Wen Lan not to worry. It seemed Lingjiang Middle School still harbored hidden talents. He clearly underestimated them before. What hidden strength? He just spent a fortune buying an awakening opportunity and then refined massive amounts of source crystals for a double upgrade. His cultivation base isn't even stable yet. How could he possibly defeat Lu Tai with his solid foundation? Wen Lan was utterly speechless. Why hadn't this kid told her he was going up there? This was far too dangerous. Even as Wen Lan continued her complaints, Wen Lu Liang had already locked horns with Lu Tai. The two were evenly matched, exchanging blows for a long time. Come on. True bare fist. Lu Tai sneered coldly, channeling all his source energy into his fist. Behind him, the imposing silhouette of a black bear materialized, roaring as it leaped forward and slammed into Wen Lu Liang. The blow sent Wen Lu Liang flying before he could react. Thud. Wen Lu Liang slammed into the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. This is brutal. It's just a friendly match. The crowd erupted in shock. Some female students covered their eyes, nearly crying from fright. Lu Liang. Wen Lan's heart leapt into her throat at the sight. She leapt down, rushing to Wen Lu Liang's side and using her source power to stem the bleeding. Jiang Lin followed closely behind. Of course, Jiang Lin took the stairs. Only those who reached the war general tier possessed leaping power akin to flight. This is bad. His meridians are damaged. Wen Lan's expression darkened considerably. Sorry, I exerted a bit too much force. Lu Tai shrugged helplessly, though in truth he had unleashed his full strength just now. You've gone too far. Didn't your teacher teach you how to control your power? Just as Wen Lan was about to erupt in fury, Director Du on the stage interjected with a smile. Teacher, Lu Tai is my personal student. I've always taught him that when facing an opponent, one must never hold back, one must give it everything. That punch he just threw wasn't even his full power. If he had unleashed his full strength, this student named Wen Lu Liang wouldn't have gotten off with just spitting blood. You. Wen Lan shot Director Du a venomous glare. This was supposed to be a friendly match. I'd say you deliberately instructed your student to go all out. Heh, young lady, don't pin false accusations on me. That's a charge I can't bear. Since this student was injured by my pupil, I will cover all his medical expenses. Principal Du said with a smile. Wen Lan tried to retort, but the old principal waved her off. Wen Lan, it's a case of being outmatched. No need to dwell on it. A loss is a loss. Wen Lan clenched her fists but could only concede for now. Teacher Wen, please help him over to rest first. Jiang Lin glanced at Lu Tai, then at Director Du, and finally at the old principal. He shook his head and helped carry Wen Lo Liang off the stage. On stage, with Director Du backing him, Lu Tai stood arrogantly before the Linjiang Middle School students. Is there no one stronger at your school? Then this match goes to our Linchuan Middle School. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. I've never seen such a brazen bastard. Who else from our school has awakened early? Where are those from the big conglomerates? Why isn't a single one of them showing up at this crucial moment? Many students were furious, cursing those from the big groups for being all talk and no action. If no one else is stepping up, I'll take the stage. Lu Tai's lips curled into a smirk that seemed to reach the heavens. No rush. Linjiang Middle School, Jiang Lin, here to play with you. Hold on. Linjiang Middle School, Yuching, I'll take you on. Two voices, one male, one female echoed simultaneously. Chapter 24, catch one poem, win the match. Who? Who's speaking? Jiang Lin? Yuching? That punk Jiang Lin hasn't awakened yet he still wants to show off? Yuching, sure, that'd be great. All eyes darted around, locking onto both sides of the battle platform. Yuching stood on the left, and Jiang Lin stood on the right. That woman again. Jiang Lin shot a glance at Yuching. What a coincidence, no matter where he went, he kept running into her. If she wanted to go up and show off, that would save him the trouble. Is he Jiang Lin? Jiang Feng's son? Yuching frowned slightly, clearly harboring no fondness for Jiang Feng. Yet for some reason, she felt she'd seen Jiang Lin before more than once. It was an uncanny familiarity she couldn't quite place. Jiang Lin, what are you pretending to be here? Get lost. This is a martial artist competition. Are you a martial artist? Why are you on stage? Yuching, hurry up and get up there. Kick that Lu Tai flying. I've had my eye on him for ages. Who cares who gets up there? Just kick that ragamuffin Lu Tai to death. But the students present didn't care about any of that. They grabbed Jiang Lin and berated him. Jiang Lin, you can't go. Even if you've awakened, you're only just entering level 1. Your cultivation is unstable, you won't stand a chance against Lu Tai, who's about to break into level 3. Wen Lan grabbed Jiang Lin's arm, refusing to let him step onto the stage. Dealing with Wen Lu Liang alone was already giving her a headache. If Jiang Lin suffered any mishap, she couldn't even imagine how she'd explain it to Jiang Feng. Relax, that punk Lu Tai? One punch from me and he'll be hospitalized for 10 years. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, preparing to step forward, but Wen Lan remained adamantly opposed. Let me handle this. Yuching smiled, stepping forward to take down Lu Tai. The young miss from the Yumozhen family of Xinyu group? She's likely already reached the 7th level warrior tier. That's not fair to Lu Tai. Director Du chuckled and added, this friendly match is specifically for students from both schools. Students from major corporations like yours aren't included. Why not? You didn't make the rules. Wen Lan glared at him. Ha! What does the principal think? If you insist on this match, my Linchuan Middle School also has a student from a major conglomerate, Ji Yulong. Should Yuching wish to fight, shall I summon Ji Yulong as well? Director Du chuckled lightly, utterly unconcerned with the crowd's reactions. Ji Yulong? Yuching frowned slightly at the name. He was indeed a formidable figure. Ji Yulong? The young master from the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion? The students present might not recognize the name, but the teachers had certainly heard of Ji Yulong, undoubtedly one of the greatest prodigies of this generation. If Ji Yulong were to arrive, forget about Yuching alone. Even if every single student affiliated with the entire conglomerate joined forces, they might not stand a chance against him. Never mind, never mind. Xinyu, you may step down for now. The old principal waved his hand, his expression filled with resignation. If Yuching were truly allowed to fight, it wouldn't be that simple. All right. Yuching nodded silently, realizing she couldn't get involved in this matter. I think that student named Jiang Lin from earlier was quite impressive. Just as Director Du was about to say something, a teacher beside him whispered a few words in his ear. Director Du's expression shifted repeatedly. Director Du turned to Jiang Lin, his eyes crinkling with amusement. So you're the son of Jiang Feng, the war god? My apologies, my apologies. Go ahead and challenge him. The son of the war god must be extraordinary. Hearing Director Du's sarcastic words, Jiang Lin chuckled lightly and was about to step forward. Director Du, Jiang Lin hasn't awakened yet. He shouldn't go up. The old principal frowned slightly. For someone who wasn't even a martial artist to step onto the stage was tantamount to courting death. The old principal jokes. If Jiang Lin wishes to go up, let him. Besides, he's the son of Jiang Feng, the war god. What caliber was Jiang Feng? He was once a figure the entire nation looked up to. His son must be extraordinary too. Director Du's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter, his words dripping with malice. Even if that Jiang Lin isn't much of a guy, we can't let him get beaten by Lu Tai again and bring shame to our school. Forget it, forget it. If it comes down to it, just concede defeat. The students present had lost their enthusiasm, too lazy to argue further. They hadn't really cared about the outcome to begin with, only driven by Lu Tai's relentless pressure. Now that the excitement had faded from their minds, the outcome suddenly seemed irrelevant. After all, it was just a friendly match. Who cared? If he lost, he lost. I haven't even played yet. Why assume I'll lose? Jiang Lin chuckled. It was one thing for this crowd to mock him normally, but now they were trying to crush his spirit. Jiang Lin, you really can't go. When Lan stopped Jiang Lin once more, her voice stern and utterly serious. She absolutely couldn't let Jiang Lin follow in Wen Luliang's footsteps. She had to stop him. Teacher Wen, everyone's already invited me. If I don't go up, won't that be embarrassing? Jiang Lin chuckled softly. What's the point of worrying about face now? This is just a friendly match, not some life or death final. When Lan shook her head firmly. She absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Jiang Lin in front of her. Jiang Lin's smile vanished. He stood ramrod straight and replied with equal seriousness, Teacher Wen, I think you should trust me. Seeing Jiang Lin's earnest expression, Wen Lan was momentarily lost in thought. After 3 seconds of silence, she asked, Are you absolutely certain? Do you have confidence you can defeat him? I need you to be completely honest with me, truly honest. Jiang Lin's expression relaxed and a smile returned to his face. Ms. Wen, I'm being completely serious with you. Forget about Lu Tai. Even if all 10 of them from Linchuan Middle School attack me together, they wouldn't last 10 seconds against me. Alright. When Lan's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression filled with disbelief and shock. Since Jiang Lin had spoken so decisively, she had no choice but to believe him. Moreover, a sudden intuition struck her. Jiang Lin might not be as simple as she'd imagined. After all, he was the son of Jiang Zhanshen, Jiang Feng. Enough, enough. Stop all this nonsense. Are you coming up or not? It's been ages, and you're still dawdling over there. Lu Tai stood on the platform, his legs already going numb. What's the rush? You want to lose? I'll grant you your wish. Jiang Lin shifted his feet, leaping forcefully onto the stage. Jiang Lin is already a martial artist? The old headmaster's eyes widened in shock, his astonishment palpable. The stage stood 2 meters above the ground. Without awakening, it would be impossible to leap that height so effortlessly. Had Jiang Lin truly awakened? The teachers present exchanged glances, each seeing surprise and alarm in the other's eyes. They knew Jiang Lin's living conditions all too well. He struggled even to refine source crystals. Yet now, he had awakened. Jiang Feng, he was always unfathomable. Even in his current state of decline, he still possesses extraordinary methods. In the end, all the teachers present attributed Jiang Lin's breakthrough to Jiang Feng. Kid, if you can take my palm strike, this match is yours. Lu Tai's lips curled into a cold sneer as he shot Jiang Lin a contemptuous glance. Chapter 25, Burning with Rage. Oh, stop pretending. One palm? I'm standing right here. If you can push me back even half a step with that one palm, I'll admit you're impressive. Jiang Lin stood on the high platform, hands behind his back, a playful look on his face. The moment those words left his mouth, Wen Lan's lips twitched slightly. The expressions on the students in the audience were even more spectacular. They stared at Jiang Lin with strange looks, and the next second, a chorus of curses erupted, all angrily denouncing Jiang Lin as crazy. Is this Jiang Lin crazy? What does he think he's doing? Does he think we're idiots? Even at his worst, Jiang Feng was once a war god. How did he end up with such an idiot for a son? I'm speechless. Jiang Lin isn't usually like this. What's gotten into him today? The teachers from Linjiang Middle School were so furious their eyebrows twitched. If not for the inappropriate setting, they would have stormed down to drag Jiang Lin away. Ha, this is hilarious. The guy's so full of himself. You'd think he'd already reached the war general rank. The students from Linchuan Middle School laughed even louder. Principal Du reclined in his chair, legs crossed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lin with utter contempt. Perfect, perfect. I love people who show off like you. Lu Tai could barely contain his amusement, his smile practically spilling over. Without another word, Lu Tai planted his foot, surged with source energy, and charged forward, delivering a vicious palm strike straight at Jiang Lin. Below the stage, Wen Lan stood ready. If Jiang Lin couldn't withstand this blow, she would pull him down immediately. Teachers from Linjiang Middle School shook their heads in unison. With Lu Tai's strike landing, Jiang Lin would likely end up lying down just like Wen Luliang. Something's off. Yuching, however, furrowed her brows slightly. Kid, you really aren't moving? Then die. Lu Tai roared, utterly stunned that Jiang Lin stood completely still, waiting to take his punch head-on. Fine. Today, he would avenge the dead of the entire city. If he couldn't kill Jiang Feng, he would cripple this brat Jiang Lin. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Lu Tai was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground as a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. You actually believed me when I said I wouldn't move. Jiang Lin chuckled, retracting his fist. Not a trace of source energy rippled through his body. That punch had used no source energy, it was sheer physical force that sent Lu Tai flying. You. Lu Tai scrambled to his feet in disbelief, his voice cold with fury. You're a tier 3. What? Third tier. Lu Tai's words instantly sparked gasps of shock from everyone present. Whoa, that kid Jiang Lin sure kept his cards close to his chest. The usually taciturn old headmaster's eyes widened with astonishment as he murmured to himself, third tier? He's probably way beyond third tier. Third tier. Wen Lan was undoubtedly the most shocked. Not long ago, Jiang Lin hadn't even awakened his power, and now, after just a few days, he was already third tier. How bizarre is this kid? But wait. Zhang Feng surrendered all his treasures to the state. According to rumors, his remaining funds barely cover his basic needs. Zhang Feng is still Zhang Feng. Even after being thoroughly searched by the state, he still has reserves. Teachers present who knew Jiang Lin wore expressions of displeasure and unease. This person, this punch, feels strangely familiar. Yuching Yu's pupils contracted slightly. Her gaze toward Jiang Lin grew hostile as she began to piece things together. Stop. 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 This kid is already at warrior level 5 or above. Lu Tai is barely at level 2. How can they fight? The power difference between them is dozens of times. Director Du finally couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and shouted angrily. Director, weren't you the one who told me to go up and fight Lu Tai? I'm just following your orders. You even smiled and agreed just now. Jiang Lin shot Director Du a glance. This old bastard really had some nerve. Hearing this, Director Du's rage flared. He pointed at Jiang Lin and shouted, You little brat. What business do you have speaking here? What are you? And what am I? I'm talking to your teacher. What right do you have to interrupt? The atmosphere shifted noticeably at his words. A palpable tension filled the air, the atmosphere thickening with hostility. The teacher from Linjiang Middle School felt a flicker of anger and wanted to retort, but remembering it was Jiang Lin, he held his tongue. What the hell are you babbling about, you old fart? Lu Tai couldn't beat him, plain and simple. What's this nonsense about a level difference? When Lu Tai beat Wen Luoliang earlier, wasn't there a rank difference too? We didn't say a word. Now there's a bigger gap, and you old fart starts whining. Oomph. Losing makes you lose your temper. Wen Luoliang was beaten to a pulp just now, and none of our teachers said a word. Instead, the Linjiang Middle School students were seething with indignation. They pointed at Director Du and started cursing, making his already explosive temper flare even more violently. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Old principal, look at your students. Do they behave like students? Pointing fingers at teachers and cursing them. If this happened at our Linchuan Middle School, they'd have been expelled long ago. Director Du's voice cracked with rage as he spat venom. I merely called him the son of a traitor. Look how worked up you all are. Seeing Director Du actually trading insults with the students, Gao Qingshan and Mo Miaomia tugged at his sleeve. Director! Director! Keep it low-key, low-key. This is Linjiang Middle School, not our Linsuan Middle School. Mo Miaomia gave an awkward laugh, wishing she could just cover Director Du's big mouth with her hand. Out here, he didn't care about his image at all. He really didn't care about saving face. Seemingly realizing the disparity in their statuses, Director Du gradually fell silent, sitting put. Yet his crimson face betrayed his seething frustration, pushed to the absolute limit. His gaze toward Jiang Lin was filled with seething anger, his fists clenched tightly. What's that look for? You're the one who deserves to be beaten, and you're the one who shouldn't be beaten. You've got every excuse covered, haven't you? Jiang Lin sneered coldly. If Jiang Lin had kept quiet, it would have been better. But those words sent Director Du into a rage. With a flick of his right hand, a crimson beam shot toward Jiang Lin at blinding speed. Damn it, you bastard! Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed sharply as he instinctively tried to retreat. Though this strike from Zhong Dang wasn't fatal, getting hit would definitely cause serious injury. Jiang Lin! Wen Lan flashed forward, ready to shield him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the old principal could no longer sit idly by. With a slight flick of his finger, he deflected Director Du's attack. Director Du, you've gone too far. Jiang Lin may be Jiang Feng's son, but none of this is within his control. The old principal's voice carried an air of absolute authority. It was true that Jiang Lin was Jiang Feng's son. But he was still a child at the time and couldn't have stopped Jiang Feng. Strictly speaking, Jiang Lin didn't need to bear any of the insults or injustices meant for Jiang Feng. Director Du cursed a few times, but that was all. It didn't matter, a few more words wouldn't make a difference. But if it came to physical violence, that was unacceptable. After all, Jiang Lin was one of his students at Linjiang Middle School. As a teacher and principal, he couldn't stand by and watch his student get bullied by another school's faculty. Oomph. Knowing he was in the wrong, Director Du decided to shut up. Jiang Lin breathed a heavy sigh of relief, but he knew that going head-to-head with Director Du would only lead to trouble. He could only endure it for now. If your Linjiang Middle School has no one left, then I'll count this match as my win. Jiang Lin shot Director Du another glance. Chapter 26, A Grade Apart. You may have some skills, but Linsuan Middle School isn't to be trifled with either. Director Du laughed, a laugh that was wildly arrogant. He raised his hand slightly behind him. Behind Director Du, a man and a woman rose simultaneously and stepped onto the platform. Linchuan Middle School, Wei Man, Level 5 Warrior, seeks your guidance. Linchuan Middle School, Zhang Luo, Level 5 Warrior, seeks your guidance. Unlike Mo Miao Miao's youthful beauty, Wei Manan was tall and slender, her long legs clad in black stockings, exuding an undeniable sensual charm. Zhang Luo's physique resembled Gao Qingshan's, though he appeared even more muscular. The moment these two stepped forward, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of chatter once more. What? Li Jinghai sent 10 people total? Besides the earlier ones, the last 6 are all martial artists and these 2 are even level 5? This is ridiculous. This isn't a friendly league match, they're clearly here to wreck the event. Students are forbidden from competing under borrowed names, yet they brought level 5 martial artists. But Principal Du couldn't be bothered to listen to the complaints. Sitting in his chair, picking his nose, a cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. This visit was meant for competition. What was wrong with bringing a few strong students? Director Du, this is going too far. The old principal's voice was low. The previous incident was set aside for now. This time, he was genuinely dissatisfied with Director Du's approach. No problem. Wei Man, Jiang Luo, right? You two can go together. Jiang Lin smiled too, deciding to drop the low-key act. He looked at Director Du and said, Director Du, you want to compete? Let's compete. Lu Tai, Gao Qingshan, and Mo Miao Miao, come on. What do you mean by this? Director Du was momentarily confused. Let all your students come forward together. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, his words startling everyone. Du Liping wanted to see him humiliated. Well, he'd give Du Liping a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Lin, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't let success go to your head. Before Director Du could speak, the old principal couldn't hold back any longer. Jiang Lin, what are you talking about? Wan Lan asked, feeling a bit dizzy. Arrogant to the extreme. He's got no respect for anyone. Has Jiang Lin lost his mind? Even after awakening, he doesn't need to be this crazy. The students present froze in shock, as if they'd misheard. Is he that confident? Yuching stood rooted to the spot, deep in thought. The idea of facing 10 students from Linchuan Middle School alone was utterly terrifying. Even Yuching herself wasn't entirely certain she could defeat all 10. While her rank was high, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At warrior rank, sheer numbers could still inflict significant damage on quality. Ha! I don't know whether to call you incredibly bold or just plain stupid. Director Du chuckled as if he'd heard the funniest joke, his laughter echoing steadily. Are you coming or not? If I'm not, I'm outta here. No time to waste with your shenanigans. Jiang Lin snapped impatiently. These guys talk way too much. Just fight it out and get it over with. Defeat the 2 of us first before talking about anything else. Zhang Luo barked coldly, lunging at Jiang Lin first. Wei Manan also moved, her speed astonishingly fast, far quicker than Zhang Luo's. She closed in on Jiang Lin in an instant, but before she could strike, Jiang Lin vanished. As she spun around to scan her surroundings, she faintly heard a lion's roar. Instantly, she felt her body slammed by a boulder, sending her flying backward. What? Zhang Luo roared, clenching his fist. Seizing the moment, he slammed his fist into Jiang Lin's back. Yet, a layer of stone-like armor suddenly shone on Jiang Lin's back. The blow not only failed to knock Jiang Lin back but instead sent Zhang Luo staggering backward. Zhang Luo, watch out! Gao Qingshan shouted from the spectator seats. Zhang Luo's heart raced with alarm. Before he could recover, he realized Jiang Lin had already closed the distance, charging forward with a punch. The sheer force and speed left no room for evasion. With no other choice, Zhang Luo braced his arm to take the full force. A thunderous crack echoed as Zhang Luo was sent flying. One man defeated 2 opponents all within less than 6 seconds. In fact, from start to finish, the crowd hadn't even registered Wei Manan's defeat. It wasn't until Zhang Luo was knocked flying that they finally grasped the sheer terror of Jiang Lin. A level 6 warrior has the nerve to step onto the stage. Director Du leapt to his feet, roaring in fury. Level 6. The old principal and teachers like Wan Lan were stunned. The teachers in the spectator seats erupted in chaos. What's going on? In the last test, Jiang Lin was first, but he hadn't awakened yet. How could he become a level 6 warrior in just a few days? Unbelievable, it seems fake. If Jiang Lin achieved level 6 without sufficient source crystals, his talent would be terrifying, on par with the greatest prodigies. Overhearing the murmurs, Jiang Lin paid little heed to his cultivation level being exposed. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. However, when he deliberately glanced at Yuching, he caught her staring intently at him. Startled, Jiang Lin immediately looked away. Revealing his cultivation level was a minor issue, but if Yuching discovered he'd snatched it from her, the trouble would likely be significant. Still wanna fight? I'll give you one last chance. If not, I'm leaving. Jiang Lin turned his gaze toward the students from Linchuan Middle School. Gao Qingshan, Lu Tai, and the others turned ashen, their lips trembling slightly. Fight? What the hell were they supposed to do? Not fighting? Then I'm leaving. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, then turned and leaped off the stage under everyone's gaze. Jiang Lin, you're absolutely stunning. Wenlan was completely dumbfounded. Teacher 1, don't be so shocked. This is nothing special. Compared to other outstanding individuals, I'm just getting started. Jiang Lin's words weren't false modesty. According to Du Liping and others, figures like Zhang Luo, Wei Manan, Gao Qingshan, and Mo Miu could reach warrior level 3 or even level 5 by their age through self-cultivation and limited school support alone. As for Jiang Lin, with the system's assistance, he barely reached level 6. Compared to them, the gap was simply too vast. Truly, there's always someone better out there. The irony was that Jiang Lin had previously believed his first-place finish meant he was truly the top student at Linjiang Middle School. Now he realized he might not even measure up to Sun Ruxian or Wen Leliang. As for Zhang Luo, Wei Manman, and the others, they were simply even more outstanding. As for that Ji Yulong Du Liping mentioned earlier, he must be even more formidable. Judging by everyone else's stunned expressions, he's probably a prodigy so rare they come along once in a century. Beside Wenlan, Wen Luliang had also awakened. Witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Stop being so modest. Zhang Luo and Wei Manman are level 5 warriors, while you're level 6. Logically, even if you could defeat them, it would require immense effort. But the effortless ease you displayed just now proves you far surpass your peers. You've got sharp eyes." Jiang Lin smiled, offering no rebuttal. Because it was all true. After cultivating the Chi Wave overlap technique, Giant Stone Armor, and Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist, ordinary opponents at his level were practically lambs led to slaughter. Even Yuching, who had once managed to put up a fight, now paled in comparison after his techniques and martial arts had advanced. She was nothing special anymore, he could handle her effortlessly with one hand. Only a true warrior at the pinnacle of their craft could be considered a worthy opponent for Jiang Lin. Whoosh! The old headmaster's figure appeared on the high platform. His gaze swept the area, finally settling on Jiang Lin. Chapter 27, Cultivate? Eliminate? As he looked at Jiang Lin, the old principal's gaze held satisfaction tinged with puzzlement. Finally, he turned to Director Du Liping and said indifferently, "Well, this friendly match was quite spectacular. The students from both Linjiang and Linchuan schools are exceptionally talented. There were losses and victories, but that doesn't define everything. In the major exam half a month from now, they will surely shine brilliantly once more." Du Liping snorted coldly, ignoring everyone else and not even glancing at the old principal. He promptly led his 10 students away, their tails between their legs. Du Liping had come this time specifically to flex his muscles. After all, with geniuses like Zhang Luo and Wei Manman emerging from his school, he was bound to parade them around. His plan was to flex his muscles at Linjiang Middle School, then move on to Linwu Middle School, visiting each one in turn. Little did he expect to crash and burn at his very first stop, Linjiang Middle School. What's more, the defeat came at the hands of Zhang Feng's son, a fact that rankled Du Liping to no end. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng's son, that traitor's offspring, would be so exceptional? Just judging by his performance in crushing Zhang Luo and Wei Manman, Jiang Lin's skill level was clearly approaching Ji Yulong's. Among peers of the same level, only Ji Yulong could defeat Jiang Lin. This won't do. I must discuss this with Yulong. Du Liping thought, springing into action immediately. He hurriedly relayed the recent events to Ji Yulong. Over the phone, Ji Yulong sounded astonished. "Director Du, are you certain that man is Zhang Feng's son? And that he defeated Zhang Luo and Wei Manman within 5 seconds? Yulong, why would I lie to you? That kid is no ordinary fighter. A level 6 warrior who can dominate 2 level 5s? You know Zhang Luo and Wei Manman's skill levels, they're definitely not weaklings. Yet he wiped them out instantly." Du Liping rattled off a long string of praise, nearly putting Jiang Lin on a pedestal. "Oh? That does sound interesting." Ji Yulong chuckled on the other end of the line, seemingly unfazed. "Yulong, I have a gut feeling this Jiang Lin could threaten your top spot in the province. You must be careful. Develop a specific plan to deal with him." Du Liping's instincts were usually spot on, and this time he felt strongly about it. Ji Yulong chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. "Director, you're overthinking this. No matter how strong he is, he's still only a level 6. Besides, the higher-ups have already set the rules. Even if he's exceptionally talented, no school will take him. You needn't worry about this matter. Just focus on taking Zhang Luo, Wei Manman, and the others to broaden their horizons." With that, Ji Yulong hung up the phone. Du Liping stared blankly at his phone. Gao Qingshan, standing nearby, scratched his head curiously and asked, "So, Director, are we still going to visit other schools?" Du Liping's face turned ashen. Go to hell. Back to training. Linchuan Middle School. Principal's office. The old principal, Wenlan, and Jiang Lin were all present. "Jiang Lin, tell us the specifics of your situation. If I'm not mistaken, news about you will spread quickly." The old principal's voice was hoarse. His aged, cloudy eyes fixed on Jiang Lin, as if trying to see right through him. Though this friendship league was merely a minor tournament, it involved Jiang Lin's awakening and his rapid breakthrough to level 6. These events would undoubtedly draw the attention of higher-ups. As the headmaster, he needed to investigate Jiang Lin's recent developments beforehand. Otherwise, when questioned by higher-ups, he would be hard-pressed to provide answers. My specific circumstances? Jiang Lin chuckled softly, speaking plainly. What specific circumstances could I possibly have? I awakened and broke through. That's not what I'm asking. Of course I know you've awakened and broken through. I'm merely curious, how did you awaken? The old principal frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. When Lan also asked curiously, Jiang Lin, did you join any faction? Without joining any faction or receiving school assistance, awakening was virtually impossible for ordinary people. Everyone knew Jiang Lin's circumstances. He had no resources for awakening. Now not only had Jiang Lin awakened, but he could also spend thousands of source crystals to upgrade. This alone was terrifying. A single level upgrade required several hundred source crystals, and the higher the level, the greater the consumption, increasing exponentially. Jiang Lin couldn't even afford the source crystals for body tempering before. How did he suddenly become so wealthy? No, I haven't joined any faction. My awakening was pure luck. My father had his leg crushed in a mining accident, and the Provincial Mining Bureau compensated us with several thousand source crystals. I used those to awaken. Jiang Lin delivered his entire explanation without a hint of embarrassment. What? The Provincial Mining Bureau compensated him with several thousand source crystals? Hearing that amount, the old principal's eyebrows knitted tightly together. According to his information, the Provincial Bureau of Mineral Resources had only compensated with 1,000 source crystals. But by the time the 1,000 reached Jiang Feng, it was likely dwindled to almost nothing. After all, he knew a thing or two about the greed of that group. Why would they be so generous this time? It just didn't add up. Several thousand source crystals? How could? Wan Lan was equally stunned by the amount. Jiang Lin, explain in detail exactly how many source crystals. Give us the precise number. The old principal pressed, suspecting Jiang Lin was exaggerating. I don't know, but at least 5 or 6,000 pieces. Jiang Lin kept exaggerating. There was no way to verify the truth anyway, so why not just brag? Are you certain they all came from the Provincial Bureau of Mineral Resources? The old principal remained skeptical. The higher-ups had made it crystal clear that no assistance would be provided to Jiang Feng or Jiang Lin. So why the sudden exception? Could it be because Jiang Feng broke his leg, softening their hearts? It couldn't be ruled out. How did you suddenly awaken? What triggered it? The old principal asked again, once more finding it unreasonable. You should know that my physical strength had already reached the threshold for awakening. After obtaining the source crystal, I began the process of self-awakening. With my father's guidance, I succeeded. Jiang Lin didn't lie this time. His words were sincere and earnest. Self-awakening? Good lad. The old principal's face lit up with joy upon hearing those words. But the moment he realized it was Jiang Lin who had awakened on his own, his smile vanished instantly. Self-awakening individuals were all top-tier geniuses. With careful cultivation, they would become at least Battle King level in the future. It was just a pity that it was Jiang Lin who had awakened on his own. There was no way to nurture him carefully. Ah, what a cruel twist of fate. Such a promising young talent. The old principal sighed, though it was unclear whether he genuinely empathized or was merely putting on a show. Finally, the old principal asked a few more random questions, chattering on and on, before dismissing Jiang Lin. After Jiang Lin departed, the old principal rose to his feet, gazing out the window as he murmured. Wan Lan, what do you think? If the higher-ups learned of Jiang Lin's terrifying talent, would they choose to cultivate him, or would they? The old principal's expression suddenly turned grave. Eliminate him. Chapter 28, God-tier entry. Stepping out of the principal's office. A group of students' gazes immediately turned toward him. This time, Jiang Lin faced no mockery or insults from others. In this environment, the strong always commanded respect. Jiang Lin's innate talent and formidable strength had clearly won over the students present. He responded to the envious and jealous looks with a faint smile. Honestly, with Jiang Lin's strength, if he performs well in the major exams, he'll definitely be the top student in our school. I doubt even Yuching could match him. True enough, but even if he ranked first, what difference would it make? The higher-ups have already made it clear after middle school, Jiang Lin must withdraw. He's ineligible for university. What a cruel twist of fate. With talent like his, he could have been the next Jiang Feng. No wonder talent runs in the family. Students whispered among themselves, their envy palpable as they wished they could take Jiang Lin's talent for themselves. Jiang Lin shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it. Unless something extraordinary happened, he'd never have anything to do with this crowd for the rest of his life. But the moment he stepped out of the school gate, a young girl walked straight toward him. Yuching. Hello, I've finally waited for you. Yuching's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of laughter. Oh? What do you mean? Why wait for me? Jiang Lin immediately shot her a puzzled look, as if he didn't recognize Yuching Yue at all. Don't you recognize me? Yuching Yue's eyes locked onto Jiang Lin's, trying to detect any hint of deception. Sorry, I really don't know you. If I had to say I recognize you, it'd only be because I heard your name mentioned by a classmate during the match just now. Jiang Lin smiled, showing no sign of flustered confusion under Yuching Yue's intense gaze. You're still pretending. Yuching Yue's voice grew cold and sharp. Acting? Sorry, I'm not acting. What do you mean by that? If you don't have anything else, please move aside and stop blocking my path. Jiang Lin shook his head and ignored Yuching Yue. Unexpectedly, after taking only a few steps, Yuching Yue caught up again. Still pretending. Keep pretending. You stole the blood gold fruit and snatched my clear sound flute. Now that you've been exposed, you're pretending again. Seeing him persist in his pretense, Yuching Yue abandoned all subtlety. Ha! I have no idea what you're talking about. What blood gold fruit? What clear sound flute? I've never heard of such things. If you persist in pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Lin's expression turned stern, clearly ready to fight at the slightest provocation. This little girl is so stubborn. That blood gold fruit clearly grew naturally. It never belonged to anyone. Even if it had an owner, it belonged to the cicada monkeys. Why does she act like the blood gold fruit suddenly belongs to her Shinyu Tech? And what's this about stealing the clear sound flute? It's plain as day that your skills, Yuching Yue, just aren't up to par. You couldn't beat your opponent, so you dropped an item. Isn't that perfectly normal? Fine. Playing dumb, huh? Yuching Yue was furious. Even after being exposed, she could still remain so calm. Unbelievable. Jiang Lin snorted coldly and turned to walk away. Wait. Yuching Yue's face remained icy. Back home. Jiang Lin saw the breaking news headline. At 3 a.m. on May 3rd, a Warking-level ghost beast cicada monkey appeared on Sanglong Mountain in northern Linjiang City, Yunjiang Province, causing massive destruction to the mountain. In response, Wei Yuhua, director of the Martial Arts Bureau of Linjiang City, personally intervened. With the assistance of major corporations in Linjiang City, the ghost beast cicada monkey was successfully slain, protecting the safety of people within dozens of miles. Below the article were several photos of Sanglong Mountain, showing director Wei Yuhua battling the cicada monkey high above the ground. The final image captured the cicada monkey lying defeated on the ground. The comments section for this news story was almost entirely positive. Fated C, impressive. Kudos to director Wei. Virtue bears all, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. No coriander, if only I could marry someone like director Wei. How many days has it been? Why is this news only coming out now? Reading this utterly unbelievable news, Jiang Lin was utterly speechless. Hundreds of people died, yet they kept it completely under wraps. Zhou Yulin of Tianlin Tech is dead. Shui Feiyang of Feiyang Technology is dead. Zhao Wu, CEO of Yuelong Technology, is dead. 3 quasi-war king-level figures had perished, yet not a ripple stirred. Instead, the belatedly arrived Wei Yuhua received extensive coverage. Perhaps the final blood gold fruit has fallen into Wei Yuhua's hands. Or perhaps the blood gold fruit itself was never meant to be seized by ordinary factions. Ordinary factions are merely sharper firearms. Dad, weren't you home? As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Lin noticed his father wasn't in the house. Normally, Jiang Feng wouldn't go out due to his mobility issues. Could something have happened? Panicked, Jiang Lin rushed out the door only to encounter Jiang Feng in his wheelchair at the corner. Standing before him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had an elegant appearance, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his posture straight and upright. Merely observing his demeanor, he was clearly no ordinary person, certainly born into a noble family. Jiang Feng conversed with the man for quite some time. Even Jiang Lin's arrival didn't interrupt their laughter. Finally, the man nodded at Jiang Lin before disappearing. Yes, that's right, he vanished. Vanished without a trace. Just like that, he dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Not dead, but departed. This feat was virtually indistinguishable from that of a divine being. Let's go, Liner. Jiang Feng approached in his wheelchair, making no mention of who the person had been. Jiang Lin didn't ask either. What needed to be known would eventually come to light. Back in the room, Jiang Lin checked today's skill refresh. Still just one worthless entry, resilience. Refresh. 3-star entry, super memory. 3-star entries are indeed decent, but this super memory one. I'll pass. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment. This 3-star entry was a bit useless. He kept refreshing, but still didn't get anything satisfactory. Forget it, I'll try again tomorrow. After a night passed, the entries had automatically refreshed. Today's refreshed entry, sharpness. Refresh. Scroll successful. Current refreshed entry, Medicine Sage Alchemy. Divine tier entry, Medicine Sage Alchemy. Possessing this entry grants instant mastery of all known and lost knowledge regarding the refinement of elixirs and potions. Under the blessing of this entry, alchemy success rate increases by 80%, drastically reducing failure risk while producing pills of superior quality compared to ordinary ones. Holy crap, a god tier entry. It's here. It's finally here. The odds are insane. A god tier skill that normally requires 1,000 attempts just to guarantee a drop, and it just dropped. Jiang Lin leapt to his feet, trembling all over. In an instant, darkness flooded his vision. His mind felt stuffed with an encyclopedia: healing pills, power-enhancing elixirs, antidotes, even obscure potions. Plus, the formulas, cooking times, and herb processing all crystal clear. Chapter 29, Refining the Purifying Essence Rejuvenation Pill. Yes. 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 Jiang Lin laughed excitedly. This time, I'll finally get to show what I'm capable of. Jiang Lin retrieved the blood gold fruit, dew condensing grass, spirit nurturing vine, and nurturing essence fruit stored at home, gathering every valuable item he possessed. Sell everything that can be sold. After selecting the items, Jiang Lin prepared to sell them. Seeing Jiang Lin head out again, Zhang Feng neither asked questions nor tried to stop him. No disguise options this time, I'll have to sell door to door. Jiang Lin had considered heading straight for the Heavenly Mechanics Treasure Pavilion in Linqing City. After all, his last deal with Ji Yulong had gone quite smoothly. Moreover, he'd brought his entire fortune this time, certainly enough to trade for more medicinal herbs from Ji Yulong. But he needed to keep his identity concealed for now. After all, he'd told the old headmaster that the source crystals came from the provincial government. If he went out selling a large batch of treasures, it would surely cause trouble for his father. After hours of wandering, Jiang Lin finally sold half of it. Roughly estimated, this haul netted him 7,000 source crystals. However, if he continued selling, he risked being targeted again like last time. The time was now 10 a.m. Enough is enough. I'll buy some medicinal herbs and head back to refine pills. Jiang Lin visited various small shops, purchasing numerous medicinal herbs. He also picked up a medicinal cauldron. The alchemy cauldron alone cost 500 source crystals. Evidently, regardless of its quality, this cauldron was an exceptionally rare item. By the end, Jiang Lin had spent every last one of the 7,000 source crystals he'd exchanged. Clutching a ring filled with medicinal herbs, Jiang Lin returned home in high spirits. Back home. Seeing Jiang Lin take out the large alchemy cauldron, Zhang Feng knew exactly what Jiang Lin intended to do. Alchemy? You know how? Zhang Feng's mind was filled with questions. I know a little. Jiang Lin chuckled. Don't joke about this. If you mess up alchemy, this cauldron could explode. Zhang Feng gave a wry smile. This was no trivial matter, the risks were extremely high. Jiang Lin smiled confidently and declared, Father, rest assured. I've just mastered the art of alchemy. It's rock solid. Just watch. I'll refine an unparalleled divine pill. No, don't joke with your old man like that. An unparalleled divine pill. Zhang Feng wasn't skeptical, it was genuinely hard to believe. First, I'll refine a breakthrough pill for you. You'll see the results. Jiang Lin chuckled and immediately channeled his source energy into the alchemy cauldron. Propelled by the source energy, the cauldron immediately ignited with a purple flame. A warrior-grade breakthrough pill. The moment Jiang Lin uttered the name breakthrough pill, the formula for it flooded his mind, along with all the data on refining techniques and skills. Moreover, the formula wasn't limited to warrior grade, there were also war king, war emperor, and war god grade versions. With that, Jiang Lin began the process. Refining, purifying, condensing the essence, combining the ingredients, shaping the pill. Great Azure Void, White Root, Tai Chi Herb. Jiang Lin selected the herbs, flicked his fingers, and tossed them one by one into the cauldron. Refining. Jiang Lin immersed himself completely in the process. Boom! 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 Purple flames surged upward. Soon, the spiritual herbs melted under the intense heat, impurities dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Jiang Lin's technique was remarkably skilled. It seemed he wasn't refining herbs for the first time. The entries imparted not only knowledge and experience, but also master-level technique. Combining the herbs, Jiang Lin grew increasingly focused, channeling his source energy and rhythm. Boom! 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 A series of loud bangs echoed from within the cauldron. Upon closer inspection, the medicinal liquid churned and blended within. Before long, the liquid condensed into smooth, round pills. Done. Mission accomplished. Jiang Lin smiled with satisfaction, waving his arm to extinguish the purple flames. 3 luminous white pills leapt from the cauldron's mouth, caught by Jiang Lin. This. Zhang Feng watched Jiang Lin's entire sequence of actions, his mind going blank. For a moment, he was utterly speechless. Zhang Feng was no fool. As a former war god, he had witnessed countless geniuses. He had also witnessed countless geniuses in the art of alchemy. Alchemists hailed as masters were exceedingly rare. And Zhang Feng had witnessed those masters' alchemy techniques firsthand. What stunned him was that Jiang Lin's techniques were almost identical to those masters. Father, what do you think? How was my technique? Jiang Lin grinned triumphantly, placing 3 warrior-grade breakthrough pills into Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng clasped the pills in his hand. With his seasoned expertise, he instantly recognized them as genuine breakthrough pills. Moreover, several patterns adorned their surfaces. These were pill patterns, with 10 patterns being the highest grade and 1 pattern the lowest. 10 patterns signified supreme quality, while 1 pattern represented the most basic level. This. Jiang Feng stammered, unable to find words. Finally, he handed the pills back to Jiang Lin, his face frozen in astonishment. How on earth did you learn this? Jiang Lin chuckled lightly. Father, didn't I tell you before? I've mastered a special ability. Nothing is too difficult for me now. Before his father could respond, Jiang Lin continued, there's no time for explanations now. I need to refine the pills to heal your leg injury first. You needn't trouble yourself. Focus on refining the pills you need. My leg isn't a physical injury, it's nearly impossible to heal with mere pills. Jiang Feng chuckled. His leg wasn't something a few small pills could fix. Only the energy released by genuine king-grade or emperor-grade treasures could break it. What appeared to be a leg injury was actually a high-grade restriction. No problem. Even if it can't be fully healed, I can at least ease the pain. From here on out, just watch me. Jiang Lin refused to believe it couldn't be done. He refused to believe there was anything a king-grade pill couldn't fix. He set up protective measures for the pill refinement to prevent the aroma from escaping once the pills were complete. Then, Jiang Lin began refining the pill. This pill was called Purifying Essence Restoration Pill. The Purifying Essence Body Restoring Pill was a genuine king-grade quality pill. It cleansed meridians, purged stagnant impurities, then concentrated essence at injury sites to stimulate flesh regeneration, even mending old wounds and latent ailments. Begin. The refinement will take at least 3 hours. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, retrieving the dew-condensing grass, spirit-nurturing vine, and vitality-nourishing fruit he had purchased earlier from the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion. He then added auxiliary ingredients, 7-star grass leaves, spirit spring ice crystals, and blood ginseng roots. He placed them into the alchemy cauldron, ignited the purple flame, and ground them into a fine powder using his source energy. Buzz. White mist billowed from the cauldron. Add the blood gold fruit. Without hesitation, Jiang Lin tossed the precious half-piece of blood gold fruit into the cauldron. The blood gold fruit's value was beyond question. If refined into a strength-enhancing pill, it would undoubtedly grant Jiang Lin immense power, potentially elevating him several tiers. Advancing to the Battle King tier would become effortless. But Jiang Lin cared not. A mere War King rank, could it truly hold him back? Bring it on! Each time he ignited the flames for refinement, it drained most of his source energy. With one hand refining the pill, he held a source crystal in the other to replenish his depleted energy. 2 hours had already passed. A faint medicinal fragrance began to waft out. Almost there, the final step is imminent. Sweat beaded on Jiang Lin's forehead. Yet the final step demanded the utmost composure. Chapter 30, Recovery? Watching Jiang Lin's precise and decisive technique, Jiang Feng's face softened with a hint of relief. He had believed his life was doomed to ruin, yet his son had proven so remarkably capable. It seemed heaven hadn't driven him to the brink after all. He still had a chance. The final step. Condensing the core. Jiang Lin channeled every ounce of his source energy into the alchemy cauldron. Buzz. The cauldron shook violently. Finally, it slowly ceased its trembling. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted from within the cauldron. 3 purple pills coalesced and flew out, their bodies translucent, without a trace of impurity. Upon closer inspection, 9 faint patterns could be discerned on each pill. The Purifying Essence Restoration Pill is complete. Jiang Lin wiped away a bead of sweat, his heart brimming with excitement. A royal grade pill with 9 patterns could fetch at least several million if sold. It was truly priceless. This was precisely why the Divine Fish and Wang group had fought tooth and nail to seize the blood gold fruit. Securing a single blood gold fruit meant the potential to forge several battle kings. Father, take this first and see how it works. Jiang Lin took out the pill and handed one to Jiang Feng. All right. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment before finally popping the pill into his mouth. The moment it entered his body, Jiang Feng's face flushed crimson. Soon, a white mist began to rise from his body. In that instant, Jiang Feng's eyes cleared, his spirit surged, and he felt utterly comfortable throughout his entire body. Even more astonishingly, the source energy within him long vanished began to restore itself, thread by thread. Though only a sliver, it brought him immense benefit. It must be remembered that he had once willingly dispersed all his source energy. The state then manipulated secret techniques to seal his body. Without a high-grade treasure to unlock it, he would never possess source energy again in this lifetime. Yet, after consuming a single Purifying Essence Restoration Pill, his body had actually generated source energy. It's working! Not only Jiang Lin, but even Jiang Feng himself was overcome with excitement. His legs might actually recover. Is it healing? Jiang Feng's massive frame trembled violently as a sudden tingling sensation shot through his severed leg, like countless tiny needles stabbing fiercely. Jiang Lin immediately looked over and saw a faint red glow suddenly emanating from Jiang Feng's leg. This red glow signaled the medicinal power of the Purifying Essence Body Restoring Pill taking effect. The once lifeless flesh began to tremble faintly. Jiang Feng could distinctly feel waves of warmth spreading through his severed limb. Where there had been no sensation at all, a faint tingling slowly began to emerge. Jiang Lin held his breath, yet his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable flicker of excitement. Soon, the scars on Jiang Feng's leg began to fade at a visible pace. He could even feel the sensitivity in his leg and foot growing stronger. Almost there. But just then, a layer of pale golden patterns suddenly appeared on Jiang Feng's leg. These intricate patterns densely covered his leg, like chains binding his bones. With a slight tremor, the red glow emanating from the potion's effects vanished as if doused with cold water, fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with it, the tingling sensation in his legs disappeared. The pale golden patterns were restrictions placed upon him. Moreover, the newly born source energy within his body was also blocked by a national restriction, impossible to break through. Jiang Feng tried to move, but only a faint sensation came from the fracture site, like touching something through thick cotton. His leg remained utterly immobile. Jiang Feng pinched his severed leg, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by hope. At least I have sensation now. That's a huge improvement over before. Such a powerful restriction. Jiang Lin silently stared at the faint golden patterns on his father's leg, his fist clenching unconsciously as he murmured to himself. With the system's assistance, Jiang Lin was no longer a novice in the martial arts path. He possessed some understanding of restrictions. 2 restrictions. One was placed on you by the state, a secret technique level restriction. Its sealing power is immense, nearly binding your entire body. It prevents you from regaining your strength or generating new source energy. It's extremely difficult to remove. The other restriction isn't particularly high grade. It was secretly placed on you while mining ore, causing your legs to lose strength and leading to your collapse under the falling stones. The leg injury is minor, but this restriction requires special methods to remove. Jiang Lin's voice was low and icy, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. The Jingyuan Foodie Pill was a rare royal grade elixir with potent effects. Normally, it would surpass even the Yuling Divine Wood in efficacy. Restoring a severed leg should have been a simple matter. Yet, all its healing properties were completely nullified by these 2 restrictions. It's nothing. After all these years, I've grown accustomed to it. Though Jiang Feng spoke these words, they carried a hint of sorrow. As a former god-tier warrior, Jiang Feng possessed his own pride. Yet, due to that fateful incident in Haicheng, he had fallen to his current state. He had once wondered if the day would come when the nation uncovered the truth, cleared his name, and lifted his restrictions. Then he could resume his cultivation. But fantasies remained just that, fantasies. His enemies were too numerous. It's okay, Dad. It's just a minor restriction. Don't worry. I'll definitely lift it for you. Trash restrictions like this are no match for me. Jiang Lin rallied his spirits. Though the path was fraught with difficulties, at least he still had hope. Once he ascended to a higher realm, he'd be able to forge and craft far more powerful treasures. Then, not only would he lift the restrictions, but he'd track down every single one of the villains who framed his old man. He'd make those vicious scoundrels taste the bitter flavor of being sealed away themselves. Alright. I believe in you, son. Jiang Feng laughed happily. Father, I have a question. What exactly happened back then? I refuse to believe you betrayed the nation. What was the situation really like? Jiang Lin asked earnestly. Since childhood, Jiang Lin had heard countless versions of the Jiang Feng betrayed the nation story. He'd heard that Jiang Feng was a reincarnated demon beast, a humanoid monster. He'd also heard that Jiang Feng was a spy sent by the United States, sent specifically to frame his own countrymen. Yet no matter how many versions he heard, Jiang Lin had always firmly believed his father was no traitor. This matter involves too many people and too many things. I can't tell you the exact truth. Jiang Feng fell silent for a moment before saying heavily, this is what we'll do. If you can reach the level of a war god, or even a war emperor in this lifetime, I'll tell you what happened back then. Only by reaching the war emperor tier would one gain the standing to negotiate with those figures, to participate in the affairs at stake. Without the status of a war emperor, even if you knew the truth, what good would it do? In the end, it would only bring you more unsolvable troubles. Fine. What's so great about being a war emperor anyway? Jiang Lin agreed without hesitation. Chapter 31, The 4 War Gods. You're quite confident. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. War King level, that was the lofty pillar of the nation. Consider Wei Yuhua, director of the Martial Arts Bureau in Linjiang City, a low-tier war king. Even so, his status was exceptionally high. Even the most powerful factions in Yunjiang province had to give him considerable face. Once someone reached the war king tier, their status inevitably soared. Take Yu Mozhen of Divine Fish Technology, for instance. If Yu Mozhen could ascend from quasi-war king to full war king, his standing would rival Wei Yuhua's at the Martial Arts Bureau. Not only would he receive state protection, but he'd also be granted invaluable resources from the nation, propelling his career and power to soar. In the war against the ghost beasts, a low-tier war king could command nearly 5,000 martial artists, while a high-tier war king could lead up to 10,000 truly positions of supreme authority. Though rare, dozens of war kings could be found within a single city. Only those who reach the war emperor tier truly stand above the rest. For within a single province, there are at most only 2 war emperors. Take Yunjiang province, for example, it has only 2 war emperors. One is the governor of Yunjiang province. The other is the mastermind behind Yunjiang province's largest powerhouse, the Tianli group. In the war against ghost beasts, a single war emperor could effortlessly command tens of thousands of martial artists. A top-tier war emperor could even lead over 50,000 warriors. Once someone ascends to the rank of war emperor, they are directly integrated into the national system, attaining the pinnacle of status and power, truly standing above all others. War god-level beings are even rarer. Currently, the entire Huagua nation boasts only 3 war gods. One guards the central war zone, titled the Heavenly Gate War God. One guards the Snowy Realm War Zone, known as the Heavenly Ice War God. One war god guards the Kunlun War Zone, titled the Heavenly Ravine War God. However, 20 years ago, there was another war god guarding the vast sea war zone. This war god, known as the Heavenly Sea War God, was named Jiang. This isn't mere confidence, it's genuine power. Jiang Lin smiled and continued with his alchemy. With the remaining herbs, Jiang Lin still needed to refine chi restoring pills, essence restoring pills. Additionally, advancement pills to boost cultivation. Currently at warrior level 6, I need to refine several warrior grade mirror breaking pills and some general grade mirror breaking pills. For the king grade mirror breaking pills, I'll substitute with purifying essence rejuvenation pills for now. My primary goal is to advance to general grade. No sooner said than done, Jiang Lin began refining the pills step by step. By now, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Lin skipped dinner, immersing himself entirely in alchemy. By 10 p.m., the table was piled high with pills. Just the mirror-shattering pills alone came in different varieties. 2 bottles of warrior-grade mirror-shattering pills, 2 bottles of general-grade mirror-shattering pills, 20 bottles of pills to restore source energy, 10 bottles to heal injuries, 10 bottles of spirit-restoring pills, 10 bottles of insight-enhancing pills. I'm dead tired. Jiang Lin collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. He quickly swallowed a source-restoring pill and got back to work. All sorts of strange and unusual pills. I'll try refining them too. Finally, at midnight, Jiang Lin, still engrossed in alchemy, suddenly made a mistake. In an instant, the pills in the cauldron turned to ash. Alchemy skill entry time is up. Jiang Lin sighed. That pill was almost finished. Skill refreshed, enhancement. 2-star skill enhancement, all physical attributes increased by 30%. In that instant, Jiang Lin distinctly felt his body grow stronger. Not only his source energy, but his spirit, stamina, and physical strength had all surged. Not bad. I'll keep it for now. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and settled into a cross-legged meditation posture. He swallowed the mirror-shattering pill in one gulp and began to refine its potency. Breaking through using source crystals was not much different from breaking through using pills. Generally, refining source crystals for breakthroughs is faster, but it has drawbacks. Absorbing and refining large quantities of source crystals can destabilize one's foundational cultivation. To solidify one's foundation and allow the body to adapt fully requires prolonged cultivation. That's why no one would recklessly refine source crystals non-stop. A single misstep could trap them at warrior level 9 for life, forever barring entry into the ranks of war generals. Breaking through with pills not only stabilizes the body's foundation but also enhances all aspects. However, pills cannot be taken repeatedly in a short period, which is a minor drawback. The only efficient, side effect-free method for breakthroughs is meditation and combat. Yet most find these paths daunting. One cannot endure the solitude, the other fears death. After a night passed, Jiang Lin unsurprisingly advanced to warrior level 7. Feels so much lighter. Alchemy pills really are the way to go. Jiang Lin rose from bed to find his father, Jiang Feng, already standing with a cane. I felt some sensation in my legs this morning, so I bought a cane. Surprisingly, I can manage a few steps with it now. Jiang Feng smiled as he placed the prepared meal on the table. Great. Jiang Lin dug in immediately. After finishing, he asked, Father, now that I've reached warrior level 7, what should I do next? You could head to the training grounds to simulate trials. If you're brave enough, venture into the mining district to test your courage. Face real ghost beasts there. Once you reach a new level in absorbing source energy and mastering source power, you'll advance automatically. As a former war god, Jiang Feng possessed his own unique insights into cultivation. The mining district? Jiang Lin genuinely intended to seek that trial. However, I still recommend you wait until you reach the war general rank before venturing into the mining districts. In those areas, especially the unmanned ones, the greatest danger isn't the ghost beasts, it's other people. Once you reach war general rank, your mastery of martial arts and secret techniques will be far greater, giving you many more ways to handle crises. Your flexibility will be vastly superior to that of a warrior. Jiang Feng spoke thus, still fearing someone might seek to harm Jiang Lin. After all, while his enemies might no longer target him directly, his son Jiang Lin was exceptionally talented. If he ventured out of the city too soon and stepped into those mining areas, he would surely face danger. Fine. Anyway, taking one pill a month means I can reach the war general tier in 3 months at most. Jiang Lin wasn't in a hurry, but he couldn't afford to slack off either. It's fine. The current environment is relatively safe. There shouldn't be any trouble. Training safely is far better than venturing out to take risks. Jiang Feng smiled, then grew serious as he continued. But we can't stagnate. I foresee another major conflict erupting among the Ghost Beast factions soon. Without any real strength to rely on, survival will be tough. Another war? The mere mention of war made Jiang Lin tense up. Jiang Feng nodded solemnly, a hint of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. Of course. Humans and ghost beasts fought for 80 years. 20 years ago, humanity suffered a crushing defeat and signed a truce agreement. That defeat was truly devastating. Too many lives were lost. The Lord of Ghost Beasts could have seized the opportunity to conquer Blue Star then, but he chose to abandon it. Chapter 32, hijacked again? The Ghost Beast Lord? Renounced? Why would the Ghost Beast Lord renounce it? Though he'd heard many tales of the Ghost Beast's conflicts with martial artists before, they were always condensed versions where the truth of events was buried. The Ghost Beast Lord, well, it's a long story. To put it simply, he was once one of China's wealthiest tycoons, Su Yunlin. For some reason, he transformed into a ghost beast. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered, as if recalling something. One of China's former richest men? Turned into a ghost beast? How absurd is that? Jiang Lin heard this version of the story for the first time. But his father would never lie to him. That's right. Back then, the Ghost Beast Lord was on the verge of conquering Blue Star. But due to some physical condition, he ultimately had to call a truce. And all the source crystals we compensated the Ghost Beasts with were devoured and refined by this Ghost Beast Lord. Jiang Feng nodded. He too had been shocked upon hearing this account. So you're saying that now, having absorbed vast quantities of source crystals, the Ghost Beast Lord has resolved its physical issues and intends to attack again? Jiang Lin asked. Another attack is certain, but the timing remains unknown. Perhaps the Demon Beast Lord will strike tomorrow, or perhaps decades from now. In any case, strive to improve yourselves. It will prove useful in the future. Jiang Feng sighed wistfully. So father, what do you think our chances are if war breaks out again? Jiang Lin asked doubtfully. After all these years, surely humanity had built up some reserves. Chances? Jiang Feng fell silent for a long moment before replying, about 1%. Jiang Lin stared in disbelief, forcing a bitter smile. 1%? How is that any different from certain defeat? But why 1%? Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Why 1%, not 100%? Because within Huagui, or rather, on Blue Star itself, there still exists an unknown force that has yet to be awakened. Unknown forces? Jiang Lin heard this notion for the first time. It must be some ancient power, much like the great secrets of Mars. Blue Star might also hold immense secrets, but they remain unexplored. Jiang Feng couldn't explain it further, but he truly sensed it. Then, Jiang Feng continued. 100 years ago, humans excavating the great secret of Mars inadvertently unleashed the extinction element that had been sealed away for 10,000 years. Drawing a parallel, perhaps, something similar lies suppressed on Blue Star. It simply hasn't been discovered yet. If humanity faces extinction one day, that unknown force will be triggered. Therefore, that force represents that 1%. Jiang Lin nodded, understanding the concept. Regardless, the war hadn't begun yet, so he must focus on strengthening himself as quickly as possible. For the next few days, Jiang Lin trained relentlessly at home, solidifying his cultivation base. Simulated PK Arena. Jiang Lin resumed his ranking battles. His current ranking was 200,001. After a series of matched battles, Jiang Lin successfully climbed to the 150,000th rank. He climbed 50,000 spots in just one morning. On his way home, Jiang Lin noticed someone following him. Again? This time, Jiang Lin hadn't bought anything. He'd only gone to the PK arena for a single boxing match, yet somehow still drew attention. Still wary, Jiang Lin just wanted to catch the bus back to Linjiang City as soon as possible. But at a corner, he turned and bumped right into 3 men. Kid, think you can run? Where do you think you're going? All 3 wore black training uniforms. Their builds and heights were nearly identical, bearing no identifying marks, clearly members of the same faction. Heh, you lot are with Wang Qi and Sun Lu from last time, right? Jiang Lin's source energy surged violently within him, yet his expression remained calm as he inquired. Wang Qi? Sun Lu? Who are they? Never heard of them. One of them sneered coldly, waving his hand as the 2 beside him lunged toward Jiang Lin. Boom! Their source energy erupted. Both were clearly level 9 warriors. 9th rank warriors? Then this guy must be a battle general level. I should be able to handle this. Jiang Lin swiftly assessed the situation. Instead of fleeing, he condensed his source energy, catalyzing his giant stone armor to brace against their initial assault. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Lin staggered back several steps, yet his body remained unscathed. The boulder armor could block 80% of physical and magical attacks. These two were only 2 levels higher than Jiang Lin, and he also had a 2-star enhanced trait boosting his overall attributes by 30%, making him comparable to a level 8 warrior. With top-tier gear, he wasn't intimidated by 2 level 9 warriors. Impressive physical training. Both men were slightly startled, but having reached warrior level 9, they weren't fools. They immediately turned back and said, "Brother Lu, let's go together. This kid has some skills, but relying on just the two of us might get us into trouble." "Alright." Lu Xun, who had remained motionless until now, finally moved. He didn't underestimate Jiang Lin, unleashing energy swords and energy armor techniques only war general level warriors could activate. Wave layered chi transformation. Weaken, feedback. Jiang Lin growled. The azure petals on his forehead flickered faintly, shooting 3 beams of light that struck the trio. In that instant, the power emanating from all 3 plummeted by roughly 20%. The 2 9th rank war generals, weakened, saw their power plummet to below 8th rank. As for the war general tier Lu Xun, his power plummeted to that of a level 1 war general. His cultivation technique is no ordinary one. The trio was startled. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary technique. Yet, seasoned veterans of countless battles, they showed no fear. Instead, they unleashed even greater might and charged forward. Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Jiang Lin roared, his power erupting as he instantly shattered the barrier of 9th rank warrior. The illusory form of the Heavenly Lion coalesced behind him, then drifted into his fist as he delivered a thunderous blow. Roar! A mighty, primal lion's roar echoed through the air. In that instant, the minds of the 3 opponents shook violently, plunging them into a brief stupor. The advanced Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist 1-second hard control. Boom! The terrifying lion's head slammed violently into the 2 level 9 warriors. In that instant, the surging shockwave instantly ripped apart their garments. Streaks of blood spurted from their chests as both warriors were sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, their fates unknown. As for the war general tier Lu Xun, his face flushed crimson. His source energy armor cracked with a popping sound, shattering into pieces with a boom. He staggered back several steps, thudding heavily. Poof! With such meager strength, you dare attempt an ambush like others? Jiang Lin chuckled lightly. Once unleashed, the power of a martial technique that had undergone 3 advancements was truly staggering. Both his defense and strength had surpassed warrior-level standards in that single instant. Chapter 33, Rivals, Reinforcements, and the War Emperor. Oomph, mere trickery. Lu Xun wiped the blood trickling from his lips as his energy armor solidified once more. The energy sword in his hand hummed with a thunderous roar. At this moment, Lu Xun was no longer affected by Jiang Lin's wave force, restoring his full strength. His energy sword, charged with raging source energy, slammed toward Jiang Lin. Boom! 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 The intense source energy collision forced Jiang Lin to retreat. Truly, a war general, even the sheer might of his full power burst was enough to repel a warrior-level opponent. Had Jiang Lin been an ordinary warrior-tier fighter, this pressure alone would have sealed his defeat. The chasm between warrior and war general was indeed immense. However, this gap could be bridged through cultivation techniques and martial arts. Jiang Lin roared, his stone armor coalescing once more. It was nearly identical to Lu Xun's energy armor, both radiating intense source energy fluctuations. Boom! Lu Xun moved, swinging his sword down at Jiang Lin. Celestial Lion Fist. At that moment, the flower at the center of Jiang Lin's forehead had grown 3 petals. Empowered by the wave-stacking force, his energy surged violently as he unleashed a punch. Boom! Source energy surged violently. Both men staggered back several steps. Damn it! This kid's so strong, and they made me and these 2 useless fools take him on. Lu Xun glanced at his 2 men lying on the ground, already regretting accepting this mission. But for now, he had no choice but to continue fighting. A warrior-class fighter's endurance simply couldn't match that of a war general. Moreover, he could sense that a significant portion of Jiang Lin's power came from external sources. Anything external couldn't be sustained indefinitely. Wear him down a little longer, and Jiang Lin would collapse on his own. Boom! Lu Xun and Jiang Lin charged forward simultaneously. The 2 clashed with thunderous roars over several exchanges. Kid, you're tough. Lu Xun snarled coldly, raising his energy sword high. A phantom ice serpent coalesced upon the blade. Pointing it at Jiang Lin, the icy serpent shot forward like a dragon. The martial technique Ice Serpent / his highest level skill. Once unleashed, it could even defeat opponents of higher tiers. No matter how extraordinary Jiang Lin was, he would surely fall. Your strongest skill? Fine. Jiang Lin's eyes flashed with sharpness. The flower at his forehead had long reached 10 petals, each radiating light. Suddenly, they merged into one. Ultimate amplification, a 20-fold punch. With a swift movement, Jiang Lin's figure appeared before the ice serpent. Boom! Source energy hummed. In that instant, Jiang Lin's power reached an unprecedented peak. This single punch shattered the ice serpent. Put! Lu Xun spat out a mouthful of blood. Thud! Jiang Lin's figure moved at lightning speed, crashing into Lu Xun's chest after breaking through the ice snake. Ah! Lu Xun screamed in agony as his body flew backward like a meatball. Thud! Lu Xun slammed into the dilapidated wall, punching through it. Buried beneath the collapsed debris, he gasped for air, his breathing gradually fading. Huff! Jiang Lin exhaled heavily. Thankfully, this time he had succeeded in killing his opponent. Oh, and you too. Jiang Lin composed himself and walked over to Lu Xun's two henchmen. Whether you're faking it or truly dead, farewell. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lin stomped down hard on their chests. A spurt of blood gushed from their mouths, and they breathed their last. I need to get out of here fast. Glancing around the area, Jiang Lin hurriedly departed. On the abandoned high-rise, a middle-aged man in identical training attire stood silently. His posture was upright, exuding an air of authority and sturdiness. His eyes flashed with lightning-like brilliance. Judging by his source energy, he was a War King-level powerhouse. Zhang Feng's son truly is extraordinary. What a pity. He had witnessed the entire battle between Jiang Lin and Lu Xun. Jiang Lin's prowess had genuinely astonished him. As a level 6 warrior, he had defeated a war general and 2 level 9 warriors. Such terrifying feats were only achievable by the top contenders in the warrior tier simulated PK arena, yet Jiang Lin had accomplished it. If you were allowed to leave and continue developing, you'd inevitably become the next Zhang Feng. The middle-aged man murmured to himself, his body shifting as he prepared to move toward Jiang Lin. The killing intent radiating from him surged to its peak. But mid-flight, the man abruptly halted. He stared intently ahead, his pupils contracting slightly before taking a step back. Before him, another figure had materialized. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he possessed an elegant, scholarly demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Had Jiang Lin been able to see him, he would have instantly recognized the man in the Zhongshan suit as the one who had conversed with his father, Zhang Feng, on the street yesterday. The Zhongshan suit man chuckled lightly. What? As a war king, you actually intend to ambush a mere warrior-level junior? Though phrased as a question, the word struck the middle-aged man like rolling thunder. His mind reeled, and he nearly lost his grip on flight, teetering on the edge of falling. War. Emperor. The middle-aged man uttered the two words with a hint of terror. This man in the Zhongshan suit was actually a war emperor-level martial artist. A war emperor? At most, there were only 2 war emperors in an entire province. And now, this war emperor-level powerhouse was coldly staring him down. A premonition gripped him. If he dared move, this war emperor-level powerhouse would strike him down in a single blow, leaving no chance of escape. May I ask, who might you be, sir? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and asked, head bowed. Who I am is none of your concern. But you shall not kill him. The man in the Zhongshan suit spoke in a calm voice, yet his tone carried an air of absolute authority. If you say so, senior, I naturally dare not act. I shall withdraw at once. The middle-aged man nodded in terror, no longer daring to linger. He turned to leave. He must return immediately to report to his superiors. By Jiang Lin's side stood a war emperor-level powerhouse personally guarding him. A war emperor? For such a figure to personally protect Zhang Feng's son, this matter would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. The man in the Zhongshan suit made no move to stop him. He merely remarked indifferently, coming and going as one pleases, it seems far too easy. Hearing this, terror instantly surged through the middle-aged man. His entire body shook violently as his footsteps grew faster and faster. Whoosh! A beam of light shot toward him. No matter how the middle-aged man dodged, he couldn't evade it. It pierced directly into his left arm. This strike severed the meridians in his left arm. To recover, he would need to consume vast quantities of rare treasures. Ah! Spare me, senior. The middle-aged man wailed in agony, desperately begging for mercy. Even though he had imagined the War Emperor tier to be incredibly powerful, he never imagined that a casual strike from his opponent could inflict such devastating damage. War Emperor level power truly terrifying. Regardless of your lineage or identity, mark my words, tell those behind you none shall bully the weak. The man in the Zhongshan suit's voice boomed like rolling thunder once more, triggering a roar of source energy. Yes. I will inform them. The middle-aged man whimpered, staggering away like a drowned rat, quickly vanishing without a trace. The man in the Zhongshan suit chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lin, now far away. He murmured to himself, Zhang Feng, you owe me another favor. As the protagonist, Jiang Lin remained unaware of everything that had just transpired. Still, he turned back, curiosity piqued. Why did I just hear someone screaming? Could those 3 have faked their deaths? Chapter 34, Visitors from the Zhang clan of the Divine Capital. Forget it, forget it. Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered with it anymore. Whether they were dead or not, what difference did it make? They weren't going to go back and do it all over again, were they? If reinforcements arrived, wouldn't that be walking straight into a trap? Jiang Lin hurriedly boarded the return vehicle, maintaining constant vigilance. Earlier, Lu Sun claimed not to know Sun Lu and the others. This proved that the trio sent by Lu Sun were not dispatched by Yuelong Technology Group. But if they weren't from Yuelong Group, who would come specifically to ambush him? He carefully recalled his recent experiences. It seemed unlikely he'd offended anyone. Could it be someone from Lin Chuan Academy? Could it be that old dog Du Liping? But as the director, he shouldn't be so petty, right? Then who? Could it be Ji Yulong from the Tianji Pavilion? But aside from their business dealings, they didn't seem to have any other conflicts. No matter how hard he pondered, Jiang Lin couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Yuching sent them? It must be that Yuching pulling the strings behind the scenes. Who else could possibly send a war general and 2 level 9 warriors to ambush me? Jiang Lin seethed with anger. He had taken note of this grudge and vowed to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. Back home, Jiang Lin had no intention of going out again. Damn it! In less than half a month, he'd already faced 2 ambushes. If this kept up, who knew what would happen next? Better to stay put and rest peacefully. Once he advanced to war general and mastered more secret martial arts techniques, he'd have the strength to venture out. Warrior rank is still too weak. My body can't withstand much force. Jiang Lin smiled bitterly, wishing he could swallow that entire bottle of broken mirror pills in one gulp. 20 days until the major exam. I'll use these 20 days to consolidate my foundation. Jiang Lin closed his eyes to rest, immersing himself in cultivation. One morning, Jiang Lin rose to exercise. He refreshed his skill entries a few times while at it. What if some good entries appeared? However, with limited source crystals now, Jiang Lin dared not refresh too often. Refreshing too many times would consume more and more source crystals, increasing exponentially. Without even a little savings, Jiang Lin felt deeply insecure. And so, the days passed one after another. 10 days passed quickly, and Jiang Lin finally unlocked the golden pupil trait. Holy crap, the golden pupil trait finally appeared again. If it hadn't, I would have depleted all my physical training source crystals. Overjoyed, Jiang Lin quickly tidied up, glanced around, and hurried out the door. Though venturing out was perilous, he risked running out of source crystals if he didn't go soon. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped outside, he was intercepted by a group of people. The men across from him radiated an extraordinary aura, dressed in black suits. Even without assessing their combat strength, Jiang Lin sensed a powerful, oppressive presence emanating from them. A sea of black suits pressed forward, a heavy oppressive force washing over him. At the front of this group of men in suits stood 2 individuals who were completely different from the others behind them. At the very front stood a woman in her 30s, dressed in a plain-colored qipao. Her face was dignified, and a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her eyes as they fell upon Jiang Lin. In her eyes, Jiang Lin detected a hint of genuine care. Half a step behind and to the side of this woman stood a red-haired youth a few years older than Jiang Lin. He stood with his neck cocked, hands stuffed in his pockets. His hair was dyed a garish red, and his entire appearance reeked of sleaze, the very picture of a street thug. At that moment, the youth shot Jiang Lin a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and disgust, as if he were looking at a beggar on the street. Both of these vastly different individuals had their attention firmly fixed on Jiang Lin. Who are you, here to ambush me again? Jiang Lin's body tensed, his senses sharpened to their peak. Xiao Lin, it's been a while. The woman in the qipao spoke first. Who are you? Jiang Lin froze. This woman called her Xiao Lin? Could he possibly know her? Jiang Lin carefully scanned the faces of everyone he knew. Due to his father's circumstances, Jiang Lin didn't know many people to begin with. At most, he knew fewer than 10 women. The woman before him left him with absolutely no recollection. Sis, this little brat forgot about you ages ago. And you were so good to him back then. What an ungrateful little bastard. The slick-looking young man beside him shot Jiang Lin a look thick with contempt. Hearing this, Jiang Lin shot the youth a cold stare. These people didn't seem to be here to ambush him, otherwise, they would have already made their move. Why else would they be wasting so much breath? If you have no business here, kindly move aside. Jiang Lin's voice was heavy, unwilling to prolong the standoff any longer. Have you truly forgotten me? The woman seemed surprised, but then smiled. I come from the Jiang family of the divine capital Jiang Ruyu. Do you remember me now? Jiang Ruyu. The name struck a faint chord in Jiang Lin's memory. He took a step forward, his pupils instantly contracting as he stared at her. From the Jiang family of the divine capital. Your auntie? The Jiang family of the divine capital had once been among the top-ranked great clans. Yet, due to the circumstances involving his father and mother, the Jiang family had faced hostility from numerous other clans, causing them to plummet from the upper echelons to the lower ranks of the divine capital. Because of this, the Jiang family severed ties with his father, Jiang Feng. At the time, to secure Jiang Lin's future education, the Jiang family brought the 2- or 3-year-old Jiang Lin back to their household. Yet, because some within the Jiang family harbored deep resentment toward Jiang Feng, Jiang Lin became a target of their disdain and suffered much unfair treatment. Ultimately, the Jiang family sent Jiang Lin back to Jiang Feng. Over a decade has passed since then, and the Jiang family has never set foot in Linjiang City again. Within the Jang household, the young Jiang Lin had always been under the care of Jiang Ruyu, who stood before him. Yet, as years passed, Jiang Ruyu had grown up, and her appearance had changed somewhat. Jiang Lin had long forgotten his childhood memories, including Jiang Ruyu. Had she not reminded him, he would never have recalled her. Seems you remember now, Jiang Ruyu chuckled softly, giving Jiang Lin a once-over. Only 18 years old, and you've already reached warrior level 7. Hey, kid, remember me? I used to carry you around when you were little. A rowdy-looking young man beside them couldn't help but ask. My name's Jiang Rufei. Surely you remember my name. Jiang Ruffing, who are you? Jiang Lin looked at the young man in confusion, unable to recall him. But since Jiang Ruifei had just addressed Jiang Ruyu as sister, then by family hierarchy, this Jiang Ruffing, only a few years older than himself, must be his uncle. However, Jiang Lin had no intention of acknowledging this Jiang Ruffing as his uncle. The guy had been staring at him with nothing but contempt and disgust the entire time. What kind of decent person could he be? Besides, did just anyone get to be his uncle? Jiang Lin gave a faint smile. Sorry, I've never heard of Jiang Rufei. You brat, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Jiang Ruffing instantly lost his temper. You? What rank are you? And you want to fight me? Jiang Lin shot him a dismissive glance. Chapter 35, Returning to the Jiang family? Oi, you brat. Not much older than a kid, yet you talk a big game. What rank am I? Let me tell you, I'm 25 years old and a 9th rank war general. What? Got a problem with that? Jiang Rufing's face beamed with smugness, his gaze toward Jiang Lin dripping with contempt. 9th rank war general? Jiang Lin fell silent at the news. This Jiang Ruffing looked like a lazy, good-for-nothing young master, yet he had already reached the rank of a 9th rank war general. Such talent could easily make him the pride of the entire young generation in Huagua. Well, scared now? Jiang Ruffing was thoroughly smug, his lips curling up in a smirk. Enough, enough. Shut your filthy mouth and stop showing off in front of Liner. Jiang Ruyu shot Jiang Ruffing a disapproving glance, her voice tinged with gentle scolding. That brat showed disrespect to his elders first. I am his uncle, after all. Jiang Ruffing snorted coldly, pursing his lips. We've been standing here this long, and you didn't even invite us in for a visit. You little. Fine, if you don't mind, come over for a visit. Jiang Lin didn't refuse, leading Jiang Ruyu and Jiang Ruffing back home. At home, Jiang Feng sat in a chair with his eyes closed, resting. As if sensing something, he suddenly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, Jiang Ruyu. Jiang Ruffing. What are they doing here? Jiang Feng had severed ties with the Jiang family of the divine capital long ago, and the two sides had ceased all contact for nearly 15 years now. The Jiang family's sudden visit likely signaled impending trouble. If his guess was correct, the Jiang family members were likely here for Jiang Lin. Ruyu, Ruffeng. Jiang Feng maneuvered his wheelchair to the doorway, offering a sort of welcome. Well. Look who it is, my brother-in-law. Haven't seen you in over a decade, and look at you now. Your hair's practically white, and what happened to your legs? The moment Jiang Ruffing came into view, Jiang Ruffin launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Jiang Ruffing. Jiang Ruyu snapped, shooting him a fierce glare. Jiang Ruffing immediately covered her mouth, daring not to utter another word. Yet when she glanced at Jiang Feng, her eyes still held traces of resentment and disdain. Jiang Feng paid no mind to her attitude, merely smiling faintly. Sit down. My body isn't well enough to properly host you. Jiang Ruyu nodded lightly. No problem. Let's get straight to the point. We came to see you about something concerning Liner. Jiang Lin frowned in confusion. About him? Hadn't they long since ceased all contact? What new trouble were they stirring up now? Jiang Feng, however, seemed unsurprised. Oh? What might that matter be? Please speak. Previously, the Jiang family was reluctant to have Lin stay with us. But after mutual discussion, we've agreed to take him back. Jiang Ruyu looked at Jiang Lin and smiled faintly. This time, the Jiang family will hold nothing back. We are willing to dedicate all our resources to elevate Jiang Lin cultivation techniques, martial arts, source crystals. Whatever we possess, we will impart to him in full. It will absolutely not be like before. Jiang Ruffing dropped his earlier playful tone, his expression turning serious. Oh? Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, though surprise flickered within. That Jiang Ruyu and Jiang Ruffing would make such a pledge was truly unbelievable. Back when Jiang Lin first joined the Jiang family, he received no preferential treatment whatsoever. None of the common practices among noble families, bone washing, marrow cleansing, or herbal body refinement were afforded to him. Even basic sustenance was often denied. Later, the Jiang family showed utter ruthlessness, expelling Jiang Lin outright. They had made it clear then, after this lifetime, the Jiang and Jiang families would have no further ties, never to meet again. Now, they were actually coming to take Jiang Lin away. What the hell were they up to? Jiang Lin furrowed his brow deeply but held his tongue, refusing to ask for details. What exactly was the Jiang family up to? What were they scheming? Why? Zhang Feng paused before asking, rather than refusing outright. Jiang Ruyu smiled. Linner's talent, we witnessed it firsthand during his battle with Linchuan Middle School. After family deliberation, we've concluded his potential is extraordinary. With careful cultivation, his future standing could be immeasurable. While he may not match your former self, he's far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Though you yourself are lacking, his talent is undeniably remarkable. Zhang Ruffin glanced at Zhang Feng, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Zhang Feng, a true god-tier warrior, one of the 4 guardian generals of the nation, the battle god of the vast sea, the battle god of the celestial sea. He was once a national idol, one of the absolute elite. Who wouldn't envy him? Who wouldn't aspire to be Zhang Feng? It was a pity, though, that Zhang Feng had ultimately defeated himself, ending his own future. Your sources are remarkably well connected. Zhang Feng shook his head, clearly reluctant. Even from this distance, you managed to uncover it. When Jiang Lin was younger, his talent was unclear, so the Jiang family treated him like a worthless waste. Now that Jiang Lin had shown a glimmer of talent, the Jiang family wanted to snatch him back. How could they just renege on their word like that? Besides, while the Jiang family was indeed formidable, rich in resources and with decent connections, Jiang Lin was still young. Joining them wouldn't necessarily be a blessing. This time, you can rest assured. I swear on my life, Jiang Ruyu's life, that if Jiang Lin faces any injustice in the Jiang family, I will sacrifice everything for him. Jiang Ruyu's expression was solemn, showing no sign of jest. Zhang Feng shook his head again, still unmoved, not even willing to consider it. The Jiang family was far from a safe haven. He couldn't risk his son moving there. Zhang Feng, think carefully. What is your status now? What position do you hold? What can you possibly offer Jiang Lin? Zhang Ruffing was growing impatient. She pressed on, Jiang Lin is at the prime age for cultivation. You failed to give him the marrow washing and bone cleansing treatment when he was young. Now that he's grown, he desperately needs source crystals for his cultivation. Do you have them? You don't. The Jiang family is willing to provide resources for Jiang Lin's cultivation. Isn't that good enough? Zhang Feng fell silent. As Zhang Ruffing said, he truly had nothing to offer Jiang Lin. If Jiang Lin joins the Jiang family, he'll never have to worry about cultivation again. Isn't that a blessing? And since he's chosen the path of cultivation, he must see it through to the end. Zhang Rufing's words were sharp as she continued. Moreover, the state has barred Jiang Lin from attending university. Without formal education, his martial cultivation path will be fraught with hardship. Do you truly wish to see his life end here? Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Zhang Ruffing was right. Though he had once been a war god-level martial artist with vast cultivation experience, he had lost all his source energy and could only offer guidance, not practical instruction. In that sense, he was indeed inferior to the Jiang family. Oh, come on. What's there to think about? If I were you, I'd send Jiang Lin back to the Jiang family right now. Zhang Ruffing was so furious, flames seemed ready to shoot out of his ears. Never mind. Let Lin speak for himself. Zhang Ruyu shot Jiang Ruffing a glance before turning to Jiang Lin. What do you think? Chapter 36, Agreeing, Regretting. Linner, your rant has a point. If you go to the Jiang family, you would indeed gain more. Zhang Feng smiled, making no mention of any shortcomings in the Jiang family. If Jiang Lin chose to go to the Jiang family, he would never stand in his way. Kid, what's there to hesitate about? If I were you, I'd agree immediately. What's all this dithering about? Zhang Ruffing declared bluntly. Indeed, anyone else presented with the chance to climb aboard the Jiang family's mighty ship would accept without hesitation. Jiang Lin glanced at his father, then at Jiang Ruyu and Jiang Ruffing, but remained silent. It's fine. You can take your time to think it over. Jiang Ruyu assumed Jiang Lin was reluctant to leave Jiang Feng. That's unnecessary. I won't be going to the Jiang family. Jiang Lin said flatly. Jiang Feng looked at his son, nodding slightly with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Hey, you little brat. Do you even realize what you're turning down? You're rejecting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're rejecting your own future path. Zhang Ruffing scolded him, frustrated beyond words. The Jiang family of the divine capital. A clan everyone clamored to climb into, yet Jiang Lin had outright rejected their invitation. If others heard of this, they'd likely curse him outright, calling him a fool. Jiang Ruyu was equally surprised by this answer, never expecting Jiang Lin to turn down such an immense opportunity. But considering Jiang Lin's young age, she suspected he lacked the maturity to fully grasp its implications. She tried again to persuade him. Linner, please understand this isn't a trivial matter. It could determine the course of your entire life. Exactly. You're nearing graduation. After the final exams, everyone else will be happily heading off to university, while you'll be stuck finding some random job. If you join the Jiang family, you'll receive a far superior education and gain access to exceptional people. Zhang Ruffing was seething with frustration. He wanted to pry open Jiang Lin's skull to see what was clouding his judgment. How could he not tell right from wrong? Thank you for your kindness, Auntie and Rufin, but joining the Jang family is still unnecessary. Jiang Lin smiled lightly, unmoved by the other's words. You brat! You call her auntie but won't call me uncle? What's wrong with you? I'm truly amazed. Jiang Rufin froze in shock at the title. Jiang Ruyu covered her mouth and chuckled, though her eyes held a distinct melancholy. After a long moment of consideration, she played her trump card. Alright then. If you're willing to return to the Jang family, I can give you a treasure. No need. No matter what treasure you offer, I won't leave. Jiang Lin's words were firm, showing no sign of wavering. A treasure? Jiang Lin had no shortage of treasures now. Given enough time, the entries would grant him more and more. Don't refuse so hastily. This treasure is called the glass wood. It can heal any injury and break any restriction. Jiang Ruyu's voice was gentle, yet her words stirred a ripple in Jiang Lin's heart. Break seals? Jiang Lin hesitated, the first flicker of doubt appearing on his face. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected Jiang Ruyu to bring out such a treasure. If you agree to return to the Jang family, I shall give you this glass wood. Had Jiang Lin not been so adamant about leaving, Jiang Ruyu would never have resorted to this last resort. This jade wood is a supreme treasure, exceptionally potent. It could effortlessly break the restriction binding Jiang Feng's leg. Jiang Rufin declared triumphantly. Jiang Lin looked at his father with a hint of skepticism, unsure if it was true. Jiang Feng made no attempt to conceal the truth. Indeed, the glazed wood is an imperial-grade treasure. Even within the entire divine capital, it holds a distinguished reputation. Even the Jiang family had paid a tremendous price to acquire the glazed wood. The Jiang family had clearly gone all out. The Jiang family was gambling, betting that Jiang Lin's future achievements would rival those of Jiang Feng. The jade-encrusted wood, huh? Think it over carefully. Seeing Jiang Lin remain silent, Jiang Rufin smiled, feeling confident the deal was sealed. Jiang Lin was indeed tempted. Currently, there was no treasure to be found that could help Jiang Feng recover, and even if one existed, it would likely be years before it could be sought. This Liuli Tongmu, however, was a treasure delivered right to his doorstep. The only condition was joining the Jiang family, after which he could obtain it free of charge. Such an offer was undeniably tempting. The sooner he could help his father recover, the sooner his father could live a normal life. Agreed. After much deliberation, Jiang Lin agreed. The jade wood was simply too tempting to refuse. Jiang Feng's expression shifted slightly. Liner, you needn't consider me. But before he could finish, Jiang Rufin's expression suddenly darkened, cutting him off sharply. What do you mean, not consider me? You should count yourself lucky to have a son like Jiang Lin. Father, there's no need to say more. I understand perfectly well. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly. After all, going to the Jiang family wasn't so bad, they weren't monsters. Worst case, he could always return later. Jiang Feng, rest assured. Jiang Lin will receive the most generous treatment at the Jiang residence. No one will ever harm him again. If anyone ever hurts him, there will be no mercy. Jiang Ruyu's expression was stern. What she said, she would absolutely see through. Originally, Jiang Lin had nodded in agreement, but Jiang Rufin's next words made him change his mind instantly. Jiang Rufin smiled. To ensure your stay in the Jiang family is legitimate, you must sever your father-son relationship with Jiang Feng. Only then will those above cease their pursuit, and the Jiang family will harbor no grievances. It wasn't just Jiang Lin whose expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Jiang Feng's body trembled, his fists clenching tightly. This was too much. Fine. I take back what I just said. You should leave immediately. I will never return to the Jiang family, nor will I accept the Liuli Tongmu. This time, Jiang Lin showed no hesitation, issuing a direct order for their departure. For his father, Jiang Feng, he could sell himself to the Jiang family. He could do anything. But he absolutely could not sever ties with his father for the sake of the glasswood or some so-called future prospects. Jiang Rufin immediately grew impatient. Kid, how can you go back on your word? Damn it, you're being a real snake in the grass. Liner, you must understand clearly, cutting ties doesn't mean severing all relations. It only means no public interactions. Privately, we can still meet. Jiang Ruyu felt a headache coming on. She shot Jiang Rufin a glance, blaming him for speaking too soon. She had planned to bring Jiang Lin to the Jiang household first, then discuss severing ties later. She hadn't expected Jiang Rufin to blurt it out so abruptly. No need. I won't reconsider. If there's nothing else, you should leave as soon as possible. A small place like ours can't possibly welcome people from the Jiang family of the divine capital. Jiang Lin shook his head again, his voice cold. He had no desire whatsoever to deal with these two right now. Chapter 37, Super Multiplier. This matter can be discussed further. We don't necessarily have to sever ties. Jiang Rufin's face twisted into a bitter smile, inwardly cursing his own rusty brain. No need to say more. I won't reconsider. Jiang Lin grew impatient. Actually considered it for a moment earlier. How foolish of him. Hey! You kid, is there really no room for negotiation? Do you seriously want to wait for your grandfather to come and personally invite you? Jiang Ruffing was at a loss for words. My grandfather? Sorry, I don't know this person. If he wants to come, let him come. I don't mind him visiting. Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively, no longer wanting to deal with these two. Liner, are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Jiang Ruyu tried to say more, but seeing Jiang Lin's icy expression, she sighed instead. Very well. Since you don't want to, I won't force it. But if you ever encounter trouble you can't handle, come find me. Your auntie will do everything she can to help. Thank you for your kindness, but it won't be necessary. So far, I've never encountered any difficulty I couldn't overcome. Jiang Lin shook his head slightly. Beside them, Jiang Ruffing laughed immediately upon hearing this. No difficulties? You're nearly at the War General tier now. Without massive amounts of source crystals to support you, could you have reached War General? And advancing to the War King tier requires even more precious treasures to aid your cultivation. Without the backing of a powerful clan, do you think you could reach War King? That's none of your concern. I advanced from an ordinary person to a martial artist, then to level 7, never relying on others' help. War General poses no challenge to me. War King? It's no different. Jiang Lin's expression remained calm, radiating an intense confidence. Fine. I'll see if you have what it takes. Jiang Ruffing was so infuriated she nearly laughed. She'd never encountered such arrogance. Since the martial path was first forged, reaching War General was already considered exceptional. Those who ascended to War King were the cream of the crop, like Wei Yuhua, the martial bureau chief of Linjiang City. He'd fought his entire life, amassed wealth and resources, yet remained only a low-tier War King. The CEOs of Linjiang City's major corporations risked their lives just to reach the rank of War King. A single War King could easily overwhelm countless war generals. For ordinary people without source crystals, luck, or resources, reaching the rank of War King is undoubtedly harder than climbing to the heavens. Jiang Lin's words were nothing but childish boasts. Whether I have the ability or not, you'll see soon enough. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, showing no sign of being provoked by the other's words. Over the past decade, Jiang Lin had endured countless taunts and insults. To be provoked by Jiang Ruffing's few words would only reveal his utter worthlessness. Alright, we'll be leaving now. Think carefully about this matter. Once you've made up your mind, call your aunt. The Jang family always welcomes your arrival. Jiang Ruyu shook her head at Jiang Ruffing, who was still trying to say more. She pulled a business card from her sleeve, placed it on the table, then rose and walked toward the door. Sigh. Jiang Ruffing let out a heavy sigh and also left the room. Jiang Lin didn't see them off, nor did he want to. As for the business card on the table, Jiang Lin tossed it straight into the trash can. He was deeply grateful for Jiang Ruyu's care during his childhood at the Jiang residence, but that wasn't a reason for her to deceive him. He wouldn't agree to such a deal. Liner, rest assured. Jiang Feng slowly rose to his feet, steadying himself with a wobble. Patting Jiang Lin's shoulder, he murmured, though I no longer stand at the pinnacle, I remain beyond the reach of ordinary men. Even without the Jiang family's aid, I will ensure you stand among the peak masters. Rest assured, father. Even if you can offer no aid, I will still reach the pinnacle. I will break the restrictions for you and help you ascend once more, to the peak. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. Yet those simple words made Jiang Feng burst into hearty laughter. Good. With that promise, no matter how things turn out, I'll be utterly satisfied. On the street, Jiang Ruffing muttered resentfully, Sis, that kid Jiang Lin is so cocky. Does he have some big backing? How else could he talk like that? I'm not sure, but judging by Liner's expression, he's not joking. Jiang Ruyu was equally baffled. Sis, what if Jiang Feng still has hidden reserves? Maybe the state didn't confiscate everything back then? Without Jiang Feng's help, how could Jiang Lin have achieved his awakening on his own? And reaching warrior level 7? There's definitely something fishy about this. Jiang Ruffing grew increasingly uneasy the more she thought about it. Don't dwell on it. Even if Jiang Feng does have some funds left, or if Jiang Lin stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity, don't expose it or let them flaunt it before others. After all, they are still my eldest sister's husband and son. Jiang Ruyu's expression softened slightly, tinged with tenderness and longing, as if recalling her sister she hadn't seen in over a decade. Ah, our eldest sister was just too unlucky to have encountered this father and son. Otherwise, with her innate talent, she could have reached the level of a war god. Jiang Ruffing sighed wistfully. There's no such thing as luck or misfortune. People should always follow their true hearts. Everything our eldest sister did had its reasons. We have no right to judge her. Jiang Ruyu glanced back at the Jiang residence one last time before turning away without delay, leading her people away. Sis, what do you think the family will say when they find out Jiang Lin refused to go to the Jiang family? Those old fools think too highly of themselves. They'll be furious when they hear about this. Once Jiang Ruyu and Jiang Rufeng departed Linjiang City, Jiang Lin set out to act, determined to unleash a bloody purge within the city's source stone circles. Jiang Lin first scoured the entire city of Linjiang. Using his golden pupil, he acquired several valuable source stones. After unlocking them, he sold them off, causing his source crystals to multiply exponentially. By evening, he had covered every corner of Linjiang. To be safe, he then headed to the neighboring city of Linwu. In Linwu City, Jiang Lin acquired 100,000 source crystals. This fortune would be more than sufficient even for a working-level battle. Before 11 o'clock, Jiang Lin returned home and began tallying the various resources he had gathered using his golden pupil. Source crystals, 100,000. Spirit herbs, 390. Spiritual wood, 20 pieces. Rare stones, 5 pieces. This is a huge haul, way better than the first time. It's super doubled. Jiang Lin stared at the room filled with treasures, so thrilled he couldn't sleep all night. Meanwhile, new entries refreshed in his inventory, though they held little practical use for him at present. Jiang Lin saw no immediate need for them and chose not to refresh further. His primary task now was to solidify his cultivation base before pushing forward again. Now that I have pills and spirit herbs, I'll push for the 8th level warrior rank first. Jiang Lin estimated that reaching level 8 should take about a month. 1 month later, the grand examination awaited. Chapter 38, Grandfather. The night was still, the wind rustling softly. The only sound echoing in his ears was the grinding of iron under Zhang Feng's hands. Inside the house, Jiang Lin awoke. This time, he had secluded himself for 5 days. Yet, regarding advancing to warrior level 8, Jiang Lin had made no progress whatsoever. Even with the aid of elixirs and spiritual herbs, advancement without injury was impossible. Forcing a breakthrough would only damage his foundation. I'll try refreshing the attributes first. Maybe I'll get a rare one. Jiang Lin sighed in resignation, resorting to pure luck. If he could roll a trait beneficial to cultivation, that would be a win-win for everyone. 1-star trait, Discernment, can detect the auras of common creatures nearby. Ineffective against special mutated creatures or those concealing their presence. 2-star trait, Swift Step, moves twice as fast as ordinary people. 1-star trait, Master Chef, can identify the base ingredients in food. 2-star trait, Night Vision, see clearly in dark environments. 1-star trait, Light Body, reduces body weight by 10%. 2-star entry, Sound Detection, can hear faint sounds within 100 meters. 1-star entry, Direction Sense, never gets lost in familiar environments. 2-star entry, Heat Resistance, withstands temperatures 10°C higher than average humans. In the end, however, Jiang Lin failed. After spending nearly 2,000 source crystals, not a single suitable skill appeared. In the end, Jiang Lin could only settle for the Diamond Body entry. 2-star entry, Diamond Body, accelerates physical training effects by 50% compared to conventional cultivation, but only effective for foundational body refinement. Doubles pain sensation during training. Since advancement isn't imminent, focusing on physical cultivation first is perfectly acceptable. Jiang Lin acted immediately, absorbing source crystals to cultivate his physical strength. Normally, physical strength cultivation is grueling. You might train until your bones ache and muscles tear, yet see no progress whatsoever. And even if one builds an incredibly sturdy physique, facing clawed beasts capable of shattering stone head-on would still end badly. At best, it might allow one to endure the beating a little longer. Take martial duels, for instance. If your opponent relies on agile footwork, brute strength alone won't land a hit. And against ranged attackers? You're doomed. Then there's the issue of limits. Pure physical strength struggles to transcend mortal limitations, and the cultivation process is excruciatingly painful. But Jiang Lin didn't dwell on such matters. Earlier, his father Jiang Feng had shared cultivation insights with him, including methods for physical training and corresponding techniques. For now, though, Jiang Lin focused primarily on refining the wave stacking force technique and had no immediate plans to switch to other practices. Even if progress is 5 times slower than conventional cultivation, it's still sufficient. Jiang Lin resolved to purify his body with source crystals and consume medicinal herbs to expel impurities. Thus, a full day passed. The entry expired accordingly. Yet Jiang Lin felt no significant improvement. This isn't something that can be fixed in a day or two. Even with 5 times the speed, it's still not enough. Jiang Lin smiled bitterly. The current situation was proving rather difficult to proceed with. Enduring hardship and toil wasn't the issue, it was the minuscule gains. Keep grinding for that entry in to roll the Diamond Body entry again. Jiang Lin got to work and finally rolled the Diamond Body trait again on his 10th attempt. Thankfully, it was only a 2-star attribute, relatively easy to roll. And so began another grueling day of training. And so, another 10 days passed. Jiang Lin's physical strength had already taken shape to some extent. Combined with the Heavenly Lion Fist, he could now enhance his combat prowess to a certain degree. Only 9 days remain until the major examination. Jiang Lin checked the date and entered seclusion once more. "Liner, grandfather is here." Zhang Feng's voice echoed outside the door. Jiang Lin slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze. He hadn't expected this so-called grandfather to actually show up. As soon as Jiang Lin pushed open the door, he saw a man dressed in a slightly worn blue cotton shirt walk in. Mud speckled his trouser legs, and he looked no different from the old men playing chess at the street corner. But as he drew nearer, Jiang Lin noticed that though a few silver strands graced his temples, his face was smooth as glass. The aura emanating from him suggested he was no older than his 40s. This man, judging by his appearance alone, looked almost identical to his father, Zhang Feng. In fact, Zhang Feng, worn down by years of hard labor, looked even older than this man. Jiang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Was this his grandfather? He vaguely recalled being held by someone who could fly him through the sky when he was 3. But something seemed to have happened in between, and he hadn't seen that person since. After that, Jiang Lin had been under the care of his aunt, Zhang Ruyu. He vaguely recalled that his grandfather should be called Zhang Chongyue. Zhang Chongyue stood at the doorway, his body devoid of even a trace of a cultivator's sharp aura. Only his eyes, deep and unfathomable, suddenly fixed on Jiang Lin as they swept over him. He looks so much like. Zhang Chongyue murmured softly, his voice as faint as a sigh. You're here. Zhang Feng broke the silence first. Zhang Feng. It's been a long time. Zhang Chongyue glanced at Zhang Feng, his gaze shifting to Zhang Feng's leg, anger flickering in his eyes. Come inside first. Zhang Feng ushered Zhang Chongyue inside. As the head of the household, Zhang Chongyue had come alone this time, without bringing anyone else. He hadn't informed a soul. In the living room, Zhang Chongyue took out a cigarette and lit it. His tone grew solemn. All these years raising Jiang Lin, you've had it rough. Heh, it's nothing, Zhang Feng chuckled lightly. Ah. Zhang Chongyue sighed again, turning to look at Jiang Lin. Liner, you've seen your grandfather, yet you won't even say a word. Are you still holding a grudge against Ruyu and Rufeng? Not at all. It's just been so long since we last met. Jiang Lin stared at his grandfather before him. His instincts told him the old man was at least at the War King level, an extremely powerful martial artist. Without War King level power, he couldn't have flown through the sky with him back then. Over a decade had passed since then. His grandfather must have grown even stronger. Heh, you're certainly not the same as when you were young. Zhang Chongyue chuckled, then turned his gaze to Zhang Feng. Regarding the events of that year, I've uncovered some information. What about her? Where did she go? Zhang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, his nerves instantly taut. He hurriedly interrupted Zhang Chonyue's words and asked. Zhang Chonyue's voice was grave, she entered it. But rest assured, she shouldn't be in mortal danger. You needn't worry excessively. That's good, that's good. Zhang Feng exhaled softly, murmuring to himself. The weight that had hung heavy in his heart for over a decade finally began to lift. Zhang Chongyue paused for a moment before slowly adding, but regarding your situation, my authority isn't sufficient enough to help you. I'm sorry. Me? Never mind. Let's just leave it at that. No need to waste any more time investigating. Zhang Feng had long since given up, no longer dwelling on the past. Jiang Lin hadn't joined their conversation. Though unaware of their exact discussion, he guessed it likely concerned his mother's disappearance years ago. Chapter 39, The Grand Examination begins. Enough. Let's not dwell on the past. Zhang Chongyue waved his hand dismissively, turning to Jiang Lin. Liner, my visit this time is the same as before, to invite you to cultivate at the Jiang family. What that little brat Rufeng said earlier was pure nonsense. There's no need for you or your father to sever ties. Grandfather, there's no need to elaborate. I'm perfectly content with my life now, and I face no difficulties in my cultivation. I won't be going to the Jiang family. Jiang Lin smiled, refusing outright without a moment's hesitation. Very well. Since you refuse, this matter is closed. Zhang Chongyue nodded, waved his hand dismissively, and dropped the subject. Jiang Lin was a bit surprised. He'd expected his grandfather to try persuading him further, but it ended so abruptly. Oh, right. After a brief period of casual conversation, Zhang Chongyue signaled his departure. It's getting late. I'll head back now. If you have any questions later, have Ruyu contact me. After seeing Zhang Chongyue off, Jiang Lin asked curiously, so Grandpa, was this visit just to catch up? Though it seemed like just a casual chat, Jiang Lin sensed there was more to it. No, your grandfather is helping us. It proves the Jiang family hasn't completely given up on you. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with gratitude. Zhang Feng had already discerned the realm Zhang Chongyue had reached. As long as the Jiang family hadn't completely abandoned the Jiang clan, there was still hope. At the very least, Jiang Lin wouldn't face formidable foes too early on his cultivation path. After leaving the Jiang residence, Zhang Chongyue headed straight for the airport. Midway, he encountered a stunning woman in a cheongsam standing right in the middle of the road. The woman possessed exquisite features, meticulously applied makeup, and a slightly plump figure. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Chongyue, her face brimming with displeasure. Old Jiang, what's this? Missing your son-in-law and grandson? Sneaking resources to them? Resources? Hardly. My grandson has his own 2 hands and feet. Jiang Chongyue chuckled. The woman's voice grew colder. What? Does your Jiang family intend to keep investigating? Keep wading into this murky water? Trouble? Ha! Let me warn you, what you do to Jiang Feng is your business. But if you lay a finger on my grandson again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Chongyue responded coldly, showing no fear. Oof. Your Jiang family is nowhere near what it used to be. If it comes to a fight, you might not be our match. The woman in the Cheongsam sneered with disdain, her face etched with scorn. Fine, bring it on. Jiang Chongyue growled coldly, his aura erupting instantly. A terrifying pressure swept through the air like a raging whirlwind. The woman in the Cheongsam paled, taking a step back in shock. You've reached that level too? Ha 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 ha. If I catch any of you laying a finger on my grandson again, bullying the weak, I won't let you off. Jiang Chongyue's voice was icy cold. The woman in the Cheongsam suddenly smiled. Fine. We'll see about that. I'll see you through to the end. Jiang Chongyue barked coldly, turning and vanishing in an instant. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow was the big exam. Jiang Lin made an unprecedented trip to the school. He also met with teacher Wenlan. You must still give your all for the exam, Wenlan said with a smile. The reward I promised you, as long as you achieve that ranking, it will be yours without fail. What Wenlan referred to was the Yuling Divine Wood prepared by Yunjiang Province for the top scholar of the grand examination. The Yuling Divine Wood was a treasure-grade spiritual artifact. It could aid cultivation, enhance one's absorption of source energy, and even regenerate severed limbs or heal injuries. But Jiang Lin no longer desired the Yuling Divine Wood. Earlier, he had refined the purifying Yuan restoration pill, but it had only brought slight improvement to Jiang Feng's leg, with no remarkable effect. The Yuling Divine Wood was merely a raw material, whereas the Jing Yuan rejuvenation pill was a fully refined elixir. If the Jing Yuan foodie pill had only a faint effect, the Yuling Divine Wood likely wouldn't be of much use either. Still, if it truly became the top-ranked talent in the province, it would be a shame to pass it up. The next day, the major examination commenced. Several highly experienced invigilators arrived from the provincial office. Simultaneously, various examination instruments were transported to the site. In the sky, surveillance cameras monitored every move. At Linjiang Middle School's examination zone, the test was about to commence. Look! That's Wang Lifeng, a level 7 warrior. Yuching has reached warrior level 8. That's insane. And Shuiqingqing from Feiyang Technology warrior level 5. Teacher Wenlan's nephew, Wen Luliang, is here too. Sun Ruxian has already advanced to warrior level 2. One by one, these prodigiously talented prodigies made their appearances. Only these few had the highest probability of claiming the top spot in Yunjiang province. As Jiang Lin entered the school gates, he saw a massive instrument installed on the campus field. Standing over 3 meters tall, the apparatus featured a gray metallic shell covered in dark golden patterns. From afar, it resembled a colossal steel beast. At the very top of the apparatus, a human head-sized awakening stone was embedded. So this is an awakening stone? It holds such mysterious power. Jiang Lin stared at the awakening stone, his mind momentarily dazed. Upon closer inspection, a faint purple glow pulsed within the stone, occasionally spitting out tiny sparks of electricity. The air carried a faint, ozone-like scent. Rumor had it this awakening stone was brought back from Mars long ago, holding great secrets within. Yet these mysteries would forever remain unknown to ordinary people. The awakening stone. This is the awakening stone. Someone nearby tiptoed to get a better look, their voice thick with awe. For ordinary people, merely touching the awakening stone once in their lifetime was considered immense fortune. Look, Jiang Lin is here. He's truly a dark horse. I wonder what level he's at now, probably already at level 7 or 8. Someone spotted Jiang Lin, surprise evident in their voice. It's still Jiang Lin, after all. Those so-called big names? They're nothing special. Compared to Jiang Lin, they fall short by more than just a little. Jiang Lin just got lucky with his dad. Otherwise, with his talent, top universities would be fighting over him. Thinking about it that way makes me feel so much better. No matter how strong Jiang Lin is, he's still not as good as us. And no matter how mediocre we are, at least we'll get into college. Jiang Lin tuned out the chatter around him. Soon, class after class had lined up. After roll call, the total numbered a full 2,000. On the central podium of the field, the white-haired old principal arrived. Without a microphone, his resonant voice carried through the air. Children, today is not merely an exam, it determines your future. For those who awaken, the path ahead is boundlessly vast. For those who haven't awakened yet, an underdog victory is still possible. A wave of applause erupted. The old principal spoke again. Now, the ceremony begins. The moment the old principal finished speaking, the awakening devices began to hum. Several proctors responsible for the awakening stepped forward and activated the devices. Boom! As source energy surged in, the awakening stones atop the machines blazed with intense light. Boom! 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 Several purple beams shot skyward. Chapter 40, Defying Heaven's Scores? What powerful energy fluctuations. The students present couldn't help but gasp in awe. At Linjiang Middle School, aside from a few nominal members and those affiliated with major factions, very few students had awakened. Jiang Lin was an exception, unaffiliated yet awakened. Students, we will now conduct individual awakenings, followed by potential assessments. Both awakened and unawakened students must proceed to the next theoretical exam. After the theoretical exam, awakened students must return the following day for further testing, while unawakened students may return home to await assignments. The unawakened students lined up, approaching the device one by one. Jolie, it's your turn. The moment the boy named Jolie stood before the device, the awakening stone above it flashed intensely with red light, instantly repelling him. The device's screen began to shift, finally displaying unawakened. Potential value, 32. Jolie's face turned sallow, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. Later, several other students received similar results. Awakening successful, talent value 49. The awakening stone glowed with a faint green light. Red light meant no awakening, green light signaled awakening. Ah, this year's crop just isn't up to par. Not as good as previous years. An exam proctor shook his head, clearly disappointed. Next, Lin Yuan. As soon as the proctor's words fell, the girl named Lin Yuan reached out to touch the device. Suddenly, the awakening stone erupted with a blinding green light. Whoosh! The mysterious green light shot like a water column into the center of Lin Yuan's forehead. In that instant, sweat beaded on her forehead as her entire being underwent a transformation. The source energy within her surged explosively, instantly elevating her to warrior level 3. Awakening successful. Potential value, 91. The awakening stone bestows source energy, warrior tier 3. The instrument blared its deafening alert. Lin Yuan actually achieved a high potential awakening. She was just an ordinary student before. Holy, that's insane, beyond belief. This is insane, a potential rating of 91, and she awakens as a level 3 warrior? Damn. Our Linjiang Middle School is about to produce a genius. The students present were all fired up. A potential rating of 91? That's absolutely off the charts. Historically, anyone reaching a 91 potential score was guaranteed to reach level 9 warrior in their lifetime. With a bit of luck, they'd likely even reach the level of a battle king. Excellent. Finally, we have one. The old principal stroked his beard and nodded, overjoyed. The proctor's eyes lit up as they jotted down the name Lin Yuan. Then, over the course of the morning, all 2,000 students at Linjiang Middle School completed their potential awakenings. Lin Yuan ranked first with a potential value of 91. Ranked second was Wu Yinin, with a potential value of 75. Third place, Gao Liang, potential value 72. 10th place, potential value 68. 20th place, potential value 62. 48th place, potential rating 52. Generally speaking, those with a potential rating above 50 are certain to reach the rank of war general in this lifetime. Those with potential values above 70 will undoubtedly reach the rank of high-level warrior. Awakening complete. Students present may now return to their respective quarters. Time to rest up. Preparations for the theoretical exam are next. A potential value of 91? That's something. Jiang Lin had witnessed Lin Yuan's awakening firsthand. After much thought, he could only express admiration. Jiang Lin had awakened on his own. At the time, he hadn't received any source power from the awakening stone. The notion of instantly reaching warrior level 3? Pure nonsense. The upcoming theory exam is where I'll shine. Jiang Lin smiled. When he obtained the Einstein entry earlier, he had memorized nearly all the learning content and reviewed every book in the library. This theoretical exam was bound to be a stunning success. The second day of the major exam. In the morning, all students began the theoretical exam. The exam hall was deathly quiet. Jiang Lin scanned the test paper. The questions covered martial arts history, types of beasts, and energy utilization. This is a piece of cake. Jiang Lin picked up his pen and started writing, finishing and handing in his paper in under 30 minutes. This action drew the surprised gaze of the proctor. But it wasn't unusual, many students finished early. By afternoon, the scores were released. Linjiang Middle School Exam Center. Ranked first, Jiang Lin, score 99. Second place, Lin Yuan, score 90. Third place, Wu Ye, score 89. Fourth place, Yuching, score 82. Rank 5, Wen Liang, score 81. Ranked 6th, Sun Ruxian, score 80. 7th place, Wang Lifeng, score 80. Ranked 8th, Shuiqingqing, score 80. Ranked 9th, Zhou Shan, score 80. Wait, what? What's going on here? Jiang Lin took first place. Well, isn't it normal for Jiang Lin to be first? He's always been top in theory exams. What's so surprising? Holy crap! 99 points. 99 points? That's insane. The highest score in our Linjiang High's history was 96, right? And now Jiang Lin gets 99? That's insane. Citywide? No, wait, province-wide? He's gotta be first or second nationally, right? Not just the students, even the seasoned proctor was stunned. Principal, is this kid really that exceptional? With talent like this, even if he hasn't awakened yet, he's worth investing in. Professor Pan Fong from Linjiang University was visibly intrigued. Scoring 99 points indicates exceptionally high mental strength. Professor Li Yu from Yunjiang University also seemed intrigued. I'd say he's got it. At the very least, his mental fortitude won't be lacking. Proctors from other schools murmured their agreement. The old principal wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Well, this student has always been top of the class at Linjiang Middle School, and he awakened long ago. Already awakened? This is a promising prospect. Professor Pan Feng's smile brightened as he prepared to contact the university. I'll contact the university immediately and have them extend an invitation to this child. Li Yu from Yunjiang University perked up even more. This child absolutely belonged at Yunjiang University. I was the first proctor for this student. He should be assigned to our university. A teacher from Yunjiang Divine Martial University sprang into action. Regardless of the student's potential, if others were scrambling for him, he had to join the fray too. What if Yunjiang University fell behind? The proctors were all going crazy, scrambling to get ahead. Early awakening? Did he join some faction? The female instructor from Yunjiang God of War University regained some composure and cautiously inquired of the old principal. At this remark, all the proctors present grew quiet. The difference between an outstanding student who joins a faction and one who doesn't is enormous. Major universities wouldn't train students for free just to benefit some faction. Students who hadn't joined any faction would be cultivated by the universities. Once they became accomplished, the universities would have them join the factions backing them, thereby nurturing new blood for those factions. Jiang Lin hasn't joined any faction. This student works diligently, comes from an ordinary family even somewhat impoverished. The old principal had intended to reveal Jiang Lin's background but paused, deciding instead to tease these young teachers. Chapter 41, Scores Suppressed. Excellent, excellent. A promising prospect. Professor Pan Fong of Linjiang University resumed his usual cheerful demeanor. Ordinary background? Perfect. Li Yu from Yunjiang University chuckled. Such students were easiest to manipulate, just offer them a few perks. The other proctors joined in the amusement, scheming to recruit him. But the old principal's next words sent the proctors into a frenzy. The old principal smiled and said, this student not only awakened early and hasn't joined any factions, but has already reached warrior level 6 or even higher. Professor Pan Fong from Linjiang University was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, 99% theoretical score plus early awakening plus guaranteed warrior level 6. This student is quite formidable. This isn't just impressive, it's defying the heavens. Only Yunjiang University has the standing to claim such a student. Don't even bother competing. Professor Li Yu from Yunjiang University nearly laughed himself silly. Among the universities present, only Yunjiang held the highest ranking. If Yunjiang claimed someone, what other school could possibly compete? Yunjiang Divine Martial University isn't exactly a pushover either. We're not exactly trailing behind you lot. Ridiculous. Does my Yunjiang God of War University fall short of yours? Nonsense. As if my. The proctors present began scrambling to recruit the student, each disparaging their rivals. But the old principal's next words instantly stunned the previously heated examiners, leaving them as if their souls had been sucked out. The old principal smiled warmly. Everyone, please calm down. There's one crucial matter I haven't shared with you yet. Take some time to consider whether you still want this student. What's there to consider? As long as this student has no major moral issues, we absolutely must take him, responded teacher Pan Fong from Linjiang University. After all, even if there were some moral shortcomings, they could be corrected. Exactly. A genius of this caliber, what kind of bad habits could he possibly have? Professor Li Yu from Yunjiang University waved dismissively, unconcerned by such matters. The old principal's lips curved upward as he spoke mysteriously, but what if this child named Jiang Lin is actually Jiang Feng's son? We're here to recruit and nurture students. Who cares whose son he is? Whether he's the son of a farmer, a businessman, or an official, it's all the same. Professor Pan Fong of Linjiang University waved his hand impatiently. But mid-sentence, he suddenly remembered something, and his voice trailed off abruptly. What did you say, old principal? Please repeat that. I didn't catch it just now. Pan Fong asked again, his disbelief evident. Didn't you hear perfectly well? He's Jiang Feng's son? Didn't you know Jiang Feng's son attends Linjiang Middle School? The old principal countered with a chuckle. Holy, I'm speechless. After all this time, it turns out to be this. Pan Fong was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Li Yu from Yunjiang University was equally stunned, his lips murmuring, no way. No way. It can't be that coincidental. Jiang Feng. Could it be the legendary Tianhai war god, Jiang Feng? This student is actually Jiang Feng's son? Unbelievable. The proctor from Yunjiang War God University's face twisted in disbelief. No wonder he possesses such extraordinary talent, he's Jiang Feng's son. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. After Jiang Feng, his son is also so outstanding. The expressions of the proctors present all turned peculiar. Clearly, this news had delivered a significant blow to their minds. Just moments ago, they had been vying for Jiang Lin's favor, but now, upon hearing this news, they all fell silent. There was no one left to compete for him now. It wasn't just about competition, it wouldn't pass muster with the higher-ups either. Regarding Jiang Lin, over a decade ago, higher authorities had already issued a directive prohibiting his admission to university. Granting him a secondary education was already considered exceptionally lenient. This decision had been personally issued by the higher-ups, and no one dared to defy it. Though universities wield considerable influence, they dare not lightly defy the authority of the higher-ups. What a pity, such a pity, such a pity. Without this identity, he would have achieved great things. With careful nurturing, he might have been the next Jiang Feng. The proctor present sighed deeply. Yet no one mentioned the incident again. The old principal sighed softly. It seemed Jiang Lin's admission to the university was completely out of the question. Outside the door, teacher Wen Lan's expression was grave. She had heard and witnessed the scene earlier. The difficulty of Jiang Lin attending school was far greater than she had imagined. The third day of the major exam. News of Jiang Lin scoring 99 on the theory exam had spread far and wide. Major factions were stunned, marveling at Jiang Lin's extraordinary talent. Today's test was a mental assessment, using a translucent helmet as the instrument. Once worn, the helmet projected illusions of varying intensity levels, scoring candidates based on their resistance duration and mental fluctuations. Wu Yinin, come take the exam. Wang Lifeng, come take the test. After putting on the helmet, Wang Lifeng furrowed his brow, veins pulsing on his temples. 3 minutes later, he removed the helmet. The instrument displayed 78 points. Excellent, excellent. This year's test introduced additional difficulty within the illusions. Scoring 78 already places you among the top performers. Li Yu of Yunjiang University nodded slightly, satisfied with Wang Lifeng's performance. Next up, Jiang Lin. As the voice rang out, teachers and students present all turned their heads. All were curious whether Jiang Lin would take first place in the spiritual examination. After all, Jiang Lin had consistently ranked first in the school. After putting on the helmet, Jiang Lin saw numerous illusions, even glimpses of his father, Jiang Feng, appeared within them. In the end, Jiang Lin scored 79 points. A collective sigh of disappointment filled the air. His theoretical scores were so high, yet his spiritual test score was so low. It shouldn't be like this. Logically, he should have scored at least 80. 79 points isn't bad, but it's still far from first place. It seems even Jiang Feng's son isn't truly exceptional. It seems Jiang Lin can't compete with the students trained by those major factions. It can't be helped. Jiang Lin's upbringing was lacking from the start. He didn't even have source crystals for bone washing and marrow cleansing. His mental strength is still lacking. He needs to focus more on cultivating that aspect, or it could become my weak point in the future. Jiang Lin was also somewhat surprised that his score on this exam was even lower than his usual practice tests. Gao Liang, 55 points. Yuching, 85 points. Sun Ruxian, 77 points. Wen Luoliang, 76 points. Lin Yuan, spiritual test, 89 points. Lin Yuan is truly defying expectations. She's the real dark horse here. She's practically breaking records. With a potential score of 91 ranking first and a theoretical score of 90 placing second only to Jiang Lin, now her spiritual test score soars to 89, she's likely to claim first place again. A chorus of gasps erupted as Jiang Lin's spotlight was instantly overshadowed by Lin Yuan. After a full day of exams, the final rankings were announced. Chapter 42, 3 first places. First place, Lin Yuan, spiritual score 89. Second place, Yuching, spiritual score 85 points. Third place, Wu Yinin, spiritual score 85. Fourth, Wang Lifeng, mental score 85. Fifth, Sun Ruxian, spirit score 80. Sixth place, Jiang Lin, spirit score 79 points. Seventh, Shuiqingqing, mental score 78 points. Eighth, Yu Chuchu, mental score 78 points. Ninth, Wen Luoliang, mental score 78 points. As the scores were announced, the crowd erupted once more. Lin Yuan is indeed first place with 89 points. This is truly unbelievable. She always had average results before. How could she suddenly shine so brightly? Oh my. What do you know? This is martial arts. A single awakening can change one's destiny. Lin Yuan awakened as a level 3 warrior, and now her spiritual power is so strong. Reaching the War King tier in this lifetime is practically a certainty. So jealous, so jealous. Following the crowd's gaze, the girl named Lin Yuan came into Jiang Lin's view. Lin Yuan indeed, an easily overlooked girl. She dressed plainly, unlike Xueqingqing's lavish attire. Neither tall nor short, she lacked Yuching's slender, towering frame. Her features weren't exquisite or stunning, her skin held a subtle wheat-like tan. Her hair was simply pulled back into a low ponytail. Standing there, she resembled a wild grass, simple, ordinary. Yet it was this very girl who drew all the stunned, envious, and jealous gazes. She may be ordinary, but her scores are anything but. Jiang Lin had never encountered this girl before. This student, Lin Yuan, is mine for Yunjian University. None of you are taking her. If you insist on fighting over her, I'll gladly hand over the more talented Jiang Lin. Li Yu from Yunjian University was already beaming with delight. Well, if Jiang Lin is so gifted, Yunjiang is the perfect fit. But Li Yuan would be better suited for our Yunjian Divine Marshal. Put. Lin Yuan belongs to our Yunjian War God University. Has your school ever produced a war god? You just keep bragging about your own school. Our Yunjian War God University has produced war gods. A teacher from Yunjian War God University snorted coldly. No one dared to argue with that statement. Yunjian War God University had indeed produced a war god once, though that war god had perished 40 years ago in battle against the ghost beasts. Enough. I've already submitted the report. Lin Yuan must. The third day of the major exams. Today was the strength test. The strength test is categorized by tier. Higher cultivation levels do not grant higher scores, it's a contest among equals. After the old principal's announcement, students began stepping forward one by one to take the strength test. The test required a single punch against the strength gauge, simple enough. In previous years, scores were calculated by hunting ghost beasts within illusory realms. Wang Lifeng, the first to step forward, clenched his teeth and delivered a powerful punch. The numbers on the testing device flashed wildly before settling at 90 points. Wang Lifeng, strength test, 90 points. Yuching, strength test, 79. Wen Liliang, strength test, 81. Sun Ruxian, strength test, 80. It was Jiang Lin's turn to step forward for the test. This test is way easier than hunting ghost beasts in the illusion realm. Jiang Lin stepped forward, and the device first scanned his level. Level, Warrior, level 7. This scan once again elicited gasps from many instructors. He really is a level 7 warrior. Professor Pan Feng of Linjian University was genuinely moved. Had it not been for the orders from above, he would have definitely recruited Jiang Lin to Linjian University. For the strength test, go straight for the heaven-shattering lion soul sealing fist. Jiang Lin channeled his source energy, unleashing a punch directly at the testing apparatus. Boom! The entire machine shook slightly. Jiang Lin, strength test, 99 points. Holy crap, 99 points on the strength test. Wait, what just happened? That punch was that powerful? A level 7 warrior scoring 99 points with one punch means that punch packs at least the power of a level 9 warrior. But Wang Lifeng is also a level 7 warrior, and his punch only scored 90 points. That's such a huge gap, isn't this cheating? The students present were all stunned. 99 points? What the hell is this? Only Wang Lifeng stared intently at Jiang Lin. For some reason, he felt like he'd seen that punch somewhere before, and Jiang Lin's physique seemed vaguely familiar too. By afternoon, the strength test rankings were announced. First place, Jiang Lin, strength score 99 points. Second place, Wang Lifeng, strength score 90. Third place, Wen Liliang, strength score 81. Fourth place, Sun Ruxian, strength score 80. Fifth place, Lin Yuan, strength score 80. Sixth, Xueqingqing, strength score 80. Seventh, Yuching, strength score 79 points. Eighth, Gao Liang, strength score 78. Day 4 of the grand examination. This time, they entered the examination apparatus. The simulation device contained 100 ghost beasts. The ghost beasts cannot be killed, the objective is solely to defend against their attacks. The longer the defense lasted, the higher the score, seconds directly equated to points. However, as time progresses, the ghost beast's strength increases. This makes the challenge progressively harder. Once you surpass 50 points, the ghost beast's power doubles, which is absolutely terrifying. 100 ghost beasts of the same level ganging up on you, who could even imagine it? If you are killed by the ghost beasts, the exam ends immediately. This exam is brand new this year. Previously, scores were determined by direct combat with ghost beasts. This time, a new exam has arrived. Many students have stumbled, scoring surprisingly low marks. However, Jiang Lin once again made a stunning breakthrough. His talent for giant stone armor truly shone through. Ranking first, Jiang Lin, defense score 99 points. Ranked second, Wang Lifeng, defense score 81. Ranked third, Sun Ruxian, defense score 75. Ranked fourth, Yuching, defense score 75. Ranked fifth, Lin Yuan, defense score 75. Ranked sixth, Wu Yining, defense score 69 points. Seventh place, Xueqingqing, defense score 69 points. Ranked eighth, Wen Liliang, defense score 60 points. Ranked ninth, Zhou Shan, defense score 59 points. Most students' scores plateaued at 50 points. Because once you surpass 50 points, the power of the ghost beasts doubles. Wait, Jiang Lin is first again? What's going on? Are you sure Jiang Lin didn't cheat? He's 18 points ahead of second place? How is Jiang Lin so resilient? If ghost beasts weren't indestructible, I'd suspect Jiang Lin used a cheat to kill one. Is this score even humanly possible? Both students and teachers stood frozen in place. This is incredible. No, this needs to be reported immediately. The top spot in Yunjiang province is practically Jiang Lin's unless something unexpected happens. Professor Liu of Yunjiang University couldn't contain himself any longer. This Jiang Lin was the spitting image of Zhang Feng. In fact, he might even be more outstanding than Zhang Feng. We can't let the previous generation hold back the outstanding next generation. Rules and orders exist to be broken. Chapter 43, Extreme Storm. If those 100 ghost beasts hadn't suddenly tripled in power at the last second, he absolutely could have held out for 100 seconds. What a pity. Jiang Lin glanced at the score and shook his head slightly. Those 100 ghost beasts, with their tripled strength, were simply too much to handle. They were instantly wiped out. Still 100 seconds. By Jiang Lin's side, Yuching had appeared unnoticed. Hearing that number, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. That's incredible, brother Jiang Lin. How did you manage it? Nearby, Wen Luliang and Wen Lan arrived. Wen Luliang's face was filled with admiration. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I was aiming for a perfect score, but I couldn't hold on. Otherwise, I would have pulled off a miracle. Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Sigh, see? I just said that one thing, and now he's starting to show off. Showing off. He really knows how to put on a show. Wen Luliang teased with a laugh. So what if you got first place? What's the point? If you're so great, take the speed test again tomorrow and get first place again. But what's the use? In the end, no school will dare to admit you. From a short distance away, Xueqingqing's dismissive voice drifted over. Xueqingqing. Jiang Lin remembered her. Last time at Sanglong Mountain, the Xueqingqing had been by Wang Lifeng's side, someone from Feiyan Technology. Moreover, she was among the crowd that had surrounded him. But Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered with her. She was just a petty troublemaker. Now, Jiang Lin believed his true opponents were far beyond these people. It was a bit pretentious, but it was the truth. Xueqingqing snorted coldly, then turned to Yuching beside her with a smile. Tomorrow is the final speed test. Sister Qingyue will definitely take first place. Hee, Qingqing, you're joking. With so many geniuses in this school, I'd be lucky to make it into the top 3. Yuqing's smile was radiant, clearly indicating her words were merely modesty. At the same time, Yuqing's gaze slowly shifted to Jiang Lin. If there were any rivals in the speed test, the most likely contenders would be Jiang Lin and Ling Yuan. So confident, huh? Jiang Lin murmured to himself. He possessed the Ghost Mosquito Beast's Swift Shadow talent, granting a 50% speed boost. Even with Yuching's warrior level 8, she might not surpass him. Hey, Lin, did you hear? Word on the street is that Divine Fish Tech has developed an artificial Ghost Beast talent that boosts your speed by 50%. Wen Luliang whispered to Jiang Lin. What? Jiang Lin exclaimed in shock. Keep your voice down. Don't be so shocked, few people know about this. I overheard Yuching and Wang Lifeng talking about it. Don't spread this around. Wen Luliang whispered cautiously, fearing Yuching might come after him if word got out. 50% speed increase. Jiang Lin's astonishment wasn't merely about the magnitude of the boost, but rather where Yuching had obtained this talent. Could it be that Ghost Mosquito Beast back then? A hard-to-believe thought surged through Jiang Lin's mind, and it was highly likely true. The street Jiang Lin passed on his way to school was indeed very close to Xinyu Technology. If that was the case, then Xinyu Tech was indeed conducting related experiments and succeeding. Regardless of the implications, I doubt I'll take first place in this speed test. Jiang Lin had always confidently believed that with the Swift Shadow talent, securing first place would be effortless. But now, this unexpected variable Yuching had emerged. Moreover, Yuching had already reached warrior level 8. When factoring in their respective Swift Shadow enhancements, Jiang Lin's speed would inevitably fall short of Yuching's, always trailing slightly behind. Looks like I'll need to cheat to win first place in the speed test. Jiang Lin chuckled softly before turning to return to his quarters for rest. The fourth day of the major exam dawned. Jiang Lin began refreshing his entries. Today's refreshed entry, Turtle Speed. 1-star entry, Turtle Speed, reduces zone speed by 70%. What's the point of this turtle speed? Just pure slowing? Jiang Lin was utterly speechless as he continued refreshing entries. 1-star entry, Herb Identification. 1-star entry, Light Body Leap. 2-star trait, Short Range Teleportation, teleports 3 meters. 5-second cooldown. This one's passable 3 meters of teleportation. But with a 5-second cooldown, it barely boosts speed. Roll. After careful consideration, Jiang Lin decided to keep refreshing. 2-star entry, initial awakening of the third eye, gains faint perception of surrounding dangers, providing 1-second advance warning. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Scroll. 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 3-star entry, blazing tempest. Speedstorm state activated. Your movement speed will triple for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. This is good, this is excellent. Jiang Lin immediately called a halt, utterly satisfied. He muttered to himself, this first one is practically in the bag. Lingjiang Middle School, Examination Zone. This will be the final exam, the speed test. The format differs slightly from previous years. While past tests involved standard start-to-finish races, this year's challenge includes ghost beast disturbances along the route in addition to the speed measurement. The old principal explained with a smile. This one small change was enough to make a student's score jump. It tested not only speed but also all-around abilities, reaction time, judgment, mental focus. This was the most challenging exam of all. Oh, this sounds interesting. Jiang Lin felt it was manageable, though he might not achieve a perfect score. Still, securing first place should be no problem. Are there still ghost beasts blocking the way? Yuching frowned slightly. She had prepared extensively, even refining her talent crystal in advance. She hadn't anticipated changes to the trial content, which now posed a real challenge. Still, it shouldn't be too bad. No matter how difficult, securing first place should be manageable unless the Jiang Lin Yuan, or others have some sort of acceleration technique. Yuching remained confident. She had waited a long time for this top spot. The exam commenced, with groups of students stepping forward to don the testing helmets. The first group consisted of several ordinary students, whose scores were average. Then it was Lin Yuan's turn. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, slipped on the helmet, and a virtual realm appeared in her mind. She sprinted out of the starting gate. Barely a few steps in, a ghost beast projection lunged at her from the side. Lin Yuan scrambled to dodge sideways but stumbled over the phantom beast's shadow. After stumbling across the finish line, the score displayed on the screen, 60 points. Ugh. Lin Yuan removed her helmet, her back drenched in cold sweat. She'd truly messed up this time. But since she wasn't naturally fast, 60 points was about what she could expect. Those ghost beasts appeared so suddenly, I couldn't react in time. I gave it my absolute all, but I only managed 59 points. Several students who had finished the test were furious, convinced they hadn't performed to their full potential. Finally, it was Yuching's turn to step forward for the test. She donned her helmet, her form transforming into a pale blue glow as she shot forward. Facing the ghost beasts charging head-on, she casually sidestepped their claws without breaking stride. Several ghost beasts attempted to surround her, but she used their momentum to propel herself forward with surprising agility, accelerating even faster and creating whirlwinds in her wake. 95 points. The announcement rang out, and the crowd erupted in gasps. That's Yuching for you. Her reflexes and speed are insane. Even the ghost beast's ambush couldn't slow her down. First place is a lock, right? That's higher than expected. Yuching removed her helmet, a faint smile curving her lips. Her gaze swept over Jiang Lin in the waiting area, radiating unwavering confidence. Chapter 44, Linjiang City's top student, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin strode forward. The moment he donned his helmet and the trial began, Jiang Lin vanished abruptly. This wasn't Yuching's kind of swiftness, it was the absolute limit of speed, leaving only after images. Several proctors were stunned. How fast could he possibly be? The virtual ghost beasts had barely materialized before being shattered by the shockwave. Unfortunately, though Jiang Lin was fast, he was tripped by a ghost beast at the last second, costing him a split second. His final score froze at 99 points. 99 points. This time, even the scoring device seemed to pause in disbelief. The entire hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Another 99. 99? Just 1 point shy of perfect? How did he do it? Can we see the exam footage? Jiang Lin removed his helmet and rubbed his temples. What a shame he stumbled at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Glancing at the score on the screen, Jiang Lin let out a soft chuckle. That guy snatched first place again. Yuching's cheeks flushed with frustration. The top spot should have been hers. Damn impressive. Even with Yuching's talent boost, she only got 90 points. You're way ahead of everyone else, you rock, Lindsay. When Luliang was stunned, insisting on tagging along with Jiang Lin. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. Seeing Jiang Lin's nonchalant demeanor, Yuching stormed straight home in a rage. Upstairs, the proctors fell silent. Jiang Lin's talent was truly one in a million. Barring any surprises, Jiang Lin should be the top student in Yunjiang province. Muttered teacher Pan Feng from Linjiang University. Not necessarily the top in the province. Although he holds 4 first-place scores, his mental resilience score is too low. Perhaps someone could pull ahead of him. Teacher Liu from Yunjiang University shook his head slightly, but then added, though, who knows? He's absolutely a prodigy. Several teachers from Yunjiang's war god and martial god programs acknowledged Jiang Lin's talent and strength. Who would turn down a genius? That afternoon, the scores were released. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Lin took first place again. Ranked first, Jiang Lin, speed score 99. Ranked second, Yuching, speed score 95. Ranked third, Wang Lifeng, speed score 90. Ranked fourth, Shuiqingqing, speed score 75 points. Ranked fifth, Yu Chuchu, speed score 75 points. Ranked sixth, Lin Yuan, speed score 60 points. Seventh place, Sun Ruxian, speed score 60 points. Ranked eighth, Wen Liliang, speed score 60 points. Ranked ninth, Zhou Shan, speed score 69 points. Whoa, that score is insane. Can we get Jiang Lin's exam footage released? Otherwise, this is hard to swallow. Exam footage isn't released lightly. Plus, the entire venue is under surveillance with heaven's eye cameras and instrument testing. If anyone used anything, it would definitely be detected. Jiang Lin's score? He's guaranteed to be the top in the province. Forget provincial, he'd probably rank among the top nationally. The students present were stunned. They never imagined they'd witness the birth of a genius. Theory score, 99. Strength score, 99. Defense score, 99. Speed score, 99. Spirit score, 79. Lindsay, you're amazing. All 4 stats except spirit are 99. Wen Liliang was practically losing his mind, staring at Jiang Lin with pure admiration. Damn it, what the hell is this? Sun Ruxian, the perennial runner-up, now couldn't even hold on to second place. Making it into the top 10 would be considered lucky for him. Could it be that 99 is the absolute ceiling? Is a perfect 100 even possible? That's actually possible. If we calculate it that way, Jiang Lin scored perfect marks in all 4 categories. Students gathered in groups, buzzing with excitement. Pfft, what's he trying to pull? Shuiqingqing snorted coldly and turned to leave. In the office, several proctors had already started arguing. No way. Jiang Lin has to get into my Yunjiang University. What nonsense. Your Yunjiang University? He must get into my Yunjiang war god. What's going on? My Linchuan University isn't out of the question either. Watching the proctors bicker, Wen Lun, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Lin's top ranking seemed secure now, and the school wouldn't have to worry either. Even if restrictions were imposed on him due to his father, Zhang Feng, his 499-point scores demonstrated exceptional talent. Considering this, higher authorities would likely make an exception. The 6th day of the major exams. The final scores for Linjiang Middle School's major exam were released. Rank 1, Jiang Lin, total score, 475. Ranked 2nd, Wang Lifeng, total score, 426. Ranked 3rd, Yuching, total score, 416. 4th place, Lin Yuan, total score, 394. Rank 5, Shuiqingqing, total score, 382. Rank 6, Sun Ruxian, total score, 375. 7th place, Yu Chuchu, total score, 370. Ranked 8th, Wen Liliang, total score, 360. Ranked 9th, Wu Yinin, total score, 334. Rank 10, Zhou Shan, total score, 328. Rank 11, Gao Liang, total score, 318. Unbelievable. A total score of 475. What kind of god is this? 475 total points. I heard the highest score at the neighboring Linjiang Junior Martial Arts Academy was only 400 over 10 points lower than 3rd place Yuching. This is insane. Based on past cutoff scores, anyone scoring over 300 has a real shot at reaching the 9th rank warrior level in their lifetime. And with a score over 350, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one is virtually guaranteed to reach the threshold of the War King tier, becoming a quasi-War King. Those scoring over 400 have a 99% chance of becoming a War King. This means Yuching and Wang Lifeng will surpass their father's achievements. The top-ranked Jiang Lin is terrifying 475 points, crushing second-place Wang Lifeng by 49 points, nearly 50. Doesn't this mean Jiang Lin will reach at least the War Emperor tier in this lifetime? Holy crap, that's insane. The entire Linjiang Middle School erupted. Was this crappy school finally going to produce a Battle Emperor-level martial artist? Simultaneously, the rankings from over a dozen middle schools across Linjiang City were released. The top 3 spots were all familiar faces. Rank 1, Jiang Lin, total score, 475. Ranked 2nd, Wang Lifeng, total score, 426. Ranked 3rd, Yuching, total score, 416. 4th place, Yao Lili, total score, 400. Ranked 5th, Lin Yuan, total score, 394. The top 3 spots are rock solid, they're consistently ranked among the top 3 in Linjiang City. Holy crap, is this Jiang Lin the son of that traitor Zhang Feng? How is he this ridiculously talented? Wait, didn't they say before that Zhang Feng's son wasn't allowed to go to college? Are you out of your mind? Just because he can't go to university doesn't mean he can't take the exams. Now the whole city of Linjiang was buzzing. Everyone was talking about Jiang Lin. Meanwhile, the trio that should have been the center of attention, Wang Lifeng, Yuching, and Yao Lili, failed to make any waves at all. They were completely forgotten by the masses. At the same time, the rankings for Yunjiang Province were released. Yunjiang Province, ranked first, Linjiang High School, Jiang Lin, score 475. Chapter 45, Treasure Pavilion. Yunjiang Province rankings. First place, Jiang Lin, score 475. Second, Ji Yulong, score 474. Third, Han Momo, score 431. Fourth, Lu Weiyao, score 429. Fifth, Yu Yuntian, score 427. Sixth place, Wang Lifeng, score 426. Seventh, Xiao, score 422. Eighth, Shuizhen, score 420. Ninth, Lu Hon, score 417. 10th, Yuching, score 416. Lincheng City, capital of Yunjiang Province. Tianji Treasure Pavilion. On the fifth floor of the Tianji Treasure Pavilion sat 3 individuals. The Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion comprised 5 floors in total. Hierarchy was strictly enforced here. Those seated on the 5th floor were undoubtedly high-ranking figures. One was Ji Yulong, bespectacled and scholarly in appearance. His gaze was gentle, yet a hint of tension lingered in his demeanor. Opposite Ji Yulong sat Ji Fangzheng, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Mechanics Treasure Pavilion and Ji Yulong's father. True to his name, Ji Fangzheng wore a gray cotton short-sleeved jacket, sitting with perfect posture. His face bore little expression, his gaze carrying a hint of rigidity. His entire demeanor radiated a methodical, old-fashioned stiffness, coupled with the authority of one long accustomed to power. Beside him sat an elderly man. Dressed in a faded Taoist robe, he wore thick spectacles and leaned back in his armchair, rolling 2 glossy walnuts between his fingers. His eyelids drooped, giving the impression he might drift off to sleep at any moment. Yet the instant the old man lifted his gaze, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Moreover, sitting there, he gave off an illusion that he could vanish at any moment. This old man was none other than Gu Shenjin, one of the 2 war emperor martial artists of Yunjiang Province. He was also the mastermind behind the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion and Ji Yulong's teacher. Yulong, there's no need to worry so much. With your talent, you should easily surpass 450 points. Besides, this is merely a preliminary test. Don't dwell on it too much. What truly defines a martial artist is raw strength and opportunity. Seeing Ji Yulong's slight tension, Gu Shenjin waved it off casually. Master, the top scorer not only receives the Yuling Divine Wood but also gains 1 chance to enter the Starfall Secret Realm. Of course, it matters. Ji Yulong chuckled. If not for that, why would he be so anxious about this so-called score? The Starfall Divine Mirror was one of China's many national treasures, an invaluable artifact discovered by chance during humanity's exploration of the great mysteries of Mars. Starfall Divine Mirror, a shattered stone mirror. Touching it grants entry into the Starfall Secret Realm contained within. Great secrets lie within the Starfall Secret Realm. Successfully comprehending them grants immense opportunities. All 3 of China's current war gods had gained their opportunities within the Starfall Secret Realm. And just announced, the top student from each province will receive 1 chance to enter the Starfall Secret Realm. Oh, come on. That top-tier realm doesn't hold anything worthwhile, just junk excavated from Mars. Even if you don't secure the provincial top spot, I can find someone to help you get in anyway. Gu Shenjin scoffed dismissively. Clearly, Gu Shenjin had entered the Starfall Secret Realm before. But he hadn't gained any significant opportunities there. Before Ji Yulong could speak, Ji Fangzheng coldly interjected, Master Gu, you spoil him too much. If Yulong doesn't take first place, he won't be allowed into the secret realm. Remember, opportunities must be earned through one's own abilities. Ji Yulong couldn't help but smile bitterly. His father was great in every way, but he was just too rigid. In Ji Fangzheng's view, everything had to be earned through one's own efforts. But what good was the Ji family's vast fortune if that was the case? Even Ji Yulong's position as manager on the 1st floor was Ji Fangzheng's idea. Under normal circumstances, Ji Yulong could have directly taken control of the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion. You stubborn old fool. We have money, power, influence, and connections. Why should we compete and scramble like ordinary people? Isn't it better to get things for free? Gu Shenjin pointed at Ji Fangzheng, pursing his lips with obvious impatience. It's different. If one wants to succeed, they must first learn independence. To gain anything, you must strive for it. Always seeking shortcuts, that's no path to greatness. Ji Fangzheng spoke sternly, utterly serious. Hey, you old stick in the mud. You're just like your name, stubborn. What do you mean shortcuts? I didn't have much strength back then either. Does that mean I took a shortcut to becoming a battle emperor? Gu Shenjin laughed as he spoke. You're different, and times have changed. Ji Fangzheng shook his head slightly. Gu Shenjin's face flushed slightly, and he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Talking to this old stick in the mud felt like a lump in his throat with every word. He was barely 50, yet he sounded like this nearly 100-year-old man. The scores are in. Ji Yulong suddenly spoke up, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Oh? What results? Gu Shenjin immediately asked. Provincial level 1? Ji Fangzheng also looked over, a look of confusion in his eyes. Ji Yulong gave a wry smile, not provincial first, provincial second. Just 1 point shy of provincial first. Ji Yulong had always believed he would be a provincial first, and a landslide provincial first at that. But now, seeing the results, he had fallen short. It was truly hard to accept. Even though it was just 1 point, it still counted as falling short. What the hell? 1 point short? Gu Shenjin's expression turned peculiar. He immediately leaned in for a closer look and asked curiously, what's the background of this Jiang Lin fellow? Jiang Lin? Never heard of him. Which family or faction is he from? Ji Fangzheng wasn't angry that Ji Yulong hadn't made the provincial top ranks, he was simply curious too. Who could have outperformed Ji Yulong to secure a spot? I just inquired about it. You'll never guess who this Jiang Lin is, Ji Yulong said with a peculiar smile. You're playing coy, kid. Spill it. What's this Jiang Lin's background? He's even stronger than you, so his status must be extraordinary. Gu Shenjin said impatiently. In Gu Shenjin's eyes, his disciple Ji Yulong possessed extraordinary talent, truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. While not quite a war god in the making, advancing to war emperor seemed entirely within his grasp. Yet now, Ji Yulong had been suppressed by another in a minor test. This was hard to accept, not just for Ji Yulong, but for Gu Shenjin himself. I see. Ji Fangzheng suddenly remembered something, murmuring to himself, I see. It's his son. No wonder, no wonder. I should have anticipated this long ago. Ji Fangzheng had previously received various reports about Linjiang Middle School but hadn't paid them much mind. Now, everything clicked into place. Gu Shenjin grew impatient. You two brats, playing riddles here? This top student is the son of Tianhai's war god, Zhang Feng. Ji Yulong gasped. What? Zhang Feng's son? The moment Gu Shenjin heard Zhang Feng's name, he leapt to his feet, his face twisted with anxiety. No way. That old bastard Zhang Feng, he's already so damn powerful himself, and now his son is this formidable too? Chapter 46, The Outcome. Master, from what you're saying, were you and Zhang Feng quite familiar with each other? Ji Yulong was a bit confused and asked curiously. Gu Shenjin's tone clearly indicated an unusual relationship with Zhang Feng. There must have been some kind of conflict between them. Of course we're familiar. 21 years ago, Zhang Feng and I were both war emperor level. Only, he was a rising star while I was an old hand. In a national combat competition, Zhang Feng and I fought to a draw. As a result, Zhang Feng received the nation's reward and successfully advanced to war god. Because I missed out on that reward, I've been stuck at the war emperor level ever since. Gu Shenjin declared, brimming with resentment. Oh? Is that so? But why did the state award Zhang Feng the prize after your draw, and not you? Ji Yulong grew even more curious. That Zhang Feng, that bastard. He reached the war emperor rank before 30, a renowned prodigy back then. As for me, Gu Shenjin, I only advanced to war emperor in my 60s. Naturally, the state's higher-ups deemed Zhang Feng's talent superior to mine, so they gave the sole reward to him. Gu Shenjin's mouth twitched, clearly relishing the memory of that injustice. Why? They were both war emperor level. Just because Zhang Feng advanced slightly earlier, they decided his potential was inferior to Zhang Feng's? Of course, Zhang Feng lived up to expectations. After receiving the nation's reward, he advanced to the war god tier. On that point, Gu Shenjin couldn't help but feel a shred of admiration. Gu Shenjin knew he himself lacked the ability to reach war god rank. Well, Zhang Feng does have some talent. Ji Yulong couldn't help but praise. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng and his master, Gu Shenjin, shared such a past? However, the Zhang Feng of today had long since become an ordinary man, while his master Gu Shenjin had founded such a grand establishment as the Heavenly Mechanics Treasure Pavilion. Truly, life is full of twists and turns. Gu Shenjin shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his eyes. After Zhang Feng ascended to war god, the nation bestowed upon him the title of Tianhai war god to guard the coastal seas. What happened afterward, you all know. That arrogant fool Zhang Feng single-handedly commanded a battle against the ghost beasts, resulting in the deaths of 100,000 martial artists. He was tried by the state as a traitor. In the end, Zhang Feng himself dispersed his entire source power. The once great heavenly sea war god faded into obscurity. What a pity. Ji Fangzheng sighed. It is somewhat regrettable. However, I've conversed with Zhang Feng on occasion. He didn't strike me as an arrogant man. At the very least, he wouldn't betray his country to join the so-called Ghost Beast faction. Although Gu Shenjin resented Zhang Feng for snatching his opportunity, he still held Zhang Feng's character in high regard. Master, when you speak like this, does it mean there was something about the events back then? Ji Rulong's words were cut off before he could finish. Gu Shenjin waved his hand impatiently. These matters aren't for you to concern yourselves with. All I'll say is this, unless one is invincible, those who wish to endure cannot focus solely on personal cultivation. One must also expand outward. Otherwise, when trouble strikes, a single person's strength is severely limited. Sometimes, a bit of vanity is necessary. Understood, Master, Ji Yulong nodded, appearing to grasp the meaning. Yet the pensive look on his face caused Gu Shenjin to frown slightly. Back to the point, even though Jiang Feng's son took first place, it's practically useless. In a way, that provincial top spot is still yours. Gu Shenjin recalled something and chuckled. Exactly. With Jiang Feng's colossal mistake, Jiang Lin's advancement will inevitably be restricted. Forget about the Starfall Divine Mirror, he probably won't even get the Yuling Divine Wood. Ji Fangjing chuckled. With the top spot automatically vacated, wouldn't the second place automatically move up? Is that how it is? It does feel a bit like victory without honor. Ji Yulong felt somewhat disheartened. You silly boy. What do you mean by unfair victory? This is a complete triumph. Luck is just another form of victory. Gu Shenjin immediately lectured him. Alright. Ji Yulong nodded. At that very moment, inside the Yunjiang building in Yunjiang province, several middle-aged men in casual jackets gathered together. What's going on? How did Jiang Feng's son end up taking the top spot in the province? What's the situation with the Martial Arts Bureau? They know full well Jiang Lin's special circumstances, yet they still published his scores. What's that all about? The Martial Arts Bureau claims everything they did was within regulations and won't face any repercussions. How dare they? So he's provincial first. So what? At worst, just remove his name. Removing his name is easy, but Jiang Lin's talent will inevitably draw attention from higher-ups. If he actually obtains the Yuling Divine Wood, enters the Starfall Secret Realm, and seizes that great opportunity, he might just become another Jiang Feng. Eliminating one Jiang Feng would cost us dearly. Then how should we handle this? Eliminate Jiang Lin? Dispose of him? You make it sound so easy. Do you think the higher-ups haven't considered that? No matter how incompetent Jiang Feng was, he was once the Tianhai war god. He can't possibly have no connections at all. Forget it. Let's just wait for the higher-ups' response on this matter. Meanwhile, at Linjiang Middle School, when Lan was overjoyed upon learning Jiang Lin had won the provincial championship, the old principal waved his hand dismissively. Calm down. Jiang Lin may have won the provincial championship, but the higher-ups won't let him go to university. Just give up on that idea. That's not necessarily true. When Lan smiled confidently, immediately went downstairs, got in her car, and drove straight to her uncle's house in Linchuan City. Before long, when Lan arrived at Tang Yu's residence, Tang Yu, when Lan's uncle, had taken her in after she lost her parents in the high city incident. She was closest to him. Lan, you're here. Tang Yu, in his 50s with a square jaw, softened his stern expression upon seeing Wen Lan. He hurriedly gestured for her to sit down. Uncle, it's been ages since we last met. Wen Lan picked up her tea and took a sip, shedding all traces of her usual aloofness. She seemed like a neighbor's little sister. You little rascal, we just saw each other a few days ago. Tang Yu said, somewhat speechless. Uncle, let's cut to the chase. I'm here about something incredibly important. Wen Lan wasted no time getting to the point. Hold on. Lan, I know exactly what you're talking about. The higher-ups just issued a notice regarding this matter. Tang Yu wasn't fooled, he understood Wen Lan's purpose perfectly. An official notice already? That fast? Wen Lan was astonished, never expecting the higher-ups to move so swiftly. She pressed, what exactly did the notice say? Regarding Jiang Lin's situation, what's the status? Chapter 47, Someone Steps In. Regarding Jiang Lin, the higher-ups have explicitly stated that the provincial first prize reward will be handed over to him exactly as it is, meaning the Yuling Divine Wood. As for the Starfall Divine Realm, naturally, Jiang Lin won't be using it. Tang Yu said. The Starfall Divine Realm doesn't matter, he couldn't have gotten it anyway. What's most important is Jiang Lin's schooling. What did the higher-ups say about that? Wen Lan was most concerned about this issue, as it directly affected Jiang Lin's future. Lan, you must understand, allowing Jiang Lin to attend middle school is already a gesture of goodwill from the higher-ups. They've made it clear, Jiang Lin cannot attend school. Tang Yu shook his head. Is there truly no chance at all? Didn't you say before that if Jiang Lin performed well academically, he might have an opportunity? Wen Lan found it hard to believe. Tang Yu fell silent for a moment before replying, it was possible before. If Jiang Lin had ranked among the top few, it wouldn't have been an issue. But this time is different. Jiang Lin was too outstanding, he even outperformed Ji Yulong. All those people Jiang Feng offended have now taken action. What about the Jiang family? Didn't they pull any strings? What about Jiang Chongwei? He is, after all, Jiang Lin's maternal grandfather. Now that he's practically a war emperor, doesn't he have any influence? Wen Lan still couldn't accept this outcome. The Jiang family isn't what it used to be. With the patriarch dead, who fears them now? Besides, Jiang Chongwei only has one foot in the war emperor realm. That's not enough. Only when he truly ascends to the war emperor tier will the nation give his words any weight, and even then, only a little. Tang Yu shook his head and added, you really shouldn't meddle in this matter anymore. With our strength, we simply can't get involved. So, Wan Lan sighed. This isn't just those people orchestrating it, the war gods are involved too. The war gods. There are only 3 of them in all of Huagua. No one dares defy their word. A hint of apprehension flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. Even someone of his stature would have to bow his head obediently when meeting the war god. In the western frontier of Huagua, endless desert stretches. Sandstorms swirled endlessly. Amidst the howling wind. Upon a sand dune, a man sat cross-legged in silent meditation. This man wore a tattered robe, long since stained earth and yellow by wind and sand. His conical hat obscured most of his face, making his features indistinct, yet a deep scar at the corner of his mouth remained clearly visible. Whoosh, 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 the wind whipped up sand and grit, lashing against his body. Yet the sand only dirted the hem of his robe, not moving him an inch. The wind seemed to strike an invisible barrier. This man sat there silently, as if he had become one with the desert. No one knew how long he had been sitting there. Only the herders of the western frontier passed down the tale. As long as he remained, the desert beasts dared not approach a single step, dared not stir in the slightest. Even warriors from neighboring lands dared only to linger along the border. As the sandstorm subsided, he finally lifted his head. Jiang Feng, your son truly lives up to you. If nurtured properly, he will surely become another war god. Very well. I owe you a debt of gratitude for my own ascension to war god. I shall grant you this favor. He murmured to himself, then waved his hand. A streak of light shot toward the direction of the divine capital, vanishing swiftly. Lingjiang City. Jiang Family Manor. Liner, I hear you took first place in Yunjiang province. Jiang Feng's face broke into a smile, though he was still somewhat surprised by Jiang Lin's achievement. Well, it was a close one. The second place finisher was only 1 point behind. Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. There weren't any particularly formidable competitors in Yunjiang province, so securing first place was a breeze. If his mental strength had been just a bit stronger, he could have easily added another 20 points to his mental exam score. Then he truly would have been in a league of his own. But it must be said, Ji Yulong was quite a formidable opponent. Ahaha, good, good, good. Truly the son of Jiang Feng, you've made me proud. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, making no mention of school. My talent crushes theirs, but it's all thanks to you, Dad. Without you, how could I have inherited such exceptional gifts? Jiang Lin also avoided the topic of school. It had become irrelevant. With the system's assistance and his father a god of war guiding his cultivation, teachers were no longer needed. The only thing lacking now was time. Source crystals and various resources were no longer scarce. Given sufficient time, Jiang Lin was confident that advancing to war general, war king, war emperor, or even war god would no longer be a challenge. Just rest well at home for now. Take your cultivation slowly, Jiang Feng nodded, feeling both relieved and delighted. Heaven hadn't cut off his path. Though his own glory had faded, his son's extraordinary talent fulfilled his deepest wish. Beep beep beep. His phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed the principal. Dad, the principal wants me to come to school. Probably about my grades. Jiang Lin already guessed what the principal would say. Alright, go ahead. Jiang Feng patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder and gave a hearty laugh. Watching Jiang Lin leave, Jiang Feng turned his gaze toward the street. There, a refined man dressed in a Zhongshan suit stood quietly. This man was the same person Jiang Lin had seen before. The same man who had saved Jiang Lin once in Linchuan City. He had returned. Jingshan. Jiang Feng gave him a slight nod. The next moment, the man in the Zhongshan suit vanished and reappeared seated on the sofa in front of Jiang Feng, holding a cup of tea. This man was Shui Jingshan, one of Jiang Feng's closest confidants. Even when Jiang Feng bore the weight of public condemnation, Shui Jingshan never doubted him. He had always believed Jiang Feng was framed and had even helped investigate the matter. Unfortunately, Shui Jingshan's efforts alone were insufficient. You're here. How did things go? Jiang Feng showed no surprise at the man's swift arrival, merely asking calmly. No good. Jiang Lin's situation has caught the attention of higher-ups. Forget about going to school, there's absolutely no chance of continuing your education. Shui Jingshan stated flatly. Whether he attends school or not is irrelevant. As long as those people don't go too far. A chilling coldness permeated Jiang Feng's words. Some have moved to kill him. They want to send men to eliminate Jiang Lin. Shui Jingshan paused before adding. Oh? They've lost their patience so quickly? My son doesn't seem threatening enough to warrant that, does he? Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. You underestimate your son. The higher-ups hold him in extremely high regard, rumors even call him your successor. How could that not terrify them? Wanting to eliminate him is only natural. No one wants to see a war god rise. Shui Jingshan chuckled lightly. You understand the power and standing of a war god. Then I entrust this matter to you. I'll have the Jiang family patriarch assist you. Jiang Feng spoke, preparing to contact his father-in-law, Jiang Chongyue. No need. This initiative comes from the highest echelons. With my standing in Jiang Chongyue's, we're not even on the same level. Shui Jingshan stopped him with a bitter smile. The highest echelons are involved. Who is it? Zhang Feng's expression grew grave, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Chapter 48, Accepting Reality. Don't worry. The Heavenly Abyss War God has appeared and resolved your troubles. A flicker of shock crossed Shui Jingshan's eyes as he spoke solemnly. The Heavenly Abyss? It's him. Well, that's good. Zhang Feng also found it hard to believe. The Heavenly Abyss War God usually guards Kunlun and never meddles in worldly affairs. Who'd have thought he'd intervene this time? Now the higher-ups are restrained by him and one dare act rashly. TSK, the War God still holds the cards. Shui Jingshan chuckled lightly. In truth, he was utterly stunned. Zhang Feng was no longer a war god and had been branded a traitor. Yet the Abyss War God still chose to intervene. This revealed the depth of his relationship with Zhang Feng. If you ever meet Tianjian, give him my regards, Zhang Feng said with a smile. With Tianjian's backing, Jiang Lin should be safe from assassination attempts. Alright, though chances of encountering the Heavenly Abyss War God are slim. Shui Jingshan nodded, then chuckled, but your son's got something special crossing boundaries to fight enemies, taking on 3 alone. He reminds me of you back in the day. Ha ha. Jiang Feng laughed, clearly proud. You didn't secretly stash away some treasure and give it to your son, did you? Otherwise, how could he be this formidable? Shui Jingshan asked with a laugh. What could I possibly have? You know how things were back then. I had nothing left, I surrendered everything. Not a shred of source energy remained in me. Zhang Feng gave a bitter laugh. Why did everyone assume Jiang Lin's achievements were all thanks to his father? TSK, that talent, enviable. Shui Jingshan clicked his tongue, then suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng, scrutinizing him closely. Your leg, has it improved? Wait, I sense a trace of source energy emanating from you. You? Shui Jingshan froze, his eyes widening in shock, all composure gone. Ha! Zhang Feng offered no reply, merely focusing on suppressing the fluctuations of source energy emanating from his body. Alright. Shui Jingshan dropped further questions, offering a wry smile. I should be going. Staying here too long will raise suspicions. MHM, remember to keep an eye on Liner for me. Zhang Feng nodded. Shui Jingshan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I've placed a tracking mark on your son. If he ever faces danger, I'll be there in an instant. Lingjian Middle School. In the office, the old principal and Wenlan were present. Principal, Teacher 1. Seeing the scene, Jiang Lin already understood the situation. Jiang Lin is here. The old principal cleared his throat softly and glanced at Wenlan beside him. Jiang Lin, I'm truly sorry. I haven't been able to fulfill what I promised you earlier. Wenlan's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained, well, regarding the Yuling sacred tree, it was explicitly stated that it would be given to you. But as for the university matter, that might be impossible. This was a promise she had made personally, but alas. Jiang Lin, the path of cultivation doesn't require formal schooling. Many cultivate independently, just like the solitary cultivators in novels, they can still shine brightly. The old principal smiled, though a hint of sadness lingered in his heart. Had Jiang Lin received a better education, he would undoubtedly have reached the War Emperor realm in this lifetime. Once Jiang Lin reached the War Emperor tier, his Linjiang Middle School would become formidable. He might even receive national commendation. But all that was now impossible. Now, the latest cultivation methods were all controlled by the state. While the old cultivation methods could still be practiced, they were absolutely inferior to the new methods developed by the state. Regarding cultivation, if you ever have questions, feel free to ask Teacher Wen or me. The entire school welcomes you, the old principal said with a warm smile. Alright, Principal, Teacher Wen, I won't give up my cultivation. You can rest assured. Jiang Lin gave a faint smile, knowing the principal's words were mere pleasantries. From now on the path of cultivation, aside from his father who couldn't cultivate, he truly was a solitary figure. But then again, he'd always been alone. It didn't matter anyway. What difference would one more person make? One less person wouldn't affect him anyway. Very well. Do not abandon your cultivation. Everything happens for a reason. The old headmaster nodded with satisfaction, letting out a sigh of relief. He had expected Jiang Lin to cry and scream, to claim no one understood him, to argue using his top provincial exam scores. But Jiang Lin did none of that. He accepted the reality readily. This actually saved him some trouble. Jiang Lin offered a light chuckle. Nothing much. I'll head back now. Principal, Teacher Wen, we'll meet again someday. Alright, go ahead. The old principal smiled and waved him off. Jiang Lin gave Wenlan a slight nod before leaving. At the bend just outside the school gate, Wenlan caught up with him again. Teacher Wen, is there something you need? Jiang Lin asked, puzzled by her hurried approach. Well, I'm sorry about what I promised earlier. After thinking it over, I can't just let it go. I can't help you much, but I can still lend a hand with small favors. Wen Lan pulled a source stone ring from her pocket, placed it in Jiang Lin's hand, and said softly, "There's 10,000 gene of source crystals inside. Barring any mishaps, it should be enough for you to cultivate to the mid-stage of the battle general realm. Use it for now. When things settle down later, I'll give you some more." 10,000 gene? Jiang Lin was stunned by the amount and immediately pushed the ring back. "Teacher Wen, no. This is far too much. I can't accept it. You're on the verge of a breakthrough yourself. You're the one who needs this source crystal most." Wen Lan's talent was equally formidable. Barely in her 30s, she was already a high-tier war general. In a few more years, she had a real shot at reaching the rank of war king. Moreover, as a teacher at the academy, Wen Lan didn't earn much. Her monthly income barely reached a few thousand source crystals. Handing over 10,000 source crystals meant she must have saved for an incredibly long time. 10,000 source crystals held immense allure, but Jiang Lin wasn't the type to be swayed by money. Besides, he currently possessed 100,000 source crystals. He certainly didn't need to worry about spending it. There was truly no need to accept Wen Lan's source crystals. "No, I can't help you much in other areas, but when it comes to source crystals, I'll make sure you have enough." Wen Lan shook her head and pushed the source crystal ring back toward him. "Teacher Wen, this is far too much. Besides, you need them too." Jiang Lin pushed it back again. "Don't worry. My salary may not be high, but I can certainly afford these source crystals. Your teacher Wen isn't exactly penniless. If you refuse to take them, don't even bother greeting me when we meet again. Now, be a good boy and listen to your teacher." Wen Lan smiled. She was touched that Jiang Lin considered her feelings, but she insisted on giving him the source crystals. "All right." Seeing Wen Lan insist, Jiang Lin stopped arguing. He slipped the ring into his pocket and said solemnly, "Teacher Wen, I'll never forget your help this time. Stop with the formalities. Hurry up and go. It wouldn't do if someone saw us." Wen Lan nudged Jiang Lin and turned to leave. Chapter 49, Claiming the Reward. "Alright, goodbye, Teacher Wen Lan." Jiang Lin glanced around the area and hurried out the school gates. No sooner had he returned home than Jiang Lin received a call from the Martial Arts Bureau. After a rapid-fire exchange, the gist was that Jiang Lin should proceed to the Martial Arts Bureau of Yunjiang Province to claim his reward for winning first place in the provincial competition, the Yuling Divine Wood. Additionally, there were various smaller prizes and some source crystals provided. While Jiang Lin wouldn't be attending university, the standard rewards for the provincial championship would still be granted. The only downside was that there would be no grand publicity. In the past, any provincial champion would receive some level of provincial publicity. Yet, Jiang Lin hadn't seen a single post about his victory. But perhaps it was for the best. If they did make a big deal out of it, he'd inevitably get criticized. Curious, Jiang Lin clicked on a thread about the exam results. The national rankings hadn't been released yet, only provincial and municipal rankings were available. Holy! Jiang Lin glanced at the rankings and his mouth twitched involuntarily. This is beyond the pale. Unbelievable. How could they pull something like this? Yunjiang Province rankings. First place, Ji Yulong, score 474. Second place, Han Momo, score 431. Third, Lu Weiyao, score 429. Fourth, Yu Yuntian, score 427. Fifth, Wang Lifeng, score 426. Sixth place, Xiao Xiao, score 422. Seventh, Shuizhen, score 420. Eighth, Lu Hon, score 417. Ninth, Yuching, score 416. You bastard just kicked me off the list. What kind of bull is this? Damn it. Jiang Lin let loose with a string of expletives. How to describe this feeling? It was like drinking tap water at a luxury hotel, like a dog barking at a national treasure. What a lack of grace. I've never seen such a lack of grace. Just kicking me out like that, couldn't you at least notify me? Not even a notification. Jiang Lin felt utterly miserable, a pain he couldn't quite put into words. This was downright inhumane. Ji Yulong must be over the moon now, jumping from second to first place. He's happier than if he'd won the lottery. And that fish-faced Inghua jumped from 10th to 9th. Jiang Lin was beyond annoyed right now, more miserable than eating dog poop. Was the Martial Arts Bureau being this careless? Furious, Jiang Lin didn't even want to go to the Martial Arts Bureau anymore. He didn't want the reward either. But upon careful reflection, free stuff is still free stuff. In Linchuan City, at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Ji Yulong stared at his ranking, which had jumped from second to first. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a long silence, Ji Yulong finally let out a bitter smile. Though taking first place feels satisfying, it also leaves a bitter aftertaste. First is first, but technically speaking, it's still second. Ji Yulong sighed. Who cares about first or second? As long as this list shows you're first, then you are first. Why dwell on it? Just take the first place reward. That Starfall Divine Mirror is yours. It's a win-win. You should be happy. Gu Shenjing couldn't quite grasp Ji Yulong's perspective. Getting first place for free, even if it involved a bit of luck, was still luck, and luck was part of one's strength. If anyone deserves blame, it's that kid Jiang Lin for lacking the fortune to be the top student in the province. Soon, Ji Yulong also received a call. It was the Yunjiang Province Martial Arts Bureau notifying the top 10 to collect their rewards. The next morning, Jiang Lin woke up. He prepared to take a bus to Linchuan City. But just as he stepped out the door, Jiang Feng suddenly called out to him. "What is it, father? Is something wrong?" Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. "Well, if you encounter any trouble this time, fight back when you must, seize what's yours when you can. If you face injustice, stand up for yourself. Remember, don't be afraid." Jiang Feng's expression was stern, yet tinged with a hint of a smile. Jiang Lin was quite surprised, for his father had always told him to keep a low profile before. This time, it was the opposite. "Got it." Jiang Lin didn't know what had happened or why his father was saying this, but since he'd spoken, he wouldn't ask further. On the way, Jiang Lin checked today's entry. It was a Tier 3 entry called Solar Energy. Tier 3 entry, Solar Energy. Cultivating under sunlight increases cultivation speed 10-fold and physical cultivation speed 20-fold. Holy crap, this skill is awesome. Jiang Lin was instantly thrilled, but when he looked up, his expression darkened instantly. Above, the sky was thick with dark clouds, devoid of any light. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and it looked like rain was coming any minute. Nothing ever goes right. Nothing ever goes right. Just when I finally get a good skill, the environment has to screw me over. Jiang Lin was already annoyed about his name being removed from the rankings, and now this. His mood was absolutely terrible, just awful. So awful that Jiang Lin couldn't even find the words to describe it. "They're just targeting me." After his anger subsided, Jiang Lin let out a helpless, bitter laugh. There was nothing he could do. Absolutely nothing. Fate was cruel. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin finally arrived at the Martial Arts Bureau of Linchuan City. The moment he stepped out of his car, a brand new supercar pulled up beside him. Today's supercars possessed flight acceleration capabilities, though they were limited editions. Only major factions qualified to purchase them. The door opened, and a girl in a blue dress stepped out. Her skin was as white as snow, her high ponytail neat and tidy. Her long legs were slender and straight, and she landed steadily in her shoes. As if sensing something, she glanced in Jiang Lin's direction. This girl was none other than Yuching. Jiang Lin was already in a foul mood, and seeing Yuching, his old adversary, only made him feel worse. The dark shadow in Jiang Lin's eyes instantly shattered Yuching's previously cheerful mood. Moving up from 10th to 9th place would make anyone a little happier. Even if the rewards remained the same, it was still an improvement. 9th was better than 10th after all. Now, both were in a foul mood, glaring at each other with mutual dislike. Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered with this woman. He strode straight into the Martial Bureau hall, plopped down in a chair, and waited for the Martial Bureau staff to come get him. Yuching snorted coldly and followed into the hall, keeping a wide distance from Jiang Lin. Before long, a well-mannered young man wearing glasses stepped into the hall, none other than the true first-place winner of the current Yunjiang Province Grand Examination. Ji Yulong scanned the room, his gaze first landing on Jiang Lin. His brow furrowed slightly as he paused for an extended moment. It was as if he remembered something, yet something felt off. For some reason, Jiang Lin felt strangely familiar. It wasn't exactly familiarity, but something just felt off. Yet when pressed to pinpoint exactly what was amiss, Ji Yulong found himself at a loss, which only deepened the strangeness. Finally, Ji Yulong shook his head. His gaze settled on Yuching. With a warm smile, he waved and called out, "Sister Qingyue, you're here so early." "Misham, just arrived myself." "Congratulations on taking first place, both your skill and luck were exceptional." Yuching stood up to offer her congratulations. Yuching and Ji Yulong had known each other since childhood, though they weren't particularly close. Their families, however, maintained some cooperative ties. "Sister Qingyue flatters me. This first place feels rather embarrassing. Honestly, it should have been second place. Let's just say the first place finisher had terrible luck." Ji Yulong offered a polite remark. Chapter 50, Zhong Wuliang. "May I ask, who is this student?" After exchanging a few words with Yuching, Ji Yulong sat down beside Jiang Lin with a friendly smile. He had always felt a sense of familiarity with Jiang Lin and seized this quiet moment to strike up a conversation. "I'm the guy you were just talking about, the one with the bad luck." Jiang Lin's lips curled upward as he eyed Ji Yulong with a look that said, "What a fool." Ji Yulong was indeed talented. When Jiang Lin first met him at the Heavenly Mechanism Treasure Pavilion, he assumed the boy was merely gifted. Little did he know he was the young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and his talent surpassed even that of Jiang Lin, the son of a war god. The friendly smile on Ji Yulong's face instantly froze. After a long pause, he managed to stammer out, "My apologies." Seeing Ji Yulong get the short end of the stick with Jiang Lin, Yuching couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ji Yulong scratched his head, finding it awkward to say more. He could only leave in a huff, walking over to Yuching's side and whispering something to her. Before long, young people began entering the hall one after another. 11 people were present in total. Because the previous 11th place had now become 10th. 7 men and 4 women. Everyone present was quite pleased except Jiang Lin. The happiest of all was the new 10th place finisher. 10th place, Sun Xianbo, score 415. Just 1 point lower than Yuching. After arriving, Sun Xianbo immediately began searching for Jiang Lin, that resentful bastard. He was determined to see what kind of resentful bastard had cost him the 10th spot. However, everyone present sat quietly, and Sun Xianbo couldn't discern anything. Excuse me. Do you happen to know who Jiang Lin is? Sun Xianbo hesitated for a moment before approaching Ji Yulong, the top-ranked student. He recognized Ji Yulong, so asking him seemed the most appropriate. No idea. Ji Yulong's expression turned peculiar. Why was this guy, just like him, trying to ask about Jiang Lin? But having just been humiliated himself, he couldn't be bothered with Sun Xianbo. Having been rebuffed by Ji Yulong, Sun Xianbo dared not press further. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was no place to provoke. He found a seat and sat down. So what if he's first? What's he so cocky about? 10th place is just my starting point. Everyone's scores are pretty close. It's just a little test. Sun Xianbo muttered disdainfully, no longer bothering to ask others. Everyone present? A booming voice echoed from outside. A man in a crisp black uniform strode in. His imposing frame was topped with a clean-shaven crew cut. Veins pulsed faintly on his temples, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. The moment he entered, his authority pressed down like a tangible weight. As he scanned the room, no one dared meet his gaze. This man was none other than Zhong Wuliang, director of the Martial Arts Bureau of Yunjiang Province. Behind Zhong Wuliang followed several martial artists with formidable presence, radiating a thick aura of lethal intent, clearly seasoned fighters who had spent years honing their skills in the field. Director Zhong, Jiang Lin, Ji Yulong, and the others hurriedly rose to their feet. Facing such a figure, no one dared show the slightest disrespect. It was also rumored that Zhong Wuliang had now reached the 9th rank of War King, standing but a single step away from War Emperor. This alone spoke volumes about his formidable strength and status. Ah, everyone's here. Zhong Wuliang's gaze swept across the assembled figures. His eyes first landed on Ji Yulong, his expression softening slightly, even revealing a hint of satisfaction. Finally, his gaze moved over to Han Momo and the others one by one. Finally, his gaze settled on Jiang Lin. None of the 11 students present dared to speak or interrupt, standing silently in place. Zhong Wuliang scrutinized Jiang Lin for a moment, a hint of disgust flickering in the corner of his eye. Finally, he declared, since everyone is here, let's skip the tedious speeches. I've never been fond of ceremonies. Let's get straight to distributing the rewards. Everyone headed straight for the martial arts arena to prepare for the reward distribution. Damn it! Jiang Lin felt inexplicably irritated under Zhong Wuliang's persistent stare. His gut told him this Zhong Wuliang definitely had something up his sleeve. If Jiang Lin's hunch was correct, this old codger had been involved in the incident where his father, Jiang Feng, was injured and the Martial Bureau only compensated with a few source crystals. Sun Xianbo. 10,000 gene of source crystals. 10 rare source crystals. 10 spiritual herbs. 1 selection voucher for techniques from the Yunjiang treasure vault. Zhong Wuliang announced. Under everyone's gaze, Sun Xianbo stepped forward to receive the rewards handed to him by Zhong Wuliang. Clearly, the rewards began with 10th place. Thank you, Director Zhong. Sun Xianbo glanced at the rewards with great enthusiasm, practically beaming with joy. The Martial Arts Bureau truly lived up to its name. It was incredibly generous. 10,000 gene of source crystals, that was no small sum. There was also the rare source crystal fish spirit herb. Even if he didn't need it, he could sell it for 10,000 gene. But most crucially, this was a Yunjiang Treasure Vault Martial Technique Selection Voucher. With this Technique Selection Voucher, he could freely choose any scroll from the Martial Arts Bureau's treasury in Yunjiang Province. Its value far surpassed any amount of source crystals. Next up, Yuching. 20,000 gene of source crystals. 20 rare source crystals. 20 spiritual herbs. 1 Yunjiang Treasury Martial Arts Selection Voucher. 1 Martial Arts Selection Voucher from the Yunjiang Treasure Vault. Zhong Wuliang continued to call out. Thank you, Director. Yuching grinned as she accepted the rewards. For someone like Yuching, born into a major power in Linjiang City, source crystals and spirit herbs were practically worthless. Especially 20,000 source crystals. With a mere wave of her hand, she could produce hundreds of thousands, even millions, at any moment. The most valuable items were these 2 vouchers from the Yunjiang Treasure Vault. Moreover, Yuching had 1 more martial skill selection voucher than Sun Xianbo. Why does she get a higher ranking than me? Just 1 point higher, and her rewards are doubled. Sun Xianbo's brows knitted tightly as he glared resentfully at Zhong Wuliang, then shifted his gaze to Yuching. Yet he dared not speak aloud, only muttering under his breath. Yuching was the young miss of Linjiang City's divine fish technology, someone he certainly couldn't afford to offend. As for Zhong Wuliang, well, he probably couldn't even ask. Next, Lu Heng. Next, Shuizhen. Next, Xiao Xiao. Next, Wang Lifeng. When it came to Wang Lifeng, the reward was already quite tempting. 50,000 gene of source crystals. 50 rare source crystals. 50 spiritual herbs. 1 Yunjiang Treasure Vault Martial Arts Selection Voucher. 2 Martial Arts Selection Vouchers for the Yunjiang Treasure Vault. 1 Yunjiang Treasure Vault Secret Manual Selection Voucher. Thank you, Director Zhang. Even with the vast wealth and influence of the Wang Group, these 4 selection vouchers still stirred Wang Lifeng's heart. He hastily accepted the rewards. Next, Yu Yuntian. Next, Lu Weiyao. Next, Han Momo. The rewards for these 3 were all slightly better than Wang Lifeng's. Watching them all walk away with such bountiful rewards, Sun Xianbo seethed with frustration. Why do they all get multiple treasure vault selection vouchers while I only get one? This isn't fair. But Sun Xianbo dared only mutter his anger under his breath, never voicing it aloud. First place, Ji Yulong. Zhong Wuliang turned to Ji Yulong and gave him a slight nod. Among the students present, only Ji Yulong met his standards. Wang Lifeng, Han Momo, and the others were decent, but they fell far short of Ji Yulong. Only Ji Yulong was truly a prodigy. As for Jiang Lin. Chapter 51, Rebuttal? 100,000 gene of source crystals. 100 pieces of rare source crystals. 100 spiritual herbs. 1 Yunjiang Treasure Vault Martial Arts Selection Voucher. 3 Martial Arts Selection Vouchers from the Yunjiang Treasure Vault. 3 Yunjiang Treasure Vault Secret Manual Selection Vouchers. 3 Weapon Selection Vouchers for the Yunjiang Treasure Vault. 1 Entry to the Starfall Divine Mirror. The moment these rewards were announced, everyone present grew envious. 100 spirit herbs and 100 rare source crystals were nothing special anymore. The real prize was these 10 selection vouchers, utterly enviable. And the most elusive of all, a single entry into the Starfall Divine Mirror. Legend had it that those who entered the Starfall Divine Mirror emerged at the very least as battle kings, with a chance to become battle emperors, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who wouldn't be envious? Thank you, Director. Ji Yulong dropped his smile and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Mei Chem, you've earned it. Zhong Wuliang chuckled and added, upon your return, I'll inform you of the departure time for the Divine Capital. Prepare yourself well and cherish this rare opportunity. I certainly will. Ji Yulong nodded firmly. After Ji Yulong stepped down, the crowd exchanged glances before all eyes settled on Jiang Lin, who had remained completely still. So this is Jiang Feng's son, Jiang Lin. He's nothing special, not even as handsome as me. Doesn't look like much either. How did he manage to take first place? Strange. Sun Xianbo, ranked 10th, wore a look of contempt that nearly spilled over his face. So what if he took first? Now he's been pushed out anyway. Wang Lifeng lifted his head haughtily, a cold sneer hanging on his face. It's a bit unfortunate, but there's nothing to be done about luck. Ji Yulong sighed inwardly, though he couldn't help but admit that this free first place was indeed sweet. How pitiful. If his father weren't Jiang Feng, that spot would have been his for sure. Guess you just have to blame your birth. Yuching murmured to herself. Reincarnation, truly a technical skill. Some are born into opulence, possessing everything from the moment they enter the world: luxury cars, mansions, beautiful women, the full spectrum of extravagance until their bodies grow weary. Others, however, are born bearing the weight of their family's hopes for success. From childhood to adulthood, they're constantly measured against others, only to end up mediocre and unremarkable. Still others are born into a wilderness survival game. Simply reaching adulthood is an immense struggle. For them, life itself is nothing short of torment. Finally, Jiang Lin, come forward to claim your reward. Zhong Wuliang's voice was icy as he glanced at Jiang Lin. All right. Jiang Lin offered no polite pleasantries, simply took the Yuling divine wood and returned to his seat. Witnessing this, Zhong Wuliang's gaze grew even colder. Just as expected of the son of that traitor Jiang Feng, utterly lacking in manners. If not for his slightly above-average talent, he wouldn't even be qualified to receive a reward here. To Zhong Wuliang's right, a burly man spoke for him. He was Du Xingxing, deputy leader of the Martial Bureau's 10th Squad and a 9th-rank warrior. Jiang Lin shot a glance at Du Xingxing, then at Zhong Wuliang, his expression growing colder. He thought he'd just endure it after all, he'd endured worse before. But then, Jiang Lin recalled the words his father had imparted before arriving in Linchuan City. If you encounter any trouble, fight for what's yours. If you're treated unfairly, stand up and fight. With that thought, Jiang Lin steeled his resolve. He dropped all politeness and coldly retorted, whether I'm qualified or not isn't for you to decide. Besides, you have no right to judge me. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy. Zhong Wuliang's face darkened like storm clouds, his gaze fixed coldly on Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin had publicly defied his subordinate, effectively slapping him in the face. Ji Yulong, Yuching and the others were utterly shocked, especially Yuching. She hadn't expected Jiang Lin to be so defiant this time, choosing to confront him head-on. After all, back in school, Jiang Lin had always chosen to swallow his pride silently. How had he suddenly been ignited? Idiot! Wang Lifeng snorted coldly. To openly defy his subordinate in front of Zhong Wulian was clearly stirring trouble. Not only would the lofty director of the Yunjiang Martial Arts Bureau not let it slide, but even the bosses of major factions wouldn't tolerate it. Especially since Zhong Wulian didn't seem like the forgiving type. Jiang Lin would likely have to suffer some consequences before he could leave Yunjiang province. The others snickered with schadenfreude, showing not a shred of sympathy. Du Xingxing, publicly rebuked by Jiang Lin, flushed crimson. Pointing angrily at Jiang Lin, he roared, "You bastard! Say another word! Have the guts to repeat that! Wasn't your father, Jiang Feng, a traitor? If not for him, how could 100,000 martial artists have perished at the hands of the ghost beasts in Haicheng? Don't take your foul temper out on me. What are you, anyway? What gives you the right to lecture me? No matter what, I'm still the de facto provincial champion." Jiang Lin sneered coldly, showing no indulgence, his eyes equally icy as he stared back. Fine. The son of a traitor dares to challenge me." Seeing Zhong Wulian's impassive expression, Du Xingxing stepped forward decisively. His aura surged like a boiling sea, erupting outward toward Jiang Lin with a roaring explosion. One could clearly sense that within this aura lay not only overwhelming suppression, but also an indescribable killing intent. This thick, concentrated killing intent was forged through years of Du Xingxing's life on the battlefield. Boom! The shockwave surged forward, striking Ji Yulong and his men first. So powerful. Ji Yulong's eyes flickered, yet he didn't move an inch. A layer of source energy enveloped his body, blocking every ounce of the aura Du Xingxing unleashed. Thud, thud, thud. Han Momo, Lu Weiyao, and several others took a few steps back before finally resisting Du Xingxing's murderous intent. Wang Lifeng, Yuching, and the others fared similarly. As for Sun Xianbo, he retreated behind the group before managing to withstand it. This left all the killing intent focused squarely on Jiang Lin. A 9th-rank war general? Nothing to be impressed by. Instead of retreating, Jiang Lin advanced, taking a step forward as his source energy surged rapidly, solidifying into petrified armor upon his skin surface. Boom! The petrified armor endured such a fierce assault that it began shattering with a series of loud cracks. Yet it rapidly solidified again, growing even more resilient. For a moment, Jiang Lin actually withstood Du Xingxing's full-on killing intent head-on. Zhong Wuliang stood quietly to the side, watching Jiang Lin emerge unscathed. A hint of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Having trained Du Xingxing for years, he knew his capabilities inside out. A 9th-rank war general who could clash head-on with a quasi-war king and even briefly hold his own against a true war king. Outside, Du Xingxing was an absolute top-tier powerhouse. Even war kings would have to give him some respect. Yet, a man like this couldn't suppress a mere level 7 warrior? That was absurd. Chapter 52, The Security Guard at the Entrance to the Yunjiang Treasure Vault? Moreover, this youth's martial skill is exclusive to the War King tier. Jiang Feng, you truly have hidden reserves. Otherwise, with this youth's talent, how could he possibly master a martial skill beyond his own tier while still at the warrior rank? Zhong Wulian's eyes flashed as he instantly grasped the situation. Yet he remained silent, wanting to see just what level Jiang Lin truly possessed. This martial skill, its defensive power is formidable. Ji Yulong clicked his tongue softly, a hint of regret in his voice. Though he could achieve the same, perhaps even more effortlessly than Jiang Lin. But he had to admit, Jiang Lin's defensive martial skill was absolutely extraordinary. As for Wang Lifeng and the others, they were utterly dumbfounded. Humph! You little brat dares to resist. Du Xingxing's eyes narrowed dangerously as he took another step forward, his aura growing even more fierce. If not for the stigma of bullying the weak, he would have already attacked. Why settle for mere intimidation? At the center of Jiang Lin's forehead, the wave-layering flower crystallized, releasing a mysterious energy that actually weakened Du Xingxing's aura by more than half. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin's own aura surged rapidly. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't bother showing off such pathetic tricks. After advancing the wave-layering force into the chi-transforming wave-layering force, it gained a new effect, diminishing the opponent's power while reflecting it back upon them. With this ability, Jiang Lin could handle most opponents with ease, barring exceptionally powerful foes. What? Du Xingxing was utterly dumbfounded. He was a formidable 9th-rank war general, seasoned by years of combat against both humans and demonic beasts, his aura radiating a palpable killing intent. No one below the war general rank could withstand his killing intent head-on. Yet now, Jiang Lin, a mere 7th-level warrior, had withstood it. Moreover, Jiang Lin still had the strength to fight back. This technique, it's intriguing. Did Jiang Feng teach him this too? Zhong Wulian's eyes shifted, his perception of Jiang Lin completely altered, growing slightly more serious. Impressive. Ji Yulong, standing closest to Jiang Lin, could now clearly sense that Jiang Lin's aura had surpassed the warrior rank. The others were utterly horrified. Jiang Lin's technique was simply beyond countering. If you've got the guts, take this punch. Du Xingxing's eyes blazed crimson. Having lost face before so many geniuses, his rage boiled over. Planting his feet firmly, he lunged at Jiang Lin. The fist struck like a storm, roaring with thunderous force. If this strike landed, anyone below warrior level would be gravely injured. As if I fear you. Jiang Lin declared aloud, though terror gripped his heart. Du Xingxing's punch could obliterate any warrior tier opponent in an instant. It demanded absolute respect. Jiang Lin channeled his dwindling source energy, activating his stone armor. The wave-like pattern at his forehead center transformed into a streak of energy light, surging into his fist as he met Du Xingxing head-on. Come on! Jiang Lin unleashed every ounce of his energy, pushing his cultivation techniques and martial arts to their peak as he swung a punch with all his might. Boom! The moment their fists collided, it thundered like a colossal bolt of lightning. A surging wave of energy rolled out, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom! The massive stone armor on Jiang Lin's body vanished in an instant. The stone slabs beneath his feet shattered with a crash, and his body stumbled backward 3 steps, unable to stop the momentum. Du Xingxing fared no better. Relying on his 9th-rank war general strength, he barely withstood the ferocious impact. The bricks beneath his feet instantly reduced to dust. Humph! Du Xingxing glanced down at the debris beneath his feet, his rage ignited. His momentum blocked, his punch deflected. How could he save face now? If he didn't crush Jiang Lin with a single blow, how could he ever hold his head high again? Just as Du Xingxing prepared to unleash his 9th-rank warrior prowess to instantly obliterate Jiang Lin, Zhong Wuliang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly barked, Du Xingxing, what are you doing? He's a student, not a ghost beast. Are you trying to kill him? That's outrageous. Hearing this, Du Xingxing's footsteps faltered. His face flashed with impatience, but he obediently retreated. You've done well. Though you've been disqualified from first place, I'll personally grant you 4 treasure vault selection vouchers as compensation. Zhong Wuliang's face held a faint smile. After speaking, he cast a wary glance toward the towering building in the distance. Thank you, Director. Jiang Lin withdrew his source energy and immediately responded with a smile. Ji Yulong and the others watching were dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were locked in heated argument, and now it was as if nothing had happened? Although Jiang Lin had fought Du Xingxing, it was Director Zhong Wuliang who had been provoked. Yet now, not only did Zhong Wuliang let it go, he even gifted 4 vouchers in his personal capacity. Alright. That settles it. You may now proceed to the treasury to select the cultivation techniques or martial arts skills you require. Remember, keep it quiet. Zhong Wuliang gestured toward a distant towering building, the Yunjiang treasury. Thank you, Director. Jiang Lin and Ji Yulong politely acknowledged him before heading straight for the Yunjiang treasure vault. After they departed, Du Xingxing immediately asked in confusion, Director, why didn't you let me teach that brat a lesson? I wouldn't have killed him for real. He wasn't just a hot-headed fighter, he knew full well he couldn't kill Jiang Lin. Oomph. Jiang Lin has a powerful guardian watching over him. Zhong Wuliang snorted coldly, his voice thick with irritation. A powerful expert? Du Xingxing shuddered in fright, frantically scanning the surroundings. He saw no one, yet felt an icy chill run through his body. It's someone from the Jiang family, Jiang Chongyue, a quasi-war emperor. Zhong Wuliang said impatiently, turning and striding away. He truly hadn't expected that old codger Jiang Chongyue would be following. Provincial war emperor? Du Xingxing's face twisted with shifting emotions. He cast a regretful glance at Jiang Lin's retreating figure, sighed, and hurried after Zhong Wuliang. On the way to the Yunjiang treasure vault, several students kept their distance from Jiang Lin, but Yuching stared intently at him, her mind replaying the scenes of his battle with Du Xingxing. This man, he bears a striking resemblance to the one I encountered in the PK simulation arena. And that person in the arena also resembled the one from Sanglong Mountain back then. Yuching stared blankly at Jiang Lin, then suddenly gasped, stumbling and nearly falling. Fortunately, Han Momo caught her arm. Thank you, thank you. Yuching breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked her. How embarrassing tripping while walking. Han Momo, this year's runner-up in Yunjiang province, scored 431 points. She wore a cropped white tank top that revealed her waist, paired with a high-waisted gray-aligned mini skirt. Her legs were slender and perfectly straight, flawless in every way. The chunky boots she wore made a distinct clack-clack sound with each step. Among the 4 girls present, her beauty was second only to Yuching. You're welcome, Han Momo nodded with a smile, adding with a hint of gossipy curiosity, but why were you staring at me like that? Chapter 53, Inside the Treasure Vault. Nothing really. Just thought she was kind of weird. Yuching waved her hand with a smile, afraid Han Momo might get the wrong idea. Han Momo gave a soft chuckle and said no more. Yuching gave a wry smile and pushed the thought aside. While everyone else kept their distance from Jiang Lin, Yu Yuntian suddenly drew near. Yu Yuntian ranked 4th in this year's Yunjiang province competition with a score of 427. Dressed plainly in a white top and black pants, his appearance was merely average, far from handsome. Standing alongside the impeccably dressed Yuching and Wang Lifeng, he seemed somewhat out of place, though he matched Jiang Lin quite well. Watching Yu Yuntian slowly approach, Jiang Lin quickened his pace warily. But Yu Yuntian clearly had his sights set on Jiang Lin. Closing the distance with a few quick strides, he grinned and said, "Hey, buddy, what was the name of that defensive martial skill you just used? Can you teach me?" Name your price. Who are you? Jiang Lin didn't respond immediately. My name is Yu Yuntian. Yu is in travel, Yun is in sky clouds, and Tian is in heavenly clouds. Yu Yuntian hastily introduced himself, then pressed, so? Will you sell me that defensive martial skill? Name your price, and I won't haggle. You? Jiang Lin took a step back, sizing Yu Yuntian up from head to toe. He shook his head, offered no further response, and quickly caught up with the others. Regardless of whether Yu Yuntian had enough source crystals to purchase it, even if he offered tens of thousands, Jiang Lin would never part with the defensive martial skill, giant stone armor. After years of refinement, boulder armor had transcended being a mere king-grade martial skill. With this defensive technique, Jiang Lin could single-handedly take on multiple foes and overcome superior opponents. Selling it was absolutely out of the question. Hey, wait up. Don't judge someone's strength by their appearance. I'm loaded. Yu Yuntian glanced down at his own attire, muttering to himself, my clothes aren't bad either, clean and sharp. Do they really look poor? After walking onward, they finally arrived at the Yunjiang treasury. Yunjiang treasure house. Gray walls and black tiles, resembling an ordinary villa. There wasn't even a sign out front. Were it not for its location within the provincial academy grounds, who would believe this place concealed treasures worth tens or even hundreds of billions, the very foundation of martial arts for the entire Yunjiang province. Near the vault's entrance stood a security booth. An old man in a worn black security uniform sat slumped over his desk, air conditioning blowing on him as he watched short videos of scantily clad women dancing provocatively. No one knew the security guard's background, only that he'd been stationed here for nearly 20 years. Anyone wishing to enter the Yunjiang treasury had to pass through him first. Heh, these suggestive dances were popular back in my youth. Who'd have thought they'd still be so in vogue after all these years? TSK. They just keep getting prettier. The security guard watched the martial arts demonstration, rubbing his bald forehead with a lecherous grin. Jiang Lin and his companions caught the old guard's attention as they passed by. He immediately grumbled, Hey. You lot, hold on before you go in. Show me your selection tickets first, or you're not getting in. Sure thing. Jiang Lin and the others promptly pulled out their selection tickets and handed them to the old security guard. The old security guard scanned them quickly with an unidentified device, finally nodded, and impatiently urged, hurry up and go inside. Remember, each voucher can only be used to take one item. If anyone takes more than one, don't blame me for not warning you. Got it. They replied in unison and headed toward the entrance. This security guard seems like he's got something up his sleeve. Yu Yuntian glanced back at the security guard, who was swiping the card for the woman by the sea, and murmured softly, why isn't he ordinary? He's just an old man. Yuching was curious. The security guard looked sleazy and was still swiping. Ah, sweetheart, you just don't get it. Do you know about a rule? A rule that's been passed down for hundreds of years. Yu Yuntian said mysteriously. A rule? Yuching grew even more curious. Jiang Lin, Ji Yulong, and the others were also intrigued, leaning in to listen. An ordinary security guard old man, he didn't look like a cultivator, and his demeanor suggested he'd never been a high-ranking official either. What connection could such a man possibly have to some centuries-old rule? That's where you're all mistaken. Yu Yuntian chuckled smugly, clearing his throat. Normally, the Yunjiang treasure vault is a national-level repository. Yet, they entrust its guardianship to this seemingly ordinary old man. That alone proves he's no ordinary soul. My guess is, this old man was once an unparalleled powerhouse. Why do you say that? Han Momo asked. Because according to ancient texts, novels, TV dramas, short plays, in all these depictions of treasure hoarding places, whether scriptures halls, treasure chambers, or secret realms, the seemingly unremarkable old men guarding them are always powerhouses concealing their strength. So I'm convinced this security guard old man is no ordinary person. Yu Yuntian cleared his throat lightly. As the saying goes, the uglier, the stronger, the older, the stronger. Old and ugly? At least a battle emperor. Hearing Yu Yuntian's words, the others fell silent. It wasn't that his words were too profound to grasp, but rather that they all felt his brain must be made of some kind of garbage. How did someone with this brain manage to rank fourth in the entire province? Seeing the others ignore him, Yu Yuntian declared emphatically, I'm not just making this up. It's all documented in ancient texts like the sweeping monk of Shaolin Temple or the 1002 elders in the sky of despair. These are all real. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, too disinterested to respond, and swiftly stepped into the treasure vault. The vault's doors remained perpetually open, without even a warning light. Seeing he still drew no response, Yu Yuntian asked curiously, this treasure vault stays unlocked with no cameras? Aren't they afraid of intruders? Finding his question still ignored, Yu Yuntian grew bored and fell completely silent. At the entrance, Jiang Lin and the others saw signs categorizing the floors. The first level of the treasury contained rare source crystals. Countless varieties lay here, every attribute and effect imaginable, all available. These source crystals were most suitable for cultivating 5 elements-based techniques. The second level of the treasury contained pills, herbs, and spirit woods. However, the pills were of relatively low grade, only the herbs and spirit woods held significant value. The third level of the treasury contained cultivation technique data. From warrior level to war king level, there were techniques for cultivation speed, strength, physical body, and all manner of cultivation paths. The fourth level of the treasury holds martial arts techniques. The fifth level of the treasury holds secret manuals. The sixth level of the treasure vault contained weapons. The seventh level of the treasury contained ghost beast bones, ghost beast flesh, and blood. The eighth level of the treasure vault holds ghost beast essences. As for the ninth level of the treasure vault, it remains sealed. Holy crap, it even has ghost beast essence inside. We're rolling in it now. Yuching exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ghost beast essence? Jiang Lin inwardly cursed, recalling the swift shadow talent he had acquired. Ghost beast essence was the crystallized energy of ghost beasts. Within the essence lies the core power of the ghost beast. Simply absorbing and refining the ghost beast essence granted a high probability of acquiring the ghost beast's innate talent. Moreover, not every ghost beast produced this essence upon death. Only certain special ones did, making its market price terrifyingly high. How wonderful! Ji Yulong and others from major factions were all tempted. They were itching to act. But then, their spirits quickly deflated. Chapter 54, Water Demon Sea Play Decision. We don't have any essence vouchers. Yuching's mouth twitched sharply. Without essence vouchers, even if they managed to reach the 8th floor, they'd only be spectators. The group stopped dithering and swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor, where they began selecting suitable cultivation techniques. The 3rd floor hall offered an open view. Unlike the stacks of scrolls depicted in novels and dramas, it featured rows of LCD screens. Each screen displayed the name and effects of a cultivation technique. Jiang Lin was the first to ascend the floor, swiftly scanning the techniques near the entrance. All of them are general-grade cultivation techniques. After circling the area, Jiang Lin honestly found nothing exceptional. The techniques were mostly mediocre. Continuing forward, he finally spotted a king-grade cultivation technique and halted his steps. His current cultivation technique, the wave riding force, could easily be cultivated all the way to the war general level, and even the war king level was within reach. But since he had a cultivation technique voucher in hand, why not choose one? Free is free. True fire body tempering art. The crimson gold frenzy power technique. The vinewood green forest decision. Swimming through the sea decision. Split earth unrivaled technique. These 5 elements techniques seem decent enough, but they still fall short compared to the wave stacking force. Jiang Lin walked around the area yet remained unsatisfied. Scarlet wind ascension technique. The spirit communing mystic jade decision. Cloud illusion dream birth technique. Celestial fiend overlord decision. Divine sound demon shattering technique. This is interesting. A wind element technique plus spirit element, illusion element, demon element? Sound element? Derivatives of the 5 elements. Not bad. Jiang Lin found them promising, yet he still didn't choose any. Moving further ahead, the cultivation technique screen displayed dual attribute techniques, clearly of higher grade. Dual element techniques contain 2 types of energy. When combined, these energies could achieve greater and more effective results. Wind fire dragon flame decision. Wood spirit soul chasing art. Earth illusion mountain shattering art. Water demon sea play decision. Dual element cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare. The Yunjiang treasure vault holds only these 4 techniques. This is actually quite good. Jiang Lin felt a stir of interest. He decided to choose a dual element cultivation technique as a backup option for the future. Wind and fire seem rather ordinary. Wood spirit feels mediocre too. Earth illusion appears somewhat powerful, while water demon sea play technique is actually quite decent. Jiang Lin hesitated no longer, placing the cultivation technique selection token directly on the screen. Water demon sea play technique emulate the spirit of the ocean, transforming into a cunning water demon. Primary effects focus on binding, entanglement, devouring, shapeshifting, and fusion. Please confirm, do you wish to use one selection voucher to choose the water demon sea play technique? After Jiang Lin clicked confirm, the screen displayed extracting data. A beam of light shot forth, landing precisely on the center of his forehead before gradually fading away. Simultaneously, Jiang Lin distinctly sensed the cultivation essentials of the water demon sea play decision, along with various accompanying martial arts techniques, now present within his mind. The water demon sea play technique comprised 5 layers. First tier, ultimate water control, granted overwhelming mastery over water, especially seawater, far surpassing ordinary water attribute techniques, enabling its manipulation as an offensive weapon. Second tier, water escape, one of the technique's core abilities, allowing the practitioner to temporarily merge with water currents to evade physical attacks. Third tier, bewitching demon melody, an innate mental disruption ability of the technique. Fourth tier, water demon clone, condenses water clones or illusory water demon projections. Fifth layer, water demon transformation, transforms one's physical form into a water demon. Not bad. Aside from being difficult to cultivate, the effects are all decent. Jiang Lin glanced at the cultivation method and could only shake his head. Still have one martial skill voucher, one secret manual voucher, and one weapon voucher left. Let's check out the martial skills first and find some that complement each other. Jiang Lin glanced at Ji Yulong and the others still making their selections before heading up to the 4th floor. Sun Xianbo, ranked 10th, had also finished his selection. He cast a reluctant glance at the 4th floor. As the 10th place finisher, he only received one cultivation technique voucher and naturally had no right to ascend further. Watching Jiang Lin stroll up the stairs, Sun Xianbo's brow furrowed tightly. That brat isn't even first anymore. Why the hell did Zhong Wuliang give him 4 selection vouchers? Damn bastard. Once I make it big, you all better be begging me on your knees. Upon entering the 4th floor, rows of LCD screens stretched before them. They displayed every conceivable type of martial skill, truly an exhaustive collection. In the end, Jiang Lin selected one called the 10,000 Brightness Purifying Divine Incantation. This Wan Ming Qing divine chant focused on cultivating mental power. Currently, Jiang Lin's mental power was still at a foundational level. Alright, up to the 5th floor. Finally, on the 5th floor, Jiang Lin selected the secret manual blood-breaking technique. The blood-breaking technique enhances one's strength at the cost of depleting one's own vital essence. Up to the 6th floor. Jiang Lin ascended to the 6th floor. All that met his eyes were glass display cases. Inside each frame lay various weapons. Generally speaking, ordinary tools were largely dispensable. In combat, they proved less effective than bare hands, barely enhancing damage. Only king-grade weapons could be considered worthy of the name. Shenlin shears possess extraordinary biting force. Mingyuan sword, swinging this blade produces a thunderous roar that unsettles enemies' minds. Sky-splitting spear, imbued with a trace of thunderous power, capable of triggering small-scale lightning explosions. Mountain sealing hammer, a lesser replica of the heaven-shattering hammer, possessing immense power. Ambush dagger, its blade carries a deadly poison, capable of effortlessly poisoning a war general tier opponent. Each one's pretty neat. That sky-splitting spear is decent, but I don't have any martial arts techniques suited for practicing with a spear. Might as well go with this ambush dagger, it'll let me sneak attacks during close combat. Jiang Lin chuckled to himself, damn, who named this thing? Ambush dagger? Sounds like it was made specifically for ambushes. Armed with 3 spell manuals and a dagger, Jiang Lin descended the stairs, thoroughly satisfied. Ji Yulong and the others were still carefully selecting items. No sooner had he descended than he bumped into Yu Yuntian waiting at the entrance. Hey there, young man. You finally came out, I've been waiting forever. Yu Yuntian immediately approached with a cheerful smile. Jiang Lin was a bit speechless, but he still explained, what? You still want me to sell you that defensive martial skill? It's not for sale. Don't waste your time. Yu Yuntian immediately pursed his lips and whispered, I'm not buying it. I have a good opportunity want to discuss with you. We could collaborate. A good deal? You should be talking to Ji Yulong and the others about that, not me. Jiang Lin didn't even bother listening to what Yu Yuntian had to say and flatly refused. Hey, wait up. You're being so cold. Yu Yuntian jogged a few steps to intercept Jiang Lin again, pleading earnestly, it really is a good opportunity. Just hear me out. Sorry, my status is unique. Haven't you noticed everyone else keeps their distance? Partnering with me? All I can say is you'd be making a huge mistake. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, offering another brief explanation before losing interest in further discussion. Fine. Seeing Jiang Lin's stance, Yu Yuntian sighed and stopped pestering him. He turned and headed off in another direction. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. If the other guy really had some great opportunity, it certainly wouldn't be coming his way. Hey, kid, is your dad Zhang Feng? Just as Jiang Lin was about to leave, the old security guard in the booth called out. Chapter 55, Golden Stone. Jiang Lin glanced back at the old security guard but ignored him. Seeing this, the old guard hurriedly called out, Hey, young man. I know your father. When he was young, I even saved his life once. Crazy old man. Jiang Lin cursed under his breath and walked away quickly. His father, Zhang Feng, had practically coasted through life without facing any real adversaries. Even the battle in Haicheng hadn't taken his life, how could he possibly be in danger now? That kid, stubborn as hell. The security guard scratched his head, muttering to himself, his words indistinct. As Jiang Lin walked on, he exhaled sharply upon leaving Yunjiang province, so this is how my student days end. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. When he first started school, Jiang Lin had always hoped to enter an institution filled with geniuses, to compete with them for the top spots. Had circumstances not intervened, with his grades, he could have easily chosen any academy nationwide. Ah well. Now it's time to focus on cultivation. Hopefully I can reach the war general tier before the new year. Jiang Lin closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face. Back in Linjiang City, the dark clouds had dispersed. The blinding sunlight descended once more. Jiang Lin didn't head straight home. Instead, he headed for Sanglong Mountain. Sanglong Mountain was the highest peak in the vicinity. At the summit of Sanglong Mountain, Jiang Lin sat down. Tier 3 entry, solar energy, cultivating under sunlight increases cultivation speed 10-fold and physical cultivation speed 20-fold. Missing this opportunity meant who knew when it would appear again. Time ticked by second. The blazing sun hung overhead, its golden rays pouring down. Jiang Lin relaxed his body, sensing strands of pale golden spiritual energy flowing in with the sunlight, surging into every part of his body like a river. Within his body, blood boiled as streams of spiritual energy flowed unimpeded. As time stretched on, the descending sunlight pierced his pores like golden needles. First came an unbearable stinging pain, then a searing, bone-piercing heat. Jiang Lin could even hear the crisp cracking of his bones, muscles tearing and reforming as layer upon layer of impurities were expelled, strengthening his flesh. His physical form was now undergoing a transformation at 20 times the normal speed. Simultaneously, excruciating pain assaulted his consciousness. Sweat streamed down his skin, but soon it condensed into wisps of white mist. Time passed. Dusk approached. The sun's radiance gradually dimmed. After the sun had completely set, Jiang Lin could no longer sense any amplification. It's over. Jiang Lin stood up, feeling his body brimming with vibrant energy. His mental state had now reached its peak. A single afternoon of cultivation could rival half a month's worth of practice. If he could refresh the solar energy entry every day, cultivation would become incredibly simple. Even becoming a war god would no longer be a challenge. Time to go home. Jiang Lin exhaled a breath of stale air. He descended the mountain. As he descended, a faint glow flickered through the grass at the mountain's base. Had the sun not set, this faint glow would have gone completely unnoticed. What is it? Jiang Lin moved closer to investigate, only to find a golden red stone. The golden red stone was irregularly shaped, about the size of a pinky finger. Its surface was slightly blackened, as if repeatedly scorched by some kind of flame. This stone. Jiang Lin touched it gently, yet felt a jade-like smoothness beneath his fingers. Is there something inside? Jiang Lin held the golden stone up, examining it through the faint light. Within the stone, something seemed wrapped inside gold tinged with red shimmering with gold. Pressing it to his ear, he thought he heard the faint sound of breathing as if something alive was inside. Could it be? Jiang Lin wasn't stupid. Recalling the events at Sanglong Mountain, he quickly pieced together the mystery. He swiftly tucked the golden stone into his bag and headed home. Back home, Jiang Lin recounted today's events to his father. Upon hearing that he was being targeted by Zhong Wuliang, Zhang Feng's face twisted into a bitter smile. Father, do you have some kind of grudge against this Zhong Wuliang? Jiang Lin had already sensed an unfriendly glint in Zhong Wuliang's eyes. A grudge? You could say that, but not exactly. It all boils down to the battle at Haicheng. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of reminiscence. Zhong Wuliang has an older brother, Zhong Yuching. His talent surpassed even Zhong Wuliang's. He was a war emperor-level powerhouse, and my most trusted subordinate. Zhang Feng's brows furrowed deeply as he sighed. Alas, he perished in that battle. I watched Zhong Yuching die with my own eyes, yet I could do nothing. Zhang Feng gave a bitter laugh. Their hatred for me is understandable. Had they not followed me, they might not have perished in vain during that battle at Haicheng. Sometimes, Zhang Feng couldn't help but wonder, if he hadn't led that battle, would these men still be alive? Sometimes I think about how difficult your cultivation environment really is now. Zhang Feng gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Under normal circumstances, you'd only need to follow the proper steps in your cultivation to reach the highest realm achievable in this lifetime. But because of me, your path has become much more arduous. You've faced many enemies prematurely, which disrupts your cultivation progression. In severe cases, it could be fatal. Father, this is nothing. These past few months of cultivation have indeed brought some difficulties, sometimes truly hard to endure, but haven't I persevered through them all? Jiang Lin suddenly burst into laughter, his voice brimming with fierce confidence. Over the past month, Jiang Lin had encountered several incidents, each posing a deadly threat. Yet whether through others' aid or his own strength turning the tide, it was a demonstration of power, a manifestation of destiny. You're quite optimistic. Zhang Feng smiled, his expression tinged with relief but mostly with affection. He recalled his own youth at Jiang Lin's age. His cultivation journey had been smooth sailing, untouched by major hardships. It wasn't until he joined the National Guard that he faced an endless stream of challenges. Oh, right. I found this strange stone on the road. Take a look, what do you think it is? Jiang Lin produced the golden stone he'd picked up on Sanglong Mountain, placing it on the table. Oh, this thing is. Seeing the golden stone, Zhang Feng frowned slightly. He picked it up and examined it carefully, then whistled in amazement. This is interesting. There's a ghost beast stored inside. Jiang Lin froze upon hearing this. What? There's actually a ghost beast inside this thing? Though I've never encountered this before, I suspect so. Where did you find this stone? Zhang Feng's power was gone, but his discernment remained sharp. This golden stone was definitely no ordinary object. I found it at the foot of Sanglong Mountain. I suspect it's connected to the recent events there. Jiang Lin pulled up the previous news report about Sanglong Mountain. I've seen that news report. You participated in that battle, didn't you? Zhang Feng smiled strangely, glancing at Jiang Lin. Chapter 56, The Cicada Monkey's Seed. Ah, of course I did. Jiang Lin made no attempt to hide it, adding, how did you know? That night, I saw you sneak out with my own eyes. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly. Truthfully, he knew many things but had simply chosen not to speak of them. That battle at Sanglong Mountain, it was that king-level cicada monkey. If that's the case, then this golden stone contains the essence of that king-level cicada monkey. Is it its infant form? A seed left behind by the cicada monkey after exhausting its life? Jiang Lin studied the faint glow within the golden stone intently. Consider it the cicada monkey's seed or perhaps a fragment of its soul's essence. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement with this explanation. Then what should we do with this thing? Discard it? Jiang Lin still harbored some apprehension. After all, that cicada monkey had ascended to the rank of battle king in life. If this cicada monkey seed were to revive, wouldn't it spell disaster? Jiang Lin currently lacked the strength to deal with a battle king level ghost beast. Wouldn't it be a waste to discard it? Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before saying, this cicada monkey is currently in its most primitive form and likely possesses little consciousness. If you don't mind the trouble, you could nurture this cicada monkey seed. With sufficient opportunity, you might even cultivate it into a pet. Is that so? Well, when it matures, it could even serve as a mount. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, recalling an anime he'd watched as a child where someone rode a mosquito. And riding a cicada would be quite something indeed. You just need to constantly infuse source energy into the golden stone, letting the cicada monkey seed grow familiar with your scent. Only then might it recognize you as its master, Zhang Feng chuckled. Got it. Jiang Lin replied. By the way, what are your plans from here? Zhang Feng suddenly asked. I'll focus on cultivation for now. Money isn't an issue, I've got everything I need. I'll train until I reach the rank of war general, then find time to explore. That had always been Jiang Lin's plan. That's fine. Since you can't attend school because of me, I've contacted a friend who can arrange for you to join his military unit. If you're willing, I'll reach out to him right now. Zhang Feng said after a moment's thought. The military? Hearing that word, Jiang Lin recalled the man in the Zhongshan suit he'd seen earlier. The friend his father mentioned must be this person. Yeah, the military isn't like school. School's a sheltered environment, but the military? That's real combat training. Zhang Feng had spent some time in the military before, and speaking of it brought back fond memories of those days. Forget it. That place might not be as great as it sounds. I'm fine with training on my own for now. Being under someone else's command always means being constrained. Jiang Lin thought it over and decided he didn't want to join the military for training. Alright, I respect your decision. Do whatever you want. Zhang Feng nodded, understanding Jiang Lin's reservations. After finishing his meal, Jiang Lin returned to his room to rest. Now it's time to focus on cultivation. Jiang Lin sat cross-legged, scattering a large quantity of source crystals to refine his body. Time passed slowly in this manner. 1 month later, Jiang Lin successfully advanced to an 8th level warrior. At dawn, Jiang Lin once again unlocked the alchemist skill. The familiar techniques and intricate alchemical skills all returned. All preparations complete. Begin refining the spirit pill. Jiang Lin had waited a long time for this day. This piece of spirit-nurturing divine would finally prove its worth. He retrieved the alchemy cauldron he had purchased earlier and swiftly added the spirit-nurturing divine wood. He added several auxiliary herbs. Before long, strands of rich emerald green vitality coalesced within the cauldron. Now for some fusion-type herbs. Jiang Lin added the other herbs one by one, then reignited the source flame. Roaring flames consumed the herbs, swiftly transforming them into pure medicinal liquid. The half-section of Yuling divine wood began to slowly soak through. Various medicinal properties intertwined and sublimated. Almost there. When the moment was ripe, Jiang Lin changed his finger seals, condense. Within the cauldron, the source flame's temperature gradually cooled. Waves of rich, fragrant aromas wafted out, filling the entire room. Fortunately, Jiang Lin sealed the fragrance in time, otherwise, it would surely have drawn unwanted attention. Rise. Jiang Lin raised his arm, and the cauldron opened. 3 dragon eye-sized spirit pills flew out. Silver patterns adorned the surface of each pill. Top-grade quality, truly splendid. Jiang Lin gazed at the pills, finally breaking into a smile. Father, try one. Jiang Lin promptly handed the pills to Zhang Feng. Alright. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate, swallowing the pill in one gulp. Now wasn't the time for politeness, accepting it readily was the right thing to do. Once he recovered, Jiang Lin would receive even better treatment. Zhang Feng closed his eyes and began slowly absorbing the potion's power. Swallowing the Yuling divine would cause one to explode and die. But with the assistance of numerous spiritual herbs, even an ordinary person could digest it without issue. However, the pills refined from this Yuling divine wood were inferior to the Jing Yuan Fu Ti Dan. He wondered what effect consuming them would have. After a short while, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. His body showed no signs of abnormality. Yet, Jiang Feng could sense a gentle warmth spreading through his legs. The full potency hasn't been unleashed yet. We'll see the results tomorrow. Alright, rest now. I'll refine some other pills. Jiang Lin nodded and began a new round of alchemy. This time, Jiang Lin intended to thoroughly study the art of alchemy. He meticulously recorded the formulas and preparation techniques. With steady practice, he could refine pills successfully even without the assistance of the alchemy entries. At midnight, the alchemy skills effect faded. Jiang Lin had successfully documented numerous formulas. After a day of alchemy practice, Jiang Lin had gained a foundational understanding of pill refinement. To make alchemy one of his own skills, however, would require time to refine his craft. This process might take a year or two, or even decades. Jiang Lin slept soundly. Another dawn broke, and the entries refreshed once more. Today's refreshed entry, 3-star entry, Heavenly Being Sudden Enlightenment. Heavenly Being Sudden Enlightenment? Jiang Lin instantly beamed with delight. 3-star entry, Heavenly Being's Enlightenment. When practicing martial arts or combat techniques, cultivation speed increases tenfold. Additionally, one can grasp the true essence of skills. Last time this entry refreshed, Jiang Lin successfully upgraded Wave Stacking Force to Chi, transforming Wave Stacking Force Heavenly Lion Fist to Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist and Stone Armor to Giant Stone Armor. With another Divine Enlightenment refresh, he could now attempt cultivating the Water Demon Sea Play technique. Upon learning Jiang Lin intended to cultivate another technique, Jiang Feng refused, explaining, "Liner, remember this, our bodies are built upon source energy as their foundation and techniques as their pathways. Each primary cultivation technique forms its own distinct system, possessing a unique energy cycle, a precise and singular energy loop. Typically, a person can only sustain one such primary cycle." Chapter 57, Water Demon Sea Play Technique. In the past, those who attempted dual attribute cultivation techniques all ended in catastrophic explosions. To cultivate another technique, one must first abandon their current one. Jiang Feng said solemnly. Cultivating dual techniques was no trivial matter. Is it due to elemental conflict? But the technique I'm currently cultivating is water attributed. The Water Demon Sea Play technique I'm about to cultivate is also water attributed. I'm confident I can fuse these techniques. Jiang Lin hurriedly asked. Even similar elements can clash. Jiang Feng continued his explanation. Take your wave stacking art, it flows through your body like a surging river, with its own inherent currents and momentum. If you forcefully introduce the Water Demon Sea Play art, which is also water attributed, it will demand its own circulation path within you, forging a new force. Moreover, I've heard of this Water Demon Sea Play technique since my youth. It's considered a top-tier king-level technique. Your current strength isn't sufficient to cultivate it, let alone fuse it with other techniques. Jiang Feng advised. It'll be fine, Dad. I'm confident. I never attempt anything I'm not sure about. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment, finding some merit in his father's words. If it doesn't work, we'll figure it out later. Considering Jiang Lin's unique circumstances, Jiang Feng nodded. Very well. But if you encounter anything beyond your control, withdraw immediately. Success will yield double the results with half the effort, but if your power spirals out of control, your meridians will snap and your foundation will be utterly destroyed. Exercise extreme caution, don't gamble with your own body. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly and began attempting to circulate the Water Demon Sea Play technique. Yet, not a single ripple stirred within his body. Not a single thought stirred. To cultivate the Water Demon Sea Play technique, you must go to the seaside or any place with water. The greater the power of the water, the better the cultivation results. Right now, you only have that cup of water on the table. Even if you practiced for a lifetime, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Jiang Feng watched from the side, nearly bursting into laughter. Ha! That's true. I was thinking too simplistically. Jiang Lin gave a wry smile, realizing he'd completely overlooked that point. So then, does that mean I have to go to a lake to practice? There were several lakes within Yunjiang City. A lake? The force of lake water is nowhere near enough. Only seawater will do. Jiang Feng shook his head. After a moment's thought, he said, the closest place is Haicheng. You can try going there. Hai City? Are you sure I'll make it back alive if I go there? Jiang Lin asked cheerfully. Who didn't know that Jiang Feng had been branded a traitor for his failure to defend Haicheng, resulting in the deaths of 100,000 martial artists? Going there would only amplify the pressure on him exponentially. Jiang Feng laughed at this, retorting irritably, who told you to reveal your identity? If you hadn't said you were Jiang Feng's son, who would have recognized you? Fine. I'll pack my things and head to Haicheng right away. Jiang Lin acted immediately, setting off without delay. I won't be able to accompany you this time. Firstly, due to my status, and secondly, because of my health. This cultivation journey will be entirely up to you. Jiang Feng's expression turned serious. As far as he could recall, this was Jiang Lin's first time traveling far from home. Alright, I'll be fine on my own. Jiang Lin packed his belongings and headed out. Before he left, Zhang Feng took the time to thoroughly explain the theory of attribute fusion to Jiang Lin, as well as the difficulties he might encounter during his cultivation and how to overcome them. High City was quite distant, so he had no choice but to take the high-speed rail. On the journey, Jiang Lin encountered someone Han Momo. Han Momo ranked second in the provincial grand examination of Yunjiang province. Jiang Lin had noticed her yesterday. Today, Han Momo still wore a cropped crop top, but her gray mini skirt had been replaced with a pair of jeans. Nevertheless, her legs remained slender and straight, making her figure appear even more striking and drawing the attention of many. Han Momo also spotted Jiang Lin, though she paid him little mind. Seated behind him, their paths crossed not once during the hour-long journey. Arrival in Haicheng. It was now noon. Jiang Lin had only 12 hours left for cultivation. This time, he could still make a push using the Heavenly Enlightenment entry. Miss this chance, and he'd have to choose between the wave stacking force and the water demon's sea play technique. By the sea. The scorching sun hung overhead. The sea water carried a faint briny scent. The sea. Jiang Lin closed his eyes, deeply feeling the surging waves. The waves crashed violently against the coastal rocks. White foam flew everywhere, the thunderous roar of the massive impact echoing in his ears. First, find a quiet spot. After searching for half an hour, Jiang Lin finally found a quiet spot. All that echoed in his ears now was the howling sea wind and the roaring waves. Here we go. Brother Hai, let me get this right on the first try. Jiang Lin hesitated no longer, sitting cross-legged on the reef. Closing his eyes, he gathered his thoughts. The power of the 3-star entry, heavenly being sudden enlightenment, slowly unfolded. His mind sharpened, his senses amplified. The sea. First, absorb the sea's energy. Jiang Lin did not forcefully activate the cultivation path of the water demon's sea play technique. Instead, he emptied his mind completely, opening his heart and spirit. Comfortably absorbing the energy fluctuations emanating from the sea. The sea breeze swept past, enveloping his entire body in comfort. Around him, there was nothing but the sound of waves crashing. Tides rise and fall, waves gather and disperse. Jiang Lin memorized the rhythm of each wave's crash. Mimic its form, grasp its essence. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and began attempting to activate the water spirit's sea play technique. He immersed himself completely in the sound of the sea, reaching out to touch it, to feel it. With a thunderous crash, what had been the faint rumble of rolling waves now roared in Jiang Lin's ears like an overwhelming tsunami, a deafening tempest capable of drowning all else. Simultaneously, an utterly peculiar sound echoed within Jiang Lin's mind. This sound did not originate from the waves themselves, but seemed to come from the depths of the ocean floor. Faint and elusive, it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Listening closely, this sound was strangely beautiful. Within it lay a hint of indescribable enchantment. The siren's song? Jiang Lin's heart surged with joy. According to the cultivation process, hearing the siren song meant he was already halfway to success. Listening to the siren song, Jiang Lin, in a state of divine enlightenment, seemed to clearly perceive the pulsing rhythm within each rolling wave, a deeper, more profound cadence. This is what Father spoke of, drawing qi into the finest threads, transforming water into silk. Jiang Lin recalled his father's teachings and knew the moment had arrived. Then, let the true journey begin. Jiang Lin carefully channeled the source energy of the wave-layering force within his blood. Under this divine enlightenment, his thoughts sharpened as he guided the water thread energy of the wave-layering force to flow through his body along the pathways of the sea demon's play in the sea technique. Under his guidance, the two water-attributed energies began to intertwine and coalesce. This is incredibly easy. Jiang Lin was overjoyed. Propelled by the profound effects of his divine enlightenment, the two energies seemed to share a certain kinship. Yet, when the characteristic source energy current of the water demon's sea play technique touched the colossal source energy foundation of the wave-layering force, a crisis erupted. Chapter 58, Sea Beast. Buzz. Jiang Lin's body shook violently. The two energies within his body collided violently. A moment of instability nearly sent Jiang Lin tumbling from the reef. Within his body, the wave-stacking force seemed to feel provoked. It was like this: I kindly gave you my seat, and you sat down without complaint. But now you're trying to claim my spot as your own? That's infuriating. Instantly, the wave-crashing force's energy turned frenzied, resisting the water demon's sea-playing decision energy from entering. The two energies clashed. One attacked fiercely. One defends fiercely. Excruciating pain thundered through him. Jiang Lin's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fusion. Jiang Lin roared, frantically channeling and harmonizing. Time ticked away, second by second. Thus, the stalemate lasted for 6 hours. The blazing sun had already set. The sky darkened. Less than 5 hours remained. Once the entry passed, failure was certain. Should they gamble their meridian foundations for forced fusion? Or give up now? Stop at any resistance, don't force it. If the two energies vie for dominance, pause first. Your body belongs to you. Channel new energy to suppress both forces simultaneously and fuse them. Start with a small amount to test the waters, then. Father Jiang Feng's words flashed through his mind. Let me be the master, let my body be the sea. Jiang Lin growled, summoning every ounce of his will to extract a thread of source energy from the exclusive power of the wave layering force, transforming it into an independent energy. Soon, he drew another thread of source energy from the water demon sea play technique, transforming it into an independent energy. These two strands of energy struggled frantically, trying desperately to escape. But ultimately, their energy was too weak, and they fell under Jiang Lin's forced control. This time, they should finally fuse. Exhausting every ounce of strength, Jiang Lin finally merged the two feeble energies. Starting small, then expanding further. With this smaller strand of energy serving as a guide, Jiang Lin slowly began to separate from the energies of the wave layering force and the water demon sea play technique. The impact of the two energy bodies weakened, eventually calming down. As Jiang Lin channeled his energy, the two fierce forces gradually softened their edges, beginning to merge of their own accord until they became one. Boom! This new energy surged through his body like a dragon stirring out the seas. Now! Overjoyed, Jiang Lin guided the new energy to carve out fresh meridians within his body. His blood stirred, surrendering to the new energy as it coursed through his entire body. This fresh energy was purer and more potent than before. Moreover, within his body, this energy coalesced into the form of a water demon. The water demon was a shadowy mass of energy, its outline blurred and contracted into a tight ball, lacking any distinct form except for a fish-like tail protruding from it. Woo! In the pitch-black night, waves rolled endlessly. From the deep sea, eerie melodies drifted out, echoing across the entire coastline. Those strolling or playing along the shore felt their scalps tingle at the sound. Yet to Jiang Lin's ears, the sound was like heavenly music, utterly enchanting. Huff! Jiang Lin exhaled sharply, observing the ethereal energy form of the water demon within him. The joy in his heart was impossible to conceal. He had finally succeeded. To cultivate two sovereign-level martial arts with a warrior's physique, and then fuse them together, this feat was nothing short of defying the heavens. I've advanced. Jiang Lin realized his cultivation level had risen from an 8th rank warrior to a 9th rank warrior. His strength, speed, and all other attributes had received a massive boost. This is incredible. Jiang Lin felt utterly elated. All the pain he'd endured was worth it. He hurriedly sent his father a message. You did very well. Jiang Feng replied immediately. 3 hours left. Use this time to solidify your cultivation technique. Jiang Lin closed his eyes once more to regulate his breath. The water demon's sea play technique comprised 5 layers in total. The first layer mastered the ultimate control of water. The second layer is water escape. The third layer is the enchanting demon song. The fourth level is the water demon's clone. The fifth tier is shaping into a water demon. Currently, the water demon sea play technique is at the first layer stage, allowing one to effortlessly condense water with source energy for various attacks. There are 3 additional martial arts techniques, but at this first layer, only the whirlpool slaughter can be cultivated. Jiang Lin briefly examined the whirlpool slaughter before beginning his cultivation practice. Whirlpool slaughter creates multiple powerful rotating water vortexes around or beneath an enemy, generating immense tearing force. Traps opponents, inflicts sustained cutting damage, and explodes. Compared to others, this is much simpler. Jiang Lin was brimming with confidence, mastering this martial skill in just 2 hours. At this moment, only 1 hour remained before the entry expired. During that hour, Jiang Lin attempted to upgrade Whirlpool Strangle and grasp its true essence. Unfortunately, the technique's level was already sufficiently high, leaving no room for further advancement. Perhaps only after advancing to the War General tier would further improvement become possible. It's 12 o'clock. Jiang Lin glanced at the time. The Heavenly Enlightenment entry vanished instantly, replaced by a 1-star entry, Blink. 1-star skill, Blink. Within 3 meters of your body, you can freely blink. Cooldown, 1 second. This skill was indeed useful, but it was completely useless right now and could only be discarded. Time to head back. Jiang Lin stood up. With a flick of his thoughts, his figure instantly leapt 3 meters forward. A 1-second cooldown flash. Aside from consuming source energy, it's practically flawless. With enough source energy, I could just flash straight home. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, intending to find an inn for the night. But before he could take a few steps, the already turbulent sea erupted violently. Waves crashed against the shore with thunderous force, as if a tsunami had struck. Above the surface, a bubbling sound echoed as one bubble after another surfaced. Beneath the waves, something seemed to be stirring, struggling to break free and surge ashore. The sea's turbulence grew increasingly violent. The churning waters carried an inexplicable energy that, upon striking the reef, actually shattered a chunk from the solid rock. Holy crap, what the hell is that? This scene terrified Jiang Lin. Without a second thought, he took off running, using his 3-meter teleportation ability again and again. At midnight, such a bizarre occurrence happening at sea. Those strolling along the shore who hadn't yet returned home were startled by the commotion, scrambling about in panic. What's happening in the middle of the night? Why is the sea water shaking like this? It's a sea beast. It has to be a sea beast. Nothing else could make such a racket. This is Sea City. How dare sea beasts come so close? Are they looking for death? Countless people screamed. Some attempted to venture out to sea to investigate, while others fled in a panic. Boom! At the center of the coastal waters, a water column dozens of meters tall shot skyward. From within the column, a massive dark shadow shot out with a whoosh. An octopus. Its ink-black skin glowed with an eerie light, its tentacles splayed and writhing like the fangs of a giant serpent, terrifying and menacing. Its blood-red eyes blazed with a crimson glow, fixed intently on the ocean floor. Beneath the waves, it seemed to sense some dreadful creature slowly approaching. Chapter 59, Han Momo. Holy, a war general level sea beast. Jiang Lin shuddered in fright and fled. Sea beasts, as the name suggests, were ghost beasts that thrived in the ocean. They evolved from mutated sea creatures and possessed immense power. At the same cultivation level, sea beasts far surpassed ghost beasts in power. If a human war general martial artist might score around 90 points, then a war general level ghost beast would be 100 points, while a war general level sea beast would be 120 points, or even 150 points. The octopus sea beast before him was only at the 3rd tier war general level, yet its true strength had already surpassed that of a 5th tier human war general. Over the past few decades, sea beasts and human factions were not outright enemies. While clashes occurred, neither side fought to the bitter end. However, during the Battle of Sea City 10 years ago, a conflict led by Jiang Feng sea beasts participated, though ghost beasts formed the main force. However, due to the shifting circumstances at the time, no counterattack was launched against the sea beasts. Nowadays, friction between humans and sea beasts occurs only at the grassroots level, while their respective high commands remain quietly awaiting shifts in the situation. It was rare for a sea beast like this octopus to approach the coast, draw near the city, and make contact with the populace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sea suddenly rippled once more. 2 figures burst from the water, charging straight toward the shore. It's them! Jiang Lin recognized several figures among them. One was none other than Han Momo, the provincial second-rank cultivator who had sat behind him on the high-speed train that morning. The other was none other than Yuching, the 4th-ranked cultivator who had previously sought to make a deal with Jiang Lin. How did these two end up here? Could it be that the deal Yuching mentioned earlier is connected to this octopus sea beast? Jiang Lin halted and sought cover. If there was any benefit to be had, he might just get a piece of the action. Woo! The octopus sea beast roared, its body emitting a low, rumbling growl. Tentacles like long snakes shot out, slamming heavily against Yuching and Han Momo. Thud! 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 Unable to counter, Yuching and Han Momo crashed violently onto the reef, blood spilling from their mouths. For 2 individuals not even at the war general rank, surviving a single strike from the octopus sea beast was already remarkable. Ah! This guarding octopus sea beast is actually a tier 3 war general. This is way too tough, what terrible luck. Yuching let out a wretched cry, wailing in agony. Don't think about that now. Han Momo's face contorted in agony. Her body was numb and beginning to lose control. Whoosh! The octopus sea beast charged toward Han Momo and Yuching. Moving with astonishing speed, it closed the distance in an instant. Its thick tentacles shot out, aiming to bind the two. Yuching, think of something. Han Momo shuffled her feet and shouted. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, explode! With a look of reluctance, Yuching flung a talisman. The talisman flew out, colliding with the octopus sea beast's tentacle. Lightning flared instantly, severing the tentacle cleanly. The intense thunder and lightning caused the octopus sea beast to convulse violently, temporarily paralyzing it for several seconds. Run! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yuching wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and seized the opportunity. With their last ounce of strength, he and Han Momo charged toward the shore. But the moment they touched the sand, the octopus sea beast snapped out of its paralysis. Its long tentacles shot out, slamming into their backs and pinning them down. You 2 little thieves! You stole my things, did you really think you could get away? The octopus sea beast roared, its voice cold and harsh. A gust of sea wind accompanied its words, blowing against their skin with a bone-chilling cold. Their bodies stiffened. Jiang Lin, watching from a distance, felt a jolt of surprise. The sea beast was indeed formidable. This octopus sea beast's strength surpassed even their wildest expectations. You've got the wrong targets. We didn't steal anything from you. The thieves who took your belongings have already fled. You can still catch them if you hurry. Yuching's lips were stained with blood, yet he persisted in explaining. Nonsense! I saw you steal my ink pearl, and now you dare to make excuses. The octopus sea beast clearly had no desire to argue further. Its tentacles coiled lightly, wrapping around Yuching and Han Momo as it prepared to return to the sea. Whoosh! A machete flew through the air. With lightning speed, it severed the sea monster's tentacles, rescuing Yuching and Han Momo. You insolent sea beast! Daring to trespass on the city's coastline, are you courting death? The intruder was a middle-aged man in yellow shorts, carrying a black backpack, likely a passing tourist. Phew, thank goodness someone intervened. Otherwise, these two would have died right before my eyes. Jiang Lin patted his chest, still shaken. The octopus sea beast roared furiously. The severed tentacle glowed a blood-red light, regenerating completely within seconds and now radiated an even more menacing aura. This time, however, the sea monster held its ground, watching the man in yellow shorts with extreme caution. Hand over what belongs to me, and I'll spare both your lives. Otherwise, this man won't be able to protect you both. The octopus sea beast's voice was dark and ominous, strained with suppressed fury. What nonsense are you spouting? I've told you repeatedly we didn't take your ring pearl. Someone else did. Yuntian's face twisted in frustration. At that moment, no one felt more wrong than him. He hadn't stolen anything, yet this octopus sea beast was chasing him, accusing him of theft. Liar! The octopus sea beast snorted coldly, unwilling to waste more words. Several thick tentacles shot out, slamming down toward Yuntian and Han Momo. Big brother, save us! Han Momo immediately cried out to the man beside her for help. Seeing Han Momo's stunning beauty and her deathly pale face though blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, it added a peculiar allure. The man in shorts instantly felt a surge of chivalry. He swung his short knife, severing the incoming tentacles. You dare attack me? Think I'm invisible? Damn, bro, you're awesome. Yuntian exclaimed excitedly, relieved to have found a good Samaritan. Thank you for saving my life, big brother. Han Momo immediately expressed her gratitude, her eyes brimming with admiration. You filthy octopus, return to your ocean. I'll spare your life this once. Otherwise, don't even think about coming back. The man in shorts snorted coldly, clearly enjoying the confrontation. He continued, 20 years ago, you aided the ghost beasts in attacking Sea City. Now you dare to cause trouble again. Do you truly believe my clan has no one left? You thieving scum. You stole my ink pearl, and now you dare accuse me? The octopus sea beast was nearly driven mad with rage, roaring. In an instant, the octopus sea beast attacked. Without pause, 7 or 8 tentacles whipped through the air, carrying a foul, fishy sea breeze as they lunged toward Yuntian and his companions. Scared of you? The man in shorts paused slightly, planted his foot firmly, gripped his machete tightly, and swung it down fiercely at the tentacle. Thud! But this time, the blade failed to sever the tentacle. The blade struck the tentacle, sending out a buzzing roar. The next instant, the machete was knocked flying. 7 or 8 tentacles swayed menacingly, crashing down onto the man in shorts. The man in shorts had no time to counter and was slammed against the rocks. Ugh! His head lolled to the side as he passed out instantly. No! Yuntian and Han Momo both froze, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 60, Yuntian. He's a 5th rank war general, yet he got knocked out with just 1 hit? Yuntian was so stunned he forgot to flee, utterly unable to comprehend it. While there was a power gap between martial artists and sea beasts, it couldn't be this huge knocked out in 1 hit. Yuntian, what are you still standing there for? You've gotten us into this mess. I should never have come with you. Han Momo took off running, not forgetting to vent her frustration as she went. How was I supposed to know? Who knew the ink pearl would have a level 3 battle general octopus guarding it? If I'd known, I never would have come. Yuntian did a somersault and began fleeing. Damn it! Seeing Han Momo and Yuntian running toward his hiding spot, Jiang Lin cursed under his breath and quickly slipped away. Amidst the chaos, Han Momo spotted Jiang Lin's retreating figure and shouted, "Is that you, Jiang Lin? Don't go. Come help us. Brother Jang, what are you doing here? Hurry, come save us." Yuntian's eyes lit up with joy, as if he'd spotted a savior. There was no time to ponder why Jiang Lin was here. Escaping was good enough. How could she spot me in this darkness? Does Han Momo have eyes like a dog? Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered with the pair and sped up his escape. Don't even think about running. Behind Han Momo and Yuntian, the octopus tentacles struck again. Bang! This time, 2 beams of light sliced through the air, severing the tentacles once more. Sea Beast Clan, how dare you? Disturbing the peace of my Sea City. A stern voice echoed as the Martial Bureau squad from Sea City arrived. Seeing the Martial Bureau squadron, Yuntian and Han Momo breathed a huge sigh of relief. Their bodies went limp and they collapsed motionless onto the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Fully armed security squads charged forward, source cannon rifles in hand, aiming at the octopus sea beast. Influenced by the annihilation element, the physical bodies of ghost beasts and sea beasts possessed a unique quality, a threat of annihilation element shielding them. Thus, ordinary firearms could not harm them. Only heavy weapons could unleash the power necessary to slay sea beasts and ghost beasts. Source cannon rifles were specially developed to target low-level ghost beasts and sea monsters. Powered by source crystals, a single shot could kill a warrior-level beast. You humans stole my belongings, and now you dare gang up on me. The octopus sea beast roared furiously, yet it knew the odds were stacked against it. With a roll, it plunged back into the sea. That stinking fish is finally gone. Scared me to death, scared me to death. I almost died. Yuntian lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Han Momo shot Yu Yuntian a reproachful look, her face full of disgust. Not only did we have to go through hell, but someone even snatched our ink pearl. What a waste of effort. Han's sister, I didn't want this either. Who knew someone else was fishing there too? Yu Yuntian lamented, his face grim. The guard captain arrived and said, you two, come with us. Ha? We haven't done anything wrong. Yuntian looked utterly distressed. Just come back for a record. The captain shot Yu Yuntian a glance before addressing the crowd nearby in a loud voice, everyone present, come with us. Jiang Lin had hoped to avoid it, but before he could take a few steps, a guard grabbed him utterly innocent. Someone identified you at the scene. Come with us for questioning. It's just for the record, the guard said politely yet firmly. All right. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. It seemed no disaster or misfortune could pass him by. As for the so-called identification, it was undoubtedly either Han Momo or Yu Yuntian. But it was most likely that bastard Yu Yuntian who had identified him. Haicheng Martial Arts Bureau. The security captain fixed his gaze on Jiang Lin, his eyebrows twitching slightly. Rising to his feet, he circled Jiang Lin several times, occasionally frowning in thought before finally shaking his head. Well, if there's nothing else, let me go. I was just a passerby who witnessed it. I didn't provoke that octopus, and I'm not with those two. Seeing the guard captain remained unmoved and silent, Jiang Lin spoke directly. The captain merely nodded, still saying nothing, lost in his own thoughts. Hey, hello? Can you hear me? If there's nothing else, just let me go. Jiang Lin felt a bit speechless, tempted to curse under his breath, but he forced himself to remain patient. After a long while, the captain finally scribbled something on the statement form. All right, you're free to go. This incident has nothing to do with you. All right. Jiang Lin sighed, utterly exasperated. This whole ordeal had wasted several hours. Their sluggish efficiency meant dawn was approaching. There was clearly no issue, yet they insisted on keeping him here for so long. Moreover, Jiang Lin noticed several foreigners being brought into the Martial Arts Bureau. But the Martial Arts Bureau officials merely asked them a few casual questions before letting them go, showing them great trust. The contrast was stark. Just as Jiang Lin stood up to leave the interrogation room, the security captain spoke again, questioning, are you truly the son of Jiang Feng, the war god? Jiang Lin instantly understood. He nodded. Yes, it's true. Isn't it all clearly stated in my identity documents? It's the real deal, as real as it gets. The security captain fell silent for a moment. Very well. Then you should depart promptly. Jiang Lin gave a wry smile. Identity records were now completely transparent. The Martial Arts Bureau could verify it instantly, yet this man still seemed reluctant to believe it. As soon as he stepped out of the Martial Arts Bureau's gates, Jiang Lin spotted Yu Yuntian and Han Momo. As the instigators, Yu Yuntian and Han Momo had undoubtedly been thoroughly disciplined. They were banned from ever returning to Haichang, and each was fined 200 source crystals. This time we've really screwed ourselves over big time. Talk about losing both the battle and the wife. Yu Yuntian's face looked more bitter than a bitter melon, utterly despondent. It's all your fault. You didn't plan properly. That perfect ink pearl got snatched away, and now we're the scapegoats. Han Momo's face showed no bitterness, only mounting anger and resentment. Teammates like you? Don't bother asking me again. I'm done with you. Teaming up with you is the worst luck I've had in 8 lifetimes. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have agreed to come. What a waste of time, money, and my reputation. I've deleted your contact info. Don't ever bother me again. What collaboration? Go find someone else. Han Momo usually projected a ladylike image, but now she was just venting. Wait, the ink pearl isn't completely lost. I left a mark on it and can still sense it. We still have a chance. Yu Yuntian plastered on an apologetic smile, trying to fight for another chance. But he's a level 4 war general. What chance do we stand against someone like that? Even if we found him, we couldn't beat him. Han Momo shot Yu Yuntian a withering glance, her pent-up frustration boiling over. We can't beat him alone, but add one more person and it'll be fine. Yu Yuntian pondered for a moment, just as he spotted Jiang Lin exiting the door. Chapter 61, Cooperation. Hey, Jiang Lin. Yu Yuntian called out. Jiang Lin chose to ignore him completely. Hey, you. Yu Yuntian cheerfully stepped forward, blocking Jiang Lin's path. Got something to say? Trying to drag me into this? Jiang Lin shot Yu Yuntian a dark look before shifting his gaze to Han Momo, who wore an innocent expression. No. What do you mean? What's this about dragging you into it? We've never worked together before. Yu Yuntian froze, momentarily confused by Jiang Lin's words. Don't try to frame us. It was the Martial Arts Bureau who found you, we never pointed you out. Han Momo paused for a second before suddenly understanding. Brother Jang, you're truly judging others by your own standards. I, Yu Yuntian, ranked 4th in Yunjiang province, how could I stoop to such petty deeds? Yu Yuntian patted his chest, his expression radiating righteousness. Fine, fine. Whatever you say. Got anything else? If not, I'm outta here. Jiang Lin grew impatient, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. It hadn't cost him anything anyway. I imagine, with your intelligence, you've already figured something out. When I approached you about our partnership earlier and you declined, I turned to Han Momo instead. Yu Yuntian chuckled. Han Momo and I were after a treasure hidden deep underwater, the ink pearl. But after we retrieved the ink pearl from the depths, it was snatched away. The intruders escaped successfully and even alerted the giant octopus guarding the ink pearl. A look of embarrassment flashed across Yu Yuntian's face. He scratched his head vigorously and continued slowly. This time, I want to team up with you again to reclaim the ink pearl. Han Momo nodded beside him. Clearly, she also intended to invite Jiang Lin to join the mission. The ink pearl? What's it for? Jiang Lin didn't agree immediately, wanting to know the ink pearl's effects first. The ink pearl has many uses. For men, it fortifies the body and enhances physical strength. For women, it nourishes the skin and preserves youth, achieving an ageless glow. For the wounded, it can revive the dying and mend broken bones. It's one of the finest ingredients for alchemy. Yu Yuntian snorted coldly, his tone tinged with both pride and greed. Oh? Jiang Lin's eyes lit up instantly as he drew in a sharp breath. He'd never heard of these ink beads before, yet their effects seemed utterly extraordinary. Is this true? Jiang Lin furrowed his brow deeply, maintaining a skeptical stance. The ink pearl's effects were too incredible to be true. Enhancing physical strength was plausible enough, but the claim of eternal youth was hard to believe. And the claim of resurrecting the dead and regenerating bones was utterly unacceptable. It sounded like an immortal elixir. If it truly possessed such extraordinary effects, others would have already scrambled for it long ago. In fact, it wouldn't even have reached the level of minor soldiers like them to get involved. The higher-ups would have snatched it up first, leaving no trace behind. I can vouch for it. Every word Yu Yuntian said is true. Seeing Jiang Lin's deep skepticism, Han Momo immediately interjected. May I ask where you obtained this information? Jiang Lin hesitated, not wanting to get involved in this matter. But the ink pearl's effects were too wonderful to let go. Refusing outright felt like a waste. After a moment's thought, Jiang Lin pressed further. Also, that ink bead has already been stolen. How do you know the thief hasn't sold it or used it up? How would we even find it? You ask more questions than even Han Momo does. Yu Yuntian sighed, then repeated the truth once more. I learned of this ink pearl from an ancient text. The book has been passed down for 1,000 years, likely dating back to the late Tang dynasty. It described a pearl beneath the sea, ink black in color, hidden beneath reefs, possessing the power to strengthen the body, preserve youth, and even regenerate flesh and bone. After stumbling upon that text, I learned the water-avoiding spell and went searching the ocean depths on a whim. Unexpectedly, I actually found it. But when I discovered sea beasts guarding the ink pearl, I thought to find a partner to split it evenly. That's when I approached you. When you refused, I turned to Han Momo. The rest, you already know. Yu Yuntian sighed helplessly. He too had coveted the ink pearl for himself, but his strength simply wasn't sufficient. He did want to find a powerful martial artist to assist him. But he feared they might kill him for the treasure, leaving him with nothing and losing his life in the end. If he chose a weaker partner, he feared they might desert him at the critical moment, becoming deadweight and ruining everything. After much deliberation, Yu Yuntian made a grand decision: find a partner of comparable strength, one whose combat prowess matched their intelligence. His sights fell on one of the top 10 martial artists in Yunjiang province, whom he intended to approach for collaboration. His first choice was Jiang Lin. He judged Jiang Lin to be sufficiently impoverished and lacking in connections. Crucially, Jiang Lin seemed down to earth, lacking any background, and even looked down upon by others. After being rejected by Jiang Lin, Yu Yuntian turned his attention to Ji Yulong. But upon considering Ji Yulong's background, he abandoned that idea too. Ji Yulong was the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, backed by figures of war emperor-level power. One misstep could lead to losing everything. Next, Yu Yuntian considered Wang Lifeng. Yet he sensed a certain darkness about Wang Lifeng, deeming him unsuitable as an ally. He then considered Yuching, but she, like Jiang Lin, rejected him outright. As for the others, Yu Yuntian hadn't thoroughly investigated them and found it hard to trust them. Finally, he approached Han Momo, and to his surprise, she agreed immediately. Primarily, Han Momo came from humble origins with no powerful connections behind her. Her background was clean, she possessed decent talent, high intelligence, and was quite attractive. She was absolutely an excellent teammate. What rotten luck! Teaming up with you is like having bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Han Momo's face was filled with contempt. As for the one who stole the ink pearl, he's a disabled man with a severed hand. And he probably doesn't even know the true purpose of the ink pearl, just that it's a treasure. Yu Yuntian chuckled lightly. Also, I've imprinted a mark on the ink pearl, so I can sense its location. Jiang Lin pondered for a few seconds before nodding. Alright, we're in. Once we get the ink pearl, we split it 3 ways. Deal sealed. Yu Yuntian grinned, slapping Jiang Lin's shoulder. If you'd agreed the first time, we'd split it evenly. See? You missed your chance. Han Momo instantly flared up. Yu Yuntian, you useless piece of trash. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm worse than Jiang Lin? My combat skills are nothing to sneeze at, okay? You're no match for me. Yu Yuntian scrambled backward. No, no, no. You're the young miss, you're the strongest. When we faced that giant octopus, you were the fastest to run away. Yu Yuntian, you bastard. Chapter 62, The Ambush. Haichang. Shanglin Villa District. Villa number 18. Expensive vases adorned every corner of the villa, a testament to extraordinary wealth. On the sofa, a middle-aged man with a missing left hand grinned as he examined the ink pearl on the table. What is this thing? Why would those two kids risk their lives for it, even daring to provoke a level 3 warrior's ink sea octopus? I wouldn't dare mess with a level 3 warrior's ink sea octopus myself. Clearly, this thing must be something special. Feng Jingjun murmured to himself with delight. He had originally been strolling along the seashore. He happened to spot Yu Yuntian and Han Momo acting suspiciously by the shore. Thinking he had nothing better to do, he followed them into the sea. Little did he expect to end up with this little thing. Once dawn breaks, I'll take it to the Divine Treasure Pavilion for appraisal. If it turns out to be genuine, I'll strike gold far more lucrative than dealing in antiquities. Feng Jingjun lay on the sofa, his eyes unfocused as he drifted into fantasy. Sizzle, sizzle, a strange sound suddenly echoed from outside. It sounded like singing. But this singing was very strange. It sounded like singing, yet also like weeping. What the hell is that? Feng Jingjun's body trembled. Due to his profession, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Outside, someone? That was Feng Jingjun's only instinct. His heart racing, Feng Jingjun cautiously edged closer to the window and peered outside. But there was no movement outside. Only a deep blue droplet floated in the distance, crystal clear and suspended like a gemstone. What is that? Feng Jingjun furrowed his brow slightly. But considering the danger, he managed to suppress his curiosity. At that moment, even at home, he felt as if he were exploring an ancient tomb. Yet, outside, there was no movement for a long time. Yet the sapphire blue droplet continued to drift, slowly fading into the distance. What the hell is that thing? Is someone deliberately trying to lure me out? Feng Jingjun wasn't stupid. Something like this suddenly appearing in the middle of the night definitely wasn't right. After waiting a while longer, Feng Jingjun couldn't hold back any longer. He gripped the ink droplet in his hand, placed it into the safe, and quietly descended the stairs. You want to lure me downstairs? Fine, I'll oblige. Let's see who's playing these tricks. Feng Jingjun snorted coldly, his confidence high as he carried several treasures on his person. Following the sapphire blue droplet into the corridor, Feng Jingjun sneered, come on out, no more hiding. The inksea octopus didn't finish you off, and now you're back for more. By now, Feng Jingjun knew exactly who had arrived. He sensed it from the surrounding aura. Still hiding? No need for that. Seeing no one emerge, Feng Jingjun sneered coldly. You shameless old fool, what are you pretending to be here? Before and behind Feng Jingjun, Yu Yuntian and Han Momo materialized. So it really is you two. Pretty impressive, finding your way here. Feng Jingjun chuckled lightly, but his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. Oomph, you bastard. You stole my stuff and stirred up the inksea octopus. Think you can just walk away? It won't be that easy. Yu Yuntian said coldly. Hand over the item, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Han Momo added coldly. Ha 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 ha. You two little brats, you're delusional. Once it's in my hands, you think you can take it back? Impossible. Today, if you tell me what that black bead is and what its effects are, I might just let you off with your lives. Feng Jingjun laughed, never having been so delighted. Judging by how desperately these two youngsters wanted the black bead, it was clearly no ordinary trinket. He'd struck gold this time. Ridiculous. You may be a 4th-rank war general, but you've only got one arm. Do you think you're Yanhua? That you can take on the world with just one hand? Yu Yuntian sneered coldly. If it were a normal level 4 war general, even with Jiang Lin's support, Yu Yuntian wouldn't dare come near. But a one-armed level 4 war general could only perform at the level of a level 1 war general at best. Both he and Han Momo were prodigies capable of fighting above their ranks. Now both at warrior level 8, they might not kill Feng Jingjun, but they could certainly retrieve the ink bead. Oomph. One arm is more than enough to deal with you lot. You haven't even reached the rank of war general, yet you dare come looking for me? Today, I'll make sure you're dead. Feng Jingjun's expression grew even colder. Both sides were utterly confident in their ability to eliminate the other. The clash erupted instantly. Feng Jingjun's source energy surged as he stomped his foot and lunged toward Yu Yuntian. Lunged was an understatement, his speed was blinding. So fast that Yu Yuntian had no chance to dodge before being sent flying by a single palm strike. Yet, Yu Yuntian suffered no injuries whatsoever. The force behind Feng Jingjun's strike was nowhere near as powerful as the giant octopus's whip. Moreover, judging by the torn remains of his upper garment, Yu Yuntian wore a layer of cloth armor beneath. Crafted from a unique material, this armor remained utterly undamaged by Feng Zhengjuan's strike. This cloth armor was the Divine Steel Armor, chosen by Yu Yuntian from the weaponry vault of the Yunjiang treasury. Divine Steel Armor not only defended and absorbed force but also partially reflected it back. Hiss! Feng Zhengjun stumbled back, staring at his right hand as a trickle of blood seeped from his fingers, clearly counter-injured by the Divine Steel Armor. What incredibly resilient armor, such a precious treasure. Feng Zhengjun showed no fear. Instead, his eyes blazed crimson as he charged straight at Yu Yuntian. This time, he didn't use his palm. Instead, he condensed a ball of crimson light and thrust it viciously into Yu Yuntian's body. Oomph! Come and take it if you dare. Yu Yuntian didn't back down either. Using some unknown secret technique, his strength surged dramatically. He raised his palm, colliding head-on with Feng Zhengjuan's charging attack. Yet the Divine Steel Armor could only defend against physical blows. Against Feng Zhengjuan's close-range spell, it offered no protection. The powerful energy wave struck Yu Yuntian, sending his body reeling. Feng Zhengjuan's crimson beam pierced Yu Yuntian's chest, erupting with a brilliant light. Unable to withstand it, Yu Yuntian's body shot backward. Meanwhile, Han Momo, who had been watching from the sidelines, moved like lightning. With a swift dash, she closed the distance to Feng Zhengjun, who was still frozen in place. Her hand flickered, revealing a black dagger, which she thrust toward Feng Zhengjuan's chest. This dagger was strikingly similar to Jiang Lin's sneak attack blade. Han Momo had also chosen a dagger. Trivial tricks. Feng Zhengjun chuckled lightly, his body bending at an unnatural angle to dodge Han Momo's sneak attack. He then countered with a backhand strike, sending Han Momo flying. Is that all you've got? Feng Zhengjun began to speak, only to notice a trickle of blood seeping from his arm. Han Momo's dagger had just sliced his shoulder. Moreover, the flesh on his shoulder rapidly darkened. A wave of muscle pain surged through him. Poison? Feng Zhengjun chuckled, pulling a purple pill from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. The bleeding on his shoulder instantly stopped and his skin color returned to normal. The toxin was neutralized with remarkable ease. Chapter 63, The Slaying. What? Yu Yuntian and Han Momo were both stunned. The poison on that dagger could easily kill a seasoned warrior, yet Feng Zhengjun showed no ill effects whatsoever. I've been following tomb raiding squads into ancient tombs since I was 10. What kind of things haven't I seen? What kind of poisons haven't I tasted? Your poison might be potent, but sorry, with this pill down my throat, I'm immune to all poisons. Feng Zhengjun was supremely smug. He'd expected these two to have some devious trick up their sleeves to subdue him, but poison? Poison? That was the last thing he feared. Come back with me, sweetheart. Feng Zhengjun grinned, eyeing Han Momo up and down. You're a pretty little thing. That fair skin. Back in the day, I'd have definitely played around with you. Too bad I'm past that now. With that, Feng Zhengjun began walking toward Han Momo. In that instant, a figure darted toward Feng Zhengjun like a ghostly apparition. A dagger clenched in its hand, it lunged for Feng Zhengjuan's back. Han, I've been waiting for you. You've got some patience, at least you're better than these two useless fools. Feng Zhengjuan's lips curled slightly as he spun around, catching the dagger in mid-air. With a surge of source energy, he sent Jiang Lin flying back several steps. You knew all along. Jiang Lin's expression shifted. Ha 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 ha. This is my home. You think hiding in the shadows keeps me in the dark? Feng Zhengjun laughed, his voice dripping with scorn. You three puny nobodies trying to pull off an ambush? Utterly laughable. Let me teach you a lesson. With that, Feng Zhengjun moved, launching a palm strike toward Jiang Lin. Arrogant. Jiang Lin remained unflustered. The wave-crashing force and the water demon's sea play decision spun together, unleashing the power of a 9th-level warrior. His strength surged instantly, shattering the barrier of a war general-level warrior and reaching the powerful fluctuations typically wielded by a 2nd-level war general. Facing Feng Zhengjuan's incoming strike, Jiang Lin met it head-on with a fist of his own. The silhouette of a mighty lion coalesced behind him, transforming into a blazing light that surged into Jiang Lin's fist. Accompanied by a deafening lion's roar, Feng Zhengjuan's body staggered. Boom! A shockwave rolled out. Feng Zhengjun took a slight step back. Jiang Lin stumbled back several steps, thudding against the wall, but quickly regained his footing. You brat, such immense power. This scene left Feng Zhengjun utterly stunned. This. Yu Yuntian and Han Momo were utterly dumbfounded, nearly unable to react. I thought these two were already elite among warrior-level fighters for surviving my palm strike. I never imagined you could surpass them. To unleash such power at warrior level 9. State your name. We can discuss that, black bead. Feng Zhengjun clenched his right palm, its joints cracking audibly. Yu Yuntian and Han Momo were far more formidable than average warriors, but Feng Zhengjun had traveled far and wide for years, witnessing countless prodigies and strange occurrences. This was hardly noteworthy to him. But Jiang Lin was different. His cultivation method was peculiar, his fist techniques devastating. Even Feng Zhengjun couldn't subdue him in a burst of power. Clearly, he came from an extraordinary background. Offending someone like this would be no good. A title? I have no title. Jiang Lin paused not a moment. His entire body's source energy solidified into armor as the celestial lion coalesced once more, surging into his body before launching a punch. You want to tear apart our relationship? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Feng Jingjuan's anger flared. He tried to calmly negotiate, but the other kept pushing his luck. If that was the case, even if the man had the heavens themselves backing him, Feng Jingjun was ready to fight. Boom! Behind Feng Jingjun, black mist swirled as a skull coalesced within it. Spewing black smoke with a thunderous roar, it crashed down toward Jiang Lin. Rock armor. Jiang Lin's expression remained unchanged as his stone armor flashed. The boulder armor could withstand 80% of physical and magical attacks. Thud. The skull struck Jiang Lin, inflicting negligible damage. Instead, it stirred up a mist of water vapor, billowing white steam that obscured Jiang Lin's figure. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lin unleashed one of the martial arts techniques attached to the water demon's Seaplay Decision Thousand Vortex Slaughter. Surging water vapors swirled around Feng Jingjun, obstructing his vision. Trivial tricks. Feng Jingjun waved his hand, and the mist dispersed with a bang. But as Jiang Lin flicked his finger, the mist landed on the ground. Splash! A spray of water erupted. The mist coalesced into a powerful, spinning vortex that bound Feng Jingjuan's feet. The vortex generated immense tearing force, threatening to rip Feng Jingjuan's feet apart. What a refined water control technique! What kind of cultivation method is this kid practicing? Feng Jingyuan's eyes flashed with sharp focus. His source energy surged outward, instantly shattering the vortex beneath his feet. Clearly, the vortex couldn't fully restrain him. But it was enough. The moment Feng Jingjun broke free, a figure appeared before him. A water-formed drill, solid as steel, pierced his chest and exploded with a bang. The explosion sent not only water droplets flying, but also carried crimson blood and mangled internal organs. You! Feng Jingjuan's fingertips twitched as if attempting to unleash some secret technique. But Jiang Lin wouldn't give him the chance. His right hand flickered, revealing a dagger. With one swift stroke, Feng Jingjuan's fingers were cleanly severed. Jiang Lin then drove another blow into Feng Jingjuan's chest, a strike that utterly destroyed his life force. Get out of the way. Jiang Lin kicked Feng Jingjun to the ground, then turned to glance at Yu Yuntian and Han Momo. Hey, what are you two staring at? Where's your team spirit? You. With you around, who needs team spirit? Yu Yuntian staggered to his feet, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. That's downright insane. You advancing to a level 9 war general isn't surprising after all, you were the former provincial champion. But defeating a level 4 war general by 2 tiers? That's just absurd. Han Momo's face showed no emotion, not defiance, but utter awe that had left her speechless. She and Yu Yuntian were both level 8 warriors, already formidable among their peers. But Jiang Lin was stronger, and not just a little stronger. Even if she and Yu Yuntian teamed up, they probably couldn't withstand a single punch from Jiang Lin. That's beside the point. What matters is this man is dead. What if someone asks about it? Like that person on the balcony right now. They've been watching us the whole time. Jiang Lin looked up and locked eyes with someone on another villa's balcony. I didn't see anything, go ahead. This man was just an ordinary civilian, not a martial artist. Seeing Jiang Lin's gaze fixed on him, he backed up several steps in terror before rushing inside, not daring to make a sound for fear of being tracked down. Yu Yuntian waved dismissively with a smile. It's fine. I've got some connections. This is nothing. Since we're here for him, we're here to finish him off. Enough talk. Let's find the ink bead first, then discuss what to do with this guy. The trio said no more and immediately entered Feng Jingjuan's villa. The moment they stepped inside, they were stunned by the opulence of the villa. This old bastard really is a grave robber. Yu Yuntian wandered around aimlessly, slipping several valuable items into his pockets. After a thorough search, they zeroed in on the safe. Chapter 64, Dividing the Loot. Finally open. The ink pearl is indeed inside. Yu Yuntian struggled mightily to pry open the safe. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed outside. Damn it, let's get out of here. Jiang Lin had a bad feeling. It could be Feng Jingjuan's backup arriving. Or perhaps it was the Haichang Martial Arts Bureau. Let's go. Yu Yuntian jumped in fright, intending to break through the window and escape. But after glancing down, he abandoned the idea. Put the ink bead away. Jiang Lin casually flicked a medicinal herb into the safe, then kicked it aside. Just then, the Martial Arts Bureau agents arrived. It's the Martial Arts Bureau. Han Momo felt a surge of tension. It's fine. Martial Arts Bureau agents are actually less of a problem. Jiang Lin shook his head, unconcerned. Feng Jingjun wasn't exactly a saint himself. It's you three little rascals again. The man who approached was none other than the security captain who had previously arrested Jiang Lin and Yu Yuntian. Damn it, him again. I just promised him I wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Yu Yuntian cursed inwardly, then stepped forward solemnly. Officer, I'm here to atone for my past mistakes. I've apprehended a grave robber who trafficked nearly 100 million yuan worth of cultural relics and nearly a million yuan worth of source crystals. He's a major criminal. Enough with the chatter. We've had Feng Jingjun in our sights for ages, but without solid evidence, we couldn't arrest him. Who knew you three would go and ruin our plan? The captain sighed helplessly. Late at night, and we're stuck dealing with this mess. Yes, sir. I'd had my eye on him for ages too. We risked our lives this time precisely to take him down. Yu Yuntian chimed in eagerly. Enough, enough. Like anyone can't see through your little schemes. Come with me to the station to make a formal record. The security captain waved his hand dismissively. His martial artists began sweeping through the villa, confiscating all incriminating items. As for Jiang Lin, Yu Yuntian, and Han Momo, they were taken away too. This is it. In just 3 short hours, I've been to the station twice. What a stain on my life. Han Momo muttered all the way, taking every chance to complain about Yu Yuntian. They entered the Martial Arts Bureau once more to give their statements. In the end, Jiang Lin and the others were released. Partly because Yu Yuntian pulled some strings, and partly because Feng Jingjun was already a criminal long targeted by the Martial Arts Bureau, his death was no great loss. That was close. Thank goodness they didn't search us, otherwise, the ink bead would have been gone for sure. Yu Yuntian's back was soaked through. Enough, enough. Let's find a place to split the ink pearl right now. I never want to work with you again. Han Momo grumbled impatiently. Sis, our partnership worked out perfectly. If it weren't for running into Feng Jingjun, it would have been flawless. Yu Yuntian's lips twitched as he scrambled to explain. You? Look at Jiang Lin, a level 9 taking on a level 4 warrior single-handedly. And you? 2 punches from Feng Jingjun and you're flat on your back, unable to get up. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to crawl out from under a rock. Han Momo was even more speechless. See? Prejudice. That Feng Jingjun isn't some pushover. Didn't you hear the guard captain say he used to be part of a tomb raiding gang? He's got real skills. Sure, he's missing a hand, but he's still got power. Yu Yuntian tried to argue, but the more he defended himself, the more pathetic he felt. He gave up. Alright. We should get back as soon as possible. Jiang Lin felt a lingering unease and hurriedly urged the two to leave. Watching Jiang Lin and the others gradually walk away, the security captain in the Martial Arts Bureau wore a slightly amused expression as he remarked indifferently, "These 3 youngsters are interesting. 3 warrior-level practitioners managed to defeat Feng Jingjun, a war general. Could it be they have someone backing them?" Knock knock knock. A team member rushed in and reported bluntly, "Captain, we've searched Feng Jingjun's villa. Aside from these 3, we found no traces of anyone else. Preliminary assessment confirms they killed Feng Jingjun." The team member added, "Also, do you from the villa across from Feng Jingjun refuses to disclose any information? He claims ignorance to every question. But this likely has little to do with you. He's not a martial artist, just a rich second-generation kid with some money." "Oh? Is that so? Looks like these 3 youngsters killed Feng Jingjun. Pretty impressive, 3 warriors taking down a 4th-tier combat general." The security captain chuckled, but didn't pursue the matter further. Geniuses? He'd seen plenty. Talents capable of defeating foes far above their level weren't exactly rare. Linjiang City. By the time they reached Linjiang City, dawn had fully broken. Jiang Lin and Yu Yuntian made their way to the riverbank. "Divide this ink pearl into 3 equal parts." Yu Yuntian produced a knife, seeking Jiang Lin and Han Momo's approval. "Agreed." Jiang Lin and Han Momo nodded in agreement. Yu Yuntian measured the proportions, then with one swift cut, split the ink pearl in 3. "There." Yu Yuntian handed the ink bead to Jiang Lin and Han Momo. "Alright, let's go." Han Momo stroked the ink bead with a satisfied smile. After taking a few steps, she turned back to add Jiang Lin's contact info, cheerfully adding, "Next time something this good comes up, remember to call me. But hopefully we'll get more reliable teammates like Jiang Lin. I'm pretty dependable too, you know." Yu Yuntian bellowed. But Han Momo couldn't be bothered to respond. She waved behind her and walked away with a flourish. "Alright, I'm off too. Until next time." Jiang Lin chuckled softly, exchanged a few brief words with Yu Yuntian, and headed home. Small town, Jang residence. "Father." Jiang Lin called out at the front door. But there was no response. "What's going on?" Jiang Lin's heart sank, and he immediately rushed into the house. But Jiang Feng wasn't inside. "Father." Jiang Lin's body trembled as he hurriedly dashed into the backyard. In the backyard, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged, resting with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Jiang Lin finally let out a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing had happened. After a long wait, Jiang Feng slowly awoke. Seeing Jiang Lin standing guard nearby, he asked curiously, "Hey, Liner, when did you come back?" "I've been back for a while." Jiang Lin circled around Jiang Feng, his face lighting up with joy. "Father, what's going on with you? Can you cultivate now?" "Cultivation isn't quite possible yet, but I can now absorb source energy to some extent." However, I cannot generate source power. The restrictions within my body block all source energy from entering. Zhang Feng's expression was slightly downcast, but he still offered a faint smile. Still, this is sufficient. We'll take it slowly. Jiang Lin nodded. This truly wasn't something to rush. Everything required patience. Zhang Feng stood up, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He asked, "How did you find learning the water demon's sea play technique this time?" "It's an excellent cultivation method. If you can develop your own profound insights, reaching the Battle Emperor level shouldn't be a problem." Chapter 65, High Talent? The technique is decent, quite practical. But as for insights, I haven't gained any. Jiang Lin gave an awkward chuckle, having felt nothing profound. No rush. Insight depends on personal destiny. Zhang Feng chuckled. It was a bit premature to talk about insights when he hadn't even reached the war general realm yet. Oh, right. While I was out, I happened to get my hands on an ink pearl. But it was a joint effort with someone else. I only kept a third of it. Jiang Lin produced a half pearl, dark as ink. Ink pearl? What is that? Zhang Feng looked puzzled as he took the bead, examining it closely for a long time before hesitating. There's a very peculiar energy hidden within this. It's definitely no ordinary object. Where did you get this thing? Father, you don't even know about this? Then it must truly be something only recorded in ancient texts. Jiang Lin felt a surge of shock, then proceeded to recount the series of events that had unfolded that night. Ink sea octopus? Zhang Feng nodded. That species does exist, but it doesn't seem to be a royal lineage among octopuses. For it to guard such a treasure. Even the mighty war god Ji of old had no knowledge of the ink pearl's origin. According to Yuching, only the ink sea octopus inhabits the vicinity of the ink pearl. No other creatures exist there. Perhaps this octopus isn't its guardian at all. Maybe it was merely passing through. Jiang Lin harbored many speculations, but none were concrete. Unless they found that octopus, no amount of speculation could reveal the truth. What effects does this ink pearl have? It should strengthen the body. I sense a peculiar energy within it that seems particularly drawn to blood. After inspecting it further, Zhang Feng handed the ink pearl back to Jiang Lin. The ink bead enhances physical strength. It nourishes the skin and preserves youth. It can even revive the dead and mend broken bones. Once I gather the herbs, I'll refine this thing into a pill. Jiang Lin hadn't fully mastered alchemy yet. Attempting to refine it rashly might turn the ink bead into worthless slag. It would be better to wait for the next alchemy skill entry. No need. You don't have to worry about me anymore. My legs have nearly recovered. I can stand and walk now. Whatever resources you have, focus them on yourself. Only by growing stronger yourself can you create greater value. Zhang Feng refused without hesitation, for he was no longer the main force. It's fine, Dad. I lack nothing now, only time. The ink bead was decent, but to Jiang Lin, it was nearly adequate. With the system entries assisting him, Jiang Lin could, in a sense, disregard any treasure, for the entries could create any possibility. But practically speaking, more was always better. No need to say more. Just refine this ink pearl as soon as possible. Once you reach a certain level of strength, there won't be any treasure you can't obtain. There are countless things that can help me break seals. When your power reaches a certain point, you'll gain access to them. Your primary goal now is to enhance your own strength at all costs. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes, yet a hint of worry lingered. Father, why do you insist on improving at any cost? Isn't cultivation supposed to be a gradual process? Rushing it leads to unstable foundations. Isn't that what you taught me before? Is something about to happen? Jiang Lin sensed the underlying meaning. Indeed, something is afoot. The latest intelligence indicates the Ghost Beast clan intends to launch another assault. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it should occur within the next few years. When that happens, it will undoubtedly trigger a massive upheaval. Without formidable strength to rely on, one can only seek the protection of a major power. My unique status means few would aid me. Therefore, we must rely on ourselves. What belongs to others will always remain theirs. Zhang Feng's eyes darkened with worry as he sighed. In the next few years. Time flies. I wonder what realm I'll reach. War King, War Emperor, or even War God. Jiang Lin dared not dwell on it. With only a few short years to spare, pushing himself to the limit, reaching the high-tier War King realm would already be an achievement. I became a War Emperor at 25 and attained War God status before 30, earning the title Tianhai War God. You must strive hard too. Zhang Feng roared with laughter, his eyes flickering with memories. That year, he was hailed as one of the 10 greatest geniuses since the dawn of the Source Era. Moreover, among those 10 prodigies, he ranked among the very top. Jiang Lin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Dad, don't flatter me. I didn't inherit your talent. If yours was 99 points, mine barely scraped by the passing mark. You little rascal. Your talent is actually quite decent. Across the entire Huagua, you could easily rank within the top 1,000. Zhang Feng's words were startling. What? Across the entire nation, I can only rank within the top 1,000? Hearing this ranking, Jiang Lin's first reaction was disbelief and disappointment. He was the top student in Yunjiang province, and Yunjiang province itself ranked among the top few nationwide. Even if not in the top 10, surely he should rank within the national top 100? Truth be told, Jiang Lin was quite narcissistic and confident, convinced he was virtually unrivaled among his peers. Liner, your strength is still limited, and your understanding is narrow. Once you venture out into the wider world, you'll realize that your so-called opponents extend far beyond those you've encountered. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled. The world was teeming with exceptionally talented individuals, and those who combined talent with diligence were far from rare. Who else? Jiang Lin asked curiously. He'd seen all the geniuses in Yunjiang province besides himself. Ji Yulong was the strongest. Within Huagua, there are numerous aristocratic clans. They control nearly half the nation's wealth. Their descendants possess talents more terrifying than the last. To compete with them, one must be even more gifted, more prodigious, more defying of the heavens. Zhang Feng chuckled softly, seemingly recalling scenes from his youth when he had dominated those from prestigious families. How glorious, how domineering those days had been. So what level did they reach by my age? Jiang Lin's interest piqued. Could a privileged background truly rival someone who seemed to have cheats enabled? At the very least, they were at the war general level. Jiang Feng's voice grew solemn. Mere war generals? With my current strength, I could slaughter them effortlessly. Jiang Lin laughed at the remark. He thought those aristocratic scions were so formidable, but after all that talk, they were only at the war general level. He'd just slain a level 4 war general himself. I know you believe you can defeat opponents above your rank and think you're quite powerful. But have you ever considered that if you can surpass your rank, so can they? Zhang Feng smiled, fully aware of what Jiang Lin was thinking. Chapter 66, The Golden Cicada's Resurrection. Jiang Lin fell silent. His father had a point. Jiang Lin prided himself on his formidable strength, mastery of various martial arts and cultivation techniques, and the support of his special abilities. He looked down on all his peers in Yunjiang province, confident in his ability to fight above his level. Yet perhaps others possess superior resources or more cunning methods, enabling them to similarly defeat opponents above their level. Take Ji Yulong, for instance. Though Jiang Lin had never witnessed Ji Yulong in combat, the latter's family background was immensely wealthy, backed by the Heavenly Mechanics Treasure Pavilion. The treasures and weapons Ji Yulong possessed were undoubtedly exceptional, potentially even surpassing Jiang Lin's own weapons and cultivation techniques. Thinking this way, Ji Yulong's strength was certainly no less than his own, and might even surpass it. I mention this not to crush your confidence, but to make you understand that there are always skies beyond skies and people beyond people. No matter how powerful you become, you must always remember, someone will be stronger than you, someone will chase you, and someone will surpass you. Zhang Feng chuckled softly, patting Jiang Lin on the shoulder. Liner, given your innate talents, achieving what you have today shows you're no less than them. You surpass them in many ways. Your path ahead will be even longer. Ah, father, you really don't need to comfort me. My inner resolve has always been strong. No matter how much you say, I still believe I'm quite formidable. Jiang Lin paused briefly before speaking with unwavering confidence. He acknowledged others' strength, but Jiang Lin believed he would be even stronger. As for why he felt that way? Well, he was cheating. If he couldn't win even with a cheat code, then what was the point of having it? I'm glad you think that way. Zhang Feng smiled and added, alright, go cultivate as soon as possible. Refine that ink pearl. Keeping such a treasure close at hand could attract deadly danger at any moment. Got it. This time, Jiang Lin didn't hesitate. Self-improvement was the paramount priority. Jiang Lin closed the door and held the ink pearl in his palm. As he channeled his source energy, the ink bead transformed into a stream of inky energy that flowed into his body. Wherever the current passed, his bones emitted faint crackling sounds. It felt like insects were scrambling about inside him, an uncomfortable sensation. Moments later, the color of Jiang Lin's skin began to change. Darkening, turning blackish purple. No way. Am I turning into a black person now? Jiang Lin felt like crying, but there were no tears. This was just too awful. Fortunately, after a day of adjustment, his skin color returned to normal. At the same time, Jiang Lin felt his physical strength more than double. Though only a level 9 warrior, his physical strength now rivaled that of a war general. Phew, thank goodness I didn't turn black. Just as Jiang Lin was about to step outside for some exercise. Suddenly, he noticed the cabinet trembling slightly. It seemed as though something inside was stirring, trembling faintly. Jiang Lin took a step back. Inside the cabinet, it appeared empty except for a few pieces of clothing. Something's wrong. That golden red stone is in the cabinet. Inside that stone is a cicada. Could it be that the cicada monkey has come back to life? Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel tense, but he didn't rush over to inspect the cabinet. Instead, he called over his father, who was sleeping. Hearing this, Zhang Feng grew curious and hurried over. It should be fine. Take the stone out and see what's going on, Jiang Feng concluded, feeling it was no big deal. Jiang Lin nodded and stepped forward to open the cabinet. Unexpectedly, the moment the cabinet opened, a cicada flew out. This cicada was entirely golden red, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen. Only thumb-sized, its eyes resembled two glass beads. As it flapped its wings, it emitted a buzzing sound. Aside from its unusual appearance, it was essentially indistinguishable from an ordinary cicada. But strictly speaking, this was a golden cicada. Because its skin armor was golden. This little thing. Could it be mutated? Jiang Feng stared at the golden cicada, muttering to himself. Mutated? Jiang Lin extended a finger and tapped the golden cicada. Squeak! The cicada's eyes instantly turned red as it fiercely rammed against Jiang Lin's finger. However, the cicada's strength was extremely limited. It couldn't withstand Jiang Lin's finger at all and was immediately pinned down obediently. Squeak! 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 The cicada screeched frantically, but to no avail. Suddenly, the cicada fell silent, its wings still. The color of its wings gradually shifted from translucent to crimson. The faint golden hue vanished rapidly, and in an instant, the entire cicada turned blood red. From a golden cicada, it became a crimson cicada. Moreover, its strength surged, causing it to begin thrashing violently. Jiang Lin pressed down on the cicada's wing with his finger, feeling its strength double. In a moment of carelessness, his finger slipped. The cicada broke free from his grasp, soaring into the air. It spat out a crimson beam, shooting straight toward Jiang Lin's left eye. Insolent! Jiang Lin blocked with his arm, seizing the golden cicada in his grasp. This time, the golden cicada could no longer move. This golden cicada has essentially been reborn. Currently, it possesses only the strength of a level 1 warrior. However, its innate talent is exceptional, its future potential is truly unpredictable. Jiang Feng picked up the stone shell from the cabinet, finding nothing unusual. The once translucent rutile crystal now showed no signs of source energy fluctuation. So what do we do with this thing? Release it, or kill it? Jiang Lin gripped the golden cicada tightly, afraid he might accidentally let it go. If we don't kill it, what's the point of keeping it? Eat it? Seems a bit small, it'd be swallowed in one bite. Of course we don't kill it. We can cultivate it into a spirit beast. Jiang Feng chuckled. Killing it would be a waste of such a precious resource. Raise it as a spirit beast? How does that work? Do we establish a contract, or does it recognize a master? Jiang Lin suddenly understood, nearly forgetting this method existed. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. Either way works. But right now, only the contract method exists, the master recognition method isn't available. What's the difference between a contract and recognition? To Jiang Lin, both seem to establish a hierarchical connection. The difference is significant. With the contract method, you establish a cooperative relationship through a binding agreement. Should this golden cicada perish in the future, you would suffer a certain degree of backlash. Naturally, if you were injured, the cicada would also be greatly affected. Jiang Feng explained, then added, mastering, however, is simpler. Regardless of what happens to the golden cicada, whether it's injured or dies, it won't affect you at all. You're simply in a master-servant relationship. But if you die, the golden cicada will die too. The difference isn't significant. Let's go with the contract method then. It wasn't that Jiang Lin preferred the contract method, it was simply the only option available. Oh, Dad, how long does this golden cicada live? I read online that its lifespan is very short. Even if it mutates into a ghost beast, what if its lifespan remains short? I don't want it dragging me down for nothing. Jiang Lin said with a wry smile. Jiang Feng chuckled. Don't worry. This golden cicada will live a long life. Moreover, it possesses remarkable innate talent. Its potential is no less than yours. That's good. Jiang Lin immediately took action, establishing a connection with the golden cicada according to the contract law. Chapter 67, Advancing to Battle General. Begin. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and channeled a thread of source energy into the golden cicada within his palm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The red cicada's abdomen emitted chirping sounds as it struggled frantically. As if it too understood that being bound by a contract meant losing its freedom. Stop chirping. No matter how loudly you scream, it won't change a thing. Jiang Lin chuckled softly as his source energy coursed through the golden cicada's meridians. Before long, the cicada's struggles grew weaker and the red hue on its body gradually faded. Contract seal. Jiang Lin silently recited the contract incantation. Rays of light manifested around Jiang Lin, while a faint mist of light began to shimmer on the golden cicada's body. A crimson beam of light coalesced between Jiang Lin and the golden cicada. One end connected to the golden cicada's forehead. The other end burrowed into Jiang Lin's meridians, transforming into a golden seal. What a strange sensation. Jiang Lin could distinctly sense a new connection forming between himself and the golden cicada. He could even faintly sense the cicada's emotional shifts. Is it done? Jiang Lin silently commanded in his mind, stay still. The golden cicada, which had been fluttering its wings moments before, received the command and instantly ceased its flapping. Yet its eyes remained fixed on Jiang Lin with alert vigilance, as if verifying the source of the command. Fly up and circle around me 10 times. Jiang Lin smiled and issued another command. The red cicada's eyes flashed, hesitating for a moment as if reluctant to move. Yet for some reason, its wings began moving on their own, circling once above Jiang Lin's head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The golden cicada chirped again. It even seemed poised to attack Jiang Lin, yet for some reason, its body refused to obey. You're quite obedient for a little thing. I'll give you a thumbs up. Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile, his guard dropping considerably. A glint flashed in the golden cicada's eyes, as if it wanted to say something. You're not talking either. Fine, I'll give you a name. Jiang Lin stroked the golden cicada's wings, pondering for a long time. Nothing special comes to mind. I'll just keep calling you Golden Cicada. He'd intended to find a name with real substance, but Golden Cicada itself was already rich enough in meaning. The golden cicada seemed to understand, fluttering its wings. Zhang Feng watched from the side, nodding with a smile. Train hard, you might become a great asset to me. When trouble comes, you'll be the first one to step up. Squeak. The sound came from the golden cicada's abdomen, its meaning unknown. Still, Jiang Lin felt considerably more at ease. He instructed the golden cicada, stay on the table. Don't fly around recklessly. Be careful, I might accidentally step on you. The golden cicada understood, fluttering its wings to the corner of the table where it stood obediently. Is the contract established? Zhang Feng pushed open the door and entered. It's done, but this little thing is useless. I still have to keep it around. Can't take it out either, or I'd have to protect it myself. What a burden. Jiang Lin sighed bitterly. All that effort, and this bug turned out to be completely useless. Having to spend resources to raise it? That's just ridiculous. If there were spare resources, it would be better to use them for cultivation. You're misjudging this insect. It's just not at the required level yet to give you feedback. Zhang Feng laughed and continued, once this golden cicada reaches the war general tier and its life becomes more stable, it might just transmit innate skills to you. Innate skills? What are this golden cicada's innate skills? Jiang Lin perked up instantly. He hadn't even heard of such a thing before. I don't know. Normally, an ordinary cicada's innate skill is flight. But this golden cicada is an evolved species, carrying a trace of the ancient ferocious beast, the six-winged golden cicada. Its innate skill won't be anything ordinary. Just focus on cultivating it. Though Jiang Feng had once been a war god, he wasn't an all-knowing sage. If these innate skills are so powerful, why doesn't everyone just get a spirit pet? Get several, and then everyone could possess innate skills. We wouldn't even need to cultivate martial arts anymore. Are there any restrictions on these innate skills? Jiang Lin hoped these innate skills had some limitations, otherwise, they'd be too overpowered. You're actually wrong about that. There are no restrictions on these innate skills. Jiang Feng shook his head. First, just because you form a contract or establish a master pet bond doesn't guarantee you'll get an innate skill. Second, even if you do get one, its effects might not be that significant. Third, not all ghost beasts are willing to become human spirit pets. Oh, then I've got pretty good luck encountering one in its juvenile stage. Jiang Lin marveled at his increasingly fortunate circumstances. If I'd had your luck back then, I probably would have wiped out the entire ghost beast zone. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, though his eyes held a hint of regret. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure that wish of yours comes true. Jiang Lin stepped forward, patting Jiang Feng's shoulder with unwavering resolve. Jiang Feng shrugged off the hand, chuckling and scolding, get lost, you're putting on airs here. Rest assured, that wish won't be far off. After another month of rest, Jiang Lin was just a step away from reaching the War General tier. One early morning, Jiang Lin rolled another Tier 3 trait. Level 3 attribute, Solar Energy. When cultivating under sunlight, cultivation speed increases tenfold, and physical cultivation speed increases 20-fold. Begin! Jiang Lin returned to Tsanglong Mountain. He placed a circle of source crystals beneath his feet. Feeling the sun's rays, his source energy surged to its peak. Toward the sun, moving with the wind. Jiang Lin gently raised his hand, as if shielding the sun. The source crystals around him glowed with waves of white light, flowing into his body with each breath. Heat in that instant, intense heat. Jiang Lin guided the energy, making it swirl around his body, shattering the inherent energy within. Renewing the source power, new source power replacing the old would complete the breakthrough. Come on! Jiang Lin growled. He activated the Chi Wave Force and the Water Demon Sea-Play decision techniques simultaneously. The sunlight gathered around him into layer upon layer of golden rings. The source energy within his body was drawn in, boiling and surging. Release! Jiang Lin closed his eyes, drawing energy from the source crystals with all his might. Hundreds of source crystals around him rapidly dimmed. Humming, a new, pure source energy surged into his meridians, emitting a deep rumble that caused Jiang Lin's skin to gradually turn crimson. Whoosh! The fresh source energy swept through every part of his body, gradually dispersing the old source energy in the impact. It dissolved into wisps of faint light, and under the sun's blessing, the new source energy surged wildly. Simultaneously, the strength of his physical body increased in tandem, its intensity steadily rising. Before long, the thousands of source crystals around him turned grayish-white. Under the sun's rays, they crumbled into white ash, gradually blown away by the wind. Boom! The vortex of source energy within his body violently contracted, then exploded outward. He could distinctly feel the inherent energy barrier shatter. A colossal surge of source energy erupted from his body. The new source energy completely took over his body. Promotion achieved, War General. Simultaneously, at the core of his being, the water demon evolved from the water demon. C decision energy began to undergo a gradual transformation. Previously, this water demon had been a vague, shapeless mass of energy, its contours blurred as it curled into a tight ball, its form indistinct save for a fish-like tail protruding. This time, however, the water demon began to gradually reveal its form. Chapter 68, Water Demon. The upper half of the water demon took the form of a delicate young maiden. Her skin was visibly smooth, glistening with water droplets. A cascade of black hair fell over her shoulders, adorned with small water ribbons. However, her lower half held no distinct shape, merely a churning mass of water, its waves interspersed with scattered, fragmented points of light. Though her mouth remained closed, a song began to play. Soon, however, something peculiar occurred. As she hummed, the chaotic source energy within Jiang Lin's body, still unsettled from his recent breakthrough, immediately calmed considerably, gradually settling into tranquility. The little water spirit drifted within him, moving with the flow of his energy. Finally, as if tired, it condensed into a single water droplet, floating along with his energy. This little thing, won't it eventually transform into a human and become my child? Jiang Lin's lips twitched involuntarily at the absurdity of the thought. But regardless, I've broken through. Jiang Lin clenched his fist, effortlessly shattering a nearby boulder with a single punch. Damn, this War General tier is several times stronger than Warrior tier. If a warrior at level 9 is 10 points, then War General must be over 100. Plus, my source energy storage capacity, speed, and mental fortitude have all surged. I gained new skills: 2 source energy armor, source energy sword. Jiang Lin gently activated his source energy. It swiftly enveloped his entire body, transforming into a set of aqua blue armor that instantly boosted his defense. However, this source energy armor proved extremely taxing on his reserves. Jiang Lin maintained the armor for merely 10 seconds before sensing over half his source energy depleted. Startled, he immediately dissolved the armor. With such rapid depletion, no one would dare use this skill lightly. Increased speed also enables high jumps. Jiang Lin's feet moved, accelerating at an astonishing speed. Descending the mountain, he moved as if performing lightness skills, stepping lightly from tree to tree. Upon returning home, Jiang Lin immediately entered seclusion. His priority was to stabilize his cultivation realm, preventing any decline due to carelessness. 3 days later, Jiang Lin awoke. First thing, eat. Martial artists, after all, were not cultivators. They could not achieve the state of fasting, though they could endure hunger for extended periods. Still, they needed to eat when it was time. Dinner's ready. Seeing Jiang Lin finally awake, Zhang Feng immediately prepared a pile of food. All right. Jiang Lin responded. Just as he rose, he noticed the golden cicada that had been motionless on the table suddenly glow. Jiang Lin took a step back. What's this bug up to now? This golden insect kept stirring up trouble, and he had no idea what it was up to. Soon, a purple-colored mucus began oozing from the golden cicada's body, its secretion increasing rapidly. Within mere seconds, the purple slime enveloped the entire golden cicada. Dad! Jiang Lin had never seen anything like this before and immediately called out to Zhang Feng, who was cooking. What is it? Another problem? Zhang Feng, thinking something serious had happened, hurried over. Seeing the golden cicada shrouded in purple slime, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Father, what's going on? I've formed a contract with this golden cicada, but it hasn't told me what it's doing now. Jiang Lin racked his brain, trying to establish communication with the golden cicada, but it seemed to refuse any exchange, unwilling to reveal even a single thought. It's nothing. If I'm not mistaken, this golden cicada is about to advance. Zhang Feng smiled lightly, showing no concern. Advance? But this insect hasn't consumed anything, not even a single source crystal has been digested. How could it possibly advance? Jiang Lin was utterly baffled. He himself had to endure grueling cultivation, expending every ounce of effort just to barely reach the War General tier. And this insect just stood there pretending to sleep all day, doing nothing, not even absorbing any source energy, and now it was going to advance so effortlessly? Have you forgotten that this golden cicada's original form was once a peak War General? Before dying, it even reached the War King realm. It already had a weak foundation. Now, it's not advancing, it's recovering. Zhang Feng chuckled to himself as he pondered this, then added, if this golden cicada reaches the Battle King tier, you'll have a Battle King tier spirit pet. A Battle King tier spirit pet? Jiang Lin chuckled. This little bug was quite something. Forget it. Let it stay here. Just place a few more source crystals near it so we won't disturb it. Let's eat first. Zhang Feng pulled several low-grade source crystals from a drawer and placed them beside the golden cicada. Father, will these few source crystals be enough? What if they aren't sufficient? What if it fails during the critical moment? Won't I be dragged down with it? Jiang Lin asked anxiously. Don't worry. He'll definitely succeed in advancing. If you don't trust him, do you not trust me? These crystals are sufficient. Zhang Feng waved dismissively. Better give him a few more. We can't risk him dying during the advancement. Jiang Lin remained uneasy and tossed in several more source crystals. After finishing their meal, Jiang Lin lay in the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed, when suddenly he heard a buzzing noise. Opening his eyes, he saw a streak of white-red light shoot skyward. Is that a spaceship? Jiang Lin strained to see, but couldn't make it out clearly. Zhang Feng remarked from the side, it is a spacecraft. The latest model developed by Divine Oil Nation. It's likely bound for Mars. They're probably trying to uncover the secrets of the Red Planet again. Secrets on Mars? Haven't they already explored everything? Didn't they obtain cultivation techniques from there and trigger an elemental explosion? What else is left to discover? Jiang Lin frowned. The secrets of Mars extend far beyond that. The so-called cultivation techniques are merely the tiniest fraction. Countless undiscovered mysteries still lie within. Zhang Feng's expression grew grave as he continued, if not for the sudden explosion of the annihilation element causing those mutations, humanity would never have halted its exploration. Now that the Divine Travel Nation has resumed their quest, who knows what new turmoil it might stir? Could it be that there are cultivators on Mars? Like in those old novels? Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel curious. That's a question everyone wants answered, but no one can say for sure. If I had to guess, though, I'd say they definitely exist. It's just that our current technology can't detect them yet. Zhang Feng had entertained many theories before, but they all remain speculative. Jiang Lin nodded, thinking to himself that if he ever reached the highest realm, he would definitely go to Mars to see for himself what was there. Zhang Feng yawned and sighed, stop overthinking it. It's all too far-fetched. Boom! A thunderous vibration. Jiang Lin jolted. What was that? Another spacecraft taking off? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. What spacecraft taking off? It's your little bug. Chapter 69, Han Momo's plea. What? That stinker's moving that fast? Jiang Lin rushed inside and found the golden cicada still clinging to the table. Originally, a layer of sticky mucus had coated the golden cicada. But now, it was completely clean. Its exoskeleton appeared smoother, gleaming with a sharp luster. Moreover, its body, previously thumb-sized, had swollen and grown significantly larger. Its 6 legs had sharpened considerably, leaving deep gouges in the tabletop. The golden cicada's body swayed slightly, emitting a sharp chirp toward Jiang Lin. In that instant, a sharp aura radiated from its body. Boom! The golden cicada's entire body erupted in light. At that moment, the golden cicada's body emitted fluctuations of a level 9 warrior. How long has it been? It jumped straight to level 9? Jiang Lin froze, genuinely baffled. Suddenly, Jiang Lin felt a sharp pain in his chest. The contract mark within him, connected to the golden cicada, pulsed violently. Whoosh! A surge of pure energy rushed through the mark. There were faint signs of another breakthrough. What is happening? Jiang Lin's qi and blood surged violently, and the source energy within his body seemed to grow even more concentrated. Boom! Jiang Lin's aura surged upward in an instant. He had firmly advanced from War General Level 1 to War General Level 2. What's happening? How did I advance too? Jiang Lin was both shocked and delighted, his mind going blank. Zhang Feng, observing clearly from the side, mused, it's the contract. You established an energy connection. When it advanced, its primordial energy flowed back to you through the contract. Combined with your recent breakthrough leaving your foundation unstable, you were able to leverage that force to advance further. He continued, this golden cicada possesses extraordinary talent. Its energy fluctuations during advancement are inherently far stronger than those of ordinary beasts. Triggered by this, you've benefited by association. Still, being able to leverage this force for your own advancement is truly an unexpected blessing. There's such a thing as good fortune? Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh aloud. This stinking bug actually has some use after all. The golden cicada seemed to understand the word bug, chirping frantically from atop the table. You need to solidify your cultivation base properly, Zhang Feng explained slowly. You just broke through to the first rank warrior level, and now you've advanced again. Your source energy is unstable, and you could easily suffer backlash, causing you to downgrade. Alright, I'll seclude myself for a few more days. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement and began his seclusion. Though he called it seclusion, Jiang Lin emerged after only 2 days. His cultivation base was solid and showed no signs of slipping. Zhang Feng didn't press the issue. After all, life wasn't solely about cultivation. Taking appropriate breaks was part of a normal life rhythm, and he wouldn't interfere. Time to go out for a walk. Jiang Lin stepped out the door, with the golden cicada quietly resting in his pocket. Off to the internet cafe for a gaming session. Feeling bored, Jiang Lin headed to the city's internet cafe. A new game had recently launched called King Star: Dawn of the Break. This game had been announced for open beta testing many years ago. However, after a long period of testing, it gradually faded from the spotlight. Now, decades later, it had finally launched. Jiang Lin played all afternoon before growing tired of it. Cultivation must never be neglected. Upon returning home, Jiang Lin immediately began his cultivation. And so, Jiang Lin plunged into another prolonged period of seclusion. During this time, boredom struck him several times, and he awoke. And so, a month passed. After waking, Jiang Lin scrolled through his friends' updates. He saw posts from Yu Yuntian, Han Momo, and others. Han Momo, who ranked second, didn't go to the divine capital but instead enrolled at Yunjian University. As for Yu Yuntian, he had enrolled at Yunjiang Martial God University. Ji Yulong had enrolled at Chengdu University. Wang Lifeng had enrolled at Chengdu University. Yuching Yue and Lin Yuanyuan, like Han Momo, entered Yunjiang University. As for Sun Ruxian, Wen Liliang, and the others, they all entered Yunjiang Wargod University. How wonderful! Even that guy Wang Lifeng got into Chengdu University. Jiang Lin chuckled softly, genuinely pleased. Han Momo, ranked second in the province, didn't go to Chengdu but chose Yunjiang University instead? And what's the deal with Yu Yuntian? How did he end up at Yunjiang Martial God University? With his scores, he could have picked any school in Chengdu. It's really strange. Jiang Lin couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Perhaps Yu Yuntian simply didn't want to leave home. His talent would be wasted at Yunjiang Martial God University. Jiang Lin, are you there? Suddenly, Jiang Lin received a message from Han Momo. Ha? Han Momo? What does she want to know if I'm here? Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before deciding not to reply immediately. He'd see what Han Momo had to say before responding. Jiang Lin, are you there? Jiang Lin, are you there? Are you there? There? But Han Momo never said what was going on. She just kept asking if he was there. Seriously, is this person crazy? If you have something to say, just say it. Why keep asking if I'm here? Jiang Lin was getting annoyed and finally replied bluntly, here. Han Momo, good to know you're available. Could you swing by my school? It's Yunjiang University. Just half an hour. Jiang Lin, go to Yunjiang University? Me? That doesn't seem right. His identity was sensitive. If he went to Yunjiang University and got recognized, it would be awkward. Han Momo, it's fine, just come. Jiang Lin, what's this about? Han Momo kept urging him to come but wouldn't say what it was about. The more she kept saying it, the less likely he was to agree easily. Han Momo, it's been a month since school started. The 5 Elements Academy is organizing a wilderness expedition, a field training trip. We need to find people to form a team. Jiang Lin, teams? Easy enough. With so many people at school, forming a team is no big deal. Han Momo, no, this field trip has restrictions. Each team must have 5 members representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and all 5 must have different elemental attributes. Han Momo, everyone's scrambling to form teams of 5. Right now, our team is missing 1 water element cultivator. Jiang Lin, there should be plenty of water element practitioners. Just grab anyone. Jiang Lin was a bit speechless. Why ask him about such a trivial matter? Just find anyone. Han Momo, I wish I could, but there's no one. I can't find anyone. Jiang Lin, your 5 Elements Academy has over 1,000 students, right? You can't tell me you can't find a single student who practices water attribute cultivation techniques? Don't try to pull one over on me. Han Momo, bitter smile emoji. Truth be told, I've been targeted. Jiang Lin perked up at this, pressing for details. Targeted? What do you mean? You're the 2nd-ranked cultivator in Yunjiang province who dares target you? This was intriguing. The 2nd-ranked cultivator in Yunjiang province being targeted? Could it be a teacher? That would be impossible. Han Momo, resigned emoji. It's just this guy who's been pursuing me. This time he wanted to team up with me. Han Momo, but I really dislike him, so I turned him down. After he got angry, he started targeting me specifically. He won't let other students, especially male students, team up with me. Anyone who dares to team up with me gets targeted by him. Boo-hoo. Han Momo, it was already tough enough finding 3 people to team up with me. Now I just need 1 more water-type student. Please, help me out, okay? Chapter 70, The 5 Elements Beads. Jiang Lin, your situation is pretty rough, but I'm not from Yunjiang University. I can't participate. Han Momo, it's okay. I already checked with the teacher. This event has cultivation attribute restrictions. Since teams need 5 members with different attributes, some teams won't meet the requirements. Han Momo, so the school teachers gave special permission to recruit students from other schools as long as they're under 21. Han Momo, after much thought, you're the most suitable candidate. Plus, you cultivate water attribute techniques perfectly matched. Jiang Lin's combat prowess was undeniable, absolutely top tier. A level 9 warrior could defeat a level 4 war general. If we could get Jiang Lin on board, this field trip would be practically in the bag. Field trip? Jiang Lin pondered for a very long time before finally replying, "Nah, I'll pass. I'm not a student. If someone found out, it'd be pretty embarrassing. This kind of thing was clearly a thankless task. If something went wrong, he'd never be able to clear his name." Han Momo, it's fine. I check, you don't need to be a student. As long as you practice water attribute cultivation techniques and are under 21, you meet the requirements to join the team. Han Momo, there's only one restriction: we can only accept one external member. We're currently one person short and you'd be the perfect fit. Please don't refuse again. Jiang Lin sighed, I'd rather pass. It just doesn't feel right. Participating in this competition would be a waste of effort, not to mention the potential for accidents. It's being held in a mining area where ghost beasts are highly likely to appear. It's a bit dangerous. Han Momo seemed to understand his concerns and explained, the top 3 finishers in this competition receive rewards. Jiang Lin, this isn't about the rewards, it's a matter of principle. Rewards or no rewards, it didn't matter much to Jiang Lin. What kind of rewards could a minor wilderness activity possibly offer? A few peanuts and raisins? Jiang Lin couldn't care less about such trifles. Han Momo, you're underestimating Yunjian University's generosity. The captains of the top 3 teams can each choose one 5 elements orb, plus a large quantity of support pills and 50,000 source crystals. Jiang Lin had no intention of replying. But the moment he saw the name 5 elements bead, he perked up instantly. Jiang Lin, 5 elements bead? Are you sure it's a 5 elements bead? You're not trying to trick me, right? Han Momo, honest deal, no deception. My word is my bond. Don't you trust the credibility of a provincial runner-up? 5 elements bead. Jiang Lin fell silent. The 5 elements bead truly was a treasure. 5 elements bead, an energy or originating from Mars, imbued with potent 5 elements energy. Martial artists cultivating 5 elements techniques who acquire the corresponding 5 elements or can accelerate their cultivation speed by up to 3-fold. In essence, if Jiang Lin cultivated water attribute techniques and obtained a water element pearl, his cultivation speed would triple, an absolute treasure. Han Momo, so? Pretty impressive, right? Jiang Lin, it's okay. Though he typed okay, Jiang Lin was already deeply tempted. After all, 5 elements pearls were extremely rare, controlled by major factions. Han Momo, if you're tempted, just say so. Don't beat around the bush with not bad. If you're interested, come by tomorrow. Han Momo, rest assured, as long as you reach 3rd place, I'll definitely give you a 5 elements pearl. All I want is source crystals and pills. Jiang Lin, alright, deal. Han Momo, welcome, big shot. Welcome, big shot. We're waiting for you to come and carry us to victory. Jiang Lin chuckled. He'd been thinking that constant cultivation was getting a bit tedious. He'd been wanting to do something, but hadn't dared to venture out easily. Now, at least, he had something to do. Linqing City. Yunjian University. 5 Elements Academy. Surrounding Han Momo were 3 girls, their faces clouded with worry, their voices filled with lament. Momo, what are we gonna do? We can't find anyone. You offended Xiao Xen, and now nobody wants to join our team. Yeah, Momo, if we still can't find anyone today, I'm quitting and joining another team. Momo, didn't you say you found someone outside the school? Did you find them? The 3 girls sat there chattering away, which was starting to annoy Han Momo. Xiao Xen, that male student who'd been pursuing her relentlessly. This guy had deep connections, hailing from the Tianhua Technology Group in Linchuan City. He was the son of the group's chairman and also a level 2 warrior. Tianhua Technology Group was the 2nd largest conglomerate in Linchuan City, second only to Tianji Treasure Pavilion in terms of influence. Xiao Xen had just arrived at Yunjian University when he set his sights on Han Momo. But when his advances were rejected, he flew into a jealous rage and blocked Han Momo's team from recruiting members. Xiao Xen made it clear, anyone daring to join Han Momo's team would face his retaliation. Forget 3rd place, they wouldn't even make the top 100. They'd just be waiting for trouble. With few students practicing water attribute cultivation techniques to begin with, Xiao Xen's threats further deterred potential recruits. Now, the 3 sisters by her side were all recent acquaintances with whom she'd developed a decent rapport. Otherwise, these 3 wouldn't have joined her team. Han Momo wore a worried look as she searched for recruits. But when Jiang Lin sent a message saying deal, her worry vanished instantly. Instead, a wave of wild excitement washed over her. Ah, sisters. Sisters. No more worries. No more worries. Don't leave. This time it's settled. This time it's settled. Han Momo leapt to her feet like a madwoman, shouting and laughing wildly. This scene drew the attention of passing students. Fortunately, Han Momo quickly composed herself, lest others mistake her for a fool. Momo, what's gotten into you? What do you mean it's settled? Momo, you haven't gone mad, have you? Even if we're being targeted, there's no need to. Momo, please don't lose your mind. If it comes to it, I won't leave. I won't quit the team. The three friends were already worried enough. Seeing Han Momo like this, their hearts sank completely. They felt it was hopeless. Han Momo tried to stifle her laughter, but it was hard to hold back. Her face flushed bright red. It's all that Xiao Xen's fault. Ugly enough is one thing, but failing to win someone over and then forcing them to agree to him. Oomph. He's just a family-dependent good-for-nothing. Without Tianhua Tech Group, that second-rate hack Xiao Xen would never have reached level 2 warrior. Ah, never mind, never mind. Stop talking about it. Han Momo's face is about to explode from anger. The two sisters chattered back and forth, trying to comfort Han Momo. They urged Han Momo not to lose heart and absolutely refused Xiao Xen. Sisters, I'm telling you this solemnly once more, I found someone. He's rock solid reliable. This time, we're guaranteed a top 3 finish. Just wait and see how he'll carry us all. When the three sisters finally paused, Han Momo finally controlled her expression, her voice stern. She spoke each word deliberately. Chapter 71, Teaming Up. Wait. Momo, are you feverish? Just getting a team is great enough. What do you mean, guaranteed third place? Beside Han Momo, a girl with blonde hair ruffled her hair. I'm not lying to you guys, I recruited a pro player, a real top-tier pro. Han Momo declared triumphantly. Ha? Momo, you're not joking. A pro player really joined our team? Which school is this pro from? Could it be someone from the divine capital? The blonde girl perked up at the news and pressed for details. Of course I'm not joking. This pro isn't from another school, he's an outsider. But trust me, he'll totally take us to the next level. Han Momo thought long and hard, unsure how to describe Jiang Lin. In the end, she simply referred to him as an outsider. An outsider? Momo, is this person you found even reliable? Forget it, forget it. Stop worrying about whether he's reliable or not. Just finding someone to join us is already great. Yeah, who cares if he's a pro? As long as he can compete. The three friends stopped fretting. At this point, it all came down to their own abilities. Lingjiang City. Jiang family residence. Oh no, I agreed too quickly. I need to run this by Dad. Jiang Lin recounted to his father how he had invited Han Momo to join their team. To his surprise, Jiang Feng agreed immediately upon hearing it. Go if you want to. With your abilities, securing a top 5 spot should be a breeze. It'll be good experience. Alright. Jiang Lin nodded and made some quick preparations. They set off early the next morning. Lincheng City, Yunjian University. Where is he? Please don't stand me up. Today's the day to register and form teams. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. Han Momo waited for Jiang Lin at the school gate. Han Momo. Jiang Lin called out softly, then moved with blinding speed, appearing before Han Momo in an instant and startling her. Han Momo gasped, What? Jiang Lin, have you entered the War General tier? She had long suspected Jiang Lin might have reached the War General tier. But seeing it with her own eyes now still felt unbelievable. What? What's so surprising about that? Aren't you a first-level War General now too? Jiang Lin was a bit speechless. Everyone was a War General, yet they acted as if his ascension to the rank was some extraordinary feat. It's different. Before enrolling, I was only at the 9th rank of War General. It was only through the abundant resources and guidance from renowned masters at the Academy that I barely managed to break through to War General. Han Momo chuckled. Breaking through required luck, and clearly hers had been favorable. It's all the same. There's no real difference. Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively, looking unconcerned. Now that you're a War General, has your strength become even more formidable? You could already defeat opponents above your rank before, now you're practically defying the heavens. Han Momo felt overjoyed inside, unsure how to respond. As a mere level 9 warrior, Jiang Lin had already defeated a level 4 War General. Now that he descended to War General, by normal logic, shouldn't he be able to defeat anyone below a 5th rank War General outright? The thought felt utterly unshakable. Among the freshmen at Yunjian University, the strongest were only level 2 War Generals. Moreover, there were only 3 level 2 War Generals. Then there were a few level 1 War Generals, numbering around 20. As for the rest, ranging from 3rd level to 9th level War Generals, they possessed little combat capability. Whoa, Jiang Lin pulled a wry smile. Don't get so worked up. I'm not invincible, don't think I'm that formidable. Don't be so modest. Come on, I'll show you our teammates. Han Momo laughed heartily as she led Jiang Lin toward the school. At the school gate, Jiang Lin signed in, and that was all the restriction he faced. At the small pavilion by the dorm entrance, Han Momo's 3 teammates were seated there. Han Momo waved her hand and called out, Hey, he's here. The legend has arrived. Here she comes. Let's see what this big shot looks like. The three girls immediately stood up and stepped forward to greet him. Upon seeing Jiang Lin beside Han Momo, the three girls paused, furrowing their brows slightly as they scrutinized him up and down repeatedly. Judging solely by Jiang Lin's attire and aura, he didn't seem like much of a powerhouse at all. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Jiang Lin, a level 1 warrior. Han Momo pursed her lips, a hint of pride evident as she introduced him confidently. War general? Hearing those two words, the three sisters froze instantly. MOMO, you're not pulling our leg, right? He really is a war general? The blonde-haired sister asked in astonishment. Absolutely, absolutely. Han Momo's lips curved upward in a smug smile. Jiang Lin, let me introduce you. The blonde one is Wu Zhizhu. Han Momo smiled brightly as she pointed to the blonde-haired girl who had just spoken. Wu Zhizhu wore a school uniform, her fair legs exposed beneath it. Her long, flowing blonde hair framed a strikingly beautiful face. When she smiled, it was like sunshine bursting forth as if she'd stepped straight out of an anime. Few could resist her smile. This is Yuching, black, long, straight hair. Don't let her cool expression fool you once you get to know her, she's a total charmer. Han Momo pointed to another girl with dark hair. Yuching gave Jiang Lin a slight nod. Her looks were merely average. She wore all black, her long dark hair framing a face devoid of any smile or indeed, any expression at all. This one is Ji Yuin, another stunning beauty. Han Momo exclaimed excitedly, pointing to another girl. Ji Yuin stood there in a light yellow floral dress, graceful and slender, giving off the vibe of a girl next door. Ji Yuin? Jiang Lin froze slightly upon hearing the name. Hello. Ji Yuin smiled at Jiang Lin, revealing dimples that made her look utterly adorable. These three are all level 9 warriors, just one step away from becoming battle generals. Rest assured, they won't hold us back at all. Han Momo said cheerfully. No problem. So if we secure a top 3 finish, we'll get a 5 elements orb? Jiang Lin nodded, still feeling uncertain, and double-checked. Oh my, why are you like this? I've told you 100 times it's absolutely guaranteed. Han Momo declared emphatically. Alright. Jiang Lin nodded, ending his questions. They waited quietly for the competition to begin. Come on, let's go register first. Once we confirm, we can't leave the team anymore. Han Momo smiled, leading Jiang Lin and the others to the registration desk. Seeing Han Momo bring non-students to participate, the registration teacher gave Jiang Lin a few extra glances. For some reason, he felt Jiang Lin looked familiar. But he couldn't quite place where. After registering their names, Jiang Lin and Han Momo headed to the playground to sit and rest. Passing students kept glancing their way, murmuring among themselves. Chapter 72, Xiao Xen. Holy crap, Han Momo's got some skills. Even in this environment, she managed to find 4 teammates. What's the point? Xiao Xen already made it clear anyone who teams up with Han Momo will be the first one he kicks out of the event. Damn, there's a guy in Han Momo's team? What's going on? What's the deal between Han Momo and this guy? Han Momo paid no attention to the chatter. She'd make a stunning debut later and show that Xiao Xen what true genius looked like. Momo, teaming up with you is so stressful. I'm getting nervous already. I'm scared our team will be the first one eliminated. Wu Zhizhi's worried expression betrayed her lack of confidence in this team. After all, they'd offended Xiao Xen, the highest-ranked member of the 5 Elements Academy, a level 2 battle general. Zhizhi, what are you afraid of? Xiao Xen is just a level 2 war general, and his cultivation is shallow and unstable. He only got to this rank by forcefully boosting himself with pills and herbs. Don't worry, I alone can hold him off. Han Momo snorted coldly. No matter what, they couldn't let their momentum falter. Yuching beside her nodded silently, though it was unclear whether she agreed or not. It was Ji Yuin beside them who patted Wu Zhizhi on the back with great bravado, her smile radiant as she declared, "Relax, Zhizhi. Momo's brought in the legendary Jiang Lin this time. Why the rush? Just lie back and wait for the win. Alright. Since you all believe in the master, I guess I have to too. I hope Master Jiang Lin really gives me a surprise." Wu Zhizhi rubbed her nose, smiling as she watched Jiang Lin, who was lost in thought. Don't flatter me like that. I'm no god, I can't guarantee I'll lead you to victory. Seeing Wu Zhizhi and the others staring at him, Jiang Lin quickly explained. Did these 4 women really think that just by having him join their team, they could secure first place? He was human, not a god. There were 3 level 2 warriors in the 5 Elements Academy. Reaching second rank warrior at this age meant they weren't ordinary figures. No one had absolute certainty of securing first place, not even Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, don't say things like that. I've been cheering you on the whole time, why are you getting discouraged now? Han Momo sounded slightly displeased, urging him to pull himself together. Sigh. Wu Zhizhi sighed. With Jiang Lin speaking like that, her confidence plummeted even further. Yuching's expression flickered, clearly harboring doubts about Jiang Lin's abilities. First place might be out of reach, but second or third should be within reach. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, still quite confident about the top 2 spots. The moment those words left his mouth, Wu Zhizhi and Zhou Qingqing's mouths twitched violently. How could he speak with such a heavy sigh? That's the spirit. No matter what, you have to believe in yourself. Without confidence, you'll never win. Han Momo clenched her fists, cheering him on. Momo, Xiao Xen is here. Ji Yuin tugged quietly at Han Momo's sleeve and whispered. The sound made Han Momo's body flinch, but also caught Jiang Lin's attention. Following Han Momo's gaze, he saw a male student in a black lab coat. With his black hair parted down the middle, he was of average looks but slightly taller than most. Walking at the front of the crowd, he appeared imposing and carried an air of authority. Xiao Xen, 20 years old, hailed from the Tianhua Technology Group in Linchuan City. As the son of the group's chairman, he had already attained the rank of second-class warrior at such a young age. At this age and rank, he towered above his peers, standing as the foremost figure among the younger generation. Moreover, Xiao Xen was widely regarded as the top student in the 5 Elements Academy at Yunjian University. From the very first day of school, Xiao Xen had set his sights on Han Momo. It was love at first sight, and he embarked on a month-long pursuit. Unfortunately, Han Momo wasn't interested in Xiao Xen's type. She rejected him countless times. Even clay figures have their breaking point, let alone someone as exceptionally gifted as Xiao Xen. After repeated rejections, Xiao Xen's anger turned him against Han Momo. Put. What's so great about you? It's just that your family has a bit more money. Han Momo rolled her eyes at Xiao Xen with visible impatience, her expression dripping with disdain. Momo, this is your final chance. If you agree to team up with me, I guarantee you'll win first place. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Xiao Xen's voice boomed as he strode over with his entourage of sycophants, stopping before Han Momo and Jiang Lin's group with an air of arrogant superiority. Han Momo snorted coldly, not mincing words. Xiao Xen, do whatever you want. Now get lost. Stop annoying people here. Rejected once more, Xiao Xen's rage flared. Pointing at Han Momo, he gritted his teeth. Han Momo, I'm talking to you politely out of respect. Don't think just because I'm interested in you, you can act however you want. You'd better not give me any face. I don't need your damn face. Han Momo turned her head away, unwilling to look at Xiao Xen's sour expression any longer. Fine. Looks like I'll have to show you what I'm made of before you understand what tough really means. Xiao Xen's eyes darkened as he swept his gaze over Wu Zhizhi and Zhou Qingqing, his expression flashing a clear warning. Then, his gaze settled on Ji Yuin. He frowned slightly but merely snorted dismissively before moving on. However, when his gaze swept over Jiang Lin, that dark expression abruptly shifted, turning bloodshot as he coldly snapped, Han Momo, who is this guy? Xiao Xen, are you blind? He's sitting right here with us of course he's our activity partner. Han Momo didn't want to answer, but seeing Xiao Xen's anger escalate, she finally spoke up. What? Han Momo, don't push your luck. You already picked 3 women as teammates, that's bad enough. Now you've added a man? Are you trying to provoke me? Xiao Xen roared, clenching his fists as his piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin remained seated, staring blankly ahead, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Xen. Who do you think you are? I can choose whoever I want as my teammate. It's none of your business. Han Momo snorted coldly, showing no sign of backing down. Fine, you little punk. Got some guts, huh? Xiao Xen's rage turned to a bitter laugh as he continued to bark at Jiang Lin. Which academy are you from? What's your name? How dare you provoke me like this? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Lin remained seated, staring blankly ahead, his eyes vacant, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Xen's words. This behavior stunned not only Wu Zhizhi and Zhou Qingqing but everyone else present. Even Han Momo found herself momentarily tempted to laugh. Jiang Lin was way too calm. This was his attitude toward the top student of the 5 Elements Academy? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. So arrogant it was maddening. Kid, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xiao Xen's rage boiled over. He lunged forward, delivering a vicious kick toward Jiang Lin. Xiao Xen, you dare resort to violence on school grounds. Han Momo immediately stood up, her voice cold with rebuke. What did I? Xiao Xen gritted his teeth, about to roar in fury, but his voice abruptly cut off. His expression twisted instantly as his body shot backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 73, The President of Yunjian University. What? The scene erupted in commotion. All eyes turned to Xiao Xen, sprawled on the ground in a heap. Was it this guy who attacked? So fast? All the students present shifted their gaze to Jiang Lin. That powerful? He sent Xiao Xen flying without even moving? Jiang Lin glanced over but remained silent. Han Momo, Wu Zhizhi, and the others stared at Jiang Lin, their eyes wide with shock. I didn't do it. Sensing something was off, Jiang Lin remarked indifferently. He had been sitting there quietly, not even moving a finger. Xiao Xen, attacking a classmate. Have you forgotten the school rules? A stern shout rang out from the distance. In an instant, a figure charged forward at breakneck speed. His aura radiated formidable power, having reached the War King tier, none other than a professor from Yunjian University. It's him! Jiang Lin turned to look at the teacher, a slight shock flitting through his mind. It was Li Yu, one of the proctors at Linjiang Middle School back then. Back then, Li Yu had only been a level 9 war general. Now, just 2 months later, he had already ascended to the War King tier. So it was teacher Li Yu who intervened. I thought that guy had blown Xiao Xen away without even moving a muscle, scared the hell out of me. Wu Zhizhi patted her chest. Li Yu stood before the crowd, gradually closing in on Xiao Xen. Ouch! Xiao Xen stood up, grimacing and hissing through gritted teeth. He opened his mouth to curse, but upon recognizing Li Yu, he immediately shut up. He obediently explained, I didn't start anything. This guy barged into our school. I was just trying to kick the social loafer out for the school. No matter how cocky Xiao Xen was, facing a teacher of the War King level, he could only behave himself. Oomph, I recognize him. He's already joined Han Momo's team, he's not an outsider. Li Yu's voice was icy as he reprimanded. Teacher Li, I refuse to accept this. Why are outsiders allowed to participate in this event? Xiao Xen gritted his teeth, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Lin. Disagree? Keep it to yourself. Li Yu's eyes flashed with menace as he looked at Xiao Xen's stubborn expression. I know you're from Tianhua Technology and I know how powerful your family's influence is. But I'm warning you, this is Yunjian University. What you do outside doesn't matter, but here, you'll behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll strip you of all your privileges. Fine, I understand. Xiao Xen's cheeks flushed crimson with rage, but considering Li Yu's standing, he dared not argue back. If Li Yu were still a level 9 war general, he wouldn't have feared him. But as a War King level figure, Li Yu is now among Yunjian University's highest ranking officials. If Li Yu insisted on expelling him, it wouldn't be difficult at all. We'll see about that. Xiao Xen shot a glance at Jiang Lin and Han Momo before leading his gang of lackeys away in a hurry. This time, he would make sure Han Momo's team was the first to be eliminated. And he'd teach that ungrateful bastard Jiang Lin a lesson he wouldn't forget. Everyone, stop crowding around here. Get back and prepare for the event. Li Yu waved his hand, dismissing the students who had gathered to watch the spectacle. Seeing Xiao Xen leave, Jiang Lin stood up and approached, smiling. Thanks for stepping in, teacher. Heh, even if I hadn't intervened, you wouldn't have been harmed. Li Yu gave Jiang Lin a deep look. Having reached the rank of Battle King, he clearly sensed something. Though he hadn't needed to intervene, if Jiang Lin had truly suffered any mishap, he wouldn't have been able to account for it. You're joking, teacher. Jiang Lin replied politely. So, you've joined Han Momo's team this time? Li Yu glanced at Han Momo and the others, who looked worried. That's right. Because of that Xiao Xen earlier, their team was short someone cultivating water attributes, so they approached me. I happened to have free time, so I came to check out Yunjian University. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, showing no trace of arrogance. No problem, feel free to look around. This event isn't restricted to external students anyway. Still, I'm glad you could join us. Li Yu smiled and added, alright, I'll be heading out now. If anyone causes trouble again, have Han Momo contact me. Got it. Jiang Lin nodded. Li Yu glanced at his watch and hurried off. Han Momo and the others immediately gathered around. Wu Zhizhi couldn't help but ask, Jiang Lin, what did teacher Li Yu say to you? He wasn't going to kick you out, was he? Zhizhi, watch your tone. Teacher Li Yu is the nicest person. He's the one who agreed to let external students join the event, how could he possibly kick anyone out? Han Momo scolded. It's fine. The teacher just told me to relax a bit and not overdo it. He's worried it might hurt your confidence as Yunjian University students and leave you with psychological scars. Jiang Lin smiled, looking completely unfazed. Wu Zhizhi and the others exchanged awkward glances, glaring at Jiang Lin as if they wanted to punch him. This was way too arrogant. Jokes had their limits. You refused to play along before, but now you're suddenly acting like this? Han Momo sneered, then asked, you saw Xiao Xen earlier too. What do you think of him? What else could I do? Just sit and watch. Jiang Lin sat back down, indifferent. Take this seriously. What if Xiao Xen eliminates us right off the bat? Han Momo said anxiously. Just relax. Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to discuss Xiao Xen any further. Xiao Xen had indeed earned his rank as a level 2 warrior through skill. But as fellow level 2 warriors, Jiang Lin was confident he could take Xiao Xen down. Got it. Han Momo smiled. Beep. Her phone beeped. Han Momo immediately opened her phone. A group message appeared on the screen. For this wilderness event, there are currently 289 teams registered. Any additional teams wishing to participate must register promptly. Registration closes at noon sharp. Students, please hurry. Holy crap, 289 teams? That's a ton of people. Getting into the top 3 is gonna be impossible. Ji Yuin had always been confident, but now her confidence was fading fast. There are over 3,000 people in the 5 Elements Academy. These 289 teams are barely half the total. More teams will probably sign up later. Han Momo also felt worried. With so many competitors, winning the championship would be incredibly difficult. So many people, it should be quite lively. Jiang Lin loved this kind of large-scale event. More people meant more excitement. It might be lively, but I fear we might not get the chance to enjoy it. Han Momo smiled bitterly. They waited until noon. This wilderness event currently has 480 participating teams. Registration is now closed. Students, hurry to the south field of the 5 Elements Academy. 480 teams? That's way too many people. This event's turnout is probably the highest we've ever seen. Of course. The rewards for this event are incredibly generous. You bet. The key factor is that off-campus participants are allowed this time, that's why it's so crowded. The competition is bound to be even fiercer. This statistic inevitably sparked heated discussion. Let's wait right here, Han Momo said. The group was currently on the south field. Before long, the southern field began to fill with people. 480 teams, totaling 2,400 people. This force could wipe out a small ghost beast stronghold. On the elevated platform, a figure appeared without warning. It was a man who appeared quite young, only in his 20s or early 30s. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, clad in a deep blue Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of calm and restraint. Chapter 74, Give more, and they'll come. It's the headmaster. Someone exclaimed, drawing the immediate attention of those present. The principal? Jiang Lin immediately looked up toward the podium. What? Jiang Lin was utterly stunned, his mind reeling at the sight of the principal's youthful appearance. Jiang Lin, this principal is a war emperor-level powerhouse, you know. And a newly ascended one at that, so incredibly powerful. Han Momo exclaimed excitedly. War emperor? Jiang Lin was stunned once more. The principal is already 100 years old this year, but look at that handsome face, it's practically indistinguishable from someone in their 20s. That's the benefit of cultivation. Wu Zhizhi exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Lin looked at the principal again and indeed noticed his skin was taut and wrinkle-free. His silver-gray short hair was neatly combed, indistinguishable from a young man's. Yet upon closer inspection, a profound depth shimmered within the headmaster's eyes, a serene depth forged through the passage of time. So powerful. Is this the War Emperor? Jiang Lin could sense it. Though not particularly tall, the principal radiated an extraordinary energy that seemed to envelop the surrounding area. At that moment, the principal was the very center of the entire south field. The aura he radiated enveloped the 1,000 people present. The once bustling field instantly fell silent. The principal's weathered gaze swept slowly across the crowd. Though his eyes carried no overt intimidation, every student he looked upon felt pressure as immense as a mountain. I am Qin Dingshan, president of Yunjian University. The principal's deep voice resonated. Though not loud, it rang crystal clear in everyone's ears. No microphone or sound system could match the sheer impact of those words. Qin Dingshan paused briefly before continuing. I will now briefly review the rules for this wilderness activity. Listen carefully. The location for this wilderness expedition lies to the southwest, the remote wilderness forests. Within the Qiangya forest dwell large beasts, ghostly creatures, and all manner of rare treasures. Your mission is to locate the hidden source crystals. Each hidden source crystal will bear a star. The number of stars determines your team's ranking. Furthermore, combat is permitted during this activity, but killing fellow students is strictly forbidden. Shortly, each student will be issued an identification tag. Should the tag be removed from your person, you will be deemed to have failed the activity and must withdraw immediately. Once automatically eliminated, you may not attack other students. This event will be overseen by myself, along with 3 Battle King level instructors, Liu, Fan Zhong, and Zhou Lin. 10 level 9 Battle General instructors will assist in supervision. I urge all students to strictly adhere to the rules. Any intentional injury resulting in disability will hold the perpetrator fully accountable. Compliance is non-negotiable. After Qin Dingshan finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling student representatives to distribute the tags. The badge was rectangular, resembling an ID card, and came with a neck cord. Input your source energy and name into the badge to register your identity. Wear it around your neck and protect it at all costs. If you find yourself overwhelmed, surrender the badge immediately to save your life. With that, Qin Dingshan vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. The vehicles outside are ready. Please board promptly, everyone. Liu stepped into thin air and shouted loudly. Let's go. The students present all began streaming toward the school exit. Activate the badge first. Han Momo said, channeling her source energy into the badge. Boom. The once dull badge instantly lit up. Jiang Lin followed suit. The badge offered numerous functions, locating teammates, checking one's star count, identifying ghost beasts, and viewing rankings. Let's go. Join the event and win big prizes. Han Momo jumped excitedly. Wu Zhizhi and Zhou Qingqing wore delighted expressions. Jiang Lin and Ji Yuin followed behind. You're Jiang Lin? As they walked along, Ji Yuin suddenly turned her head and asked. Jiang Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for how to answer. Hadn't they already introduced themselves earlier? Does this girl have such a bad memory? Sorry, my brother mentioned you earlier. He said you're quite talented, Ji Yuin said with an awkward smile. Jiang Lin nodded slightly. Your brother must be Ji Yulong, right? He's quite talented, ranked second in Yunjiang province, just 1 point behind me. Yeah, I hope you do your best this time and lead us to first place. Ji Yuin pumped her little fist, cheering him on. You're overestimating me. Jiang Lin chuckled, realizing just how charismatic he must be. My brother said you're the only one who makes him feel pressured. So you definitely won't let us down. Ji Yuin's voice rang clear as a bell, her smile blooming like a flower. Well, I'll try my best. Jiang Lin scratched his ear, feeling a bit baffled. Hey, Jiang Lin, Yuin, what are you two whispering about over there? Han Momo stopped in her tracks and slowly approached Jiang Lin. Nothing much, just talking about my brother. Ji Yuin sighed. Your brother, Ji Yulong? If he could join our team, we'd definitely take first place. Han Momo had invited Ji Yulong before, but he was busy and couldn't make it. She'd also invited Yu Yuntian, but he was currently undergoing special training and had no time. Ha! Ji Yuin covered her mouth and chuckled. She had already asked him. Ji Yulong claimed he was busy, but in truth, he had nothing to do. It was simply that Ji Yulong held himself in high regard and looked down on the event as being beneath him. He didn't want to participate and risk losing face. By the way, with your scores, you could have chosen any school in the divine capital. Why did you ultimately stay in Yunjiang? Jiang Lin had always been curious and asked. Isn't that obvious? Yunjiang University offered the most. Han Momo replied cheerfully. Offered more? Jiang Lin looked utterly perplexed. Exactly. They offered more. More yuan crystals, plus all kinds of guarantees and top-notch education. Of course I stayed. Han Momo said it as if it were perfectly obvious. She continued, it's not just me. Yu Yuntian went to Yunjiang Martial God University too. They gave him a lot as well. Otherwise, why would he have gone there? That's true. Jiang Lin nodded silently. Thinking about it, it made sense. Han Momo and Yu Yuntian came from ordinary backgrounds with average family circumstances. Even if they went to the divine capital, the treatment might not be bad, but in terms of resource supply, it might actually be inferior to staying here. It's all the same anyway. These universities are all among the top in Hua Nation. The faculty isn't that different, they're all led by Battle King level experts. It's all the same. Han Momo shrugged indifferently with a smile. She certainly didn't regret this choice. Wu Zhizhi suddenly interjected, enough chatter, we're at the poor wilderness forest. Chapter 75, the event begins. After a 4-hour journey spanning dozens of vehicles, finally, they came to a halt. A lush mountain forest gradually came into view. Qianjishan Forest lay to the southwest. Dense green trees blanketed the mountains, shading the sky and blocking out the sun, leaving the interior dark and impenetrable. As a breeze swept through, muffled beastly roars echoed from within. Such fierce, malevolent energy. Jiang Lin frowned. Even from a distance, he could see deep claw marks gouged into the tree trunks. These sharp gashes were undoubtedly left by ghost beasts of general level or higher. Testing students with war general level ghost beasts? This school's got some nerve. Jiang Lin muttered under his breath, unable to help but admire the school's audacity. Among the 2,400 students, including himself, there were only 4 level 2 war generals, while level 1 war generals numbered around 20. If any single squad encountered that war general level ghost beast, they'd be in serious trouble. Someone in the school group just shared an internal memo. Apparently there are 10 war general level ghost beasts in this Jiangye forest, plus hundreds of lower tier ghost beasts. Han Momo glanced at the group chat and gasped. Wu Zhizhi looked blankly ahead, her voice hollow. 10 war general level ghost beasts? Are they crazy? These beasts are already stronger than us. A single level 1 war general ghost beast is comparable to a human level 2 war general. 10 of them? I have no idea how we're supposed to fight this. It's fine. This Qiangye forest is enormous, over 50 square kilometers. As long as we stay on the outskirts and don't venture deep in, we won't encounter too many ghost beasts. Han Momo checked the map and relaxed a bit. Alright, students. The 3-day wilderness activity begins. Keep your identification tags secure. If one detaches from your body, it will automatically count as failure. Those who fail will be escorted out by monitoring robots. Also, do not harm others. Surveillance robots will monitor every corner of the wilderness at all times. The activity commences 1 hour after all students have entered the wilderness. Please find shelter quickly. As Liu's voice echoed out, a massive crowd of students surged into the wilderness. 2,400 people, a number capable of devastating carnage in any era. Let's go, we're heading in too. First, find a safe spot to assess the terrain. Han Momo, as the team leader, quickly instructed.
Jiang Lin nodded and followed into the woods. Within the woods, beast roars erupted intermittently.
Clearly, the influx of students had stirred the displeasure of wild beasts and ghost beasts, sparking significant clashes. Above the wilderness and forests, Principal Qin Dingshan of Yunjiang Academy and several War King level teachers surveyed the forest below, chatting and laughing.
Qin Dingshan, hands clasped behind his back, remarked casually, Liu, which team do you think will take the championship? Or at least secure a spot in the top 3? Hard to say. But if I had to pick the most likely, it would be Xiao Xen's group. Xiao Xen himself is a level 2 war general, and his team includes 2 level 1 war generals. They're bound to secure a spot in the top 3. Though Liu didn't think much of Xiao Xen as a student, he couldn't deny the latter's prowess. A level 2 warrior plus 2 level 1 warriors plus 2 level 9 soldiers. This lineup practically dominates the entire wilderness forest. Principal Qin Dingshan nodded. What about the others?
The others?
Well, that student named Yuching Yue's team seems pretty solid too.
Yuching Yue is a level 1 war general, and all 4 of her teammates are level 9 warriors. I wouldn't say they're guaranteed a top 3 spot, but a top 10 finish should be a sure thing. Then there's Mu Long and Gao Yuxing, both level 2 warriors. Their teams aren't half bad either.
Cracking the top 10 shouldn't be a problem for them. Li Yu's assessment was spot on, leaving no room for criticism. Fan Zhong, Zhou Lin, what about you? Which teams do you think stand out?
Qin Dingshan turned his gaze to the other 2 young mentors.
I think Xiao Xen's team is quite good, and Mo Qing's team is decent too. Zhang Yang's team is somewhat interesting too.
Teachers Fan Zhong and Zhou Lin both shared their respective opinions.
Mei Cham, all are acceptable. Qin Dingshan nodded, then looked at Li Yu and added, I heard Han Momo's team has an outsider. Is it Jiang Feng's son?
That's right.
It's Jiang Feng's son, Jiang Lin.
As the top-ranked student in our Yunjiang province's major exam, he scored the highest.
Han Momo is currently ranked 2nd.
Given their connection, their team has a high probability of making it into the top 3.
Li Yu gave an awkward smile.
It was precisely because of Jiang Lin that he hadn't mentioned Han Momo's team, yet the old man, the principal, had brought it up himself.
And that Jiang Lin had some friction with Xiao Xen this morning, didn't he? Keep a close eye on him.
Make sure nothing happens to Jiang Lin, lest people start gossiping. Qin Dingshan sighed impatiently before turning and vanishing.
However, Qin Dingshan hadn't truly departed.
He headed toward the dense forests beyond Xiangya Mountain. Rumor had it that a war emperor-level ghost beast lurked there.
Trees blocked out the sun, forming a dense canopy.
A sensation that was neither hot nor cold permeated his entire body. The sweat clung to his skin, sticky and pungent. The forest was pitch black, forcing him to navigate by the faintest glimmer of sunlight. One careless step could lead to stepping on some animal's nest. Hiss! A red-striped spearhead snake hung from a branch.
Its dark pupils watched Jiang Lin and his companions warily as they trespassed into its territory.
Yet, sensing something extraordinary about Jiang Lin and his companions, the snake held its ground, biding its time for the perfect moment.
As Jiang Lin and the others drew closer to its nest, the red-banded spearhead snake could no longer hold back.
Its body sprang forward, lunging toward Han Momo, who was leading the group.
Boom!
But before the red-striped spearhead snake could reach Han Momo, Jiang Lin raised his hand and struck it, blasting it into a mist of blood that dissipated in the air.
Should we get some insect repellent or something?
Wu Zhizhi pulled a bottle from her source stone ring.
No need, Zhizhi.
Han Momo waved her small hand, releasing a surge of source energy. The insects and other creatures that had been approaching instantly retreated.
Momo, you're draining your source energy like this.
Wu Zhizhi worried.
What if we run into other students?
You won't have the strength to fight.
Leave the fighting to Jiang Lin. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Han Momo grinned at the composed Jiang Lin. Either way is fine. Jiang Lin offered no objection, merely nodding quietly.
Only a few minutes left until the 1-hour mark, and we still haven't found a decent hiding spot. Zhou Qingqing, who had been quiet all along, spoke up.
In 1 hour, the event would officially begin. If we run into other students then, we'll probably have to fight. There should be a cave over there. Shall we go check it out?
Ji Yuin closed her eyes, scanned the area with her psychic senses, and asked.
Chapter 76, One Punch Knockout. Let's go.
Jiang Lin, Han Momo, and the others charged toward the cave. Soon, they arrived at the cave Ji Yuin had detected. The cave entrance was wide but obscured by tangled vines and foliage.
I'll handle it. Zhou Qingqing stepped forward.
Source energy surged within her as she swept her hand, unleashing a burst of purple flames.
Within mere seconds, the vines and leaves were completely scorched away. Yay!
Han Momo immediately stepped inside, scanning the cave to confirm no large creatures lurked within.
This cave is spacious enough to live in like a villa. Jiang Lin followed her into the cave.
A breeze carrying the earthy, damp scent of soil and water blew in, dispelling the stifling heat. The cave's ceiling soared 2 to 3 meters high, and the interior space was vast.
It could easily accommodate not just the 5 of them, but 50 people with room to spare. Deep within the cave, a stream flowed. Above, stalagmites gathered dripping water. This place is a hiding spot, but it's also pretty damp. Han Mo wrinkled her nose, not fond of the damp environment. It's not bad. It keeps out the wind and rain, and it's sufficiently hidden. Wu Zhizhi surveyed the surroundings, feeling quite satisfied. Bang! Zhou Qingqing flicked her finger, and a ball of flame began to warm the cave. Soon, the cave grew much warmer. It also grew much brighter. This is amazing. It makes me want to practice fire attribute cultivation techniques, being able to roast food anytime, perfect for wilderness adventures. Han Momo exclaimed excitedly. 1 hour has passed. Time's up. Wu Zhizhi stared at the ranking board and suddenly shrieked, wow, so fast. Some teams have already been eliminated, and others have found the hidden source crystals and earned stars. No way. It's barely been a minute, and someone's already been eliminated? Who is it? Moving so fast? The pressure's on. Han Momo immediately opened the ranking board. At the top of the team rankings, the name that stood out was none other than Xiao Xen's team. Damn it, it really is that bastard Xiao Xen. Han Momo cursed immediately. Xiao Xen is pretty skilled. Don't underestimate him. Ji Yuin was also somewhat surprised, clearly realizing Xiao Xen's strength far exceeded her expectations. She recalled her brother Ji Yulong saying Xiao Xen was only second-rate, not even first-rate, and absolutely couldn't take first place. Now, seeing this, things looked dicey. Xiao Xen genuinely had a shot at first place, and the odds were heavily in his favor. Should we go out and try our luck too? After all, hiding here isn't going to solve anything, Wu Zhizhi asked tentatively. Let's wait a bit. See how things play out first. Han Momo couldn't make up her mind and decided to wait it out. The competition had just begun, and the battle among the students was bound to be fierce. Avoid the sharp edge, then avoid the sharp edge again. The leaderboards changed again. Wu Zhizhi exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Lin immediately looked at the board. Star leaderboard. The rankings only displayed captains. First place, Captain Yuching. Second place, Captain Xiao Xen. Third place, Captain Mo Cheng. Fourth place, Captain Mulong. Fifth place, Captain Gao Yuching. Sixth place, Captain Zhang Yang. Elimination leaderboard. Eliminations list displays individual players. First place, Yuching eliminated 11 players. Second place, Mo Cheng eliminated 8 people. Third place, Xiao Xen eliminated 5. Fourth place, Mulong eliminated 4. Fifth place, Gao Yuching eliminated 4. Sixth place, Zhang Yang eliminated 4 contestants. Wow, Sister Qingyue is so amazing. It's barely started, and she's already eliminated 11 people. She's number 1 on both leaderboards. Ji Yuin exclaimed with delight. Qingyue is truly incredible. Han Momo was utterly in awe. Her score was slightly higher than Yuching Yue's. But in terms of combat prowess, she fell far short. This woman's cultivation speed isn't any slower than mine. I wonder how she trains. Jiang Lin thought he was fast enough, but never expected this woman, Yuching Yue, to be even faster. This is getting my blood pumping. Why don't we go out and explore too? Wu Zhizhi clenched her little fists and called out. Let's wait a bit longer and see how the situation develops. Han Momo pondered before replying. But no sooner had Han Momo finished speaking than a booming voice echoed from outside. What's there to wait for? You won't be able to wait even if you wanted to. Someone's coming. Jiang Lin slowly rose to his feet, gazing toward the cave entrance. Who is it? Han Momo's face grew tense as she stepped forward, her source energy surging. Zhou Qingqing and the other 2 also sprang to their feet, instantly entering combat readiness. This cave is really nice, spacious and warm. The voice echoed again as a group of 5 slowly walked in from outside. Leading the way was a thin, dark-skinned student whose source energy surged powerfully, clearly a level 1 battle general. Han Momo, it's you. What a coincidence. Looks like your luck's running out. The dark-skinned student's lips curled slightly as he scanned Han Momo and Jiang Lin's group, unable to suppress a laugh. Zhang Yang? Han Momo's heart skipped a beat, her gaze sharpening with caution. Zhang Yang, what do you mean? Get out of here immediately. Zhang Yang, a top-tier first-rank warrior. Han Momo, that question is incredibly naive. Since we've run into each other, why waste time with such nonsense? Zhang Yang laughed. Bro Yang, why waste time with these women? Just eliminate them all. This cave is ours. A burly student beside Zhang Yang spoke bluntly. This man was also a first-class warrior, in no way inferior to Zhang Yang. 2 level 1 warriors and 3 level 9 fighters, what a formidable lineup. Han Momo hadn't expected such overwhelming strength right off the bat. Both sides were essentially evenly matched. Momo, don't waste words with these guys, just get to it. Zhou Qingqing stepped forward, flames swirling around her. Go! Take them out. Zhang Yang and his 4 companions moved with blinding speed, closing in on Jiang Lin and the others in an instant. Go! Han Momo was usually cautious, but in this moment, her source power erupted as she charged straight at Zhang Yang. Leave that big guy to me. Jiang Lin nodded slightly, charging head-on into the opposing giant. Kid, this punch packs the power of a second-tier war general. Think your frame can handle it? The giant roared with laughter, channeling source energy into his fist. Like a black bear, he charged forward with a thunderous bellow, slamming into Jiang Lin. Celestial Lion Fist. Jiang Lin's expression remained impassive as he stepped forward. A lion's phantom appeared behind him, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the fist. With a lion's roar, his fist collided head-on with the giant's. Roar! A lion's roar thundered like a clap of thunder. The rumbling echoed in the big guy's ears. Ah! The big man screamed, momentarily dazed. Then, it felt as though his fist had struck solid iron. Before he could retaliate, his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the stone cave wall before sliding down. The commotion drew the attention of the other 8 men present, all of whom turned to look. Chapter 77, 5 Strikes Down. Ha! Zhang Yang's jaw dropped. Already thin and dark-skinned, he now looked comically absurd, frozen in place like a monkey. This, a second-tier warrior? Han Momo's expression twisted, her mind filled with question marks. Damn, a level 2 war general. I totally underestimated him, ha ha ha. Wu Ziji's eyes widened as she burst into excited laughter. Jiang Lin shifted his feet and appeared before the big guy, who scrambled backward in fright, shouting frantically. I surrender. I surrender. Don't hit me. I give up. Relax, it's just an event. I wouldn't hurt you. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, snatching the badge from the big guy's neck. My apologies, brother Zhang Yang. Seeing his badge snatched away, the big guy glanced at Zhang Yang with a look of shame and embarrassment. You for surrender, or want to keep fighting? Jiang Lin turned to face the stunned members of Zhang Yang's team. Fight! Zhang Yang barked. Surrendering without a fight would be utterly humiliating. Oomph! Han Momo wore a smug look as she instantly locked into combat with Zhang Yang. Both were first-tier warriors, and their cultivation techniques were of equal rank. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. But Zhang Yang was feeling pretty good about himself. The other 3 teammates, however, were in trouble. Bang! 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 Jiang Lin charged forward, landing a punch on each of them. 3 punches later, Zhang Yang's 3 teammates were all lying on the ground. He glanced down, the name tag around his neck was gone. Just as Zhang Yang was about to curse, Jiang Lin's figure darted forward like a ghost. Another punch landed, knocking Zhang Yang completely out of commission. Jiang Lin snatched the badge from Zhang Yang's neck. Jiang Lin landed a 5-hit combo. Oh yeah! That was amazing! That was amazing! So easy! Wu Ziji jumped up and down excitedly, shouting. So strong! Even the usually quiet Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but praise. So glad I picked the right person. Han Momo closed her eyes in prayer, feeling utterly blissful. Wait, dude, where did you come from? How are you a level 2 war general? I'm seriously impressed. How did I end up facing you guys right off the bat? Zhang Yang's expression darkened, his initial smirk now twisted into a frown. Picking off the strongest right off the bat, what luck? Bro, you're a level 2 warrior? How come I've never seen you before? You're not from this school, are you? Which school do you go to? The big guy, holding his waist, shuffled over slowly, curiosity written all over his face. Heh, I'm not from Yunjian University. I'm an outsider. Jiang Lin smiled, making no attempt to conceal his identity. Impressive, impressive. I'm impressed. Zhang Yang and the big guy exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. What could they do? That's just luck. Just moments ago, they'd been thinking they could eliminate Han Momo, their formidable rival, right off the bat. But the next second, they themselves were eliminated. Let's go! Zhang Yang and the big guy received their elimination notifications and led their teammates out of the cave. Outside the cave, the surveillance drone hovering overhead descended, scanned Zhang Yang and the others' identities, then whisked them away. Well, well. Han Momo shook her head with a sigh, her eyes crinkling in amusement as she looked at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, your cultivation progress is astonishing. And your strength is formidable. An ordinary level 1 war general wouldn't last a single move against you. Pretty much. But you could still trade one blow with me and only one. Jiang Lin chuckled, his words laced with provocation. You. Han Momo pouted, pointing her finger at Jiang Lin. Despite her irritation, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Jiang Lin was a level 2 war general. Combined with his terrifying combat prowess, he could probably take on a normal level 5 war general single-handedly. That Xiao Xen? A level 2 warrior? He was nothing but a fart in front of Jiang Lin. Han Momo was already fantasizing about running into Xiao Xen's squad the moment they stepped outside. So what's next? What do you say? Han Momo was getting impatient. Momo, what's gotten into you? Just a moment ago you were insisting we rest here and didn't want to go out searching for stars. Now you suddenly want to go out? Wu Zhizhi looked utterly perplexed, unable to understand. Zhizhi, can't you see? Momo was scared we'd get caught by Xiao Xen's squad the moment we stepped out, worried we couldn't fight them off. But now that Jiang Lin has suddenly shown his second-ranked general strength, Momo isn't scared anymore. Ji Yuin covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, I see. Wu Zhizhi suddenly understood. There was no way around it. Besides Xiao Xen himself being a level 2 warrior, his group also had 2 level 1 warriors and 2 level 9 fighters. We simply couldn't win against them. But with Jiang Lin, we finally have the strength to fight them. Han Momo didn't hide anything, she was genuinely worried about this. But even so, we still fall short against Xiao Xen's team. The gap between warriors and generals is too vast. Even if the three of us, me, Zhizhi, and Yuin joined forces, we probably couldn't hold back a single general. If it came to a fight, we'd likely be overwhelmed instantly. Zhou Qingqing carefully assessed the battle situation. She still felt they couldn't win. Qingqing's right. Ji Yuin nodded in agreement. Jiang Lin would face Xiao Xen, while Han Momo would take on one commander. But Xiao Xen's team still had 2 level 1 generals. If the three of them fought one general plus 2 level 9 warriors, they'd likely be wiped out instantly. No problem. Leave it all to me. Jiang Lin walked toward the exit, his tone calm. If all the warriors from Yunjian University were at Zhang Yang's level, they could basically sweep through the competition. Hopefully, that Xiao Xen would bring some excitement. Hopefully, he'll deliver an evenly matched battle between equals. Oh yeah, awesome. Wu Zhizhi jumped up in excitement and hurried out of the cave. Let's go. Han Momo no longer worried. What was there to worry about now? It was the other teams who should be worried. This is perfect, Ji Yuin murmured with a smile, feeling instantly relieved. She had thought joining Han Momo's team was a mistake, expecting them to be eliminated soon. Little did she know they'd gain Jiang Lin, such a powerhouse. Moreover, Jiang Lin was incredibly strong. She had a hunch his combat prowess wouldn't be any weaker than her brother Ji Yulon's. They were practically evenly matched. If we don't get out there soon, how are we ever going to win first place? Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. If they wanted first place, they couldn't just hide and wait for it. Outside the Qiangya Mountains, Liu, Fan Zhong, and Zhou Lin were chatting idly. This Yuching is quite something. She's actually overtaken Xiao Xen? Heh, that girl's from Linjian Divine Fish Tech. Though their influence isn't huge, I heard they've made new breakthroughs lately that can massively boost combat power. Ha? How did that kid Zhang Yang get eliminated? Zhou Lin suddenly noticed Zhang Yang's name on the elimination list. Another warrior from Zhang Yang's team got eliminated too. All 5 members of their team were eliminated within a minute. Fan Zhong checked the data in astonishment. Chapter 78, Showtime. Stop checking. It was Han Momo's team that eliminated Zhang Yang's squad. Liu glanced at the leaderboard and immediately saw the truth. Han Momo's team is that strong? Zhou Lin finally retrieved the data and even accessed the surveillance footage. Surveillance, even the students didn't know there were cameras installed. The footage shows Jiang Lin defeated Team Zhang Yang. Zhou Lin sucked in a sharp breath, immediately copied the recording, and shared it in the mentor group chat. 1 against 5. Well, not exactly 1 against 5. Fan Zhong's face twisted in disbelief. How did that kid Jiang Lin get so good? I even saved his ass once. For this? What a waste. Li Yu's mouth twitched. He knew Jiang Lin was skilled, but never imagined he'd be this formidable, knocking out a level 1 combatant with a single punch. The video of Jiang Lin eliminating Team Zhang Yang with 5 punches sparked a flurry of reactions in the mentor group. Some mentors immediately started ranting. Who is this? His combat prowess is terrifying. This student is something else, a level 2 warrior one-punching a level 1 warrior. Which class is this kid from? Whose student is he? Tag him. He's not from our school. He's an outsider brought in to fill the numbers for the event. I know this guy, isn't he Jiang Feng's son? Jiang Lin, the top scorer in our Yunjian province's major exam, though he got replaced by that kid from the Ji family. Holy crap? Jiang Feng's son? That's insane. Who the hell let Jiang Feng's son join the event? As soon as that was said, a teacher in the group sent an embarrassed emoji, then added, education for all, right? Bull about no discrimination. The son of that traitor Jiang Feng has no right to participate in our Yunjian University events. Kick him out. Get him out of here. That might not be feasible. Jiang Lin has already entered the competition, and the data is already recorded. Kicking him out now wouldn't look good. What's inappropriate about it? Kick him out. Get this kid out of here. Several teachers who harbored deep hatred for Jiang Feng grew frantic, shouting demands to expel Jiang Lin. Among them were those who had lost loved ones in the battle at Haicheng. Now, seeing Jiang Lin participating in the event, they were seething with rage. I'm afraid it's not possible. The principal knew Jiang Lin was participating all along and didn't stop him. Everyone, don't waste your breath ranting here. Zhou Lin added. You blind bastard. The group chat continued to vent, but no one paid much attention anymore. After a while, the complaints finally died down. But then a wave of concern swept through. Jiang Lin is so strong, and with Han Momo and others supporting him, only Xiao Xen, Mulan, and Gao Yuching's team might be able to stop him. Doesn't that mean Jiang Lin is guaranteed at least a top 5 finish? Not necessarily. Jiang Lin's strength is formidable. His cultivation technique must be extraordinary. It definitely surpasses the level of a mere war general. He might even be slightly stronger than Xiao Xen and the others. Damn it, this kid is that good. The group chattered back and forth, their hearts sinking. But bound by the rules, everyone had no choice but to let it go. Deep within the wild mountain forests, Jiang Lin and his group roamed, searching for the hidden source crystals. We can't find them. We just can't find them. Where the hell are those hidden source crystals? Han Momo had led the team searching for nearly an hour, yet they hadn't found a single hidden source crystal. Checking the leaderboard, the top-ranked Yuching had already secured 10 stars. Xiao Xen, ranked second, had also secured 5 stars, a substantial haul. Looks like we'll have to resort to some measures. Otherwise, even if we manage to hold out, we won't make it into the top ranks. Jiang hesitated for a moment before employing a secret technique. Through its connection, she quickly pinpointed the location of a hidden source crystal. Let's go! Jiang led the team toward the pinpointed location. Sure enough, after a thorough search, the 5 of them discovered a hidden source crystal. Buried beneath a massive tree, the source crystal lay beside a star crafted entirely of gold. 50 source crystals in total, a gift from the school. Once we're out, we'll split them, with Yuching getting the lion's share. Han Momo chuckled, waving her hand as she gathered them up. Unexpectedly, just as Han Momo finished speaking, a squad approached from the distance. Led by a level 1 war general, the squad included 4 level 9 warriors, a formidable lineup. The opposing leader barked coldly, "Hey, hand over that star. Eliminating you guys would be a shame, let's just grow peacefully." Want the stars? Come and take them. Han Momo waved the stars in her hand and chuckled lightly. Refuse the wine, drink the punishment. The 5 opponents clearly weren't new to this. At their leader's command, they swiftly attacked, each unleashing their ultimate skills. I'll handle this, Captain. Jiang Lin's figure flickered as he instantly intercepted the enemy. The clash erupted instantly, revealing their respective ranks. A level 2 war general. Who are you? There's no one like you in our 5 Elements Academy. The leader panicked. Before his words had even faded, Jiang Lin's fist sent him reeling backward. Before he could retaliate, Jiang Lin had already snatched the badge from his chest. Swish, swish, swish. As for the remaining 4, they couldn't stop Jiang Lin from plundering them. In less than a minute, all 4 were eliminated. The 3 stars in their possession were likewise inherited by Han Momo. Damn, I'm speechless. How can there be a second-rank warrior besides Xiao Xen, Gao Yuching, and Mulan? The others muttered among themselves before being swiftly led away by the surveillance robots. That was incredible, Jiang Lin. You're our ultimate guardian angel. Han Momo gave him a thumbs up, her face beaming with admiration. Now we have 4 stars. Instead of hunting for more, why not wait for prey to come to us? Wu Ziji's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. Each hidden source crystal site holds 50 crystals. We can only snatch stars from others, not their crystals. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. Zhou Qingqing, who had been silent, spoke up. She truly couldn't bear to part with those 50 source crystals. Qingqing's right. Jiang, the wealthiest woman present, clapped her hands in agreement. Jiang's family owned the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. What treasure didn't they have? Source crystals were so plentiful they were countless. A mere 50 source crystals weren't even enough to fill the gap between her teeth. But Jiang knew not everyone present shared her wealth. Of course we can't abandon those 50 source crystals. Keep searching. Han Momo voiced her support as well. Next, Han Momo led the team around, engaging anyone they encountered in battle. They encountered numerous teams and many ghost beasts, but none were of high rank. As for that war general level ghost beast, not a single trace of it had been seen to this day. By the end of the afternoon, they had made substantial gains, collecting 30 stars. Their ranking had reached a new stage. Chapter 79, Charging the Rankings. Dusk approached, and the sky darkened. The already gloomy mountain forest seemed even darker. Occasional bird calls echoed through the woods. Nightfall clearly marked the animals' time to roam, bringing with it a heightened sense of danger. I'm so tired. Shouldn't we find a place to rest? This event lasts 3 days, we can't just keep running like this. Wu Ziji collapsed onto a rock, panting heavily. That cave we found earlier was pretty good. Should we go back? Han Momo scanned the area but found no better shelter. The 5 agreed unanimously. They finally reached the cave where they'd previously stopped before nightfall. However, another group was already occupying the cave. But upon seeing Han Momo, they voluntarily vacated the space. Thank you, thank you. Take care on your way. Han Momo waved her thanks to the students. Finally, we can rest. Yuching unleashed flames, scorching the entire cave.
The air instantly filled with warmth, and lying on the rocks felt incredibly comfortable.
Wow, our team's in second place. Wu Zhizhi beamed as she checked the rankings. Star ranking board.
The leaderboard only displayed the team captain.
First place, Captain Xiao Xen, 31 stars.
Second place, Captain Han Momo, 30 stars. Third place, Captain Yuching, 25 stars. Fourth place, Captain Mulong, 24 stars. Fifth place, Captain Gao Yuching, 23 stars. Sixth place, Captain Wang Yan, 20 stars.
Elimination leaderboard. Eliminations list displays individuals. First place, Jiang Lin, eliminated 101 people. Second place, Xiao Xen, eliminated 80 people. Third place, Yuching, eliminated 70 people. Fourth place, Mulong, eliminated 30 people. Fifth place, Gao Yuching, eliminated 29 people. Sixth place, Wang Yan, eliminated 25 people. Wei Yi, we're just 1 star away from overtaking Xiao Xen. Keep pushing, give it everything you've got, and we'll be number 1.
Han Momo laughed heartily, her joy beyond words.
Jiang Lin, you're incredible.
You're now at the top of the elimination leaderboard, having eliminated over 100 people. Even Xiao Xen can't match you. Wu Zhizhi squealed, her wide eyes practically popping out of her head as she looked at Jiang Lin.
Zhizhi, enough already.
Keep staring like that and your eyes will pop out. Ji Yuin quickly patted Wu Zhizhi, urging her to mind her appearance.
Hee, awesome, awesome.
Wu Zhizhi wiped her mouth and beamed. Jiang Lin, let's exchange contact info.
Sure. Jiang Lin didn't refuse. Contact info was nothing to him. I want to add him too.
Ji Yuin raised her hand, immediately rushing forward to add him. Zhou Qingqing said nothing, but she too pulled out her phone and added him.
Who wouldn't want to rub shoulders with a genius like Jiang Lin?
Han Momo, busy roasting wildfowl over the campfire, bellowed, alright. Contacts exchange, time to relax.
Eat, drink, and be merry. In these impoverished wilderness mountains, aside from ghost beasts and students, wild animals were the most abundant. Game like pheasants and wild boars were countless.
After eating and drinking their fill, Jiang Lin and the others lay down on the rocks to rest.
I'll rest for a bit. If anyone comes, just wake me up.
Jiang Lin rose and began circulating his cultivation technique, deepening his understanding.
Today's entry was a Tier 2 entry, Insight. Insight, when practicing cultivation techniques or wielding martial arts, one can enhance proficiency.
With good fortune, one may grasp the true essence of these arts, a condensed version of divine enlightenment.
Such a golden opportunity must not be missed.
As for the 4 women nearby, they could only tell he was cultivating, they couldn't discern the details.
Momo, has he always been this dedicated? Ji Yuin lay on the rock, nudging Han Momo beside her.
Han Momo lay bored on the rock, her body squashed flat.
She shook her head. No idea. But he definitely wouldn't have reached this level without hard work. Sigh, as expected. You just can't compete with a genius.
Wu Zhizhi idly fiddled with a stone. Those who made it into Yunjiang University were essentially the top geniuses from every city.
Anyone who met them would have to call them geniuses. But now, these geniuses had encountered an even more diligent genius. At that moment, at Xiao Xen's temporary residence.
They were inside a hollowed-out tree trunk. The hollow was enormous, likely centuries old, and housed a war general-level ghost beast. Xiao Xen and his companions had joined forces to slay it, claiming the hollow as their shelter. It offered decent protection from wind and rain, not inferior to Jiang Lin's group's cave.
Damn it! How did Han Momo's team climb so fast? We can't shake them off. They're only 1 star away from overtaking us now. Han Momo couldn't possibly have done it herself.
I heard it was that guy in her team who did it. He's now ranked first on the elimination leaderboard, a level 2 war general, same rank as brother Xen.
That kid Zhang Yang got taken out. 2 level 1 warriors whispered beside Xiao Xen.
One was named Zhao Yang, the other Zhao Shuo. Both hailed from Skyfire Tech Group like Xiao Xen and were his cousins. The remaining 2 level 9 warriors were temporary fill-ins who contributed little to their team's strength. Where did Han Momo find such a skilled fighter?
Xiao Xen was deeply frustrated, scheming about how to slow Han Momo's progress. Xen, why don't we go find Han Momo and her crew? Look for an opening to take them out. Otherwise, they'll become roadblocks to our ascent sooner or later.
Zhao Yang asked, his face cold.
Exactly, Xing. If we don't deal with them now, they'll overtake us. Zhao Shuo echoed the sentiment. Easy for you to say, but can you even find them? This remote wilderness is huge, where would you even start looking? Xiao Xen naturally wanted to eliminate Han Momo as soon as possible.
Firstly, because he had made that promise earlier. Second, Han Momo's team had become a serious threat to him. If Han Momo won the championship, he would never be able to hold his head high in front of her again.
If we can't find them, should we split up and search? Zhao Shuo pondered before asking. Split up my ass.
With just a few of you, forget about encountering Han Momo's team, you wouldn't even stand a chance against a regular squad.
Xiao Xen rolled his eyes at Zhao Shua. What a bunch of useless idiots. Then what choice do we have? Zhao Shua asked tentatively. Xiao Xen was utterly speechless. What other choice did they have? Were they supposed to go looking for Han Momo and the others in the middle of the night? Finding them was one thing, but what if they got ambushed by a horde of ghost beasts? Good night. Zhao Shua scratched his head, turned, and ran off to sleep. Chapter 80, Serious Decline. Outside the Qiangye wilderness, Li Yu and several mentors huddled around a campfire. Whoa, this is getting interesting. Interesting my foot. Jiang Lin has already eliminated 101 contestants. This is disastrous. What are we to do? At this rate, with Jiang Lin's elimination streak, he'll surely take first place. We're Yunjian University, one of the top schools in the country. We spent a fortune organizing this event. We can't let some random outsider take first place. Who was it who suggested allowing non-students to participate? Don't ever bring that up again. Just shut up. All eyes turned to Li Yu, as he was the one who had made that suggestion. Feeling awkward, Li Yu suggested, if everyone feels Jiang Lin's participation is inappropriate, I can talk to him and get him to withdraw. No way. Absolutely not. Nonsense. Are there concerns? Jiang Lin should give me this favor. At worst, I'll offer him some benefits, and that'll settle it. Li Yu considered. This is utter nonsense. If word gets out that we expelled someone from the event just because they were too strong, some random outsider, what kind of reputation would Yunjian University have left? How would other schools view us? A senior faculty member snapped angrily. Then what should we do? Just stand by and watch Jiang Lin slowly climb to the top? Li Yu felt awkward. No matter how he framed it now, it sounded off. Forget it. We still have Xiao Xen, Gai Yuching, and Mu Long. Anyway, that Xiao Xen guy has a way to find hidden source crystals. Getting stars is a piece of cake for him. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, first place is a breeze. Zhou Lin hurriedly came to Li Yu's rescue. No, so we just leave it like this? Li Yu gave an awkward laugh. Dawn broke. Jiang Lin's comprehension period had long since ended. Yet Jiang Lin remained deep within his profound comprehension, unable to awaken for the time being. If this insight proved successful, his mastery of the water demon's C-play decision would undoubtedly reach new heights. He really can cultivate for so long. It's been an entire night already. Wu Zhizhi dared not get too close. Propping her head up, she silently observed Jiang Lin's breathing from the side. All night, she hadn't seen Jiang Lin move. He would only occasionally open his eyes to survey his surroundings. Finding everything quiet, he would close them again. He's entered a deep state of comprehension. It'll likely take some time before he wakes up. This is a rare opportunity, let's not disturb him. Ji Yuyin cast an envious glance at Jiang Lin. Such profound comprehension was something she'd longed for. Another hour passed, yet Jiang Lin still showed no signs of waking. Han Momo, however, showed no signs of impatience, contentedly playing with ants nearby. Wu Zhizhi sat there in a daze, looking utterly listless. Zhou Qingqing studied a martial arts manual. Bored stiff, Ji Yuyin couldn't be bothered to daydream, play with ants, or practice cultivation. She simply lay back down. Momo, I'm going to sleep. Wake me if anything comes up. Han Momo gave an okay sign before diving back into her ant army obsession. And so, the entire morning passed. Jiang Lin still hadn't woken up. Around Jiang Lin, air currents occasionally swirled. The girls nearby hurriedly moved out of the way to avoid disrupting the flow of energy circulating within him. Beside them, Han Momo remained engrossed in the ant army's battles. Wu Zhizhi remained lost in thought, though her gaze was fixed on Jiang Lin. Zhou Qingqing had also lain down. She certainly wanted to cultivate, but it was just too tedious. So, she followed Ji Yuin's example and simply lay down to sleep. Ji Yuin was still snoring loudly, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. And so, another afternoon slipped away. Dusk was approaching once more. Occasional roars echoed from outside. It was the time when the ghost beasts became active again. Yet, Jiang Lin still hadn't woken up. Our rankings have been overtaken. Xiao Xen is now first, and Yuching Yue is second. The elimination list has been overtaken too. Xiao Xen is still first there. Zhou Qingqing, who had woken up, kept glancing at the rankings. Han Momo lay sprawled on a rock, dismissively waving her hand. It's fine. Let them overtake us. Once Jiang Lin wakes up, we'll overtake them again. Zhou Qingqing flushed slightly, fearing Han Momo had misunderstood her impatience with the rankings and thought she disapproved of Jiang Lin's slow cultivation progress. She hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. Sorry for wasting your time. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke, cutting Zhou Qingqing off. Whoosh. Beside Jiang Lin, swirling streams of milky white energy coiled around him, gradually condensing into the form of a delicate young girl. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her black hair cascading over her shoulders. Yet her lower half was a swirling mass of clear water, dotted with sparkling specks of light. This maiden was none other than the incarnation of the water demon's C-play decision. Upon closer inspection, one could see the water spirit's hair slowly shifting from black to blue. However, seemingly due to insufficient energy, only a few strands had turned blue, while the rest remained black. The little water spirit circled Jiang Lin once, and a song began to play. Hearing this melody, the four women present all froze, their gazes growing hazy. Han Momo was the first to snap out of it, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wu Zhizhi and the others simultaneously snapped back to awareness, each feeling a surge of panic. Finally, the water spirit spun in place, transforming into a strand of pure energy that flowed into Jiang Lin's body. Instantly, his aura grew slightly more powerful. Holy crap, Jiang Lin, you leveled up again. Han Momo crushed an ant underfoot as she exclaimed. Ha? Leveled up? Wu Zhizhi and the others were stunned. Just like that, in one night, he advanced? Was this the legendary advancing like drinking water? No, it's just a slight improvement. Jiang Lin shook his head with a smile. His cultivation technique, the Water Demon's Sea Play Decision, had advanced but only slightly. It hadn't reached the threshold for a transformation yet. Still, this had caused Jiang Lin's cultivation realm to rise ever so slightly. Currently, Jiang Lin remained a level 2 war general, though he now stood at the pinnacle of that tier. Given sufficient opportunity, he could soon break through to the 3rd tier war general rank. However, since his recent breakthrough was still fresh, attempting another advancement now would risk destabilizing his foundation. What's the situation outside now? How many stars have Xiao Xen and the others obtained? Jiang Lin knew full well that this comprehension had consumed an entire day. He wondered if he could still catch up to Xiao Xen's team. Don't worry, the gap isn't huge. Han Momo glanced at the rankings and shuddered in shock. Star leaderboard. The leaderboard only displayed team captains. First place, Captain Xiao Xen, 200 stars. Second place, Captain Yuching 190 stars. Third place, Captain Mulon, 182 stars. Fourth place, Captain Gao Yuching, 181 stars. Fifth place, Captain Wang Yan, 160 stars. 150th place, Captain Han Momo, 30 stars. Elimination leaderboard. Elimination leaderboard displays individual players. First place, Xiao Xen, eliminated 350 people. Third place, Yuching eliminated 150 people. Fourth place, Mulong, eliminated 140 people. Fifth place, Gao Yuching, eliminated 121 people. Sixth place, Wang Yan, eliminated 111 people. 10th place, Jiang Lin, eliminated 101 contestants. Chapter 81, Worry. Sorry, I've fallen too far. Jiang Lin never imagined he'd be overtaken by so many in just one day. The ranking he'd worked so hard to climb had plummeted to the bottom. It's fine. Breaking through is what matters most. Without you, we wouldn't have achieved those high rankings in the first place. Glory lasts only a moment. Han Momo smiled. She couldn't very well force Jiang Lin to wake up from his cultivation. That would be downright unfair. You're flattering me. Jiang Lin chuckled, glancing outside before musing, it's getting late now. Going out would be too dangerous for you guys. Huh? What do you mean? Han Momo asked curiously. What are you going to do? I'm going out for a bit. Our ranking has dropped too much. If we don't go find some stars now, there's absolutely no way we'll reach the top 3 before noon the day after tomorrow. Half of the event's 3 days are already gone. The closer we get to the end, the more cautious the top players will become. But tonight is different, their guard won't be as high. It's the perfect chance to launch a surprise attack. Jiang Lin explained slowly as he headed toward the door, preparing to go out and make a move. Only this way could they overtake them. No way. That's far too dangerous. Han Momo was the first to jump up, rushing over to block Jiang Lin. She coldly warned, if you go out now and run into Xiao Xen's group, you're practically courting death. That's not a smart move. Exactly. If you go out like this and get surrounded by others, no matter how skilled you are, you won't be able to escape completely. If you get eliminated, it's game over. Wu Zhizhi added. Zhou Qingqing silently nodded in agreement. They're both right. Even if you're exceptionally skilled and could pull off a last-minute comeback tonight, we're not in the same position. If someone ambushes us after you leave, the 4 of us alone won't be able to handle it. Ji Yuin was also surprised by Jiang Lin's boldness, but felt his plan lacked thorough consideration. It was now 8 o'clock at night, and darkness had completely fallen outside. Venturing out alone meant facing not only threats from students but also ghost beasts lurking in the shadows. Danger multiplied several times over compared to daytime. Moving alone might be faster, but taking on an entire team solo wasn't as simple as he imagined. Han Momo yanked Jiang Lin back, saying earnestly, it's just an event, a competition. No need to make it so dramatic. Sit down and rest. Yeah, why get so worked up? Wu Zhizhi flopped back down, utterly unconcerned. They weren't even in the running for the top 3, or even the top 10. What was there to rush about? Fine. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before nodding. With that, Jiang Lin entered his cultivation state. He's not going to meditate all day and not wake up again, is he? Wu Zhizhi edged closer, scrutinizing Jiang Lin from head to toe. Don't worry, I'm just cultivating. I haven't entered an enlightenment state. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke, startling Wu Zhizhi. Oh, okay. Go ahead and practice. Wu Zhizhi chuckled and stepped aside to play. Inside Xiao Xen's tree hollow, Zhao Shuo looked thrilled. Xen were the undisputed number one. Both the star rankings and the elimination rankings, your name tops them all. Hahaha, that Han Momo? She's done for. If her name wasn't still on the charts, I'd swear she got eliminated already. Zhao Yang shouted excitedly from the side. Yeah, we're solid this time. No matter how strong Han Momo is, she's still so many spots behind she can't catch up to us. Unless they ambush Yuching US team and steal her stars. Zhao Xen chuckled lightly. Yuching Yue and her crew aren't that dumb. I spotted Yuching US team today, they took off in a flash. They're probably hiding somewhere right now. Zhao Shuo lay sprawled on the ground, chuckling merrily. Oomph. Zhao Xen stretched out, crossed his legs, and instructed the student at the cave entrance, keep a close watch. If anyone approaches, wake us immediately. Don't make any rash moves. Got it. The student on guard nodded. Zhao Xen smiled, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Besides Zhao Shuo and Zhao Yang, the other two students were only fit for guard duty. Outside the remote wilderness, several instructors were already beaming with joy. Confirm again, are Han Momo and the others okay? We've already confirmed it, nothing happened. Then why haven't they made a move all day? No one eliminated anyone? Did they run into trouble? No idea. Ask Zhou Lin, he's in charge of the surveillance system. All the mentors turned to look at mentor Zhou Lin. This surveillance system can't be activated lightly, it requires the principal's approval. Zhou Lin gave a wry smile. What do you mean can't? Just activate it secretly, does the principal really have to find out? After Fan Zhong finished speaking, he surreptitiously scanned the surroundings, as if fearing the principal might suddenly appear behind him. Exactly. What's the big deal? Besides, we're doing this for the students' safety. Han Momo and Ji Yuin are geniuses, it's perfectly fine to show some concern. Several instructors urged him on, leaving Zhou Lin no choice but to activate the surveillance system. Finally, through facial recognition searches, they pinpointed the last time Han Momo and the others had been seen. The last time Han Momo and the others were seen was last night? Does that mean they never left the cave? They've been resting the whole time? That doesn't make sense. Could something really have happened? Several instructors grew anxious. Losing one or two students wouldn't be a big deal. But losing an entire squad at once? That's a major incident. It's impossible to contain. Liu pondered for a moment before saying, Zhou Lin, go submit a request to go inside and check. Zhou Lin gave a wry smile. The principal isn't even here. How am I supposed to request it? Liu waved it off. It's fine. Student safety comes first. Just file a report after you're inside. You all say it's no big deal, but if the principal really comes down on us, you'll all clam up. Zhou Lin laughed bitterly. These guys were the first to bolt whenever trouble arose. Still, Zhou Lin was genuinely worried. After all, 5 lives were at stake. They'd been holed up in that tree hollow the whole time, something must have happened. Han Momo's team wasn't weak, there was no reason for them to keep hiding like this. Fine, I'll go check it out. In the end, Zhou Lin went in. As soon as he entered the Qiangya mountain forest, Zhou Lin began pinpointing the location of Han Momo and the others. After flying for a while, Zhou Lin finally reached the cave where Han Momo and the others were located and prepared to descend for investigation. Forget it, I won't go down. I'll just use my mental detection. This mental scan left Zhou Lin with a bitter smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 82, Wu Meng Meng. Inside the cave. Jiang Lin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, jolted awake. Startled, Han Momo and the others snapped awake. What's wrong? What's going on? What happened? Han Momo cried out urgently. Let me take a look. Wu Zhizhi peered curiously outside the cave. It was dead silent, not even a whisper of wind. Utterly still. Someone's nearby. Jiang Lin quietly approached the cave entrance, his source energy surging as he clenched energy in his hands, ready to strike at any moment. But after waiting at the entrance for a long time, no one came in. Clearly, it had been a false alarm. Phew, that really cracked me up. I thought some powerful enemy was coming. Han Momo dared not study the ants any longer, sitting dazed on the rock. I clearly sensed someone approaching. Could I have misread it? Jiang Lin frowned slightly. Though he said this aloud, he had indeed sensed a powerful energy presence moments ago. Lately, Jiang Lin had been cultivating the 10,000 brightness divine incantation, and his spiritual power had grown significantly, now comparable to that of a high-tier warrior. You probably misheard. There are so many ghost beasts and small animals out there. Wu Zhizhi clutched her stomach, her words trailing off as hunger pangs began to gnaw at her. Just now, there really was someone, but they concealed themselves exceptionally well. They glanced and left without leaving a trace. Jiang Lin shook his head, unwilling to pursue it further. The person had already left anyway. He couldn't go out to investigate again. It was late at night and it was too dangerous. Maybe it was a ghost beast. Zhou Qingqing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. It could be. Jiang Lin, who had just departed, wore a grim expression as he muttered to himself, how did that kid Jiang Lin get so powerful? I only scanned the area, yet he sensed me? That kid must have cultivated some kind of martial skill that hones the spirit. But Jiang Lin shrugged it off. After all, he hadn't been particularly careful about concealing himself. If he truly wanted to conceal himself, even if Jiang Lin's mental power doubled, he still wouldn't have sensed his presence. Still, it's odd that these 5 youngsters don't seem intent on continuing the ranking battle. None of them seem injured. Their physical states are better than ever. Jiang Lin has even reached peak condition. With enough opportunity, he could break through to a 3rd-tier war general. With these questions swirling in his mind, Jiang Lin swiftly flew out of the Changye forest. No sooner had he returned to the outside than Liu and several other instructors surrounded him, demanding an explanation. Han Momo and the others are perfectly fine. All 5 are sleeping soundly. Han Momo is even playing with ants. Jiang Lin said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, finding it hard to believe himself. What? So you're saying they're all in great shape, but why aren't they competing for rankings? Fan Zhong was equally baffled. Liu slowly explained, perhaps Han Momo and Jiang Lin realized they couldn't compete with Xiao Xen and the others, so they simply gave up. That's a strong possibility. I think it's a good guess. In that case, it's actually for the best. Xiao Xen taking first is better than Jiang Lin taking first. It's a good thing. Fan Zhong chuckled, his earlier worries completely swept away. Yeah. As long as Jiang Lin doesn't take first, it doesn't matter who does. The mentors present chuckled heartily, their earlier troubles forgotten. The sun rose, ushering in the morning. Watching the sunlight stream in, Jiang Lin roused the 4 girls still asleep. They really dared to sleep. Not even one was left to guard the door. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. If someone had sneaked in during the night, it would have been disastrous. Han Momo rubbed her sleepy eyes. Oh, come on, what's there to be afraid of? You're here, aren't you? Exactly. We all trust you completely, that's why we put you on guard duty. Wu Zhizhi yawned, her thigh exposed as she stretched. Ji Yuin darted forward, tugging at Wu Zhizhi's skirt. Zhizhi, mind your image. You're wearing a skirt, don't be so reckless. Wu Zhizhi shrugged it off with a laugh, what's there to fear? It's all women here. They wouldn't dare do anything inappropriate to me. Jiang Lin remained silent. Alright, enough banter. We should be heading out. Han Momo tidied up briefly and prepared to depart. The rankings were out of reach now, but giving up wasn't an option. She'd give it her all if luck struck and she encountered strong opponents like Mulong. Eliminating them would let her inherit their stars. There was still a chance to crack the top 3. Of course, all these hopes rested squarely on Jiang Lin's shoulders. The moment Jiang Lin stepped out of the cave, he encountered a trio of players head-on. Clearly, they'd encountered trouble. 2 teammates had already been eliminated. Run? The moment they spotted Han Momo, they scattered like ducks, fleeing without hesitation. But they were only 3 level 9 warriors. Jiang Lin easily caught up and instantly claimed 10 small stars. A great start, a truly great start. Right after stepping out, Wu Zhizhi hopped along behind Jiang Lin, hands behind her back. To the west, there's a source crystal. Ji Yuin's mental detection quickly locked onto a direction. Along the way, Jiang Lin casually eliminated 3 or 4 more teams, though he made a few mistakes, accidentally letting 2 or 3 people slip away. My ranking is climbing so fast. Wu Zhizhi watched the rankings climb steadily, thrilled and delighted. Han Momo? Just as Han Momo and Wu Zhizhi were chatting, a cold voice rang out. Han Momo looked up and scanned ahead, spotting a team of girls. In front of Jiang Lin stood 5 girls, all dressed elegantly. Jiang Lin sensed a level 2 war general among them, possessing formidable strength. According to Han Momo, the 5 Elements Academy only had 3 level 2 warriors, all men, Xiao Xen, Gao Xingyu, and Mulong. Clearly, the level 2 warrior in their group, like Jiang Lin, was an outsider. Well, if it isn't Wu Mengmeng. What a coincidence to run into you here. Han Momo snorted coldly, sizing up the girl standing at the front of the group. Dressed in lightweight athletic wear, the girl wore her long black hair in a high ponytail. Her skin had a warm, wheat-like tan, and as she looked at Han Momo, her eyes held a thick layer of contempt. That's Wu Mengmeng, Momo's arch-rival. They've been at each other's throats since elementary school, and it's never let up. Wu Zhizhi quietly filled Jiang Lin in on the relationship between Han Momo and the girl across from them. But Momo's talent far surpasses Wu Mengmeng's. In their rivalries, Momo has always come out on top. Later, when Han Momo got into Yunjiang University, Wu Mengmeng couldn't make the grade and didn't get in. But then, Wu Mengmeng resorted to who knows what underhanded tactics just to get ahead of Momo. Somehow she ended up at Yunjiang University too. In fact. Chapter 83, Tianjing. Even what? Jiang Lin asked with keen interest. Even more, this Wu Mengmeng herself practices the 5 elements cultivation technique. To keep competing with Momo, she forcibly switched her cultivation method all to beat Momo. Wu Zhizhi recounted with a gossipy expression. That woman is ruthless. Jiang Lin was stunned into silence. What a rival she is, relentlessly pursuing her. She even switched her cultivation method specifically to surpass Han Momo. That kind of determination is truly astonishing. Moreover, this Wu Mengmeng had also advanced to the rank of first-class warrior. Though her aura was unstable, likely forced up, it still proved her formidable strength. Han Momo, meeting me here today is your bad luck. Wu Mengmeng's expression was icy cold, a stark contrast to her usual sweet demeanor. Her voice was sharp and cold. Are you going to crawl out on your own, or should I personally eliminate you? Ha 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 ha. Wu Mengmeng, did you skip breakfast today? Daydreaming in broad daylight. You want to eliminate me? With your newly promoted warrior rank? Han Momo laughed, her laughter brimming with arrogance. I happen to be short on stars to climb the rankings. Hand over every star you have. Oomph. Your only advantage is that guy. A level 2 warrior general, he does have some skill. Just 2 days ago, he was the top name on the elimination list. Wu Mengmeng sneered, her gaze shifting to Jiang Lin standing beside Han Momo. What? Jealous? Blame yourself for not having such a powerful friend. Han Momo remained defiant, pointing at Wu Mengmeng. Today, you won't get away. Wu Mengmeng's expression turned serious as she glanced at Tianjing beside her. Tianjing was plain-looking, not particularly beautiful, clad in a black training uniform. Her outfit was clean and sharp, but her eyes were piercingly sharp. She was a formidable opponent. She was the second-tier combat specialist Wu Mengmeng had hired for this event, a student from Chengdu University, a top-tier expert Wu Mengmeng had paid a hefty sum to secure. Moreover, Tianjing had been admitted through special recommendation without taking the entrance exams, a testament to her formidable abilities. Running? Not necessary. Tianjing gave a slight nod. With a single step forward, the aura of a peak level 2 warrior erupted, carrying a fierce gust of wind as she charged toward Han Momo. Another second-tier warrior? Han Momo's expression grew grave as she glanced at Jiang Lin beside her. Leave it to me. Jiang Lin smiled, stepping forward as well. His surging source energy effortlessly repelled Tianjing's aura, even suppressing it with apparent ease. You? Tianjing, usually taciturn, uttered only a single word, yet her eyes betrayed uncontrollable shock. Clearly, Tianjing was utterly astonished that Jiang Lin could so effortlessly counter her aura. In her eyes, few of their generation could stand against her. I know who she is. Ji Yuin, standing nearby, recognized Tianjing's identity after a moment's thought and exclaimed, that woman comes from the Tian family of the divine capital. She's one of the Tian family's most outstanding talents today. Her clan has a war emperor-level powerhouse protecting them. The Tian family of the divine capital? Protected by a war emperor-level powerhouse? Han Momo and the others were utterly shocked. This woman's background was truly formidable. The Tian family of the divine capital? Are they on par with the Jang family? Jiang Lin thought of his maternal grandfather, Zhang Chongyue. You recognize me? Tianjing furrowed her brows slightly, fixing her gaze on Ji Yuin. My brother, Ji Yulong, studied under Gu Shenjin. Ji Yuin spoke softly. You're Ji Yulong's sister. Tianjing was somewhat surprised. She naturally knew Ji Yulong. Ji Yulong, the top genius at Chengdu University. Even she was a whole tier below him. But even if you are Ji Yulong's sister, I won't let you off. Those who should be eliminated will be eliminated. Tianjing's voice remained icy. Hearing this, Wu Mengmeng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Tianjing hadn't spared Ji Yulong's face, otherwise, this would have been a missed opportunity to defeat Han Momo. No problem. You can't beat us anyway. Ji Yuin chuckled lightly. Wu Mengmeng clenched her fists tightly. Sis Tianjing, let's go together. Quick and decisive. All right. Tianjing gave a slight nod, and in the next instant, she had already charged forward. Tianjing's speed was extraordinary, far surpassing that of a level 2 warrior. I'll handle this woman. The rest is yours for now. I'll take care of her as quickly as possible. As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, Jiang Lin and Tianjing had already collided violently. Terrifying source energy ripples radiated outward from the two combatants. Boom! Under the powerful impact, Jiang Lin stood rooted to the spot. Tianjing, however, stumbled backward several steps before regaining her footing. Sis Tianjing. Wu Mengmeng's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that in their first clash, Tianjing had actually been defeated. This person, such formidable strength. Like me, he's not far from reaching the rank of third-grade war general. Tianjing shook her head slightly, signaling she was fine. So, should we keep fighting? Wu Mengmeng felt a bit stung. She had assumed that with Tianjing by her side, they could walk all over the entire Qiangya mountain forest. Facing Han Momo, she was confident they could eliminate her outright. But unexpectedly, Han Momo had recruited this individual, whose strength was even more formidable. It's fine. Just one strike. His strength is simply greater. But combat between martial artists isn't merely a contest of brute force. Tianjing sneered, his confidence unshaken. Alright, then we'll be counting on you this time. Wu Mengmeng gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and flew toward Han Momo. Behind Wu Mengmeng, the rest of her teammates charged forward together. Tianjing charged forward as well. Her target was crystal clear, Jiang Lin. Defeating Jiang Lin would render Han Momo's team powerless. Bang, bang, bang. Golden armor plates fused onto Tianjing's body. This golden armor wasn't merely source energy, it was the manifestation of Tianjing's metal attribute cultivation technique. Both its defensive and offensive capabilities reached unprecedented heights. Double armor? Interesting. But I know this move too. Seeing this, Jiang Lin felt a flicker of interest. Soon, he too formed armor from source energy, its color shifting to earthy gray. Martial technique, boulder armor. Boom. 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 Jiang Lin and Tianjing's figures overlapped in an instant. Their fists and feet collided with brutal force, erupting in a series of thunderous crashes. Quite impressive. Your strength is exceptional even among second-tier warriors. Jiang Lin smiled, appearing as calm as a cloudless sky, utterly at ease. How I measure up isn't for you to judge. Who do you think you are? Tianjing couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. They were of equal rank, yet he dared to criticize her. Yet Tianjing couldn't deny Jiang Lin's formidable strength. Such prowess would place him among the absolute elite at Chengdu University. Second only to Ji Yulong and on par with her. Quite the hothead. Fine, I'm done playing with you. Jiang Lin swiftly retreated, yet behind him, a mighty lion gradually rose into the air. Chapter 84, The Golden Giant Bird. Like I'm scared of you. Wu Mengmeng's fingers flicked in rapid succession as her source energy gathered at her fingertips. A sharp bird-like cry erupted from her mouth as she pointed forward lightly. A golden giant bird burst forth from Tianjing's fingertips, carrying billowing heat and accompanied by a fierce storm as it roared into the air. Metal attribute technique, Heavenly Gold 10,000 changes art, first form, Heavenly Yang Golden Bird. Jiang Lin's pupils contracted slightly, clearly surprised by Tianjing's sudden display of power. The power contained within this golden bird far surpassed that of a second-tier war general. It even approached the power of a fourth-rank war general. Jiang Lin gave a cold snort as the lion's phantom behind him grew increasingly potent. Upon closer inspection, it had already begun to take on a nearly tangible form. Heavenly Lion Fist. Accompanied by a frenzied lion's roar, Jiang Lin stepped forward, charging like a mighty lion and colliding fiercely with the attacking golden bird. Boom! Golden ripples radiated outward from Jiang Lin's body as terrifying force erupted. The golden bird screeched, exploding like a ball of flame in an instant. Under the force of the impact, Jiang Lin's heavenly lion fist shattered violently. His body flew backward, crashing into a tree. Squeak! The tree shattered under the impact and Jiang Lin tumbled down. Before he could react, Tianjing attacked. Jiang Lin. Han Momo noticed Jiang Lin's predicament and started to rush over. Han Momo, if you have the time, you'd better worry about yourself. Wu Mengmeng seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful slap to Han Momo. The force of the blow left Han Momo unable to counter, her body instantly going limp as Wu Mengmeng sent her flying with a kick. Heh, Han Momo, this time, you'll just have to accept defeat at my hands. Wu Mengmeng's smile was impossible to contain. After all these years, she had finally defeated Han Momo fair and square. All the money she'd spent to bring in Tianjing hadn't been wasted, nor had her relentless cultivation of her martial arts techniques. Momo! Wu Zhizhi immediately shook off her opponent and rushed to Han Momo's side. On the other side, Jiang Lin flipped upright, swept his palm forward, and coalesced a water shield that forcefully blocked Tianjing's strike. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lin rolled out of Tianjing's attack range. His fingers flashed through a rapid sequence of hand seals, summoning swirling whirlpools beneath Tianjing's feet. The whirlpools exerted a powerful suction, gripping Tianjing's legs tightly. Ultimate water control, water arrows. Jiang Lin's right hand swept forward swiftly. Arrows formed from condensed water materialized, and with a light flick, they shot forward with a whizzing sound. However, the arrows did not target the trapped Tianjing. Instead, they turned and shot toward Wu Mengmeng and the others in the distance. Wu Mengmeng had just slapped Wu Zhizhi away and was preparing to snatch Han Momo's badge when the sharp water arrows pierced toward her. With no other choice, Wu Mengmeng abandoned her attempt to seize the badge and channeled all her strength to defend against the incoming projectile. Yet she had clearly underestimated the water arrow's power. One strike pierced through her defenses, leaving her utterly drained of any source energy. While Jiang Lin manipulated the water arrow to attack Wu Zhizhi, Tianjing broke free from the water vortex. His expression resolute, he summoned another golden giant bird from his hand. Again! Jiang Lin cursed inwardly, summoning a water shield to meet the attack. This Tianjing was indeed quite skilled. This single skill alone was enough to make her stand head and shoulders above second-tier generals. Even a third-tier warrior might not be her match and could be crushed by her. Today, he had truly met his match. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. Jiang Lin's defenses were breached once more. The power of this golden giant bird was utterly terrifying. Rock armor. Jiang Lin channeled all his strength into the armor, activating its additional attributes to reduce 80% of the force. What's going on? Tianjing frowned slightly. By all logic, her strike should have been enough to shatter Jiang Lin completely. Yet the force of the blow was drastically weakened. When it struck Jiang Lin, it barely inflicted any damage. Stop overthinking it, you've no chance left. As soon as Jiang Lin's voice fell, a lion materialized behind him once more, its power several times stronger than before, accompanied by a mighty lion's roar. This roar was unlike the previous ones. This time, it carried a mysterious sonic force that slammed into Tianjing's head, instantly blanking his mind. Celestial Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Unleashing its most formidable power while emitting a lion's roar. Under the roar's influence, the enemy's mind would be affected, granting complete control over them for 1 second. That single second could decide the outcome of a battle. By the time Tianjing regained her senses, Jiang Lin had already charged before her. She tried to summon the golden giant bird again for defense. But it was too late. An overwhelming force of intimidation instantly engulfed Tianjing's entire body, shaking her spirit to its core. Her vision went blank, and her body went limp as she collapsed to the ground. The sheer force of that punch had knocked her unconscious. I almost fell into your hands. Jiang Lin clapped his hands. This fight had been truly satisfying. Tianjing's golden giant bird was truly formidable. Had she not forced herself to hold back for a second, Tianjing would have summoned the golden giant bird once more. Then, the situation would have taken a new turn. Says Tianjing. Wu Mengmeng, who had long since lost her ability to attack, witnessed this scene. The fire that had just ignited in her heart instantly died out, and her eyes lost all their spark. Defeated. Defeated. She had lost once again. How could she have lost to Han Momo once more? Jiang Lin shifted his stance, moving to stand beside Wu Zhizhi, Zhou Qingqing, and the others. He effortlessly disposed of Wu Mengmeng's teammates. With that, Wu Mengmeng, facing 5 opponents alone, was utterly defeated, with no chance left for a comeback. Wu Mengmeng, sorry about that. I won again this time. We'll settle this next time we go out. Han Momo approached with a smile, taking Wu Mengmeng's name tag. Han Momo, you got lucky. If it weren't for this guy, you would have lost for sure. Wu Mengmeng gritted her teeth, spitting out a threat. She refused to accept it. This time, she truly refused to accept it. If not for Jiang Lin's overwhelming strength, she would have won. She never imagined that even Tianjing, recruited from Chengdu University, would fall. And to a second-tier warrior of the same rank, no less. Wu Mengmeng, don't talk like that, don't you feel ashamed? If you've got the guts, find someone stronger. If you can't, then stop whining over there. Han Momo stood with her hands on her hips, her entire demeanor radiating the confidence of a victor. You. Wu Mengmeng tried to retort, but the words died in her throat. Above, the surveillance drone flew over, confirming Team Wu Mengmeng's elimination. As for Tianjing, the surveillance drone fed her a pill. Before long, Tianjing awoke. Seeing the tag around her neck on, she closed her eyes, her emotions tangled. Chapter 85, Night Operation. So we lost in the end. Tianjing hung her head in shame. She had always considered herself exceptionally gifted. Though not quite at the level of the absolute geniuses, she was still more than capable of towering over her peers. When she came to Yunjiang University for the event, she had already set her sights on a goal. That was to be first place. She absolutely had to take first place. As for Xiao Xen, he was a worthy opponent. But Xiao Xen was, after all, only just entering the ranks of a second-tier warrior. Mu Long and Gao Yuching were also quite strong. Still, she was confident she could defeat both of them. What she hadn't anticipated was that before they even clashed, the 3 of them were defeated by the sudden appearance of Jiang Lin. In fact, Tianjing had a premonition that Jiang Lin hadn't even exerted his full strength. Under these circumstances, she still lost. This left Tianjing, who had always considered herself extraordinary, feeling utterly ashamed. Sis Tianjing. Wu Mengmeng's face was pale as she clutched her chest, forcing herself to lift her head. I'm sorry, Mengmeng. Consider this debt settled. I'll return the full amount I paid you earlier and give you additional compensation. Tianjing's face flushed deeper with shame as she spoke with a bitter smile. Hearing Tianjing's words, Wu Mengmeng lost all trace of anger. She'd lost anyway, what else could she do? She shot Han Momo a fierce glare, tossed out several dozen stars, then turned and followed the surveillance robot away. Phew, I thought I was going to lose. Han Momo watched Wu Mengmeng leave, both shocked and delighted. That Tianjing is so powerful. That giant golden bird, its strength is incredible. Wu Zhizhi couldn't help but praise, but then added, but no matter how strong Tianjing is, Jiang Lin is still a cut above. He's unbeatable. Stay humble. Jiang Lin nodded lightly. Though this battle seemed effortless, Tianjing's strength had surpassed expectations. Tianjing wasn't among the top students at Chengdu University, yet even so, his strength was already extremely close to his own. If Tianjing were given more opportunities, Jiang Lin sensed he might lose. This couldn't help but stir a hint of unease within Jiang Lin. These students from top universities were truly formidable. Some people's abilities can't be fully measured by their scores. Jiang Lin murmured to himself, then pushed the thought aside. Tianjing was quite good, but ultimately only a barely passable opponent. Hopefully, those like Xiao Xen and Mulong have some better tricks up their sleeves. Jiang Lin carried this hope as he led his team deeper into the remote wilderness. In the blink of an eye, the sun had begun its gradual descent toward the west. Over the past few hours, Jiang Lin and his companions hadn't been particularly fortunate. In fact, it was downright terrible. Along the way, they had only gathered a few dozen stars. Most of the groups they encountered were also rather weak. Their haul was pitifully small. Even Yuching resorted to her signature technique, employing a secret method to search for hidden source crystals. Yet, likely due to the geographical constraints, their gains remained meager. After a full day of hustle, we ended up worse off than those who just casually wandered around. Star ranking. The leaderboard only displays the team captain. First place, Captain Xiao Xen, 300 stars. Second place, Captain Yuching, 260 stars. Third place, Captain Mulong, 238 stars. Fourth place, Captain Gao Yuching, 236 stars. Fifth place, Captain Wang Yan, 220 stars. 30th place, Captain Han Momo, 150 stars. Elimination leaderboard. Eliminations list displays individual players. First place, Xiao Xen, eliminated 350 people. Third place, Yuching, eliminated 200 players. Fourth place, Mulong, eliminated 166 people. Fifth place, Gao Yuching, eliminated 150 people. Sixth place, Wang Yan, eliminated 130 people. Seventh place, Jiang Lin, eliminated 129 people. Ugh, I'm totally wiped out. After busting my butt all morning, I barely scraped together 100 stars. If it weren't for Wu Mengmeng, we wouldn't even have made it into the top 30. Wu Zhizhi collapsed onto a rock, utterly exhausted. Seeing Xiao Xen at the top of the rankings, her already weary heart grew even heavier. It's okay, let's just push a little harder. If we're lucky, we should be able to crack the top 10 before noon tomorrow. Han Momo had come to terms with it. Even if they didn't make the top 10, it was still acceptable. Defeating Wu Mengmeng had already made her incredibly happy. The group pressed onward. Before nightfall, they found a temporary shelter. It was another cave, though this one was rather small. At least they could stay here, otherwise, they'd have to sleep under the trees for the night. Following their usual routine, Yuching released a ring of flames, scorching the entire cave to clear out small insects and critters. They took out the wild rabbit caught earlier that day and began roasting it. The savory aroma of the meat soon filled the air. Oh, this rabbit meat smells so good. This kind of life isn't so bad. Every day is exciting, and at night we get to have a little barbecue. Wu Zhizhi sat beside the fire, one hand clutching a rabbit leg, the other a chicken drumstick, eating contentedly. You're finally enjoying yourself. We got lucky not encountering any large ghost beasts. If we'd run into a level 2 war general ghost beast, you'd know what danger really is. Han Momo said this, but she couldn't help feeling incredibly fortunate. 2 days had passed, and they hadn't even encountered a single high-level ghost beast. Wu Zhizhi shrugged indifferently. We started a bit later than others. The stronger ghost beasts have probably already been taken care of by other students. Yuching chuckled. That's actually a good thing. Competing with other students is just about winning or losing, but if we'd run into a high-level ghost beast, it would have been a life or death battle. Exactly. Ghost beasts are too vicious. I'd hate to run into one of those things. Wu Zhizhi shook her head in disgust. After eating and drinking, the group lay down to rest. Jiang Lin stood guard at the cave entrance. I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Lin suddenly stood up and said. Huh? What are you going out for? Han Momo scratched her head, looking puzzled. Wu Zhizhi immediately thought of something. Wait, you're not planning to sneak out and ambush someone again, are you? Seriously, it's not worth it, it's way too dangerous. Forget it, it's really dangerous. Yuching shook her head slightly as well. Yuching was a bit speechless. I told you not to go yesterday, and now you want to go again today. Jiang Lin, I've already said rankings don't matter. We're not blaming you at all. Rankings really are irrelevant. Han Momo hurriedly waved her hands, thinking Jiang Lin was still feeling awkward about last night's incident. Perhaps their ranking drop was indeed linked to the time Jiang Lin spent in enlightenment. But none of that mattered anymore. Because reaching this point today was entirely thanks to Jiang Lin's contributions. It's not about that. It's just that our ranking is too low. Getting into the top 3 is basically impossible. Agreeing to join this event serves 2 purposes, boosting your ranking and securing that 5 elements stone. It's a win-win. If I don't get the 5 elements stone, I'll have come here for nothing. So this time, I must act. Jiang Lin's tone was resolute. Chapter 86 Ambush. You really intend to go out? You should know better than us how dangerous it is out there? Han Momo asked earnestly, trying to dissuade him once more. Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned it a second time. Alright, since you insist. I'll go with you. I'm a level 1 warrior after all, I won't slow you down. Han Momo didn't try to dissuade him this time. Once she confirmed Jiang Lin was going, she wanted to follow. One more person meant one more pair of hands. If you two are going, then we have to go too. Otherwise, the three of us level 9 warriors staying here would just be sitting ducks for others to farm like roadside monsters. Wu Zhizhi immediately stood up. Her words were comical, but the situation was undeniably true. 3 level 9 warriors just 2 days ago, they would have been considered formidable. After all, most students were low-level warriors. Now, as the event neared its end, the numbers had dwindled from 2,400 to just 1,500 participants, all elite contenders. If the trio encountered another squad, it would essentially mean elimination. Ziji's right. If we're moving, we move together. Zhou Qingqing stood up and said. No need, Momo. You stay here with them and protect them. I can handle this alone. Jiang Lin chuckled, unwilling to team up with Han Momo. First, the deep, quiet night made solo movement faster. Second, although Han Momo was a level 1 warrior, she had only recently broken through. Her combat prowess was inevitably somewhat lacking. Third, a group of 5 would be too conspicuous, their movements and sounds would attract unwanted attention. All 3 points proved that solo action offered greater agility, precision, and significantly enhanced mobility. You're so stubborn. You don't seriously think I'm weak, do you? I'm actually pretty formidable. If it came down to one-on-one, even Wu Mengmeng might not be my match. Han Momo retorted angrily. After all, she was ranked 2nd in Yunjiang province, far from weak. You might as well stay behind. Honestly, even if you came with me, you wouldn't be much help. Jiang Lin gave a wry smile, forced to voice the truth he held in his heart. Oh, you're actually looking down on me? Fine. Then go out by yourself. If you run into any strong teams, don't come crawling back to me for help. Han Momo's face flushed crimson. Furious, she plopped down onto a rock and turned her face away. Ji Yuin sighed. Momo's right. You saw the situation this morning. On the surface, there are only Xiao Xen, Mulong, and Gao Yuching, 3 level 2 warriors. But there are many others like you. Never underestimate your opponents. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Lin knew full well the dangers involved. But even if he encountered a powerful opponent, he'd have to fight it out. Otherwise, he'd be completely cut off from the 5 elements stone. Fine, if you insist on going out, then I'll accompany you. Ji Yuin declared, adding an explanation. My secret technique can locate hidden source crystals, allowing us to gather stars faster. I won't slow you down. No need. Searching is just a waste of time. This time, I plan to take the initiative and get stars from other people. Jiang Lin chuckled. He wasn't about to be foolish like the others, searching for them one by one. Clearly, eliminating others was the faster way to get stars. You? Fine then. Good luck on your journey. Just don't make us wait for your elimination notice instead of your return. Ji Yuin felt utterly powerless to argue further. Jiang Lin's mind was made up, there was no changing it. Fine. Jiang Lin smiled, said no more, and turned to walk out of the cave. After Jiang Lin departed, Han Momo finally turned her head, her face filled with worry. That guy's as stubborn as a mule. Going out in the middle of the night is just too dangerous. What if something happened to him out there tonight? It'll be fine. He's a smart guy. If he said so, he must have some confidence in it. Ji Yuin wanted to try persuading him further, but she simply couldn't change his mind. Then we'll just have to wait. I hope he comes back with a full load. Han Momo pursed her lips. She truly couldn't sleep now. She had no heart left to continue playing with the ants. Wu Zhizhi propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought, clearly not in the mood for sleep either. Yet amidst her worries, a glimmer of hope began to take root. Alright. We should rest when we can. I'll keep watch at the cave entrance. Ji Yuin sat facing the cave entrance, staring blankly outside, lost in thought. Though the night was deep and still, the remote wilderness was anything but quiet. The occasional howls of ghost beasts echoed through the night, making it hard to relax. Jiang Lin considered himself quite capable, yet being alone still felt unsettling. Right now, if you circle the base of the mountain, most groups would likely choose to spend the night in caves. Jiang Lin moved with light steps, his black clothing blending seamlessly into the forest. Only the sharpest eyes could detect his presence. Before long, Jiang Lin discovered a small team in a cave on a modest hill. This group consisted of 4 people. Clearly, one had been eliminated. Just as I emerged, I stumbled upon you. What luck! 4 of you? You'll be my first practice run. Time to stretch my legs. Jiang Lin was pleased. Activating his swift shadow talent, he charged into the cave at astonishing speed, his movements making barely a whisper. At the cave entrance, the student guarding the entrance was struck unconscious before he could utter a sound. The remaining 3, who had been resting, awoke instantly at the sound. But the moment the 3 activated their source power, Jiang Lin ended them with a single punch. The last 2, realizing they stood no chance, turned and sprinted toward the cave entrance. Jiang Lin intercepted them, and they immediately surrendered. One of them was utterly speechless. Dude, seriously? It's the middle of the night. Everyone's asleep. Why the hell are you out here ambushing people? Seriously, what's the big deal? It's just an event. You're literally risking your life for this. Fine, you win. Here, take all the stars. The squad leader was even more impressed, pulling out a handful of stars and tossing them to Jiang Lin. Alright, you two can go back to sleep. I won't remove your tags. Jiang Lin pocketed the stars, said nothing more, and quickly departed. Who is this guy? He's so relentless? And he's only a level 2 warrior? It definitely wasn't Xiao Xen, Mulan, or Gao Xingyu. Probably someone hired him. Watching Jiang Lin depart, the others stood there with grim expressions, discussing the situation. With the stars stolen, there was no point in staying any longer. Come dawn, they'd simply remove their nameplates and concede defeat. 20 stars, not a bad haul. Our rankings have all gone up. Jiang Lin felt a surge of excitement. He had to admit, snatching things in the dead of night was genuinely thrilling. Keep going. Jiang Lin's previously taut nerves now surged with energy, making him even more alert than during the day. Chapter 87, Mulong. The night grew deeper. Yet, if one listened closely, one could discern the intermittent sounds of combat echoing through the forest. Most assumed it was merely ghost beasts causing disturbances and paid it no mind. The instructors on night watch saw Jiang Lin moving about freely in the darkness. They silently marveled at the diligence of this year's students, thinking how the nation truly held more promise with each generation. The scene shifted to a towering tree where several students rested with eyes closed around a campfire. As the night chill swept in, they instinctively huddled closer. Another squad. 5 of them. 1 sentry. Wonder if there's a level 1 warrior among them. If there is, we might not be able to take them out instantly. Jiang Lin lurked in the distance, contemplating his approach. Against a typical 9th level warrior, Jiang Lin was confident he could knock them out with a single punch. But against a level 1 war general? 1 punch wouldn't knock them out, it would take 2. Yet the time it took to land 2 punches was more than enough for others to launch an attack. Therefore, he needed to identify the highest ranked member of this squad and aim to take them down with a single punch. Among these 5, the guard was definitely not the highest ranked. Nor were those seated on either side of the fire. Then it must be one of the 2 leaning against the tree. Jiang Lin quickly identified his primary target. He charged his Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist, stomped his foot, and activated his Swift Shadow talent. He skipped past the guard and charged straight at the male student leaning against the left side of the tree. Instinct told Jiang Lin this was the highest-ranking member of the squad. Sneaking up on us in the dead of night? Did you really think we didn't notice you? However, the moment Jiang Lin drew near, the 5 closed-eyed figures instantly snapped their eyes open and simultaneously unleashed their power toward him. Humph! Jiang Lin's heart jolted. His giant stone armor activated, instantly nullifying most of the lethal force. Simultaneously, his lion soul fist struck directly at the man he had targeted earlier. This man, a level 1 war general, was none other than the squad leader. The squad leader's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Jiang Lin to withstand the combined force of 5 and still press the attack. This was sheer desperation. Heavenly Net Palm. Gritting his teeth, the squad leader unleashed a palm strike that collided head-on with Jiang Lin's fist. Yet in the next instant, he was sent flying backward. Jiang Lin pivoted on his heel, casually snatching the squad leader's badge before turning to face the attackers closing in from behind. A water shield and water arrows shot forth simultaneously. The remaining 4 were all level 9 warriors, mere monsters to Jiang Lin. A single punch unleashed a fist wind that alone suppressed all 4. The squad leader nearby attempted to continue fighting, but the surveillance robot instantly locked onto him, alerting that his badge had been removed and he was eliminated. Any further actions by eliminated players would be deemed a violation, with consequences borne solely by the offender. Boom, boom, boom. With a few punches, Jiang Lin easily took down the remaining 4. Seriously, bro? You just took on all 5 of us head-on? Aren't you scared we'd mess up and kill you? Damn, you're something else. The others sat on the ground, their defiance long gone. Ha! Aside from your palm strike packing some punch, those 4 were no threat. For me, it was nothing special. Jiang Lin pocketed the captain's star, waved dismissively, and hurried off to the next location. Star rankings. 30th place, Captain Han Momo, 170 stars. Promoted to 25th place, 195 stars. Watching Jiang Lin's carefree retreating figure, the squad members were all dumbfounded. Were students this arrogant nowadays? They clearly didn't regard warrior-level combatants as human beings. Wait, who is this guy? Why have I never seen him before? Don't recognize him. He can't be Xiao Xen. He must be Mulong. I remember Mulong looked something like this. As they gathered their things to follow the surveillance robot out, a figure suddenly materialized before them, glaring at them with fierce intensity. This student was exceptionally tall, likely around 1.9 meters, standing there like a towering pillar. His muscular frame strained against his loose-fitting shirt, radiating raw power. Judging by his aura, he was also a level 2 warrior. "Who are you, buddy? What do you want?" The squad leader's mouth twitched as he asked, utterly baffled. What a stroke of bad luck. They'd just been robbed by a level 2 warrior, and now another one showed up. This one seemed even more formidable than the last. "Nothing much. I was planning to rob you guys, but someone beat me to it." The burly student chuckled lightly and turned to leave. "Hey, who are you anyway?" someone asked. "You'll find out when it's over," the burly student replied before disappearing. The night grew deeper. Jiang Lin moved with increasing speed. That night, he combed through nearly every cave in the vicinity. The stars he collected grew more and more. His ranking climbed steadily. Star ranking. 30th place, Captain Han Momo, 200 stars. Promoted to 7th place, 240 stars. Just as Jiang Lin was about to continue, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Turning toward the darkness behind him, he called out loudly, "Hey, classmate! You've been following me this whole time, aren't you going to leave? Classmate, you have such keen senses. You could detect me from such a distance." The sturdy student from earlier emerged from the shadows. "You've been following for so long, what are you planning? Playing the fisherman?" Jiang Lin smiled lightly as he looked at the other. The burly student's lips curved into a faint smile. "Naturally. Otherwise, I wouldn't have followed you this long." Jiang Lin smiled faintly, sizing him up. "Seems you're quite confident. A level 2 warrior general indeed formidable. State your name." 5 Elements Academy, Mulong. The burly student's voice was sharp and cold. "You're Mulong? I've heard that name several times." Jiang Lin was surprised, yet it felt expected. "Enough talk. Hand over the stars you collected earlier, and I'll spare you the badge confiscation. You can stay. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Mulong's tone was icy, as if he'd done this before. "Impressive bravado, but I wonder if your strength matches it." Jiang Lin sneered, the shadow of a mighty lion manifesting behind him, its gaze fixed intently on Mulong. Having witnessed Mulong single-handedly defeat several squads along the way, Jiang Lin knew this man dared to intercept him alone. He must possess some skill. No mercy could be shown. How could a lion ever hope to fight a dragon? Mulong sneered, clasping his hands together. When he opened them again, a water dragon, drawn with source energy, materialized, twisting and turning in the air. Water attribute technique? How convenient. Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. Judging by his aura, he had assumed Mulong practiced metal attribute techniques like Tianjing. Instead, it was water attribute cultivation. Both were second-tier generals with comparable foundational strength. In that case, the contest would hinge on the gap between their cultivation techniques and martial arts. Water surged beneath Mulong's feet, elevating him as he looked down upon Jiang Lin with an arrogant yet commanding tone. "Your fist technique isn't water attribute martial skill. Bring out your ultimate move. Otherwise, you won't get a second chance to attack." Beside Mulong, the water dragon roared furiously, coiling around his waist as its inherent momentum surged, surpassing even the level of a 4th-rank war general. Chapter 88, Water Control Technique. "Oh? You're quite confident." Jiang Lin paid no heed to his words. His feet stirred the wind as the heavenly lion merged with his fist's momentum, unleashing a torrential strike. "Oomph, you're even more overconfident, yet utterly fragile." Mulong sneered coldly, facing Jiang Lin's powerful punch without fear, meeting it head-on. Boom! A flash of golden light erupted. The heavenly lion's momentum within Jiang Lin's fist technique shattered. Meanwhile, the water dragon coiled around Mulong's waist surged with renewed vigor. This strike did not destroy Mulong's offensive, instead, it strengthened him. The water dragon at his waist grew even more powerful, as if it had absorbed the energy of the heavenly lion fist. Devouring? Water attribute techniques can actually do this. Jiang Lin sensed something amiss. Mulong's cultivation method held peculiarities. If his hunch was correct, clashing with Mulong meant that the moment one's momentum and power faltered, the water dragon at his waist would siphon the opponent's energy to nourish and strengthen itself. "Heh, I warned you. Show me your true strength." Now that my water dragon has absorbed your heavenly lion power, my momentum has surged even further. "Can you still match me?" Mulong looked down on Jiang Lin with even greater arrogance in his eyes. If we're talking about arrogance, Tianjing already had plenty. But this Mulong? He was a whole level above. "Very well. You're the first person I've encountered since entering this desolate wilderness. Today, I'll show you what true technique looks like." Jiang Lin's smile vanished, his expression turning solemn. This time, he would hold nothing back. At the center of his forehead, the wave-folding flower mark flickered. A petal glowed faintly, causing Jiang Lin's source power to surge explosively, leaping up an entire tier. Activating the wave folding flower consumed immense source energy. But Jiang Lin had no choice but to activate it. It has an enhancement too?
Mulong gazed at Jiang Lin, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Lin's body. This time, a lion's phantom stood up once more.
Yet this lion bore a distinct difference. Each strand of its mane seemed like burning flames, its bright eyes turned blood red, and it stood atop auspicious clouds as its aura surged relentlessly.
Jiang Lin unleashed the Heavenly Lion Fist once more. Yes, the Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Wah!
A lion's roar, powerful enough to shake mountains, thundered forth like a colossal clap of thunder. Even though Mulong had been prepared, the roar still caught him off guard for a split second.
In that very instant, Jiang Lin suddenly materialized before Mulong. The powerful energy fluctuations rolled toward him like a tsunami. So fast.
Even someone as powerful as Mulong felt a flicker of panic in that instant. He urgently commanded the water dragon coiled around his waist to form a shield.
Such a low-grade defense won't stand against my fist.
Jiang Lin roared, channeling all his strength into his fist as he slammed it down.
Whoosh! A blinding flash erupted at the point of impact. Boom!
Mulong's water shield shattered violently. He frantically manipulated the water dragon to defend, quickly forming a large shield once more.
Amidst splattering droplets, he barely managed to withstand the blow. Yet he was still sent reeling backward. Upon closer observation, Mulong noticed Jiang Lin showing signs of further improvement. What? What a formidable technique!
Whether the momentum is strong or weak, victorious or defeated, it can still amplify the power. This clash yielded no advantage for Mulong.
His water dragon failed to receive any energy backflow. Moreover, the shattering of his great shield had drained considerable energy, having his momentum. Come again. Give it your all.
Jiang Lin hovered in midair, suddenly spreading his arms wide.
His body swirled like a vortex, violently pulling at the surging source energy. Water arrow. Jiang Lin roared. The vortex rapidly transformed, coalescing into a colossal water arrow. With a thunderous roar, it shot forth amidst towering waves. What formidable water manipulation!
Mulong's expression turned icy as he channeled his own source energy into the water dragon coiled at his waist.
The water dragon let out a furious roar, swiftly breaking free from Mulong's control.
Soaring through the sky like a dragon king, it unleashed a torrential downpour. These raindrops merged, forming a sea of energy. Finally, the raindrops coalesced once more, solidifying into a massive boulder of water that hurtled toward the incoming water arrows. These two techniques, both condensed entirely from water energy, could theoretically merge. Yet, like water and fire, they refused to blend. In a fierce clash, they exploded apart with a bang. They exploded into patches of mist, slowly dripping down as rain.
Envelop. Mulong, unscathed, swiftly formed another hand seal.
He manipulated the falling raindrops, sending them whizzing toward Jiang Lin like a hail of arrows.
Water control technique, condense.
Jiang Lin activated the water demon plays in the sea art. Within his body, the water demon began to swim. The water demon let out a cry, releasing an intangible energy.
The incoming raindrops were controlled one by one, transforming into white mist and dissipating. What a marvelous energy! Water control technique, I truly cannot match you. Mulong's eyes darkened.
He had believed his water manipulation skills were already at the pinnacle among his peers, yet he never imagined he would fall short in this very contest. This directly caused Mulong's momentum to wane further.
If he couldn't regain the upper hand, this battle would be lost. My guess was correct. You're practicing the water demon's sea play technique, aren't you? A water attribute cultivation method hidden in the Yuching treasure vault. Truly extraordinary. Mulong's discerning eye instantly recognized the origin of Jiang Lin's cultivation technique. Of course, he wasn't surprised that Jiang Lin had the qualifications to learn it. He was merely curious how Jiang Lin had managed to cultivate and master it. For the water demon's sea play technique was a War King tier cultivation method. Without reaching the War King realm, it was extremely difficult to master. Not to mention, Jiang Lin was merely a second-tier war general. Your eyesight isn't bad. What? Still want to keep fighting? In your current state, you're no match for me. Jiang Lin neither confirmed nor denied it.
Further words were pointless.
Ah, young man, you're far too arrogant.
Even if your water manipulation techniques surpass mine slightly, your martial arts skills fall short of mine.
Mulong didn't believe he would lose.
On the contrary, he felt his chances of victory had only grown stronger. While the level of cultivation techniques mattered, martial skills were the foundation of combat. Only the right martial arts could fully unleash the true essence of cultivation techniques. A sharp gleam flashed in Mulong's eyes. Dragon play in the sea technique, second form, true dragon emerges from the sea. As the words left his lips, the weakened water dragon beside Mulong suddenly surged with vitality. As if energized, it swelled to a colossal size over 10 meters long, coiling and dancing through the forest while unleashing towering waves. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the dragon's horns growing increasingly luminous. With each flash, its form expanded further.
When the brilliance reached its peak, the water dragon's aura surged to its zenith.
In that instant, the water dragon drained all of Mulong's source energy. This single strike had reached the staggering level of a 5th rank war general.
Chapter 89, Another Encounter. Ugh! The water dragon let out a deafening dragon's roar. Though born of water, its body was exceptionally hard. The dragon lashed its tail through the forest, causing trees to tremble and leaves to scatter. True dragon emerges from the sea.
Mulong pointed his finger forward. The water dragon spiraled upward, releasing a bone-chilling mist.
Mulong's face paled.
This strike had drained him of every ounce of strength.
Very good.
Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. With a flicker of intent, he channeled every ounce of source energy within his body.
The overlapping wave pattern between his eyebrows flashed rapidly, amplifying the energy.
Behind Jiang Lin, a vast expanse of azure sea materialized from his source energy.
Puff!
The waves churned, sweeping forth ripples of source energy.
Splash!
A figure slowly materialized, formed from condensed water droplets.
It was the water spirit dwelling within Jiang Lin. Her eyes shone brightly, her lower body merging with the sea.
Long black hair cascaded down, gradually shifting to a deep blue hue. In her hand, a silver scepter had materialized at some unknown moment. Water Spirit Sea Play Decision, First Form, 1000 Vortex Slaughter. A sea formed from primordial energy materialized between Jiang Lin and Mulong.
What is this? Is this the water demon manifested by the water demon's Sea Play Decision?
Mulong, though no stranger to extraordinary sights, was instantly stunned. He had never heard of such a technique before.
But no matter what, you cannot defeat my water dragon.
Mulong swept his arm wide, intensifying the water dragon's momentum.
Bind! Jiang Linling remained undaunted.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the water spirit maiden behind him gently waved her silver scepter.
In an instant, the charging water dragon halted.
In that instant, countless violent whirlpools erupted from the void.
The rapidly spinning currents tore at the water dragon like countless blades.
Ugh! The water dragon struggled and roared, yet it was locked in place by the whirlpools. Seeing this, Mulong grew frantic. He could only summon the last shred of power within him and channel it into the water dragon. Perhaps this final spark of energy would be the water dragon's chance to turn the tide. But Mulong's hope was dashed. Under the vortex's relentless pull, the water dragon shattered inch by inch. Ultimately, it dissolved into a sky-filling spray of water droplets, swallowed whole by the vortex. How could this be? Splash! The water beneath Mulong's feet dispersed. Splash! Mulong fell, landing with a thud and sprawling on the ground in a heap. With his source energy depleted, he had no strength left to fight. Jiang Lin pursed his lips in a faint smile, stepping through the waves to stand before Mulong. With a flick of his finger, a swirl of water droplets swept up Mulong's badge.
Where's Xingxing?
Jiang Lin asked softly. Here. Mulong reluctantly tossed over several dozen stars.
30 stars? That doesn't add up.
Your team's ranked 3rd. The leaderboard shows 298 stars. You're practically begging me to search you. Jiang Lin chuckled. Even after losing, this guy still wouldn't play fair. Heh, the leaderboard is one thing, but my title has been revoked. My captaincy has been taken by a teammate. If you want stars, go ask my teammates. Mulong, as stubborn as a dead pig in boiling water, chuckled cheerfully. He'd come out alone, having already given all his stars to the team's second in command. Now that he'd been eliminated, the second in command had inherited the captaincy.
Star Ranking Board.
The leaderboard only displays captains.
First place, Captain Xiao Xen, 310 stars.
Second place, Captain Yuching,
299 stars.
Third place, Captain Han Momo, 270 stars. Fourth place, Captain Muyi, 240 stars. Fifth place, Captain Gao Yuching, 239 stars. Sixth place, Captain Wang Yan, 230 stars.
That fourth place Muyi is one of Mulong's teammates and the new captain.
Jiang Lin was about to say something else, but the surveillance robot had already flown over.
After checking Mulong's body and finding no major issues,
it administered several more pills for Mulong to swallow. After confirming no stars remained on Mulong's body, it departed with him.
Goodbye. Hope you defeat the remaining teams, ha ha ha. Mulong laughed heartily as he departed.
Damn it, all that effort for just 30 stars.
Jiang Lin's face darkened considerably.
Delayed by Mulong, he'd depleted a significant amount of his source energy. To continue searching, he'd need at least an hour's rest. Forget it. I'll find a place to rest first. Jiang Lin could only find a nearby tree hollow and crawl inside. Unexpectedly, footsteps echoed outside.
Sis Qingyue, isn't it a bit unwise to sneak around like this in the dead of night?
Yeah, everyone's resting.
Doing this feels a bit unethical.
Two soft female voices spoke, deliberately keeping their tones low. Jiang Lin perked up the moment he heard the name Qingyue. He never expected to encounter that woman, Yuching, here. Outside, Yuching's voice carried a hint of coldness.
If we want to take first place, this is our only option. We're only 10 stars behind Xiao Xen now. With enough luck, we can definitely catch up. Her teammates couldn't argue, it was undeniably true. Sis Qingyue, but Han Momo's team is catching up too. She was ranked in the 30s earlier, yet she closed the gap in half a night. She must have acted tonight as well. Could we run into Han Momo's group? Asked a soft-spoken girl in the team. Don't worry. If we meet them, we meet them.
Momo may be a level 2 warrior, but in a real fight, she might not be my match.
Yuching Yue's face radiated confidence. Yay! Sister Qingyue rocks. We're the top reserve squad now. Qingyue, there's a tree hollow here. Do you think anyone's inside? A girl with twin ponytails pointed at the towering tree. She tilted her head, peering curiously toward the tree roots. Sure enough, Jiang Lin's figure gradually came into view within her line of sight. Holy crap, Sister Qingyue, there really is someone in there. Her shriek instantly drew the attention of the others. Yuching Yue also looked toward the tree hollow. Upon recognizing the figure, she paused slightly. Jiang Lin shot a slightly exasperated glance at the twin-tailed girl who'd spotted him. Since he'd been spotted, it didn't matter anymore. The fight was inevitable anyway. Long time no see. Jiang Lin emerged from the tree hollow. What are you doing here? Yuching Yue frowned slightly. I was invited. Jiang Lin chuckled softly. Sis Qingyue, I know him. He's part of Han Momo's group. Earlier, he and Han Momo were sitting on the playground taking a break when Xiao Xen threatened them.
The twin ponytailed girl beside Han Momo suddenly gasped.
You joined Han Momo's team? Yuching Yue fixed Jiang Lin with a scrutinizing gaze. That's right. Jiang Lin took a half step back.
Judging by the situation, this woman Yuching Yue didn't seem to harbor any goodwill.
Then Han Momo's rapid rise in the rankings must be thanks to you, right?
Yuching Yue stepped forward, and the mystery surrounding Han Momo's promotion instantly became clear.
Since you already know, why ask? Jiang Lin chuckled lightly, taking another step back.
If they were to fight now, it would be quite difficult to resolve. His battle with Mulong had drained too much of his source energy. Facing Yuching Yue and her 4 allies in his current half-depleted state would likely spell elimination.
Chapter 90, Yuching Yue's Tactics. If my guess is correct, you should have many stars on you.
And you've just endured a battle. Though you defeated your opponent, you've also depleted most of your source energy.
Yuching Yue's lips curved upward as she appraised him from head to toe.
Wow, Sister Qingyue, we're going to strike it rich this time.
This kid has at least 30 stars on him. Taking him down means we've secured first place.
The twin-tailed girl beside her stared at Jiang Lin, her eyes gleaming. Let's go together. His source energy is depleted, he won't last long.
Yuching Yue suddenly gave the order and charged forward first. You puny fish think you can take me down?
Jiang Lin's feet moved like the wind, vanishing from his spot in an instant.
Fighting was futile.
Even if he could defeat Yuching Yue, he'd end up completely drained of source energy, leaving him vulnerable to others taking advantage. That would be utterly disastrous.
Better to make a run for it now and return to find Han Momo and the others.
At the very least, he could find a new hiding spot to slowly recover. Sis Qingyue, that guy, he's running away so fast. The twin-tailed girl stared blankly at Jiang Lin's retreating figure, and that guy seems to be a level 2 war general.
So what if he's a level 2 war general? He can't even perform at a level 1 war general standard right now.
Yuching Yue snorted coldly and charged forward at breakneck speed.
I'll catch up to him first. Hold him off temporarily, you two hurry up and follow.
The moment the words left her mouth, Yuching Yue vanished from sight. In the distance, Jiang Lin glanced back.
Yuching Yue was already closing in on him. We're from the same school, after all. Is there really a need to nag like this? Jiang Lin sighed in exasperation, calling out to Yuching Yue. So what if we're from the same school? Even if we were roommates, I'd still beat you up.
Yuching Yue's voice was icy cold, and her pace quickened.
Watching her pace quicken, Jiang Lin sighed. Did I ever cross you before? Even if you catch up, you might not be able to beat me.
He hoped to scare Yuching Yue off. Otherwise, continuing this chase would be too troublesome.
It might also draw the attention of other teams.
One misstep could undo all their hard work.
Whether you've offended me or not, you know the answer. Besides, I don't necessarily need to defeat you. This event isn't a solo competition. Yuching Yue sneered coldly, accelerating to surge before Jiang Lin in an instant. A single palm strike sent him reeling backward. What do I know? I know nothing. Jiang Lin spat before bolting into the distance, refusing to linger for another clash.
Behind him, Yuching Yue's teammates closed in swiftly. Once the battle reached a 1-on-5 scenario, speed alone was useless.
Think you can run? Where do you think you're going? With your speed, save your breath.
Yuching Yue's face twisted with contempt as her source energy surged violently. Within 10 seconds, she caught up to Jiang Lin, who was sprinting at full speed. Seeing this, Jiang Lin finally conceded defeat. When it came to speed, even at his peak, he probably couldn't match Yuching Yue. What secret technique was this Yuching Yue using? Her speed was truly astonishing.
Fine. Since you're so persistent, I'll deal with you first before taking care of your teammates.
Jiang Lin spun abruptly, unleashing a fierce palm strike at the pursuing Yuching.
However, the force of this strike was utterly insufficient to push Yuching back. Instead, Yuching seized the opportunity to grab Jiang Lin's arm. What are you doing? Jiang Lin suddenly realized something was terribly wrong.
His arm trembled violently as he struggled to break free from Yuching's grip.
What I'm doing? You'll find out soon enough. A cold smile flickered across Yuching's face as she violently flung Jiang Lin away.
Thud. Jiang Lin's foot slammed into a tree as he swiftly retreated into the distance.
Yet, Jiang Lin had miscalculated.
A wave of excruciating pain surged through his arm. There, on his arm, appeared a purplish bruise that had materialized without warning. This purple bruise emitted an unknown energy, voraciously devouring the scarce source energy within Jiang Lin's body.
Jiang Lin was utterly shocked. That damn woman. What did she put on my arm? Run. Why aren't you running anymore?
Behind him, Yuching strolled up leisurely, her face radiating smug satisfaction.
You're something else. Jiang Lin dared not linger, swiftly channeling his cultivation techniques to resist the bruise's devouring. Entry refreshed. Refresh successful, rock climbing. Refresh. Refresh successful, hardness. Refresh again. Refresh successful, strong. What the hell? Quick, refresh me a detoxification skill already. Jiang Lin was furious. Normally, a single refresh would yield an antidote slot, along with various level 1 support slots.
But this time, after dozens of attempts, still no antidote slot. If this kept up, the source energy within him would be completely depleted. He refused to let all his night's gains go to waste, handed over to this wicked woman. A mere event competition resorting to poison? Utterly vicious. Refresh successful, Triple Blossom Summit. Instantly restores half your stamina and half your source energy. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Good, ha ha ha. You stinking, Yuching. Jiang Lin laughed aloud, halting his steps before instantly activating Triple Blossom Summit. His bodily functions instantly recovered by half. The source energy within him, which had been on the verge of depletion, now surged like a roaring river. Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Ignoring the bruising on his arm, Jiang Lin unleashed the Heavenly Lion Fist. A terrifying lion's roar echoed out. Yuching, who was in the midst of a rapid dash, was startled. Her vision suddenly darkened for an instant. In that split second, Jiang Lin's fist slammed into Yuching's body. Boom! Yuching flew backward. Put! A thick stream of blood spurted from her mouth, causing her vitality to plummet from its peak to its lowest ebb. Is this all you've got? You actually think you can chase me? You clearly don't know the meaning of death. Jiang Lin lunged forward, reaching to snatch the pendant from Yuching's neck. But the moment he drew near, his entire body went numb. His limbs stiffened, refusing to obey his commands as he froze in place. Damn it, what the hell did you put on my arm? No need to guess, Jiang Lin knew it was caused by that bruise on his arm. This bruise was steadily devouring his source energy. It couldn't be cleared, couldn't be stopped. Poof. This is just a small punishment for you, to teach you the consequences of stealing my things. Yuching sneered coldly, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Jiang Lin. You crazy woman. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand a word. When did I ever steal anything from you? The numbness in Jiang Lin's body vanished. He shot a wary glance at Yuching before turning to flee. Acting. Still acting. Keep acting. Yuching rose to her feet, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she silently chanted an incantation. The moment the incantation was uttered, Jiang Lin, who had barely taken a few steps, fell back into paralysis. Chapter 91, The Vile Woman. Acting? I'm not pretending. I can't even understand what you're saying. Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he retorted coldly. You've been exposed, yet you still pretend. Singlong Mountain, the king-grade cicada monkey, the blood gold fruit, the clear sound flute, and the arena. After each segment of her recitation, Yuching observed the shifting expressions in Jiang Lin's eyes. When she saw the unmistakable shock in his eyes, Yuching finally knew for certain. She could no longer contain her rage and roared, "You brat! It really was you! You stole the blood gold fruit from my divine fish technology and snatched my clear sound flute. What king-class cicada monkey? Blood gold fruit? I don't understand any of this. We were classmates. Couldn't we have talked things out properly? Why did you have to poison me?" Jiang Lin regained his mobility, but the bruised area on his arm continued to drain his source energy. At this rate, the barely restored half of his source energy would soon be depleted again. "Heh, you've been exposed, yet you still pretend." Yuching sneered coldly, genuinely surprised by Jiang Lin's remarkable talent for deception. Watching the bruising spread across his arm, Jiang Lin grew desperate. "Fine, it's just a clear sound flute. I'll give it back to you. You can even have the stars. Just remove this poison. You admit it. Then hand over the blood gold fruit. Only then will I help you expel the blood poison."
Yuching snorted coldly, her voice sharp and commanding. How long has it been? I ate that blood gold fruit ages ago. I can give you the clear sound flute though. Jiang Lin cursed inwardly. This stinking woman was disgusting. Oof. Only a war king level cultivator can consume the blood gold fruit. How could a mere war general level like you possibly refine it? Yuching wouldn't believe him for a second. She barked coldly, since you refuse to hand it over, then let the stagnant poison haunt you for the rest of your life. This is deliberate harm. Once we're out of here, Yunjian University won't let you off the hook. Jiang Lin was frantic with worry. Without removing this curse, he'd be waiting to be eliminated. But that spiteful woman Yuching clearly held a grudge. Getting her to help remove the stagnant poison was now impossible. You rotten fish, just you wait. Jiang Lin quickened his pace, sprinting toward the distance. If you don't hand over the blood gold fruit today, I'll cut you down right here. Yuching coldly declared as she gave chase. This time, she must seize the blood gold fruit while Jiang Lin was wounded. Otherwise, once they escaped, the chance would be lost forever. Seeing Yuching relentlessly pursuing him, Jiang Lin gritted his teeth. Stubborn fool. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll truly believe that a mere bruise poison prevents me from fighting? Keep pretending. We'll see if you have the strength to talk later. If you don't hand over the blood gold fruit, I'll kill you today, no matter the risk. Yuching was unafraid. Her bruise poison not only reduced his combat effectiveness but also doubled his source energy consumption. If she waited just a little longer, Jiang Lin would be forced to stop due to source energy depletion. You! Jiang Lin cursed furiously, but the bruise poison in his arm continued to exert its power. His remaining source energy was less than 10%, and the cooldown for the 3 flowers gathering at the crown technique hadn't ended yet. If he kept running like this, he'd be caught by Yuching for sure. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. He had to strike first. Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Jiang Lin spun violently, summoning the Heavenly Lion. This fist, carrying a hurricane, thundered with a deafening roar. I saw that coming a mile away. Yuching sneered disdainfully, having already activated her spiritual technique. The thunderous lion's roar failed to faze her in the slightest. Simultaneously, a piercing light flared in Yuching's eyes. A azure phoenix materialized behind her, spreading its fiery crimson wings. Like a phoenix reborn from blood, it charged forward. Lion and bird collided with a thunderous crash. But Jiang Lin's lion exploded instantly. The azure phoenix slammed into Jiang Lin. Fortunately, at the last moment, Jiang Lin unleashed a water shield, absorbing the damage for an instant. Otherwise, this strike could have gravely wounded him. A cold smile played at Yuching's lips as she scrutinized him. Still not planning to hand over the item? If you keep stalling, I won't hold back. After all, this was a school-sponsored event. She truly didn't want to seriously injure Jiang Lin. And if he were seriously injured, it would be difficult to explain to Yunjian University. This stagnant poison is drastically weakening my combat strength. I can't keep fighting. I must escape immediately and purge this poison. Jiang Lin fled once more. But before he could take a few steps, Yuching's teammates caught up. Sis Qingyue, we're here. The twin ponytailed girl exclaimed cheerfully. All together now. Yuching knew that speed was crucial in battle. There was no time to waste. The 5 launched their assault together, their momentum fierce and swift. 1,000 vortex slaughter. Jiang Lin attempted to temporarily bind the 5 opponents. But Yuching, using some unknown method, suddenly channeled the venomous energy coursing through her arms. This caused Jiang Lin's spellcasting to slow slightly. Jiang Lin could only watch helplessly as Yuching's palm closed in. Still unwilling to hand over the blood gold fruit? If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The azure phoenix reappeared behind Yuching, merging into her palm. Boom! The searing flames nearly consumed everything. Jiang Lin broke out in a cold sweat, frantically summoning a water shield to defend himself. The water overcomes fire. When Yuching's palm struck the shield, it instantly vaporized into white mist, vanishing before Jiang Lin. Just as Yuching's palm was about to strike Jiang Lin, a hissing sound like snakes slithered from the distance. Vines shot forth like bolts of lightning. Divine would entwine. Han Momo arrived with Wu Zhizhi and the other 2. She appeared before the others, her body glowing with a vibrant green light. Countless vines shot out from behind her, intercepting Yuching and the others. Yuching, who had nearly reached Jiang Lin, found her feet bound by vines, unable to move an inch. As for the other 4 teammates, they were completely enveloped by the vines. The moment has come. Jiang Lin swiftly cast his spell. The celestial lion descended once more. With a thunderous roar, it charged forward. The wide area attack struck Yuching directly. Boom! Yuching and 4 teammates tumbled to the ground. Charge! Han Momo also urged Wu Zhizhi and the others to attack. Jiang Lin shifted his stance and charged toward Yuching. This time, he would eliminate Yuching. Block them! Yuching made an instant decision, ordering her 4 teammates to step forward and block Han Momo and the others. She herself fled at breakneck speed, quickly disappearing from sight. As the team leader, escaping meant preserving their star count. If she could find a place to hide until the event ended, she'd still secure a decent ranking. Being eliminated wasn't what pained her most. What truly tormented her was the thought of all those stars falling into Jiang Lin's hands, forcing her to watch helplessly as he claimed first place. Therefore, she absolutely could not let that happen. She had to escape. Don't let that get away. Jiang Lin had realized this as well. Chapter 92, Bloodine Poison. After a fierce struggle, Jiang Lin and Han Momo successfully eliminated Yuching Yue's 4 teammates. Of course, eliminating only Yuching Yue's 4 teammates was utterly useless. Yuching Yue ultimately escaped. They couldn't catch her. They simply couldn't catch her. Yuching Yue possessed a unique secret technique and shared Jiang Lin's innate swift shadow talent, granting her speed far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Damn it, that got away. Jiang Lin sucked in a breath, his face turning ashen. Rage boiled inside him, with nowhere to vent. That Yuching Yue was utterly despicable. If he ever got the chance, he'd teach her a lesson she'd never forget. Jiang Lin believed his actions were morally justified. The blood gold fruit had been earned purely through strength. As for the Qingyin flute later on, it should have been his spoils of war. Yuching Yue had simply been outmatched. Yet in Yuching Yue's eyes, he had somehow become a so-called thief. And now, over this petty matter, she even cursed him with a bruising poison that continued to devour his source energy. Jiang Lin's eyes filled with regret. If I'd known this was such scum, I should have killed her outright back then. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He needed to deal with the bruising on his arm immediately. If left untreated, it would inevitably cause severe damage to his body. In severe cases, it could threaten his foundational constitution and meridians. That would be disastrous. He absolutely couldn't let that happen. Without pausing to find a safe spot, Jiang Lin sat directly on the ground and channeled his source energy to purge the stagnant poison from his arm. Simultaneously, he swallowed one of the antidote pills he had previously refined. Not only did it prove ineffective, but it actually triggered the stagnant poison. Jiang Lin, how are you holding up? Han Momo and the others approached, their expressions grave as they examined the stagnant poison on Jiang Lin's arm. What kind of toxin is this? It's clinging on stubbornly. Han Momo stepped forward to help, employing a secret technique, but it still yielded no significant results. This is bloodine venom, from a ghost beast called the bloodine worm. I never imagined Yuching Yue would possess such a bizarre poison. As everyone stood helpless, Ji Yuin suddenly realized and hurriedly explained. Bloodine worm? Jiang Lin frowned, instantly recalling this ghost beast and simultaneously remembering the antidote burning. It must be burned. Only fire could alleviate the toxin and suppress the bloodine poison's effects. Fire! Xingqing, release your flames to counteract the poison. Han Momo urged. Got it. Zhou Qingqing responded without hesitation, immediately unleashing her flames. As the flames touched his skin, the bruised blood on Jiang Lin's arm instantly began to dissipate. However, as the flames burned and the bruising dissipated, the effect diminished progressively until it gradually ceased to work. Nevertheless, the bruised area had shrunk by about 70 to 80%, which was quite impressive. This bloodine poison was extracted from a war general level ghost beast. Xingqing is only at the warrior level now. The intensity of her flames is nowhere near enough to touch the bloodine poison, it can only alleviate it. Ji Yuin shook her head slightly, clearly unable to continue the treatment. Only a war general level flame could potentially suppress the bloodine poison completely. It's enough. Though this bloodine poison still slowly absorbs my source energy, the rate has slowed considerably. It no longer affects me. Jiang Lin almost spoke these words aloud, but the throbbing pain in his arm still flared intermittently. Regardless, this crisis had finally been weathered. With the 3 flowers gathering at the crown skill, Jiang Lin had no need to worry about the bloodine poison's absorption. By activating 3 flowers gathering at the summit every 10 minutes, the bloodine poison could absorb as much as it wanted. Han Momo looked deeply concerned. What should we do now? Jiang Lin, maybe you should log out first and go find a teacher to help you with the antidote. Exactly. This bloodine poison keeps draining your source energy. If it continues, it'll cause severe damage to your body. Ji Yuin and the others nodded in agreement. While the event's rewards were important, physical health clearly took precedence. No need for that. Just hold on one more night until the event ends. Jiang Lin smiled. There was no way he was quitting now. He'd worked so hard to get this far. Withdrawing now would mean all his efforts would be for nothing. Given Han Momo and Wu Ziji's skill levels, they had absolutely no chance of holding on to second place. But are you truly capable of enduring? The bloodine poison has only been suppressed, not eradicated. If it flares up during the next battle, it will inevitably affect you. Han Momo pleaded again, unwilling to see Jiang Lin risk injury over an event. Jiang Lin smiled faintly. Rest assured, I won't risk my health for this. Seeing Jiang Lin so determined, Han Momo said no more. For now, they could only wait out the night until dawn, then gamble on a stroke of luck. The group returned to the cave they had found earlier.
Han Momo took guard at the entrance while Jiang Lin sat down to recover, slowly nurturing his body back to health. Jiang Lin activated the 3 flowers gathering at the crown skill. In that instant, the power and source energy within him surged back like a flood. Seeing Jiang Lin's source energy recover so swiftly, Han Momo and the others relaxed. Truly, he was a formidable opponent, no need for them to fret. Outside the Qiangye wilderness, several instructors sat in a circle, engrossed in the footage, occasionally murmuring words of admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. That kid Jiang Lin has something special. Mulong's strength was already top tier, yet he still fell to Jiang Lin. Li Yu and Fan Zhong offered candid assessments, both agreeing Jiang Lin possessed boundless potential. They predicted he would reach at least the level of a battle king in his lifetime. After all, Jiang Lin is Zhang Feng's son. With that bloodline and innate talent, even if he doesn't match Zhang Feng, he won't be an ordinary man. Sometimes strong talent isn't a blessing, especially for Zhang Feng's son. The other mentors chatted with laughter, their remarks carrying hidden meanings. They acknowledged Jiang Lin's talent but did not endorse his future prospects. One instructor even bluntly stated that if Jiang Lin continued displaying such talent, he likely wouldn't even live past 25. Outside, many eyes remained fixed on the situation, particularly those of Jiang Feng's old acquaintances. That little girl Yuching is ruthless, she's even resorted to using blood-in poison. Rather than calling Yuching ruthless, it's more accurate to say Jiang Lin is even more ruthless, he's directly enduring the blood-in poison. Or should we say that Jiang Lin is the impressive one, fighting off Yuching while enduring the blood-in poison? Several mentors murmured in astonishment, giving Jiang Lin a thumbs up for his strength and endurance. Hopefully, that kid Jiang Lin gets a break of luck. Don't let the blood-in poison cost him tomorrow's chance. Liu kept a close watch on Jiang Lin, ready to intervene if any unexpected trouble arose. Chapter 93, The Golden-Haired Black Bear. Night passed, and dawn arrived. A piercing beam of light cut through the gloom of the forest, streaming down. Jiang Lin slowly opened his eyes. After a night of meditation, he had gained complete control over the blood-in poison. But to eradicate it completely, he would have to wait until he got out and figured something out. What should we do now? We're currently in 3rd place. If I just stay put like this, we'll at least secure a top 5 finish by the end of the event. Han Momo inquired. Truthfully, securing a top 5 spot would have made her incredibly happy and satisfied. Let's go. 3rd place is far from secure. We need to get another 20 stars. That should lock in a top 3 spot. Without another word, Jiang Lin stood up and started walking. Let's go. Wu Zhizhi and the others didn't waste words either, immediately setting off. Along the way, Jiang Lin's group discovered more hidden source crystals and earned a few stars, barely holding on to 3rd place. But securing 3rd place proved extremely difficult. The teams in 4th and 5th were closing in at an alarming rate. Star rankings. The leaderboard displayed only team captains. 1st place, Captain Xiao Xen, 330 stars. 2nd place, Captain Yuching, 299 stars. 3rd place, Captain Han Momo, 282 stars. 4th place, Captain Gao Yuching, 276 stars. 5th place, Captain Wang Yan, 270 stars. 6th place, Captain Mu Yi, 230 stars. Xiao Xen, who holds the top spot, remains in 1st place and is steadily climbing. Meanwhile, 2nd place Yuching's star count remained completely stagnant at 299. Clearly, after last night's battle, Yuching's 4 teammates have all been eliminated. Moreover, Yuching herself suffered severe injuries, leaving her unable to continue searching for stars. Who knows? That Yuching might be hiding somewhere right now. Jiang Lin wanted to search for her, but finding someone hiding in this vast forest was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Finding Yuching would mean instantly claiming her 299 stars, guaranteeing an absolute leap to 1st place. Currently in 4th place was Gao Yuching, a level 2 war general. She had been steadily performing and climbing the ranks, emerging as a major contender for the top 3. As for 5th place Wang Yan, though only a level 1 war general, her team reportedly contained 3 level 1 war generals. In a real fight, their combined strength would be formidable beyond measure. As for the 6th ranked Mu Yi, his situation isn't looking good. After Mu Long was eliminated, Mu Yi has been forced to lead his squad in constant hiding to avoid detection. For Mu Yi, securing a top 3 spot is out of reach, and even a top 5 finish seems unlikely. However, maintaining a position within the top 10 would still be a respectable outcome. The biggest contenders Gao Yuching, Wang Yan. Poof. Jiang Lin actually hoped to face them sooner rather than later, settling the outcome with a decisive battle. A deep, thunderous roar echoed through the mountains, shaking the entire forest and sending countless animals scattering in panic. Did you hear that? Han Momo scanned her surroundings with wary eyes, her body trembling slightly. Ji Yuin and the other 2 felt even worse, their nerves stretched taut. If my guess is correct, it's a monster above a level 2 war general. But judging by the commotion, it should be at level 3. Jiang Lin listened intently, his mind already forming a rough guess. Judging by the clues, it was likely a golden-haired black bear, a formidable combatant with top-tier offensive and defensive capabilities. Go!
Quickly! We can't risk encountering that golden-haired black bear. Jiang Lin urged them urgently, retreating in the opposite direction. Right. We'd be doomed if we ran into that golden-haired black bear. Just as Han Momo started to run a few steps, the forest ahead suddenly erupted. Countless rocks scattered as a 3-meter-tall golden bear crashed through several trees, its body radiating a fierce fighting aura. A level 3 golden-haired black bear. We really did run into one. Golden-haired black bears excel in both offense and defense, and they're incredibly fast. We might not have time to escape. Everyone, be careful. Don't let this thing get its paws on you. Jiang Lin's expression turned grave, not daring to underestimate the threat. Ghost beasts inherently possessed combat prowess superior to humans. A 3rd-tier warrior-class golden-haired black bear's strength could easily rival that of a 4th or even 5th-tier martial artist among humans. However, several bloody gashes marred the golden-haired black bear's coat. Clearly, this golden-haired black bear had already fought someone earlier. Jiang Lin, master, said these ghost beasts have stars implanted inside their bodies, and quite a few at that. Since this black bear is injured, maybe. Han Momo was itching to jump in. Alright. Jiang Lin understood perfectly and agreed immediately. Knowing Jiang Lin and Han Momo intended to take down the golden-haired black bear, Wu Zhizhi was deeply shaken. Yet she could say nothing, only offering support and coordination from the sidelines. She, Zhou Qingqing, and Ji Yuyin were merely level 9 warriors. Facing the level 3 war general tier golden-haired black bear, they had no chance of resistance. Even a glancing blow would likely leave them gravely injured. Being able to assist from the sidelines was already quite an accomplishment. Roar! The golden-haired black bear bellowed, its massive paws pounding the ground with thunderous thuds as it charged toward Jiang Lin and his companions. Its colossal form instilled an indescribable dread. Fortunately, the bear was wounded, its movements slightly slowed. Jiang Lin and his companions swiftly dodged, easily evading the attack. Come on, all at once. Han Momo leapt onto the wooden platform, her hands forming seals. Whoosh! Vines shot out from beneath the bear's feet, coiling around its massive paws like snakes. This further slowed its movements. Gore! The bear stomped its foot with all its might, instantly tearing the vines beneath it to shreds. The vines crumbled to dust beneath its crushing weight. Simultaneously, the golden-haired black bear leapt upward, clawing toward Han Momo high above. Earth wall! Beside them, Wu Zhizhi chanted an incantation, her hands glowing with light as she slammed them into the ground. With a thunderous roar, an earthen wall inscribed with runes shot up from the ground. The wall glowed brightly, blocking the path before Han Momo. The black bear growled lowly, its massive right paw erupting with a golden glow. This was one of the black fur bear's signature techniques, the gold-splitting palm. A thunderous explosion shook the air. The seemingly solid earthen wall was shattered into dust by the golden-furred black bear's powerful strike. However, Han Momo had already seized the opportunity to move away from the spot. Wind like golden blade. On the other side, Ji Yuyin chanted her spell. Golden sparks erupted around her. These golden points were as sharp as blades, carrying hurricane-force winds as they shot straight for the golden-haired black bear's eyes. Yet the bear dodged them with a swift turn of its head. Simultaneously, the golden-haired black bear exhaled a cloud of foul breath, spewing it toward Ji Yuyin. This foul breath carried a putrid stench. If anyone were to be touched by it, their skin would surely rot. Burn! Just as Zhou Qingqing was about to strike, she swiftly changed direction. With a wave of her hands, a purple fireball spun toward Ji Yuyin, incinerating the foul breath. Water arrow. In the distance, Jiang Lin was gathering a water arrow several meters long. Its power surged with each infusion of Jiang Lin's source energy. As the arrow reached its peak charge, the thunderous roar of crashing waves echoed relentlessly, its rhythmic cadence as melodious as a song. Go! As the golden-haired black bear charged toward Han Momo once more, a cold gleam flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes. He pointed forward, and the water arrow, trailing droplets, shot out with a sharp whistle. Thud! The water arrow struck the golden-haired black bear squarely in the chest. However, the arrow failed to pierce the beast, leaving only a trickle of blood. Roar! Wounded once more, the golden-haired black bear's fury was reignited, its body surging with a thick, blood-red aura. Chapter 94, The Frost Seal. Above the mountain forest, surveillance drones had already scanned the battle. Simultaneously, a level 9 battle general tutor slowly approached the fray. He must protect the students' safety at all times. The few students present all possessed remarkable talent, no mishaps could be allowed. Outside the Qianye forest, Liu and the other instructors were chatting and laughing. Ha ha ha. Who'd have thought that after Xiao Xen's team barely escaped that golden-haired black bear, Jiang Lin's squad ran right into it too. That golden-haired black bear is no ordinary foe. It sent Xiao Xen's team running for their lives. Jiang Lin's squad will likely meet the same fate. Not necessarily. Jiang Lin has some tricks up his sleeve. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, what good will they do? He's still carrying that bruising poison. Several instructors nodded in agreement. No matter how strong Jiang Lin was, he wasn't at his peak condition. This golden-haired black bear couldn't be fought, only avoided. Deep within the mountain forest, the golden-haired black bear continued to roar furiously. Having just endured a battle, it was already wounded and had failed to capture its prey. Now, suffering further injury, it was enraged beyond measure, plunging into a frenzied berserk state. Roar! The golden-haired black bear stomped the ground with thuds like an earthquake. This bear has gone berserk. Wu Shiji, you three get to safety immediately. Momo, let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, retreat fast. Jiang Lin leapt in front of the golden-haired black bear, firing another small water arrow to draw its attention, buying Wu Zhiji and the others a chance to escape. Wu Zhiji and the others knew full well that a berserk black bear was no match for them. They dashed off to another location, hiding to observe the battle. Enraged ghost beasts experienced a significant power surge, with combat strength skyrocketing, though their defenses weakened considerably. Wu Zhiji and her companions were merely warrior-level fighters. If the enraged black bear made contact with them, death was virtually certain. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Boom! The golden-haired black bear charged toward Jiang Lin with thumping footsteps, its massive paw smashing down toward his head with a force like a mountain crashing down. Water shield. Jiang Lin urgently summoned a water shield, using the opportunity to retreat. Jiang Lin, hold this bear off for me. I'll unleash my ultimate move. Han Momo planted her foot firmly and leapt onto the tallest tree. Frost seal. Han Momo swiftly drew a talisman, her hand seals flickering. Instantly, a chill swept through the air. The air grew bitterly cold, and visible ice crystals formed on the surrounding trees. Behind Han Momo, a vast ice blue formation materialized. At its center, a snowflake slowly coalesced. As the snowflake solidified, terrifying cold surged forth. Even Wu Zhiji and the others, hiding far away, felt a bone-chilling cold. The golden-haired black bear wasn't stupid. This icy chill made it sense a whiff of death. With a single stride, it leapt into the air, charging fiercely toward Han Momo. Celestial Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Jiang Lin's figure flickered, appearing before Han Momo. A colossal celestial lion's shadow materialized, roaring furiously and directly immobilizing the golden-haired black bear for a second. In that split second, Jiang Lin's fist slammed into the bear's fur. Yet the blow inflicted no damage, merely knocking it back. The golden-haired black bear's eyes blazed crimson, its body shrouded in patches of fiery red smoke. Its entire vital energy surged as it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a crimson beam of light. This crimson beam contained unparalleled power. Any ordinary war general-level warrior caught in its blast would be instantly and utterly annihilated. The teacher concealed in the shadows grew slightly tense, preparing to intervene. Jiang Lin, can you block this attack? Han Momo asked urgently while channeling source energy into the formation. Don't worry. Jiang Lin channeled his source energy, causing layers of earth-colored armor to solidify around his body. He then condensed a water shield and charged straight forward. The water shield trembled slightly upon contact with the crimson light, shattering instantly. However, the crimson light's power weakened slightly. When it struck Jiang Lin again, his stone armor activated, absorbing 70% of the attack's force. Even so, Jiang Lin suffered unimaginable damage. His body flew backward like a... The golden-haired black bear, enraged that its fierce strike had been so easily blocked, fired another crimson beam at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin cursed inwardly, struggling to his feet as he prepared to activate the boulder armor once more. Jiang Lin, that's enough. Han Momo's slightly excited voice rang out beside him. Behind her, the ice magic array had completed its charge and activated. At its center, an icebird soared, carrying intense frigid air as it charged toward the crimson beam. Boom! The crimson light, which had been as unstoppable as a bamboo splitter moments before, instantly shattered into wisps of white mist upon contact with the icebird, dissipating into nothingness. Frost seal, freeze the ages. A cold, white gleam flashed in Han Momo's eyes as she pointed lightly toward the golden-haired black bear. With that gesture, the icebird that had destroyed the crimson beam turned slightly and flew toward the golden-haired black bear once more. The cold air, unparalleled cold air, seemed capable of freezing everything. The golden-haired black bear's crimson eyes widened. Summoning every ounce of strength, it concentrated its power into its paws and seized the attacking icebird. Yet before the bear could unleash its full power, the icebird transformed into a blue light screen, enveloping it completely. This blue light screen carried a chill that swiftly eroded the golden-haired black bear's entire body, freezing its blood vessels and even its source power. Woo! The golden-haired black bear let out one final agonized cry before falling utterly still. What a formidable formation! It actually froze a level 3 battle general's berserk black bear. Jiang Lin marveled at the sight, his eyes widening in astonishment. Huff! The coldness vanished from Han Momo's eyes as she exhaled a heavy breath of frost. Closing her eyes, she fell from the sky. What's wrong? Jiang Lin reacted swiftly, rushing forward to catch Han Momo. Nothing. Just activated the Han Ice Seal. It took a toll, Han Momo said, her face growing pale as she shook her head slightly. Jiang Lin helped Han Momo to the side and turned his attention back to the golden-haired black bear. Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Jiang Lin channeled all his source energy, delivering a thunderous punch to the frozen golden-haired black bear. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the ice shattered.
The golden-haired black bear's body cracked open, blood spurting out as stars rained down.
50 stars in total.
Jiang Lin's face lit up with delight as he collected the 50 stars.
50 stars? Han Momo's pale face lit up with joy.
This golden-haired black bear truly deserved its 50-star difficulty rating.
And now, the star rankings had undergone a new transformation. Chapter 95, Breaking the Blood Technique. Star Ranking Board.
The leaderboard displayed only the team captains.
First place, Captain Xiao Xen, 332 stars.
Second place, Captain Han Momo, 332 stars. Third place, Captain Yuching, 299 stars. Fourth place, Captain Gao Yuching, 279 stars. Fifth place, Captain Wang Yan, 275 stars. Sixth place, Captain Mu Yi, 231 stars.
Tied for second place.
Jiang Lin's smile grew even broader as he looked at the rankings. The golden-haired black bear was quite the lucky charm. Otherwise, catching up in such a short time would have been impossible.
Yay!
Wu Zhizhi and the others hurried over, supporting Han Momo.
All that hard work paid off. Han Momo beamed with joy.
She was undoubtedly the happiest person there. This time, she tied for first place with Xiao Xen. As long as she made the most of her time and earned a few more stars, a top 3 finish was practically guaranteed. Jiang Lin glanced toward the distance, as if sensing something.
Let's go. We need to leave immediately. Someone's coming. But before the 5 could move,
several figures sprinted toward them from the distance. They formed a line, blocking Jiang Lin and his companions.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible.
Guys, you're seriously impressive. At the front stood a student with a crew cut. Source energy surged around him. He was a level 2 war general.
Another level 2 warrior? Not Xiao Xen, not Gao Yuching.
Han Momo struggled to her feet, swallowing hard. They clearly said there would only be 3 level 2 warriors this time.
Yet, so many second-rank warriors had suddenly appeared. First Jiang Lin, then Tianjing, and now another one. What? Trying to be the third party benefiting from this?
Jiang Lin activated the 3 flowers gathering at the crown technique to restore his source energy and stamina.
Not exactly fishing for luck. Just happened to pass by.
Witnessing the two of you display such formidable prowess, truly impressive, truly impressive. The student with the crew cut chuckled awkwardly. Then he added, I didn't mean to take advantage of the situation, but since the event is nearly over, why not give me the 30 stars you just earned? As fellow students, I won't take the stars you originally had.
Dream on. Han Momo sneered coldly.
She paid a heavy price to kill that golden-haired black bear. If they were just going to be snatched away like this, she'd rather die.
Alright, brothers, time to bring out the main course.
The buzzcut student's lips curled into a smirk as he addressed the 4 students beside him.
Boom. 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 Identical configurations, 1 war general and 3 level 9 warriors. Yet, even with identical configurations, Jiang Lin's side was clearly at a disadvantage.
Han Momo was gravely wounded, her source energy depleted, rendering her completely incapable of combat.
Jiang Lin was gravely wounded, poisoned by a sinister toxin.
Wu Zhizhi and her 2 companions had also suffered immense exhaustion.
Moreover, Wu Zhizhi and her 2 companions were merely level 9 warriors.
If they encountered the enemy's commanding officers, it would essentially be the same as admitting defeat.
This battle holds absolutely no chance of victory. Jiang Lin? What should we do? Han Momo's face turned deathly pale. She refused to accept this. Absolutely refused. Don't worry. Go rest over there. Zhizhi, you 3 take care of Momo.
Jiang Lin chuckled softly, his source energy surging.
You're going to take on their entire team alone? Han Momo froze. Otherwise, how could I just hand over the first place I earned? Jiang Lin sighed helplessly, but there was truly no other option. Zhizhi, you stay with Momo. Qingqing, let's fight alongside Jiang Lin. Ji Yuan had been ready to give up.
But seeing Jiang Lin like this, her fighting spirit was reignited.
Alright. Zhou Qingqing remained composed. Be careful, you two.
Wu Zhi could only watch as he supported Han Momo to the sidelines to observe the fight.
3 of you want to take on 5 of us?
The buzzcut student sneered.
Even at their peak, Han Momo's team wouldn't stand a chance against them. Now, even 3 puny little kittens dared to jump around in front of them. 3 is more than enough. State your school and names. So we can beat you properly.
Jiang Lin stepped forward, his voice cold.
Ha.
You're injured, your source power isn't even at full strength, and you still dare to talk big.
Divine Capital Heavenly God University. 5 Elements Academy, Yang Li.
The buzzcut student's lips curled upward as he declared loudly.
At this declaration, Han Momo and the others were startled. For Chengdu Tianqing University was a university second only to Chengdu University itself. Given that, Yang Li was likely no weaker than Tianjing. This time, they might not even last until the event ended. What? Scared? If you are, hand over the stars quickly. We're all classmates here, let's keep things friendly and make some money. Beside Yang Lijin stood Heewon from the Five Elements Academy, his face twisted in scornful laughter. Enough with the nonsense.
Jiang Lin chuckled lightly as the mighty lion behind him roared to life once more.
Seeing this, Yang Lijin's expression tightened.
He warned Heewon beside him, be careful.
Don't underestimate this man. His strength is formidable. At full power, he's no less than me. Got it.
Heewon acknowledged verbally, though inwardly he remained unconcerned.
Fortunately, he was also a first-rank war general. Taking on an injured second-tier war general? Piece of cake. Yang Lijin fixed his gaze on Jiang Lin, channeling his source energy into armor.
A bull's head materialized behind him, causing his strength to surge instantly. With a flash, he charged toward Jiang Lin.
Heewon also charged toward Wu Zhizhi and the others. You two handle the 3 9th-rank warriors over there.
Seeing this, Jiang Lin delivered a vicious punch to Yan Ligang. A thunderous roar of surging source energy sent Jiang Lin staggering back several steps.
But Jiang Lin swiftly countered, unleashing a water vortex that coiled around Heewon. But at that very moment, Yang Lijin charged forward.
His palm slammed into Jiang Lin's back, causing Jiang Lin's energy to plummet further.
You think you can take on 2 of us while injured? That's a bit too dismissive of me.
Yang Ligang sneered coldly. His hands abruptly converged, coalescing into the blood-red phantom of a Kuei bull.
Go!
The crimson Kuei bull roared, transforming into a streak of light hurtling toward Jiang Lin.
Since you wish to fight 2 against 1, I'll grant your wish.
Heewon, having broken free from his restraints, charged straight at Jiang Lin. He manifested a colossal serpent, unleashing intense flames as it swiftly attacked.
Rock armor. Jiang Lin withstood the blow head-on.
However, the wave-like pattern on his forehead bore several deep imprints.
What incredible defense! Yang Lijang exclaimed in shock, but his feet shifted, closing the distance to Jiang Lin.
He delivered a fierce palm strike, only to have it blocked once more by the stone armor.
Bang! 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 Heewon also charged forward, joining the assault on Jiang Lin. Above Jiang Lin's head, the wave-like imprints rapidly multiplied.
Oomph! Yang Ligang snorted coldly, his aura surging violently. He had clearly activated some secret technique, forcibly boosting his strength.
He aimed to defeat Jiang Lin with a single strike. Blood-breaking technique.
A blood-red glint flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes. He immediately activated the blood-breaking technique he had acquired earlier. The blood-breaking technique enhanced his strength at the cost of depleting his own vital essence. In an instant, the blood-breaking technique combined with the wave-crashing flower technique caused Jiang Lin's power to surge explosively.
Bad news. Retreat immediately. His power has reached an explosive state. Yang Lijin's eyes widened in alarm as he abruptly retreated. What?
Heewon shuddered violently.
Chapter 96, Convergence.
Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. This punch forcibly restrained Yang Lijin and Heewon before him.
Boom! The punch slammed out.
Heewon flew backward, crashing onto the ground, motionless.
Yang Lijin staggered back several steps, unable to fight on. The commotion instantly caught the attention of the teachers observing the match. That punch likely reached warrior level 5 or higher. Even he would have to expend considerable strength to withstand such a blow. As for Han Momo and Wu Zhizhi beneath the tree, they had long since frozen in stunned silence. Jiang Lin shifted his stance, stepping before Ji Yuin.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, several waves of water energy shot forth, blasting away the remaining 3 teammates of Heewon.
With that, Heewon and Yang Lijin's team was defeated. Jiang Lin stepped forward and directly seized the stars from Heewon's body. He also took the stars from Yang Ligang's uniform.
You. Yang Ligang tried to say something, but in the end, he only shook his head.
Enough with the formalities. Let's check on that guy first. If we'd been any later, he might have been dead.
Jiang Lin shot a helpless glance at Heewon, whose condition remained uncertain. Fortunately, the surveillance drone from above quickly descended, administered some medicine to Heewon, and after examination, determined he was not in critical condition though hospitalization was unavoidable. Team Heewon has 230 stars, ranking 7th.
Now they're all on our team. We've shot up to first place. Absolute first place, a landslide victory.
Wu Zhizhi and the others were thrilled beyond words.
Star ranking chart.
The leaderboard only displays the captain.
First place, Captain Han Momo, 560 stars. Second place, Captain Xiao Xen, 380 stars.
Third place, Captain Yuching, 299 stars. Fourth place, Captain Gao Yuching, 279 stars. Fifth place, Captain Wang Yan, 275 stars. Sixth place, Captain Mu Yi, 231 stars.
In a remote corner of the wilderness, a ghost beast's corpse lay still. Xiao Xen's squad was overjoyed,
because they had just successfully slain this level 2 ghost beast. Moreover, they had obtained 52 stars from the level 2 ghost beast. This time, their first place finish was completely secure.
Ha 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 ha. That Han Momo.
Even if she somehow lucked out and tied for first with me, so what?
Now she's been crushed beneath me. Xiao Xen laughed uproariously, utterly elated. Beside him, Zhao Shuai and Zhao Yang's faces instantly drained of color. Zhao Xen frowned. What's wrong with you two? You just got 50 stars each, why the sourpusses? Looking for a beating? It's not that. Zhao Yang replied, sounding a bit resentful. What do you mean we're not first? What the hell are you playing at? Zhao Xen's displeasure deepened as he checked the rankings. The moment he saw it, he was stunned. Holy! That Han Momo, how did she suddenly get 560 stars? Which bastard just gifted Han Momo that many stars? Zhao Xen quickly scanned the rankings and noticed He-Wen's name was gone. Damn it, that little bastard He-Wen got devoured by Han Momo. Wait, wasn't He-Wen supposed to have invited some guy from Shindu? Zhao Xen's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Now, he continued hunting down the top-ranked teams to eliminate them. Otherwise, with only 4 hours left, he'd never catch up to Han Momo. Go. Find the top-ranked players. Outside the Changye wilderness. Several leaders were utterly dumbfounded. What's wrong with He-Wen? It's almost over, why is he just handing over the stars like that? What do we do? With this cliff-like drop in first place, Xiao Xen definitely won't be able to catch up. Are we really going to let that kid Jiang Lin snatch first place from us? We were planning to give him third place, but now this. Mentor Liu's expression darkened. He had high hopes for Jiang Lin, but the kid was simply too outstanding. He single-handedly defeated He-Wen's entire squad. Even injured, he was that formidable. If he'd gone all out earlier, the consequences were too terrifying to imagine. No, we can't let Jiang Lin take first place. Otherwise, the rumors spreading won't be what we want. Immediately, teachers began mobilizing their students. They ordered several students to search for Han Momo's team. Their goal was to eliminate Jiang Lin first. The first to receive the news were Zhao Xen, Gao Yuching, and several other teams. Moreover, Zhao Xen, Gao Yuching, and their teams were eager to join the hunt for Han Momo's group. As for Yuching, although she received the news and desperately wanted to join forces with Zhao Xen's group to attack Jiang Lin, all 4 of her teammates had already been eliminated. Her greatest fear was that if they failed to eliminate Jiang Lin, she herself would be eliminated instead. In a remote corner of the wilderness, Zhao Xen had just eliminated a small team. Immediately, he received a message from the mentor. The male student in Han Momo's team is Jiang Feng's son, Jiang Lin. His strength is at the second-rank warrior level. You must quickly join forces with Gao Yuxing's team and others to eliminate Jiang Lin first. Many teams received this message, and their mentors even shared Han Momo and Jiang Lin's locations to facilitate immediate pursuit. What? That Han Momo has always rejected my advances. Now she's hooking up with that traitor Jiang Feng's son. That this time I'll eliminate you and make you kneel at my feet. Zhao Xen sneered coldly, checking their location. Using a method provided by their mentors, he quickly contacted several teams, including Gao Yuxing's. Let's go together. Yao Yuching responded immediately. The teams established a contact point. They planned to attack Han Momo's team together. Having just survived a battle, Jiang Lin and his group had found a safe spot to hole up. They now held the top spot in the rankings and saw no need to venture out again. Now, all that remained was to rest. And remain constantly vigilant against potential attacks from others. Not far away. Zhao Xen's 5-person team, Gao Yuxing's 5-person team, Wang Yan's 5-person team, Muya's 4-person team, and Zhou Feng's 5-person team. These 5 top-ranked squads had all converged and joined forces. With 23 people gathered, they could easily sweep through the Changya Mountains. Zhao Xen scanned the assembled group. Alright. The top 7 teams are all here, right? We won't wait for those useless stragglers behind us. Take roll call. We're ready to move out. Gao Yuching, an ordinary-looking student dressed in white top and black bottom. First was Zhao Xen's team, consisting of 5 members. 1 level 2 war general, 2 level 1 war generals, and 2 level 9 warriors. Next was Gao Yuxing's team. 1 level 2 warrior, 1 level 1 warrior, and 3 level 9 soldiers. Then there was Wang Yan's team, also consisting of 5 members. Wang Yan, a girl with exceptionally high stats and piercing eyes. Though not a level 2 warrior, her strength was remarkably formidable. Her team also included 1 level 1 war general and 3 level 9 warriors. As for Muya's 4-person team, their former captain Mu Long had been eliminated by Jiang Lin. Now, under the new captain Mu Yi, who also possessed level 1 war general strength, they were a formidable force. Zhou Feng's team ranked 7th. Zhou Feng himself was a level 1 war general, and his team also included another level 1 war general and 3 level 9 warriors, a very strong squad indeed. To summarize, present at the scene were 8 level 1 generals and 13 level 9 warriors. Let's go! At Zhao Xen's command, the group of over 20 set off. As for Han Momo's location, a certain mentor had already sent it over. As they walked, Gao Yuxing remarked, once we eliminate Han Momo and her group, we'll split the stars evenly. No one's to grab them recklessly. Heh, we'll see whose skills are stronger then. Xiao Xen chuckled lightly and said no more. Chapter 97, The Escape. Inside the cave. Han Momo felt increasingly uneasy. What's wrong, Momo? Are your injuries acting up? If so, why not voluntarily withdraw and go back to recover? We've already secured first place anyway. Wu Zhizhi sat beside her, asking. I don't know. I just feel really unwell. Han Momo's face was clouded with worry. It's not that you're unwell, someone's coming. Jiang Lin, who had been lying down to rest, suddenly sat up. Someone's coming? Wu Zhizhi and the others perked up. Given their current situation, any visitors would be extremely disadvantageous for their squad. If it's just a few people, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Han Momo also struggled to her feet, clearing her throat slightly. No. It's not just one squad, there are over a dozen of them. We're surrounded. Jiang Lin immediately stepped out of the cave and scanned the surroundings. He saw more and more people closing in. What? Han Momo gasped in shock. We're being targeted. There are 23 of them in total. Xiao Xen, Gao Yuching, Wang Yan leading the group. Ji Yuin, with her stronger psychic abilities, sensed it immediately. How is this possible? How did they find our location? And manage to gather together? Han Momo was utterly shocked. This was pure targeting. They're probably after me. Jiang Lin remained composed, immediately sitting down to make a decision. Hold on, we'll all go out together. You two just drop your badges and withdraw voluntarily. I'll take Xingxing with me. Can you handle it alone? Han Momo considered it. This seemed the only viable option. With just the 4 of them, 1 critically injured, 3 level 9 warriors against 23 opponents, they had no fighting chance. Jiang Lin's escape was their only hope. Don't worry. I'll absolutely secure first place. Jiang Lin stored all the stars on himself before leading the team out of the cave. This sense of crisis was several times more intense than facing the level 2 Berserk Black Bear. Even if he had advanced to a level 3 War General, defeating 23 opponents would be impossible. Escape was now their only option. Upon seeing Jiang Lin and Han Momo emerge, Xiao Xen and his group abandoned their concealment. The group immediately surrounded Jiang Lin and Han Momo's 5 companions. Ha 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 ha. Han Momo, you shameless. You're actually hanging out with that traitor Jiang Feng's son. You really have no shame. Xiao Xen sneered coldly, his words sharp and cutting. Enough talk. Don't give them any chance to fight back. Gao Yuching snorted, her source energy surging to the brink. Let's go all out. Mu Yi stepped forward. Wait, we're withdrawing voluntarily. Han Momo and the others immediately discarded their identification tags. There you go. Xiao Xen smiled with satisfaction. Gao Yuching and the others were a bit surprised. They hadn't expected Han Momo to be so decisive. Heavenly Lion Soul Sealing Fist. Jiang Lin suddenly struck. A thunderous lion's roar erupted. The few present felt a slight tremor in their spirits. Jiang Lin chose Mu Ye's direction as his breakthrough point. A fist slammed toward him. Ha ha, I've been ready for you all along. Unexpectedly, Mu Yi showed no panic, immediately going on the defensive. Xiao Xen and Gao Yuching joined forces to attack Jiang Lin. Rock armor. Water shield. Facing attacks from so many opponents, Jiang Lin dared not slack off. He unleashed every skill at his disposal. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged. Jiang Lin stumbled backwards several steps with a thud. Though his stone armor absorbed 70% of the force, he was still severely injured. What? Xiao Xen and the others froze in shock. Whoosh! Jiang Lin channeled his source energy, concentrating all his strength into speed. Activating his swift shadow talent, he charged toward Mu Yi at breakneck speed. Mu Yi had no time to defend and was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lin vanished like a flash. He actually got away. Chase him. Quickly. The stars are on him. Xiao Xen roared, shooting a disgusted glance at Mu Yi. Mu Yi felt helpless too. There was nothing he could do. Without another word, the group gave chase. Use every speed boosting technique you've got. Everyone present accelerated, exhausting every trick they had. But in terms of speed, they simply couldn't match Jiang Lin. Soon, Jiang Lin vanished from their sight. Damn it! We actually lost him. Xiao Xen's face twisted in frustration. They thought they could take him down in one go, but Jiang Lin had slipped away. None of the several people present could catch up. It's fine, let's split up. He's injured, he can't have gotten far. Gao Yuching said excitedly. You're crazy. That Jiang Lin is incredibly strong, he even took down my brother Mulong. In a real one-on-one fight, who here thinks they could beat him for sure? Mu Yi was speechless. Damn it. We'll just have to split up and search one by one. Gao Yuching wanted to curse, but he realized Mu Yi had a point. After that, the 5 squads split up. The first to locate Jiang Lin's squad was Mu Ye's team. However, Mu Ye's squad only had Mu Yi, a level 1 warrior. The battle lasted less than a minute before Jiang Lin wiped them out completely. With that, the number of stars on Jiang Lin's profile skyrocketed once more. With Han Momo automatically eliminated, Jiang Lin ascended to the top position as the new leader, now ranking first. The second team to encounter Jiang Lin was Zhou Feng's squad. Zhou Feng's team was exceptionally powerful, boasting 3 level 1 commanders and 2 level 9 warriors. Even Jiang Lin wouldn't dare to engage such a lineup lightly. After seizing the opportunity to eliminate one of their level 1 generals, Jiang Lin departed. Zhou Feng, recognizing the situation, wisely abandoned pursuit upon realizing he couldn't catch up. The only teams still pursuing Jiang Lin at this point. Only the teams of Xiao Xen, Gao Yuching, and Wang Yan remained in hot pursuit. While evading Xiao Xen's pursuit, Jiang Lin accidentally stumbled into a narrow cave. The interior was cramped, barely spacious enough for 2 people. The moment he slipped inside, Jiang Lin sensed something was terribly wrong. Staring at the familiar figure lying inside, Jiang Lin froze. It was Yuching. It's her. Did she faint? At that moment, Yuching lay motionless on the rocks, breathing steadily but appearing severely weakened. Fortunately, she showed no signs of life-threatening injury and should regain consciousness soon. That damn woman really isn't afraid of death. Even in this state, she still won't voluntarily withdraw. Well then, I'll just give you a little help. Jiang Lin spoke as he reached out to snatch the badge from Yuching chest. Little did he know, Yuching was feigning unconsciousness. She had sensed Jiang Lin's approach long ago, waiting for the chance to strike. Suddenly opening her eyes, Yuching raised her hand and slapped it toward Jiang Lin's chest. You! Jiang Lin had no time to dodge and could only raise his own palm to strike back. Boom! The already cramped space shook violently from their collision, the stone walls rumbling. Jiang Lin tried to crawl out, but his limbs were numb and paralyzed, leaving him utterly immobilized. Yuching, already wounded, suffered further injury from Jiang Lin's blow. Don't move! None of you move! Jiang Lin quietly backed out, seeking a safer spot to rest. He activated the 3 flowers gathering at the crown technique, and his injuries healed rapidly. Time flew by, and it was now 11 a.m. Only 1 hour remained until the event concluded. Xiao Xen and the others were feeling rather downcast, unable to find any trace of Jiang Lin. Just as Xiao Xen was about to give up, Jiang Lin's figure suddenly flashed by in the distance. Kid, I finally found you. Xiao Xen sneered coldly and immediately accelerated to give chase. Chapter 98, the grand finale. Bro, wait for us. Watch out, this guy might have backup. Zhao Shua and the others shouted from behind. Han Momo and the others are all out. Who else could be helping him? Xiao Xen snorted dismissively and turned to pursue. But before Xiao Xen had gone far, he realized Jiang Lin had vanished again. Just as he was about to curse, 2 whirlwinds struck from the side. It was Jiang Lin and the other was Yuching. Zhao Xen froze for a moment before raising his hand to counterattack. But caught slightly off guard, he was sent flying, crashing into the stone wall. Finish him quickly. Jiang Lin barked. No need for your reminder. Yuching retorted coldly. The 2 attacked simultaneously. They knocked Xiao Xen unconscious. They removed Xiao Xen's badge and took the stars from his uniform. Jiang Lin and Yuching split them evenly. Yuching snorted coldly and added, "What about Xiao Xen's teammates?" Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment before replying, "They're just a bunch of grasshoppers." Forget it. Let's go straight to Gao Yuching and Wang Yan. If we delay any longer, we'll run out of time. At this moment, only half an hour remained until the event's conclusion. The rankings had undergone a dramatic upheaval. Star rankings. The leaderboard displayed only team captains. First place, Captain Jiang Lin, 981 stars. Second place, Captain Yuching, 489 stars. Third place, Captain Gao Yuching, 279 stars. Fourth place, Captain Wang Yan, 275 stars. Fifth place, Captain Wu Qian, 230 stars. Jiang Lin first eliminated He Wen's team, boosting his stars to 560. Then he eliminated Mu Ye's team, raising his stars to 791. Now he's taken out Xiao Xen, gaining half of Xiao Xen's stars. As for Yuching, she has now risen to second place. Earlier, during the first 2 hours. After Jiang Lin and Yuching recovered, their first thought was to seek revenge against each other. But they happened to cross paths, and after a brief skirmish, Jiang Lin had a brilliant idea. Now, many were pursuing him. If they teamed up to eliminate these pursuers, wouldn't that solve their problems? Plus, it would boost their rankings. At first, Yuching disagreed. But considering her own situation, she eventually agreed. Unexpectedly, they immediately encountered Xiao Xen, who was traveling alone. This was a huge windfall. Next, Jiang Lin and Yuching began searching for Gao Yuching and the others. Soon, the pair encountered Gao Yuching's squad. Finally, relying on their critical injuries, they eliminated Gao Yuching's squad. After a brief rest, they eliminated Wang Yan's squad as well. By then, the clock had struck 12. The Qiangya Mountain Forest event concluded. Star rankings. The leaderboard displays only team captains. First place, Team Leader Jiang Lin, 1258 stars. Second place, Captain Yuching, 765 stars. Third place, Captain Wu Qian, 230 stars. Fourth place, Captain Zhong Mo, 222 stars. Fifth place, Captain Jiao Lin, 221 stars. Seeing this ranking, the entire 5 Elements Academy of Yunjian University was stunned. Everyone was asking who Jiang Lin was, how could he be so incredibly skilled? The gap between first and second place was nearly half the total. The gap to those further down was like heaven and earth. As for teams like Wu Qianzong and Mo, they were pure flukes. Originally, they were ranked 7th, 8th, and 9th. Who would have guessed that Xiao Xen's team getting eliminated would propel them straight to the top? Han Momo was so thrilled she could barely breathe. Bringing Jiang Lin along was meant to secure a top 3 finish. If not top 3, then at least top 10. Now they'd taken first place outright and by a landslide. This left her in disbelief. The problem now fell squarely on the shoulders of Yunjian University's faculty. Jiang Lin, this outsider, had actually taken first place. Xiao Xen, Gai Yuching, Mulong, and Tianjing, all of them had been eliminated by him. Yunjian University, conference room. We've been discussing this for so long, have we reached a conclusion yet? Jiang Lin isn't from our university after all. We can't give him the first place reward. We could give it to Han Momo, she was the team captain, so that would be within the rules. But Jiang Lin was the final captain. He's the rightful first place winner. The assembled faculty members murmured among themselves, clearly unable to reach a consensus. The first place prize was substantial, especially the captain's reward. Yet awarding it to Jiang Lin, not a Yunjian University student, left the university administration feeling uneasy. As the debate continued, the president of Yunjian University arrived and made the final decision. Jiang Lin was officially recognized as the first place winner. Furthermore, he was invited to enroll at Yunjian University. This decision immediately caused a huge stir. Many teachers objected on the spot, deeming the matter utterly absurd. Recognizing Jiang Lin as first place already demonstrated remarkable magnanimity on Yunjian University's part. Admitting him as a student would extend the implications to the national level. It would undoubtedly bring significant negative repercussions to Yunjian University, detrimental to the institution's development. This matter was not my unilateral decision. Principal Qin Dingshan chuckled lightly, offered no further explanation, and turned to leave. Next, it was Jiang Lin's moment to shine. He had secured first place, earned a massive reward of source crystals, and received a 5 elements orb, a scroll of secret techniques, and a scroll of martial arts skills. However, after much deliberation, Jiang Lin ultimately declined Yunjian University's invitation. Even when Yunjian University offered exceptionally tempting terms. This refusal stemmed not from arrogance, but from concern for his own safety. He felt perfectly content on his own, free to go wherever he pleased. Jiang Lin, are you really not going to reconsider? Yunjian University, one of the top institutions in the country. Han Momo looked utterly perplexed. Such a prestigious school, anyone else would be scrambling to get in, yet Jiang Lin had declined, and quite decisively at that. No thanks. Jiang Lin paused for a moment, offering only a smile without elaborating further. Han Momo nodded. Alright, you must have your reasons. I won't pry. Come hang out with me sometime when you have time. I will. If anything good comes up, just give me a shout, I'll help you take first place. Jiang Lin flashed a bright smile, waved goodbye to Wu Zhizhi and the others, and left campus. Watching Jiang Lin walk away, Wu Zhizhi couldn't help but sigh, this guy is just too strong, too incredible. I can't even imagine what the future holds. Ji Yuyin chuckled softly, his future achievements will absolutely rival those of the War Emperor. Zhou Qingqing murmured, he might even become a war god. After all, his father is. Back to Linjiang City. Jiang Lin briefly recounted the events to his father before entering seclusion. These past few days had yielded significant gains. He sensed an opportunity for breakthrough. After several days of cultivation, Jiang Lin finally reached the 3rd layer of the War General realm. Lying on his bed with eyes closed, Jiang Lin murmured, I'm exhausted. Next, I need proper rest. Thus, Jiang Lin rested for nearly a year. Not only did his cultivation level not decline, but it surged dramatically to the peak of the War General realm. Seeking breakthrough opportunities, Jiang Lin deliberately ventured into the vast cavernous forests near Huagua. There, he encountered numerous powerful ghost beasts and acquired many treasures rarely seen by ordinary people. Even more astonishingly, Jiang Lin uncovered a major secret that held some connection to his mother, who had been missing for 20 years. As he delved deeper into the matter, Jiang Lin uncovered more hidden truths. However, constrained by his own strength, he could not pursue it further. So many stories remain for me to uncover, but alas, I must return. Jiang Lin received urgent news of a ghost beast attack and must hurry back. A new chapter begins. And now, this chapter comes to a close. The end.